Chapter 1. The Entrance. November 19th, 2004. Detroit, Michigan, home of the Pistons. The Palace of Auburn Hills witnessed a breathtaking spectacle of brawling. Rashid, take it down. Punch him. Slam him to the ground. Yes. Hit hard. Jermaine, have you not eaten today? The crowd surged forward in a frenzy, as if possessed. Feng, hurry and come help break it up. Several players from the Pacers bench rushed onto the court. Feng, let go, we're here to mediate. Are you trying to strangle him? Release him, let him go. Rick Carlisle frantically pried apart the arms of his players, simultaneously gaining newfound respect for the strength of this water cooler. Upon hearing his words, the muscle-bound Feng Jie quickly released Arteist, raising his hands in a gesture of innocence. Little did Meta World Peace, who had previously instigated calamity by assaulting a fan, ever anticipate that he would find himself incapacitated on the ground, betrayed by a teammate, while others stood by, hands raised in surrender. The absurdity of the scene left everyone in the arena both amused and bewildered. The medical team rushed in to provide emergency care, swiftly transporting him off the court to the hospital. After a period of chaos, order was finally restored. Fred Jones, later known as a veteran of the Guangdong team, was also taken away after suffering a blow to the head from an unknown assailant. All players involved in the altercation were ejected from the game. After a discussion on the sidelines, the referees decided to allow the game to continue. Though Feng Jie had knocked one player unconscious, he faced no penalties, as he was merely attempting to mediate. It's all over. Everything is ruined. The 39-year-old Reggie Miller slumped despondently on the bench, gazing helplessly at the arena ceiling. After years of team efforts, bolstered by the additions of Shaquille O'Neal, Arteist, and Steven Jackson, the 2004-05 season was meant to be their year of promise. Yet, all of that was shattered by Arteist's reckless punch, rendering his dreams unattainable. 7,084. 4 minutes and 29 seconds remained, trailing by 14 points. Carlisle glanced at the score and the clock, then turned back to the bench, a look of dismay crossing his face. Fuck, damn it. He cursed Arteist in his mind, blaming the fool for ruining the team. The squad was now missing a shooting guard, small forward, power forward, and center, with Reggie Miller still on the injury list. The only remaining starters available to play were Jamal Tinsley, and in a bid to avoid prolonged suffering, he resolved to abandon the match altogether. Instead, he would use the remaining time to test some of the bench players, allowing them to acclimate to the lineup that would follow the suspension of the starters. With that thought, Carlisle called out the names of the 5 players who would soon take the court. David, Jamal, Austin, Eddie, and Feng. After a moment's hesitation, he finally uttered Feng Jie's name. Upon hearing his name, Feng's heart soared with joy, yet anxiety crept in. He was thrilled to finally receive his reward, but apprehensive about the random nature of the system's talent draw, which could yield anything from a defensive skill akin to James Harden's to an offensive one resembling Klay Thompson's, potentially stalling his NBA career for years. This was not what Feng Jie desired, to find himself with the physique of Khloe Kardashian's boyfriend, Tristan Thompson, standing tall at 206 centimeters and weighing 115 kilograms, yet possessing nothing extraordinary beyond that. He had fought tooth and nail to secure his position as the second-round draft pick in the 2004 NCAA tournament. He could not bear the thought of living under someone else's shadow in this new life. The infuriating system notification, indicating that completing his official debut in the NBA regular season would eliminate the task of drawing offensive, defensive, and athletic talents, only added to his frustration. Please let me draw a better talent, Feng silently pleaded. Focus on guarding against every offensive play from the opposition with only 10 minutes remaining in the game. I hope you all seize every second on the court to showcase your abilities. Carlisle admonished the players before him. For offense, you all help Jamal with screens, and do your utmost to exploit the defensive gaps. It was not that he was unwilling to strategize. The players currently on the court were akin to mere water cooler attendants. Typically, being allowed to play for 10 minutes was already a stretch for them, who would devise specific tactics for them. Congratulations to the host for making your NBA regular season debut. You have acquired the athletic abilities of Kendall Jenner's boyfriend, Ben Simmons' 23-24 season. Did this guy even play in the 23-24 season? Feng, having traversed from 2025, could not recall whether he had ever stepped onto the court. Just being able to play was impressive, but the problem was that he could not. The off-season gods. Just a few training videos could fool enough people into signing multi-million-dollar contracts. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the defensive capabilities of Kendall Jenner's boyfriend, Chandler Parsons' 13-14 season. Kendall Jenner seemed to have a penchant for fraudsters with a 9-year career netting $127 million. He was among the NBA's most notorious con artists, just like Simmons. His defensive abilities? Marginally useful, but certainly something he would aim to replace in the future. Unbeknownst to Feng, the 13-14 season was Chandler's peak year. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the offensive abilities of Khloe Kardashian's boyfriend, James Harden 22-23 season. Holy crap, this is impressive. Although not at his peak, he remains among the top tier in offensive organization and playmaking. Feng could not help but exclaim in amazement. The reward extraction is complete. If you are dissatisfied with your attributes, please strive to earn opportunities for further draws. Thank you and goodbye. The sweet yet somewhat icy electronic voice chimed. Secure those rebounds, execute those screens, and take the shot when the opportunity are assessed. Not hesitate. Do not be nervous. Carlisle turned his attention to Feng's shout, mistaking it for first-game jitters, and patted him on the shoulder in reassurance. He genuinely liked this young Asian player. He was diligent in defense, had a commendable training attitude, was optimistic, enjoyed engaging with others, and had a talent for uplifting the atmosphere. Despite possessing excellent static talent and having trained with the team for so long, along with discussions with the trainers on how to develop his skills, he simply did not see improvement. It was truly not Feng Jie's fault. It was that damned system that sealed his growth potential, insisting that he could only elevate his abilities after stepping onto the court. Sir, yes, sir. Feng turned to Carlisle, standing at attention and saluting, tightening his waistband in preparation to enter the fray. Ding. You have a new task available. Reverse the game to earn a skill extraction badge opportunity. The electronic voice echoed in his mind once more. Feng felt a surge of excitement at the ding, but his enthusiasm waned upon hearing the requirement of reversing a 15-point deficit. Facing the renowned Pistons, famed for their defensive prowess, the champions of the 03-04 season, the challenge was daunting, to say the least. In the studio, Kenny Smith and Charles Barkley lamented in conversation. It appears the Pacers have thrown in the towel. The players on the court are nothing but scrubs. Down by 14 points with 4 minutes remaining. Yet the Pacers have had their share of miracle workers. However, he is already 39 years old and remains on the injury list. I know who you're referring to, Reggie Miller. It's such a shame. This should have been his most promising year for a championship. The director, overhearing their discussion, cut to a shot of Reggie Miller, who sat motionless, his head buried in his shoulders, lost in thought. Having won a championship, Kenny Smith might not fully grasp the depth of the situation. Barkley, recalling his own experiences that mirrored Miller's, felt a profound sadness in his heart. He had transitioned from the 76ers to the Suns and then to the Rockets, forsaking a lucrative salary and relinquishing a core role, enduring the mockery of riding on the coattails of others. He had done so much, all for the sake of that damn championship ring. Meanwhile, on the other side of the globe, in CCVT 5, is this year's Pacers' second-round draft pick, Zhang? He should be of Chinese-American descent. Indeed, you are correct. CCVT 5 host Sun Kaibi and his companion, Coach Zhang, exchanged a few hasty remarks. They were not familiar with the last of the Chinese players to take the court. Can you believe they allowed a yellow player to play? Who threw something at Carlisle earlier? Did it make him lose his mind? Ha ha ha. Scrubs only deserve to appear during garbage time. Oh, right. He's even worse than garbage. He hasn't even seen the court during the previous garbage time. Behind them, derisive jeers and insults echoed, while Feng Jie stood expressionless near the free throw line, waiting for Arroyo to shoot. No one noticed that he had clenched his fists tightly. Since the Pacers had thrown in the towel, the Pistons opted to field their own water cooler attendants, extending a semblance of dignity to their opponents. The 5 players taking the court were Carlos Arroyo PG, Lindsey Hunter SG, Ronald Dupree SF Daco Malisic PF, Antonio McDye SC. The game continues as the Pistons take a free throw. Arroyo makes one of 2 free throws. The score stands at 70-85, a 15-point gap. The Pacers begin to orchestrate their offense. Eddie Gill brings the ball past the 3-point line, with Carlos Arroyo swiftly applying defensive pressure. Noticing his repeated attempts to penetrate thwarted, Feng Jie rushes from the paint to assist in blocking Carlos Arroyo. Utilizing his teammate's screen, Eddie Gill charges into the paint and spots Daco Malisic, who remains stationary inside. He quickly protects the ball, turning his head to scan for teammates, pondering whom to pass to. Behind you. Upon hearing his teammate's voice from behind, he swiftly delivers the ball. In that fleeting moment of release, he catches a glimpse of his intended recipient. The ball has already sailed away, too late to retrieve it. Feng, don't hold the ball. Quickly pass it to Austin. The opponents may be unaware, but Eddie Gill knows Feng Jie possesses no offensive prowess beyond the 3-point line. During practice matches, his offensive repertoire is limited. He merely waits for others to set him up, and, at times, even fails to grasp the simplest of opportunities. Feng Jie receives the pass, glancing around, finding himself the sole player within a 3-meter radius, reminiscent of a certain triple-double king left unguarded. He takes aim, bends his knees, raises his hands, exerts force, flicks his wrist upward, sending the ball aloft. Swish! The basketball arcs beautifully through the air. It cleanly passes through the net, eliciting a delightful sound as it stirs the mesh. Defense. Hurry back. No way. Did it really go in? Jamal, lacking faith in Feng Jie's three-point shooting, hurriedly directs his teammates to fall back. Yet upon turning back, he realizes the ball has settled firmly in the net. Damn! How dare he shoot a three-pointer? Who gave him the audacity? Sub him out immediately. Well done, well done. In an instant, Carlisle's face, previously marred by anger and prepared for a substitution, transforms into a beaming smile as he gives a thumbs up. Extending his hands towards the Detroit Pistons audience, Feng Jie makes an okay gesture, swaying his body as he jogs back to his half of the court. Garbage just got lucky. Bastard. They'll see how long you can be so arrogant. With the team leading by more than 10 points, a mere three-pointer is hardly a cause for concern. Congratulations, host. You have gained 1 progress towards talent extraction opportunity. Feng Jie is pleasantly surprised, provoking the home crowd increases his talent extraction progress. Well then, Pistons fans, consider yourselves fortunate. 73-85. The score now reflects a 12-point difference. Transitioning from offense to defense, Arroyo raises his index finger, signaling his teammates to reposition. Lindsey Hunter utilizes Dako Malisic's body to set a screen at a 45-degree angle, then leverages Antonio McDyess's screen, shaking off the defending player. Carlos Arroyo, seeing Hunter gain an open shot, opts to pass to Ronald Dupree on the other side. Smack! A pair of large hands intercepts the passing lane. In a bid to showcase his capabilities, Feng Jie exerts maximum effort in defense, keenly reading the opponent's tactical movements. As his teammates are obstructed, Feng Jie swiftly discerns the attacking intent of the opposing team. The screen is intended to draw Crozier over for help defense, allowing Ronald Dupree to gain an open shot. He deftly maneuvers between Wallace and McDyess. With a sudden burst, leveraging his 217 wingspan, he successfully intercepts the ball. Damn, why is he there? The Pistons players and coach curse inwardly. Fast break. With the intercepted ball, Feng Jie pushes it forward, soaring forth like an arrow released from its bow. Ronald Dupree, positioned nearby, quickly reacts and begins his pursuit, choosing not to tightly guard Feng Jie. Instead, he anticipates a position in the paint, prepared for either a layup or dunk from Feng Jie. Should Feng Jie opt for a three-point shot, securing the rebound would suffice. Standing outside the three-point line, with no defender in sight, and possessing offensive prowess akin to Harden from the 22-23 season, he exudes confidence and halts for a shot. The basketball leaves his hands, spinning gracefully as it arcs toward the hoop. Thud! Slightly short, it strikes the front of the rim, resulting in a long rebound. The ball lands precisely near Austin Crozier, who uses his hands to redirect it back to Feng Jie. Receiving the ball, he adjusts his stance, disregarding the 1.88-meter Arroyo before opting for a contested three-pointer. 3. This time, the shot sails smoothly through the net, adding 3 points for the Pacers. 76-85, with consecutive three-pointers, the deficit has shrunk to within single digits. Only 9 points to go. Feng Jie silently muses as he returns to half-court to prepare for defense. Almost forgetting a crucial detail, he suddenly remembers. Placing his left hand to his lips, he gestures for the audience to be silent. I can't take it anymore. Bring me my gun. I want to kill him. Larry Brown, you worthless fool. Are you going to let this rookie run rampant? Congratulations, host. You have gained 3 progress towards talent extraction opportunity. Feng Jie nods, pleased that the manner of progress accumulation aligns with his expectations. Observing the audience's fervent outrage, yet finding them utterly powerless against him, he wonders if this is the essence of being a villain. There is a certain thrill to it. Beautiful three-pointer, Carlisle exclaims, pumping his fist, somewhat surprised as he watches Feng Jie return to defense, his mind a whirl of curiosity and delight. Next to him, Reggie Miller sits up straight, a historical sharpshooter, immediately recognizing Feng Jie's shooting form as steady and fluid. The Pistons push forward again. This time, Carlos Arroyo advances into the opponent's half, calling McDyess over for a screen. Eddie Gill, aware of Arroyo's ability to penetrate and shoot from beyond the arc, opts to closely guard him, denying him any easy three-point opportunities. After 2 consecutive fakes, Arroyo, utilizing his speed, squeezes past his defender into the paint. Feng Jie, recognizing the imminent threat, collapses into the paint, positioning himself in Arroyo's path to the basket. The Pacers' center follows closely behind, obstructing the passing lane to McDias. Arroyo, forced to leap for a shot to evade the defender's block, increases the shot's power and elevates the basketball's arc. Thud! The ball clangs against the rim and bounces out. Feng Jie leaps once more, snatching the ball with one hand. As I raised my gaze, I discovered that Tinsley had accelerated into action. The basketball soared like a cannonball, traversing over the heads of the 5 defenders from the Pistons, and landed firmly in Tinsley's hands, who effortlessly executed a layup, securing 2 points. What a splendid pass! Upon returning to the half-court, Tinsley exchanged high-fives with Feng Jie in celebration. Next time, pass it to me, and I'll deliver a thunderous dunk for you, Feng Jie exaggeratedly proclaimed. You know me. I prefer to keep it low-key, or else I'll have to take off from the free throw line. Tinsley, standing at 185 centimeters, was in high spirits. The score had narrowed to a single-digit difference at 78-85. What an astonishing quarterback pass. It glided like a precision-guided missile from our basket to the opponents, absolutely breathtaking. In just 2 minutes, the remarkable young Chinese player orchestrated an impressive 8-0 run. The obstinate Larry Brown would undoubtedly remain unmoved by this youthful talent, chuckled Kenny Smith and Barkley, well acquainted with the Pistons coach's temperament. As anticipated, the game proceeded. In the low post, the towering Darko Milicic, standing at 213 centimeters and weighing 115 kilograms, and Feng Jie engaged in a fierce battle, neither yielding an inch. Having rarely been utilized under Larry Brown, Milicic was determined to seize this opportunity against a seemingly soft opponent. With this thought in mind, he pressed firmly against Feng Jie, establishing his position and signaling to his teammate Arroyo to pass the ball. After receiving the pass, he executed several shoulder fakes in the low post. The feints were far too exaggerated. Feng Jie remained unmoved, merely observing his theatrics. Realizing the situation was untenable, Milicic decided to use his shoulder to charge his opponent, preparing to dominate in the paint. Thud, thud. The sheer strength of the bull-like Milicic pushed Feng Jie back, who, holding his breath, struggled to maintain his ground. Seeing the effectiveness of his approach, Milicic intensified his effort. With a slight advance, he could rise and deliver a slam dunk over his adversary. He envisioned the resounding cheers of the crowd and the admiration of his coach. With all his might. Oh no. Suddenly, he felt his shoulder give way, his body losing balance, and he lurched forward. Fool. Feng Jie sidestepped Milicic's charge, casting a glance at the bewildered player now on the floor, and smiled. With a deft motion, he cleanly swatted the ball away, executing yet another perfect defensive play. Well defended. In a matter of minutes, Feng Jie had scored 2 3-pointers, provided 1 assist, and made 2 steals. Reggie Miller, moved by the performance, approached Carlisle, exchanging a brief glance before lowering their heads for a quiet conversation. What a disgrace. Milicic, you're worthless. Get back on defense. Don't let him launch a counterattack. Larry Brown fervently waved his arms from the sidelines, perhaps hearing the coach's exhortation. The players swiftly retreated to their half of the court. With no passing opportunities available, Feng Jie slowly brought the ball under control, his eyes keenly scanning for weaknesses in the opponent's defense. Feng, you should pass the ball to me, pleaded Eddie Gill, the point guard, his eyes filled with eagerness. Huh? Oh. Feng Jie passed the ball to his teammate and positioned himself at the corner of the 3-point line. David Harrison came forward to set a screen for Eddie Gill, who used the pick to swiftly drive to the right. Pass. Screen. As he observed his teammates advance, Feng Jie began to move towards the ball, loudly alerting his companion. Seeing Feng Jie approach, Eddie Gill executed a handoff pass to him, then served as a makeshift wall to set another screen. The Pistons defenders, Dupree and Milicic, failed to communicate effectively, allowing Feng Jie to drive straight into the paint for a layup. Both Dupree and Milicic abandoned their original assignments and lunged toward him. In midair, Feng Jie was struck and lost his balance. Relying on instinct, he awkwardly tossed the basketball skyward with his left hand. The ball struck the center of the backboard and ricocheted into the hoop. Beep. The referee's whistle pierced the air. Damn it. Damn it. And 1. Feng Jie lay on the ground, fist clenched, his mouth agape as he unleashed his exuberant emotions. Well done. Absolutely magnificent. Brother, have you taken something? David Harrison and Tinsley extended their hands to lift him up, patting his body incessantly, curious about how he had suddenly become so formidable. Exhaling deeply, Feng Jie received the basketball passed to him by the referee at the free throw line and calmly sank the shot. The score was now 81-85. With only a 4-point gap remaining and time running short. Beep. Larry Brown could no longer endure the unfolding situation and called for a timeout. In the TNT studio, laughter erupted. Huh. The bench warmer. A sharp drive and an incredible three-point play, Feng single-handedly dismantled the Pistons bench. Charles Barkley's exaggerated laughter echoed throughout the hall. Larry Brown could hardly believe that a rookie he had long dismissed had scored 11 points against him. Ironically, the second overall pick of 2003, Malisic, was being outplayed by the second-round pick of 2004. Kenny Smith, perusing the rookie report he had just received, remarked with a teasing tone. Before the players could even settle down, Larry Brown, in a fit of rage, shouted, "Shift. You all are playing like utter garbage. A bunch of pathetic fools. Open your eyes and see what kind of sorry players are on the other side. How can a second-round rookie score 11 points in mere minutes? Malisic, you are utterly useless. Don't expect to see a minute on the court again." He unleashed a torrent of criticism upon the substitutes who had just played. Rashid, Prince, Smash Parker, Hamilton, McDias, you five get back on the court. I did not want to see him score another point. After restructuring the lineup, he continued to relay some offensive and defensive details. Meanwhile, Carlisle felt utterly at a loss. The 11-point surge had no direct correlation to his strategies. It was solely reliant on Feng Jie's individual prowess. Recalling his earlier conversation with Reggie Miller, he spoke, "In the remaining time, let's revolve our plays around Feng. Keep an eye on his positioning and set screens to create space for him." Upon hearing the coach's directive, the players who were about to enter the game began to harbor their own thoughts. With several starting players penalized, there would undoubtedly be ample playing time available. Today's performance would determine the next game's minutes. Who wouldn't he want to shine and earn the coach's favor? Regardless of your thoughts. If anyone fails to comply with my instructions, you may as well choose your team and request a trade. As the game resumed, aside from the penalized Billups and Wallace, the remaining three Tigers returned to the court. Prince, a man of few words but fierce determination, intended to take the ball and challenge Feng Jie one-on-one. Chapter 2. The chase for points. Smash Parker glanced at the coach, receiving a nod of approval, before cheerfully passing the ball to Prince. As Prince caught the ball, the Pistons players instinctively cleared out the defenders, creating space. The Pacers, having just heard Carlisle's tactical arrangements, were more than willing to witness this scenario. The more Feng appeared vulnerable, the better. Tyshawn, show these Asian fools what the NBA is all about. Break him down and send him back to cry to his mother. The spectators on the sidelines jeered loudly, some even leaping into their companions' arms, mimicking a child seeking comfort from a grandmother as a form of mockery. Laugh all you want. Soon you won't be able to cry at all. He was no longer fighting alone. He bore the legacy of several predecessors capable of breaking through the defenses of the Kardashian clan. Feng Jie focused intently on Prince, who held the ball before him, shutting out the surrounding cacophony. Regardless of who it was, he was determined to thwart this shot. Prince released the ball to the ground and initiated his breakthrough from the right side. Feng Jie swiftly sidestepped to the right, using his body to block his opponent. Prince nudged him further to the right, inching closer to the free throw line. Suddenly, he came to a halt, pivoted, and aimed for the hoop with a backward lean. Upon witnessing his movement, Feng Jie immediately halted his steps and lunged towards the shooter. The rookie, Prince, executing a backward pivot, merely feigned a shot. Evading the airborne Feng Jie, he recalibrated his stance to continue shooting. Crack. A sensation of downward force emanated from the direction of the ball, bending his hands. The basketball slipped from his grasp, soaring backward. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Feng Jie. Had anyone suggested that he would be blocked by a Chinese player today, he would have merely chuckled, for no one would falter in the face of such absurdity. After being deceived into jumping, Feng Jie landed and swiftly pursued, executing a splendid chase block, swatting down the basketball that Prince was about to release. Magnificent. Carlisle clenched his fist, swinging it vigorously, while the previously despondent Reggie Miller joined in, exuberantly waving a towel in support of Feng Jie. "Shift. Prince, you fool," uttered Larry Brown with a loud reprimand, silencing the nearby substitutes. After landing, Feng Jie surged towards the uncontested basketball, seizing possession for a counterattack. Similarly, Prince hastened his steps to defend, confident in his blocking prowess. Feng Jie cast a sidelong glance behind him, noting that the two individuals were approximately a meter apart. With a powerful push from one leg, he soared into the air like a rocket. Prince leapt from a diagonal position, poised to execute a block. In midair, his body resembled a drawn bow, with one hand firmly gripping the basketball. The two collided, Feng Jie landing on Prince, who was protecting his head. With a resounding boom, he emphatically dunked over his opponent, forcefully slamming the ball into the hoop. Everyone stood in stunned silence. utterly incredulous that an Asian could soar over the championship small forward of the home team. Feng Jie faced the audience with clenched fists, rhythmically shaking them up and down in front of his eyes, reminiscent of a child in tears, mocking them as if to suggest they would cry like children when faced with adversity. His provocations ignited a tempest of curses, boos, and jeers, causing the entire arena to erupt once more, the roof straining under the cacophony. Congratulations to the host for achieving a 3 progress in the talent extraction opportunity. An electronic voice echoed once again. With a mischievous grin, Feng further taunted the spectators, indicating a complete escalation of tension. Barkley, relishing the spectacle, wore an expression of unrestrained delight. I urged Carlisle to advise him to temper his emotions, lest another brawl ensue. Kenny Smith, however, offered a more rational perspective. Such is the nature of players molded by American education. They are bold, exuberant, and unafraid to showcase their prowess. In contrast, players like YM and WZZ, emerging from the domestic scene, exhibit a more reserved demeanor, struggling to fully integrate into the team. Director Zhang from CCVD5, witnessing Feng Jie's antics, transformed into an expert commentator, lamenting the injustice faced by Feng Jie. Provoking the fans was the only way to enhance his talent extraction value. Eddie, stay close to him. Disrupt his dribbling rhythm, but do not allow him to pass easily. Tinsley was advised to switch defense with Crozier, as their pick-and-roll was formidable. They must not afford Hamilton an open shot. With the score gap narrowed from 15 points to just 2. It became evident that the championship team was not as invincible as presumed. They had to defend this possession fiercely. Let us go, brothers. Upon returning to the court, Feng Jie refrained from excessive celebration and swiftly transitioned to a defensive stance, rallying his teammates with encouragement. Let us go. The 4 players surrounding him echoed his fervor. Feng Jie had assumed the role of commander on the court, and both Carlisle and Miller observed him with newfound admiration, akin to how one gazes upon a beloved. Fueled by Feng Jie's performance, the Pacers felt an exhilarating sense of possibility, as if they could topple the championship team. Their morale soared like the scorching sun. They were formidable indeed. As the game transitioned from offense to defense, Pistons Parker advanced with the ball. In alignment with Feng Jie's expectations, Hamilton opted for a pick from his teammate, maneuvering from the interior to the left side of the court to initiate an attack. Prepared for the challenge, Tinsley deftly navigated the obstacles, closely shadowing him and leaving no room for a breakthrough, while Wallace emerged to set a screen. As Feng Jie observed his teammate being obstructed, he moved in tandem with Hamilton to the right. Wallace, confronted by the 185 centimeters Tinsley, raised his hand for the ball, intent on attacking the paint. Suddenly, David Harrison slid into position, leaping to contest his layup, causing the ball to ricochet off the rim with a resounding clang. Confidence surged within Feng Jie. The adrenaline coursing through his veins filled him with vitality. Indicating for Harrison to grab the rebound, he called for the ball to orchestrate the offensive play himself. Set a screen for me, and I'll give you an alley-oop, Feng instructed his teammate. Set a screen for you? An alley-oop? With your dribbling skills that could trip you up? Harrison replied, skepticism etched on his face. Little did they know, Feng Jie possessed an offensive capability rivaling that of James Harden during the 22-23 season, averaging over 20 points and 10 assists. Well, let us see what unfolds. Feng beckoned for the team's center to set a pick, position 45 for the screen, with Feng as the ball handler initiating the offense. This promised to deliver yet another surprise. In the studio, Kenny Smith and Barkley animatedly narrated the unfolding scene. All eyes were glued to the peculiar sight on the court, where 4 of the slowest-footed players engaged in a pick-and-roll collaboration at the arc. Feng Jie skillfully utilized a screen to swiftly penetrate past the opposing center's defense, executing a layup from within the free-throw line. Wallace, reacting quickly, accelerated to contest the shot, and as a multiple-time recipient of the Defensive Player of the Year award, he effortlessly blocked such a layup. Feng Jie aimed to capture the attention of his defender, altering his hand position midair, and tossed the basketball backwards. As he executed a pick-and-roll, Harrison seized the moment, leaping with fervor to overpower McDyess, emphatically dunking the ball into the hoop. Following the exhilarating slam dunk, he vigorously tugged at his jersey, unleashing his emotions with wild abandon. Splendid play. The score was tied. We must swiftly return to defense. Feng Jie patted him on the back, calmly advising. Chapter 3, The Decisive Moment. All right. Upon hearing his teammate's reminder, Harrison dutifully concluded his celebration, realizing that in the ensuing match, he would rely on Feng Jie to create opportunities. The score stood at 85-85, both teams locked in a stalemate. The palace of Auburn Hills had transformed into a veritable library, and Feng Jie, intent on further provoking the audience, was met with a warning glare from the referee, compelling him to restrain his antics. Larry Brown called for the final timeout, witnessing his team's lead of 15 points evaporate into a tie. Known for his volatile temperament, his fury could ignite the entire arena. A flurry of applause erupted as the starting players, seizing the opportunity to rest, felt disheartened. Perplexed by the prowess of this Chinese player, standing at an impressive 206 centimeters, capable of shooting, driving, passing, and defending, he seemed to descend from the heavens. Carlisle, echoing the sentiments of the Pistons players, wished he could summon his wife to witness this divine talent. Let us go, brothers. We have leveled the score, and we are now at a critical juncture. Let us maintain our resolve. Victory is ours. As the cheerleaders concluded their performance, the players returned to the court. The Pistons, starting from the half-court, relied on their adept passing and cutting, executing high-frequency pick-and-rolls. Ultimately, utilizing Hamilton's precise mid-range shooting, they secured crucial 2 points, breaking a scoring drought that had lasted over 3 minutes. The score shifted to 85-87, with the Pistons regaining the lead. In the final 12 seconds, Carlisle utilized his last timeout. For the last play, Feng emerged from the paint to receive the ball, making every effort to assist him. Remember the hand gesture for the pick-and-roll. The head coach entrusted the final shot to Feng Jie, a mark of utmost trust and honor from the traditionally stubborn Carlisle. As the Pacers initiated play from half-court, Feng Jie used a pick from Crozier to maneuver near the center circle to receive the ball. Observing Prince, who had switched onto him, he clutched the ball with his right hand at his waist, rhythmically opening and closing his left fist, signaling his teammates to spread out. Feng Jie possesses a profound understanding of the defensive player before him, Tayshaun Prince, who stands at an imposing height of 206 centimeters with a wingspan of 218 centimeters. In the finals, he remarkably stifled Kobe, allowing him to average a mere 46 minutes on the court per game, with an average of 22.6 points, a shooting percentage of 38.1, and an astonishing three-point shooting rate of just 17.4, showcasing a series of N.4.1 performances. With his exceptional wingspan, height, and remarkable agility, he has consistently earned selections to the all-defensive team. Only 8 seconds remain on the clock. Thud, thud, thud. The basketball rhythmically strikes the floor, its tempo ever-changing. Feng Jie executed a series of dribbles beneath his legs, skillfully manipulating the defensive focus of his opponents. With only 5 seconds remaining, he sprang into action, launching a decisive breakthrough from the right side. Prince, slightly delayed in his response, hastily accelerated to the right, closely shadowing the offensive player in defense. Feng Jie came to an abrupt halt, his right foot pushing against the ground as his agile form retreated gracefully. A double step back, a signature move of Dinga. Only 3 seconds remained on the clock. Prince, shifting all his weight to the right, observed as Feng Jie executed a backward shot, forcing him to alter his balance once more. He lunged towards the basketball, but alas, his foot slipped, causing him to kneel before Feng Jie. In that fleeting moment, all eyes were fixated upon Feng Jie. Only 1 second remained. At this moment, Feng Jie enters another universe, shielding himself from the surrounding people and noise. This world consists solely of him and the hoop. He leaps high, his arm outstretched, as the basketball spins through the air, tracing a magnificent arc. The referee, with a whistle in his mouth, raises his hand to signal a three-pointer. Swish. The ball sails through the net, a game-winning shot. Traveling. That was undoubtedly traveling. The referee has missed the call. How could he take 2 steps after gathering the ball? Are you blind? The screen above repeatedly showcases Feng Jie's step-back game winner, leaving the home crowd and the Pistons unable to accept the outcome. They swarm towards the sideline referee to protest, as the double step-back three-pointer seems too bizarre. By conventional basketball standards, it is certainly traveling. In the TNT studio, analysts grapple with this pivotal shot. I declare, this is undoubtedly the most thrilling game of the year, bar none. A brawl leads to ejections, a new star emerges, and in an unconventional fashion, he turns the game around. Those who miss this match will regret it for a lifetime. Kenny Smith humorously exaggerates his viewpoint. If this shot is deemed a legitimate basket, it would have monumental implications for the NBA. Can one continuously walk backward while holding the ball? Barkley, filled with excitement, leaps from the bench, mimicking the step-back motion in the studio, retreating until he vanishes at the door. Hurry back. Are you trying to sneak out early? Kenny Smith bursts into laughter at Barkley's antics, amplifying his jests. The sequence of actions is seamless, and he presents the officiating crew with a significant dilemma. No. It is a conundrum that the entire NBA officiating staff must confront. Upon Barkley's return to the studio, a more forgiving Kenny Smith patiently explains the situation. Across the ocean, CCTV5 broadcasts the same footage. A beautiful move, a stunning basket, yet the footwork is questionable. The footwork is undoubtedly flawed. Such unreasonable footwork. Nicknamed Zhang Reasonable. The commentator finds Feng Jie's game winner has upended his basketball beliefs. Young people love innovation. Let us see if the referees will count that three-pointer accurately. Head referee Tim Donaghy and his assistants become the new focal point, with everyone eagerly awaiting their next ruling. At the technical table, three heads lean forward, scrutinizing frame by frame Feng Jie's final act. Ultimately, Tim Donaghy steps onto the court, blows his whistle, and confidently declares the three-pointer valid, officially concluding the game. Congratulations to the host for turning the game around and earning the chance to draw a skill badge. 88-87, leading the team to a comeback. Upon hearing the referee's decision, all Pacers players excitedly rush onto the court toward Feng Jie. Don't pull my hair. Who's tugging my pants? Don't touch my backside. I like girls. Thank you. Surrounded by teammates celebrating wildly, he sways with the crowd, completely unable to resist. Once they settle down somewhat, Carlisle approaches, inviting Feng Jie to the post-game press conference. In just over 4 minutes on the court, he scored 14 points, recorded 2 assists, 2 steals, and hit 3 out of 4 three-pointers, leading the team to a comeback against the championship team. Today, a spotlight is undeniably on him. The Pacers have snatched a victory, with the referees as their accomplices. That final shot was a blatant violation. Damn, our players gave their all. The victory should belong to us. This is utterly unfair. You need not ask. I have said all that needs to be said. Write whatever you wish, consider it my words. Farewell. Larry Brown, filled with rage. Cannot accept that the championship team was outplayed by the opposing team's waterboy, only to be defeated at home by a second-round pick. He angrily berates the officiating crew, indifferent to any fines that may follow. What? We stole a victory? He insults us while simultaneously disrespecting his players. If a 15-2 comeback is considered stealing, I prefer the term seizing. Yes, we seized victory from their hands. We are fiercer, more ruthless, and more desperate for victory. Chapter 4, Becoming a GOAT in the Influencer Realm? We are the ones who fought harder. We deserve the outcome of this game. Thank you. Regarding the final game winner, you understand, as a second-round pick, I cannot afford hefty fines. If I must say something, you may repeatedly watch that final moment. I trust you will reach the most accurate conclusion. Fearlessly expressing his thoughts, Carlisle sits beside Feng Jie, thoroughly impressed by his reasoned and measured demeanor, embodying the grace of a true leader. Journalists have already conceived headlines for tomorrow's newspapers. The seized victory. Asian player stands firm against criticism. Behind the second-round pick's game winner lies a deeper story. Asian player, the 15-2 comeback was no theft. A second-round pick speaks out. Asian player's double step-back game winner sparks controversy. Can the Pacers' victory truly win over the crowd? Double step-back game winner controversy. Waves of doubt sweep the sports world, with the truth behind the hype yet to be revealed. Similarly, his double step-back game winner incited significant controversy for some time. Congratulations to the host for becoming the focal point of NBA controversy, earning a 20-point talent draw. Is this forcing Feng Jie to become an influencer? With no training tasks, he either entices the audience or becomes the center of controversy, all at once gaining so much. Unbeknownst to him, a 15-year-old boy at Artesia High School in Lakewood, California, is intently watching the videotape. He idolizes Feng Jie, repeatedly mimicking his stylish game winner. While chatting with peers, he decides to dub that shot the judgment shot. After the press conference, as Feng Jie walks back to the locker room, he is genuinely congratulated by the Pacers staff, as he is well-liked. Upon pushing open the locker room door, 2 buckets of ice water and various drinks come rushing towards him, making him shiver as he feels his hair being tousled by several hands. Our superstar, leading the comeback. Today's game winner. Rookie, you must have taken performance-enhancing drugs, right? Suddenly becoming so formidable, I think we need to run some tests. I remember there's a Chinese spell called summoning a deity. Did Reggie Miller possess you? One teammate, familiar with China, interjects. The truth is, Feng Jie summoned Harden, Simmons, and Parsons, all elite talents meticulously vetted by the Kardashian clan. Little Shaquille O'Neal and Jackson, who were ejected, can only watch the game on television until they finally get to confront the rookie in person to vent their emotions. All right. As the team's leader, Reggie Miller stepped forward, signaling for everyone to cease their revelry. At that moment, Carlisle entered the locker room, his smile evaporating, replaced by a stern expression. Influenced by his demeanor, all expressions of mirth vanished, and the players silently returned to their respective places, particularly those who had previously engaged in the fray on the court. Towering figures now resembled timid quails. They understood the weight of the coach's concerns. Prior to the season's commencement, Carlisle had been troubled by how to arrange the starting lineup. Following this match, he remained vexed by the same dilemma. The former was a delightful quandary, burdened by an abundance of talent, while the latter was a genuine frustration, stemming from a scarcity of skilled players. In a mere evening, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. At 39, Reggie Miller was acutely aware that his time was dwindling. Had there been no brawl on the court today, the team could have boasted a starting lineup featuring the peak-performing Shaquille O'Neal and Artest as a formidable offensive and defensive force. Alongside them, the seasoned Steven Jackson could stabilize the team's morale while commanding the center. The bench also housed capable players like Tinsley and Fred Jones as worthy reinforcements. Such a perfectly balanced team, even in the previous timeline, managed to endure through a tumultuous brawl with the audience. After facing severe penalties, they still entered the playoffs in the 2004-2005 season with a respectable sixth-place finish. Unfortunately, they encountered their perennial rivals, the Pistons, and were eliminated in a 4-2 series. There was no expectation for a minor player like Feng Jie to make an appearance. Thus, while the world could cast aspersions upon Artest, he was not without his own criticisms. However, Artest, mindful of his dining etiquette, chose to await Feng Jie out of gratitude. Clap, clap, clap. The team had performed admirably, prompting Carlisle to casually suggest they gather their belongings and return home to face the Orlando Magic. With a sense of disinterest, Carlisle uttered a few words before turning towards the bus in the parking lot. For him and Reggie Miller, the ensuing hours would be excruciatingly long. By tomorrow, they would learn what penalties the league would impose, which would ultimately determine their fate for the season. Aboard the plane to Indiana, the players succumbed to slumber. Feng Jie blinked and activated the system. Congratulations, host, you have acquired the skill badge of Lamar Odom, the boyfriend of Khloe Kardashian, from the 2002-2003 season. Is he not the so-called left-handed magician, the short-lived figure who nearly suffered a stroke? Kardashian family and their boyfriend's V1. 0 name. Feng Jie age, 19 years and 112 days height, weight, wingspan, non-replaceable 206 centimeters, 103 kilograms. 217 centimeters offensive ability, replaceable James Harden, 22-23 season. Defensive ability, replaceable Chandler Parsons, 13-14 season. Athletic ability, replaceable Ben Simmons, 23-24 season. Skill badge, replaceable Lamar Odom, 02-03 season. Talent extraction attempts, 0 talent extraction progress, 27. The host can extract major categories such as offense, defense, and athleticism. Additionally, specific attributes like speed, strength, and jump can be selected for extraction. However, extracting the abilities of designated players will require more extraction opportunities. Methods to increase talent extraction progress. 1. Engage with on-site fans. The more enthusiastic the response, the better the growth effect. 2. Interact with renowned female stars. The higher their fame, the better the growth effect. 3. Become the center of a controversial topic in the NBA. Interacting with fans is easily manageable, as long as one performs well and acts as an outstanding DJ to energize the home crowd. It is even simpler a way, just provoke the audience. As for renowned female stars, that's not difficult either. In a few days, I will be the league's rising star, and the female celebrities will undoubtedly come to me. What famous female stars were there in 2005? Feng Jie pondered, scratching the back of his head. Lastly, if I have money, I shall establish a media company to sensationalize topics and tailor various statistics. Even if I merely pass gas, newspapers will report on it the next day as if it were breaking news. These matters are for the future. The priority is to delve into the system. After spending considerable time studying it in his seat, he discovered a page listing player names. Apart from the few attributes he had already drawn, notable names included Devin Booker, Jordan Clarkson, Blake Griffin, Ben Simmons, Russell, and Odom. Indeed, the Kardashian family does not associate with obscure figures. Jeremy Lin? Kyle Kuzma? Are these two also connected? Feng Jie felt a pang of curiosity. Yet, these details are inconsequential. He refocused his thoughts. Initially, it is essential not to select individual players. Extracting specific abilities from the prize pool is overly challenging and lacks cost-effectiveness. Chapter 5. Why provoke him? It would be wiser to first extract major categories of peak players. such as MVP-level offensive abilities of Harden or the defensive prowess of peak Simmons, or the athleticism of peak Griffin. Only later should one optimize their minor attributes, like Booker's shooting or Lynn's speed, or Simmons' passing ability at his peak. On November 20th, 2004, early in the morning, David Stern convened a press conference to announce the penalties for the Pacers and Pistons. The events of last night's game were shocking, distasteful, and unforgivable. It was an affront to all associated with the NBA. This was a blatant violation of sportsmanship and professional ethics, severely damaging the NBA's image and reputation. The penalties will be the harshest in NBA history, but this is merely the beginning, not the end. Stern has been tirelessly pondering how to promote the NBA across various countries. To prove that basketball is a gentleman's sport, he even drafted various regulations to standardize player behavior. Who would have thought that a fire would erupt in their own backyard, making them wish to administer 10 American-style penalties to each of them out of sheer frustration? Ron Artest, as the principal offender, was suspended for 30 games and fined $1 million. Stephen Jackson, the Warrior, was suspended for 15 games and fined $800,000. Shaquille O'Neal received a 10-game suspension and a fine of $500,000. Anthony Johnson was suspended for 5 games and fined $200,000. Ben Wallace received a 5-game suspension, while Chauncey Billups, Chris Webber, and Antonio Campbell were each suspended for 1 game. At the post-game press conference, Larry Brown questioned the referees and was fined $25,000. In total, the 9 players faced heightened penalties, with fines exceeding $2,500,000. This does not even account for the penalties imposed on the clubs or the forfeited wages. Regardless, this punishment is a significant blow for the Pacers, a team aspiring for the championship in the 04-05 season. Fortunately, due to Feng Jie's emergence, Artest did not face the severe consequences he encountered in the previous timeline when he assaulted a home crowd member. Reggie Miller, aware of the penalty results, let out a deep sigh. At least the hope of retaining a championship bid remains, does it not? Currently, the team utilizes many newcomers and substitutes, having just completed a game yesterday. Thus, today as practice primarily focuses on restoring stamina and enhancing team chemistry through low-intensity activities. Reggie Miller, with a wrist injury, could only participate in rehabilitation training while Artest rested in the hospital. The other players who faced suspensions also joined the team for practice. Feng Jie requested assistance from his teammates to retrieve the basketball while he positioned himself beyond the three-point line, poised for a pass. "You little rookie, are you also practicing your three-point shots?" he jested. "Your previous game was merely a stroke of luck. Surely, you do not believe it reflects your true prowess." Having trained together for several months, the teammates were well aware of each other's capabilities, and little O'Neal chuckled as he teased. With no defender in sight, Feng Jie relaxed and effortlessly raised his hand to shoot. As the ball soared through the air, his teammates jubilantly raised their hands in celebration. Upon receiving the pass, Bayin's mind recalled a phrase, having just activated the skill badge reminiscent of Lamar Odom from the 2002-2003 season. Swish. The ball passed through the net, producing a delightful sound. "Well done, little rookie. Keep it up with the next shot," little O'Neal remarked, watching the basketball roll across the ground with a hint of dissatisfaction. "If that shot doesn't go in, I owe you $100. If it does, you owe me the same." Feng Jie inclined his chin towards little O'Neal. For those who follow the NBA, no one is unfamiliar with Harden. Thus, he felt quite confident in his three-point shooting abilities, believing that taking advantage of their ignorance regarding his current prowess would yield a handsome profit. "Jermaine, do not hesitate. Wager with him. It is a surefire bet. A mere $100 is too trivial. Let us start at $500. Count me in. I support you, little O'Neal. And I as well. I place my bet on little O'Neal." "Phone, can the salary of a second-round rookie cover your losses?" The others on the training court began to cheer. For the money was inconsequential. They merely relished the spectacle. Like little O'Neal, they all found it hard to believe that Feng Jie could have developed three-point shooting skills in just a day or two. Carlisle did not intervene, as he too was curious about Feng Jie's current shooting abilities. "Let the betting commence. Even if it's $500 per shot, let us wager on 10 shots. Young rookie, do you dare?" Provoked by the challenge, little O'Neal raised the stakes and established the rules. "Come now, I have noted down your names. Remember to count your money later, and coach, do not forget to collect my winnings." Feng Jie nodded in agreement, and to prevent them from shirking their responsibilities, he brought Carlisle into this farce as well. Subsequently, everyone voluntarily cleared the area, their gazes fixated upon him. Duong. As anticipated, the first shot ricocheted off the rim. $500 in hand, Laughter erupted among those who had wagered on Little O'Neal. Whoosh! The second shot sailed effortlessly through the net, producing a melodious sound. The score was tied. Fortune was favoring them, but the next shot was likely to miss. No need to panic. Whoosh! The third shot found its mark with the same precision. $500 was merely a modest win. We have encountered far more daunting scenarios. Whoosh! The fourth shot rolled around the rim before finally descending into the net. Look at that. It almost bounced out. Surely, the next shot would not find success. Whoosh! The fifth shot struck true, simultaneously piercing their hearts. Such a spectacle was unprecedented. How many had been made thus far? The bettors began to feel a tinge of anxiety. Whoosh! The sixth shot followed suit. Guided with unerring accuracy toward the center of the hoop. Could it be that he had truly developed a three-point shooting prowess? Now, 6 out of 5. Observing the commotion. Reggie Miller approached from the other side to ascertain the situation. Whoosh! With no hesitation, Feng Jie received the ball and released it, even accelerating his shooting pace. His hands felt scorching hot. Count the money. Reggie Miller, known for his sharpshooting, was the first to notice Feng Jie's rhythm. Whoosh! The eighth shot mirrored the speed and trajectory of its predecessor, causing the net to ripple. Who had provoked him? Couldn't they just leave things be? The bettors on Little O'Neal's side wore forlorn expressions, murmuring their grievances. Duong. The ninth shot lacked the same power. Continuous shooting had evidently taken its toll on his stamina. Damn. He finally missed. Let us not have another. $3,500 would suffice. Although the loss was not substantial, no one was eager to part with their money willingly. Whoosh! For the 10th shot, Feng Jie readjusted his grip and force. The ball once again finding its way through the hoop. Stop! Enough with the 10 shots. Seeing him poised to shoot again, his teammates urgently intervened. This was utterly terrifying. Merely 3 minutes ago, had anyone suggested that Feng Jie possessed three-point shooting ability, they would have been met with scorn. Yet after witnessing his performance, they were entirely convinced that he had indeed honed his three-point shooting skills. Those with expertise discern the subtleties, while the untrained merely observe the spectacle. As a historically elite shooter, the most proficient marksman on the team, Feng Jie's final shots showcased a rhythm, fluidity of motion, stability in jumping, and an explosive use of body mechanics that left an indelible impression. Among sharpshooters, it was hard not to feel a surge of excitement. Reggie Miller felt an itch in his hands. Chapter 6. This is Zone. Indeed, it was remarkable. He had never seen Feng Jie shoot three-pointers before. Yet after placing bets, his accuracy was astonishing. How had he developed such a skill? Quickly, he sought guidance from Fred. With his shooting prowess, he was undoubtedly all-star caliber. The remaining teammates grasped his hands, scrutinizing him as if examining a precious gem. They failed to recognize the offensive capabilities I possess. Allow me to introduce myself. The king of nightclubs, a dedicated driver for BBW. In every game, he merely needed to sink 3 or 4 shots to rack up over 20 points as a historical scoring champion. He made defenders wish to sever their hands. He was the pioneer of face-up and back-to-basket play. The 2017 to 2018 NBA regular season most valuable player, a 4-time league free throw champion, and a cornerstone of the franchise who had led the league in scoring for 3 consecutive seasons, as well as twice being the assist leader, James Harden. Feng Jie was still engaged in playful banter when he noticed Reggie Miller approaching. The young man possessed quite an impressive aim. Shall we indulge in a friendly match? All eyes lit up, as they had been lamenting the substantial sum of money they had unwittingly forfeited. Who would have anticipated such a swift opportunity to recoup their losses? Let's get this underway swiftly. Feng, are you not afraid? A man must never concede defeat. He must always prevail. The stakes were high, and they were determined to embellish the narrative, fueling the excitement with fervor. Feng Jie had not anticipated that Miller, nearing 40, would join the fray. However, it mattered little. For the stakes were merely winnings, a trivial matter of gain or loss. He was eager to witness the precision of the former three-point champion. All right, how shall we proceed? Who will initiate the game? With that thought, he nodded in agreement to partake in the contest. I shall take the lead. The two individuals positioned themselves at a 45-degree angle on either side, alternating in their attempts to score 10 shots each. The one who scored the most would emerge victorious. With odds of 2-1 for betting on Feng and even odds for Miller, betting from both sides was prohibited, with a maximum wager of $2,000. Seize this opportunity and decide wisely whom to back. Upon seeing Feng Jie's consent, young O'Neal hastily clarified the rules, revealing that they often engaged in such practices during training sessions. Bet on Feng. He just made 8 out of 10. His hand is scorching, O'Neal proclaimed confidently. Yet Miller is flawless with his three-point shots. The choice is indeed challenging. Among the 2004 cohort, Harrison naturally supported Feng Jie. However, upon catching a glare from Miller, he quickly added, but perhaps Feng is merely experiencing an extraordinary moment, while Miller has proven himself over time. Foster, a loyal supporter of Miller after 6 seasons together, contributed to the spirited discussions, which had evolved from strategizing on how to reclaim their initial investments into a lively debate about who was superior, the youth or the elder. Thus, the question lingered, was Reggie Miller still sharp as ever, or was Feng Jie ready to shine anew? The two took their positions, with different factions eagerly watching them. The game commenced with the first shot. Whoosh. Feng Jie struck first, continuing his previous momentum. Whoosh. Miller followed suit, affirming his prowess. On the second shot, whoosh. Feng Jie scored again, demonstrating his skill. Whoosh. Miller refused to yield, matching him shot for shot. The third shot, however, struck the rim, teetering precariously before ultimately falling through the net. Thank goodness. Feng Jie murmured as he confirmed the basket. A collective sigh of relief escaped the few youths who had bet on him. Wait, that went in? The older generation, poised to celebrate, were taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. As they sought to confirm whether the ball would bounce out, Miller's rhythm was disrupted, leading to an overzealous fourth shot that struck the backboard. Exciting. Go, Feng. Go, go. The atmosphere shifted as both factions felt the tension escalate. The fourth shot, whoosh. Feng Jie once again displayed remarkable precision. Whoosh. Miller, undeterred, quickly regained his composure and scored anew. The fifth shot, whoosh. The net danced mercilessly, resembling a frenetic chase, as both players elevated their performance, enhancing the stakes of the contest. Feng Jie felt as though he had returned to the moment of his previous game-winning shot. In that instant, he, the basketball, and the hoop constituted his entire universe. Swish. Miller also sensed Feng Jie's remarkable intensity and quickened his shooting pace to match his rhythm. Eager to imprint this moment in Feng Jie's memory, Miller nostalgically recalled his own prime, a time when he felt invincible. Unfortunately, the pain radiating from his wrist served as a stark reminder of his age. He halted his shot, gazing intently at Feng Jie. 6th, 7th, 8th, 9th, 10th, 10 consecutive shots. My heavens, this is utterly insane. Feng, you are the deity of three-pointers. So precise, so accurate. I must take you to the Research Institute to uncover what has changed. A group of young men, having won some money, rushed to surround Feng Jie. The older generation, after sharing a few words with Miller, approached to express their joyful congratulations. You possess an innate talent for shooting. With diligent training, you will surpass me. They urged him to remember the feeling from his recent shots, encouraging him to strive for that state in every game. Leading the way, Miller held great faith in Feng Jie. Jordan believes in you. You may scoff at that, even dismiss him with disdain. However, when the tenacious Reggie Miller states that you have potential, it is indeed a testament to your promise. On the sidelines, Carlisle was filled with elation. 18 out of 20 shots from the perimeter. What does this signify? This shooting ability now rivals that of the peak Reggie Miller. He felt akin to a traveler in a desert, on the brink of death from thirst, only to discover an unopened bottle of mineral water in his pack. He wished he could lock it away in a safe, determined that for the sake of the team, no further misfortunes should arise. Ahem. Coach, remember to collect my winnings, $52,000 in total. Upon hearing the coach's cough, Feng Jie exclaimed loudly, all right. This time, the salary will be deposited into your account. Thank you, coach. After a brief respite, he announced the commencement of the simulated scrimmage. Carlisle, managing his emotions, intervened to halt the playful banter among the players. Having spoken, he turned and proceeded to collaborate with the assistant coaches to formulate the roster. Feng Jie, Foster, Clocher, Fred Jones, and James Jones formed Team A. David Harrison, Little O'Neal, Tinsley, Jackson, and Desmond Falmouth constituted Team B. The simulated confrontation match commenced. The intensity of this ordinary contest was relatively low, with most players merely going through the motions to enhance team cohesion. Rarely did anyone engage in earnest defense or offense. There was no jump ball. Instead, the ball was directly given to Feng Jie's group. Jones held the ball on the perimeter, executing several feints to exploit Falmouth's vulnerabilities, and then attempted to penetrate the interior. The other members of Team B could only collapse inwards to disrupt his progress. Hey, pass the ball. Hey, pass the ball. He raised his hands, incessantly urging his teammates to make a pass. He observed that Jones had a peculiar habit. Once he started dribbling, he seemed oblivious to his teammates. He would relentlessly pursue a singular path, either shooting or driving to the basket, as if the pass button were malfunctioning. Chapter 7. The Confrontation Match. Jones insisted on reaching a state of utter exhaustion before he would halt to seek out his teammates. Upon noticing a teammate in a favorable position, he finally distributed the ball to Feng Jie. It was no wonder that, despite being the 2004 dunk champion, he spent his entire career as a bench player. Having just witnessed Feng Jie's formidable three-point shooting, he posed a significant threat. Jackson, who had been defending closer, suddenly lunged towards him. Since he had committed to this approach, it was evident that his original assignment was now left unguarded. Feng Jie executed a ground pass with his right hand, delivering the ball to Kroschel. With a swift motion, he received the well-placed pass from his teammate, finding himself unguarded. A gentle flick was all that was required, and the basketball swished through the net. Is it a silver dime for the 2002 to 2003 season's Odom, adorned with a silver dime medal? Feng Jie was unexpectedly impressive. The news spread quickly. As the goal-scoring crochet fell back, he raised his right hand, continuously waving it in front of Feng Jie. Team B launched an attack. Little O'Neal set a screen for Tinsley, who received the ball and pivoted, attempting to put the basketball through the hoop. Feng Jie, having been bypassed, hurriedly followed, striving to leap and interfere with the shot. To evade the outstretched hand, Little O'Neal hastened his release, causing the ball to veer off course. Positioned advantageously, he prepared to grab the rebound and initiate a second attack. Feng Jie, landing a moment later, exhibited quicker bounce speed, seizing the opportunity to tap the ball into the air. He then leapt repeatedly, cradling the basketball in his arms. The bronze-level rebounder triggered a new skill badge. Damn it. Feng, are you really this serious in a practice match? Little O'Neal remarked, shaking his head as he saw Feng Jie snatch the ball from behind. I haven't even broken a sweat. How can you be so affected? On the sidelines, Carlisle observed this scene with an approving nod. The defensive attitude remained as diligent as ever, yet the physical prowess was akin to two different individuals. Perhaps it warranted a trip to the hospital for research. But it was essential to endure this period before any examination could take place. This ridiculous thought made him chuckle. During the practice match, Feng Jie attempted to dribble past half-court and noticed Fred Jones cutting in, evading his defender. With a powerful right-hand slam, the basketball spun and shot from beyond the three-point line, piercing deep into the opponent's territory, a stunning long-distance bounce pass. Everyone was momentarily stunned. The ball firmly adhering to Fred Jones's right hand. He effortlessly executed a layup, truly a master of chaos. Damn it, did you have to pass it so forcefully? On his way over to celebrate with a high five, he couldn't help but complain while shaking his hand. How on earth did that pass get through? The teammates, unable to replay the moment in slow motion, wore expressions of bewilderment. Damn, that was a surgical pass. Carlisle, who watched the replay repeatedly, couldn't help but marvel. After leaving Feng Jie's hand, the ball pierced through Team B's entire defense. Excluding the 4 defenders, there were still 2 teammates involved, 6 players in total. Any slight deviation would have resulted in a turnover or interception. The most splendid aspect was that Fred Jones, upon receiving the ball, didn't need to slow down and could seamlessly proceed to score. Feng Jie, the master of exquisite passing, felt elated, having discovered yet another new badge. Feng, when did your vision become so exceptional and your ball handling skills so proficient? Who are you really? Confess, or I will take you to the hospital for examination. The few teammates from Team A surrounded Feng, excitedly teasing him. With his newfound three-point ability already remarkable, now he exhibited passing and dribbling skills exceeding that of many league point guards. They earnestly reevaluated Feng Jie. The starters from Team B quickly responded in kind. Jackson maneuvered around Little O'Neal to the perimeter, caught the ball, feigned a move, and took advantage of the timing to break towards the free throw line, successfully sinking a jump shot. Feng Jie stood at the left side at a 45-degree angle, assisting his teammate by drawing out Little O'Neal, thereby creating more space in the paint. Fred Jones passed the ball to Foster at the elbow and moved to set a screen for Feng Jie. With the ball in hand, Foster noticed Feng Jie cutting sharply after the screen and delivered the basketball to him. The players from Team B, Harrison and Little O'Neal, found themselves either drawn out or hindered by the screen, leaving the interior remarkably vacant. Receiving the ball, Feng Jie was presented with countless scoring options. Foster, alley-oop. Feng Jie called out loudly to his nearby teammates, deftly lifting the ball with his right hand. Responding to his teammate's call, Foster, after passing the ball, prepared to seize the rebound with a powerful one-handed slam dunk. Haha, Feng, it's been ages since I enjoyed such a comfortable alley-oop. Absolutely exhilarating. The two leapt into the air, colliding in celebration. Jeff Foster had spent his entire career as a blue-collar player, relying solely on his exceptional physical attributes, devoid of offensive finesse. Had it been another player, the play would have typically concluded with a straightforward score, leaving no room for him to shine. Thus, he felt immense gratitude towards Feng Jie for selflessly relinquishing the scoring opportunity, allowing him to showcase his skills, which significantly enhanced his appreciation for Feng. The coach also recognized the clever synergy that could be achieved within Team A, especially the dramatic contrast of a 188 centimeters point guard setting screens for a 206 centimeters power forward. In the subsequent scrimmage, Feng Jie further distinguished himself with a series of exquisite assists, engaging all teammates in the offensive strategies, thereby enhancing their defensive enthusiasm. Feng Jie invigorated every member of Team A with enthusiasm and passion. In stark contrast, Team B, despite boasting starters like Little O'Neal, Tinsley, and Jackson, exhibited a lackluster offense devoid of creativity, sluggish defense, and an overall lack of motivation, resulting in a most frustrating performance. The essence of exceptional leadership, a keen sense of the broader picture, and comprehensive scoring ability. These were the hallmarks of the cornerstone of the team following Reggie Miller, as Carlisle contemplated. After practice, he stood amidst the players and announced the starting lineup for the day. Jeff Foster at center, James Jones at power forward, Crozier at small forward, Fred Jones at shooting guard, and Tinsley as point guard. The unfortunate news was that Feng Jie had not secured a starting position. The silver lining, however, was that the bench was sparse, allowing him the luxury of waiting for his opportunity to play. As Feng Jie prepared to shower, he turned to see the coach beckoning him and approached. "You have been performing admirably lately, and now there are no available players on the bench for the team. I would like you to step in as a core player for the second unit temporarily," Carlisle stated patiently. As the head coach, he felt no need to communicate extensively regarding strategies. Such a patient explanation underscored Feng Jie's significance in his eyes. In the past, the emotions of lesser players had often gone unconsidered. "That's perfectly fine. I have great respect for the coach's arrangements," Feng Jie replied. Feng Jie expressed his understanding with remarkable calmness. To claim he felt no emotion would be disingenuous. Upon hearing the coach announce the starting lineup, he felt a profound sense of disappointment. Despite his vigorous performance in the scrimmage and the team's current lack of players, he was inexplicably omitted from the starting roster. After reflecting on the team's situation, he found his thoughts aligned with Carlisle's and thus chose not to dwell on it further. That evening, the Pacers faced off against the Magic at home. In the summer of 2004, the Magic executed a significant trade with the Rockets, involving the two-time scoring champion Tracy McGrady, the all-star power forward Rashard Lewis, and the future championship coach Tyronn Lue, all moving to the Rockets to form a duo that ignited great hope among Chinese basketball fans, the Yao Ming combination. In return, the Magic received three-time all-star guard Steve Francis, along with Cuttino Mobley and Kevin Cato, the rookie tasked with tying Yao Ming's shoelaces. This trade seemingly bolstered the Magic's roster on paper, though it proved to be merely superficial. Since the season began, Francis averaged 22 points, 8 rebounds, and 7 assists per game, impressive numbers that, however, were inflated by excessive shot attempts, with a mere 43 shooting accuracy from two-point range and a dismal 31 from beyond the arc. The other star player, Grant Hill, despite having fully recovered physically from numerous injuries, carried the psychological scars of his past, hindering his performance and robbing him of the former brilliance that once made him a successor to Jordan. Similarly, Mobley, who also arrived via trade, averaged 16.8 points with shooting percentages of 43.8 from both two-point and three-point ranges, and 2.8 assists per game. As for Dwight Howard in the 2004 to 2005 season, he was neither the beast nor the spark, but merely a fledgling rookie. The entire Magic roster was filled with isolation scorers, but lacked a true orchestrator of the offense. As the players warmed up, following the previous day's game, the opposing team could not even field a complete starting lineup. It felt like an ordinary warm-up match. Francis, having seen the news from yesterday, scoffed dismissively. Tinsley and Fred, both under 190 centimeters tall, were the defensive weaknesses of the Pacers, and the strategy was primarily to exploit them. Hill, while organizing his gear, offered his advice. "No problem," replied Johnny Davis, the team coach, nodding in agreement. "Stop pretending to be profound. There is no strategy, no motivation." Grant Hill cast a sidelong glance at the coach. It was understandable he thought this way. Despite their brief collaboration, Davis had shown little tactical acumen, revealing that the team relied heavily on individual brilliance, with defense contingent upon the opponent's performance. Without a cohesive offensive and defensive system, the team's record would inevitably falter in the latter half of the season. As he predicted, mid-season, Johnny Davis was dismissed from the team. Once the game commenced, everything unfolded as Hill and Francis had anticipated. With neither O'Neal nor Arteas providing help for the two shorter guards, they combined for 22 points in just the first quarter. Fred Jones struggled to keep pace with Francis, while Tinsley was thoroughly exploited, unable to control the game. Any Magic player who found a favorable matchup could dominate their opponent, akin to a withdrawal machine. To assist defensively, they left Howard open inside, allowing him to score 8 points, while the others managed only 7. The defensive system collapsed entirely, with the Magic flourishing both inside and out. The score stood at 22-37, with the Pacers only managing a meager 22 points, trailing by 15. Tinsley was once again beaten by Stevenson, who penetrated the paint, drawing the Pacers center to help, only to pass to Howard for a dunk. Carlisle paced back and forth along the sideline, glancing at the bench where Feng Jie and Reggie Miller sat. With the star player nursing a wrist injury and not yet ready to play, he instructed Feng, "You'll replace Tinsley and play the power forward position. Focus on defense and let Fred Jones handle the point." After patting his shoulder, they both made their way to the scorer's table. The broadcast had just concluded with the Rockets and Clippers on CCTV5 when they decided to air the ongoing game featuring Feng Jie and the Pacers. Good evening, viewers. You're tuned into CCTV5 Sports Channel, where we are live from the 2004 to 2005 season as the Pacers take on the Orlando Magic at home. In yesterday's game, we witnessed a remarkable performance from the Chinese player Feng Jie, who led the Pacers in a comeback. Thus, we continue to follow his journey today. The broadcast replayed Feng Jie's impressive highlights from the previous game. "Wow, that pass was incredibly stylish. This is the caliber of play we expect from a player from China," exclaimed fans who had missed the live broadcast. "No, I still believe that last-second shot had an issue. No matter how many times I watched the replay." Some insist Feng Jie traveled. It became clear that one need not be 226 centimeters tall to excel in basketball. He is so audacious, constantly provoking the crowd with utter disregard for decorum, remarked older fans who disapproved of Feng Jie's demeanor. "Haha, I love how Feng Jie stands up to the audience. We're the villains." The rebellious spirit of the youth found great appeal in him. All right, now Feng Jie is preparing to enter the game. If I were Rick Carlisle, I would have put him in during the first quarter. The backcourt is too short to hold their ground. However, can Feng Jie withstand Howard? They mused. Surely, he is a better option than Tinsley on the court against the formidable offensive firepower of Hill and Francis, whose defensive weaknesses have been magnified. Zhang He and the host analyzed the unfolding situation on the court, exchanging a high five with the substituted Tinsley as they discussed the coach's strategy and communicated with teammates. They then immersed themselves in the next defensive series. "You don't think you can stop me, do you?" Howard taunted, flaunting his bravado. "Yesterday, the Pistons met the same fate you did, and then they went home crying to their mothers." Feng Jie retaliated mercilessly. "Do you know who was celebrated as the top pick in our country? Let me teach you, it's called the Wang Yuanlang." He continued, his thoughts seemingly disjointed. "Zhuang Yuanlang." The innocent and naive high school student Howard murmured in confusion. "All right, Zhuang Yuanlang, with your pathetic low-post one-on-one skills, why don't you try asking your teammates for a pass? Surely, you wouldn't be too timid to take on a second-round pick, would you? They must have been blind to select you as the first overall pick." This was the very purpose of Feng Jie's taunts, as he deliberately taught him a phrase in Mandarin to ensure he understood the mockery. Howard, a freshman, lacked any real one-on-one ability, often relying on his physical prowess to force his way to the rim or create space for dunks or layups through offensive rebounds. Unable to tolerate being outmaneuvered by a second-round pick of the same year, the muscle-bound Howard chose to shove and jostle with Feng Jie in the low post, signaling for the ball with his back turned. Francis, holding the ball beyond the three-point line, feigned ignorance. He made a decisive move to the right, breaking past Jones's defense and charging toward the basket, as he noticed the opposing center approaching to provide help defense. The attacking point guard Francis's passes were always a last resort. Just as the two opponents were a step apart, he slowed down and rose for a jump shot. Jones, closely trailing, leaped to contest the shot. Chapter 9. Howard, who could not get the ball bang. The shot was interfered with, the force too great, causing the ball to ricochet off the rim. Feng Jie turned his body to face the hoop, firmly positioning Howard behind him, denying any opportunity for a jump and allowing his teammates to seize the rebound. He was acutely aware of the former first overall pick's capabilities and primary offensive strategies. However, He lacked confidence in the athleticism of Ben Simmons for the 2023-2024 season, opting for the most conservative approach. Foster effortlessly secured the rebound and passed the ball to the team's point guard. Am I mistaken? First overall pick? You lack the ability to dominate one-on-one, do you not? In the hearts of your teammates, you hold neither trust nor status. As they transitioned from offense to defense, Feng Jie intentionally whispered into Howard's ear, delivering a cutting remark. Shut your mouth, you scoundrel. Howard, irritated by his opponent's words, clenched his fists and turned to defend. Damn, Francis, I am the future of this team. Trading you is merely to support my rise. Feng Jie did not venture into the paint. As a power forward, he surprisingly stationed himself at the corner three-point line, indulging in a cigarette. Howard, standing alongside him at that corner, found the situation rather uncomfortable. His teammate, Kevin Cato, moved languidly. Thus Feng Jie bore the responsibility of providing defensive support. Fred Jones, noticing Howard being drawn out, signaled for the center to execute a high pick-and-roll, quickening his pace. He maneuvered past the defender, charging towards the basket, poised for a layup. Howard abandoned his assignment at the corner and also surged towards the paint to help defend. Hey, hey, hey. The unguarded Feng Jie raised his hands, incessantly signaling for the ball. However, Jones was a beat slow in delivering the pass. As Feng Jie readied for his shot, Howard had already pivoted to contest. The silver silhouette of a catch-and-shoot player flickered in Feng Jie's mind. At that moment, Odom's prowess was activated. Upon receiving the ball, he adjusted his shooting form and deliberately elevated the arc of his shot. The basketball rolled around the rim before finally sinking through the net for a three-pointer. Did you step in dog poop? How on earth did that shot go in? Howard remarked indignantly as he turned to see the ball nestled in the net. Indeed, I must have stepped in it. Thus, refrain from urinating in public next time. He chuckled while retreating on defense. Is he insulting me? Howard inquired of his nearby teammate. No, hurry up and inbound. Grandel urged, without elaboration. Ha. He is calling you a dog, Francis unabashedly proclaimed. Damn those Chinese. Pass me the ball later. I'm ready to overpower him in the low post. Let him understand why I am the first overall pick while he is merely a second-round draft choice. As the score stood at 25-37, Feng Jie, returning to defense, extended his arms, repeatedly waving to invigorate the home crowd. Unfortunately, the team trailed significantly, leaving most of the home fans disinterested. Only a handful mirrored his gestures. Congratulations to the host for attaining a talent extraction opportunity progress of 0.1. Is it truly this meager? Feng Jie pondered silently. Howard initiated the inbound pass, while Francis orchestrated the offense. Feng Jie had yet to utter a word, but Howard still recalled the whispers from the previous round lingering in his ear. He immediately sank into a low position, initiating a fierce struggle between the two, their eyes gleaming with an insatiable hunger for possession. Francis noticed his movement as well, however. On the other side, Grant Hill skillfully utilized a teammate's screen to create an open shot. Each team possesses a hierarchy of offensive options, little rookie. It must be said that Hill's priority is simply higher than yours. Ignoring Howard's plea, he passed the ball to Hill, who lightly tapped it, feigning a shot. He attempted to deceive the defender into leaping for a block. However, Crawshill, undeterred, maintained his vigilant gaze on the opponent. Realizing that his ruse had failed, Hill seized the opportunity, driving decisively toward the basket from the left, defying the defensive flow. Foster stepped left, hoping to disrupt Hill's layup. The two collided. Yet the ball ended up in Cato's hands. In that fleeting moment before contact, he passed the ball to the interior player, Cato. Upon receiving the ball, Cato prepared to leap for a powerful dunk. Observing the opposing center poised to score, Feng Jie opted to abandon Howard's defense. He moved in front of Cato, springing off the ground with force to contest the shot. Something felt amiss. A colossal hand obstructed his view. With a resounding slap, immense power thwarted the ball's trajectory, causing Feng Jie to lose his balance and land on the floor. As he hit the ground, Feng Jie let out a primal roar, muscles taut, fiercely pounding his chest. He bellowed at the fallen Cato. Did you remember to say thank you? Feng, the enigmatic figure from the east, fixated on his prey like a cheetah, ever ready to deliver a lethal blow. Who is this? Why had he never been seen on the court before? Several fans exchanged queries. That's Feng, the player who led the team to a comeback victory against the championship Pistons. Soon, they would realize his remarkable prowess, because the last game was away. Fans who watched Feng Jie's previous performance on television shared their excitement with companions. Is he really that impressive? Why has he been relegated to the bench? Some raised doubts. You still don't believe me? Hurry, join me in cheering for him. This question proved too complex to answer. prompting a retreat from the discussion. It was utterly astonishing. Kato might wake from his dreams tonight, startled by visions of Feng Jie. The home crowd SDJ fervently celebrated the jaw-dropping block just executed by Feng Jie. Very well, very well. On the sidelines, Carlisle noted that even a simple play revealed Feng Jie's significance to the team. On offense, he opened up the paint, granting backcourt players greater options. Whether it was the 2 steals from the previous game or this timely block, he consistently validated his elite defensive reading abilities. The Magic's interior offensive space was severely constrained. With Hill, Howard, and Kato all occupying the paint, alongside defenders, creating a congested scene where 6 players stood in the lane, rendering offense implausible, unreasonable, exceedingly unreasonable. This block further showcased Feng Jie's defensive awareness. Despite taking off later than the opposing center, he arrived first, demonstrating exceptional physical prowess. Outside the court, Coach Zhang meticulously analyzed the game, explaining to viewers at home. Wow, what a gorilla block. This rejection is absolutely phenomenal. I dare say he surpasses even YM. He is not even in the same league as YM. What are you thinking? A group of students watching the game in the cafeteria quickly erupted into debate. Just as Coach Zhang had articulated, Howard was entangled with Feng Jie in the low post on the right side, occupying the entire paint area and leaving no space whatsoever. This not only allowed Feng Jie to assist on defense at any moment, but also drained his stamina. Kroschel, entering alongside Hill, quickly seized the ball. Noticing the absence of Magic players nearby, he safely passed the ball to the point guard, dribbling past half-court. Francis was fixated on Fred Jones, completely oblivious to the fact that the opposing center had approached. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his shoulder, as if colliding with a wall. Chapter 10. Green Tea Feng Jie. Kevin Kato could only switch defensive assignments, relying on his aging limbs to pursue from behind. Seeing the opposing center before him, Fred Jones quickened his pace to attack the lane. This time, Howard chose to abandon Feng Jie, rushing to help inside. However, this time he was wiser, not lunging too aggressively. Yet, Fred Jones's lingering flaw of slow ball movement became apparent once more. Howard had anticipated this, readjusting his balance and swiftly leaping toward the passing lane, resulting in Feng Jie receiving the ball without adequate shooting space. Huh, did you think I would fall for the same trick twice? Howard grinned, revealing his pearly white teeth. Oh, is that so? What will you do about the interior defense then? He stepped right. Feng Jie exerted a forceful push, prompting Howard to lift his gaze towards the spiraling basketball soaring through the air, nearing the hoop. Foster, swiftly descending after setting a screen for Fred Jones, left with remarkable height. His powerful hands grasped the ball with unyielding strength, forcefully slamming it through the rim. Beside him, the 191-centimeter-tall Francis could only watch helplessly as his opponent scored. The disparity in physical attributes was insurmountable. Feng Jie's choice of pass took everyone by surprise. All attention was focused on the ball, and neither Francis nor Kato was prepared to switch defenses, resulting in the Pacers' center being guarded by a diminutive point guard. A flawless assist delivered a splendid alley-oop, rekindling the fervor within the hearts of the fans. Phone. Alley-oop. The marvelous Phone. Did you see that? I wasn't mistaken. He truly deserves to be my idol. How he has brought me pride. The previously speechless fans now stood tall, boasting with newfound confidence. He has shattered my preconceived notions about Asians. It turns out that one need not possess the height of players like YM from the Rockets to excel in basketball. YM could never execute such a pass in his lifetime. The dominance YM exhibits in the paint pales in comparison to Feng's prowess. The quarrel in the school cafeteria persisted. After several breathtaking exchanges of offense and defense, the enthusiasm of the Pacers fans was reignited, and they erupted in cheers of exhilaration. How did Feng Jie become a second-round pick? Are the scouts blind? Questions arose in the minds of both opponents and teammates alike. Congratulations to the host for achieving a 2 progress in the talent extraction opportunity. What a beautiful pass. Foster, returning on defense, made a point to celebrate with a high five with Feng Jie. The pass was indeed a bit high, but I believe you can catch it. He secretly praised his teammate. Feng is truly a good brother. Just let me know when you need a screen later. How could one not love a teammate who feeds them easy baskets? 27-37. Fool. Grant Hill glanced at the bench, where the coach stood, chin in hand, seemingly pondering a strategy. Hadn't they noticed the opponent's momentum building? It is rare for players to call a timeout unless in exceptional circumstances. He could only silently resume play, serving the ball to continue the game. Rookie. Still trying to position yourself? Can we conserve some energy? You don't actually think your teammates will pass to you, do you? Hurry up and set a screen for the team leader. Feng Jie continued to provoke Howard, and it was already the third round without him receiving a single opportunity. Howard remained silent, his left hand persistently blocking his opponent, while his mouth and right hand gestured to his teammates for a pass. Hey, your teammate is calling for a screen. Why are you still pushing? What about the strategy? Where is your tactical execution? Number 1 draft pick. How do you train? As fatigue set in, Francis's breakthrough was no longer as incisive as at the beginning, and he hoped his teammates would come to set screens for him. Howard thought to himself, since you refuse to pass, I shall not assist you with the screens either. Let those who wish to screen do so. It was unclear whether Francis was being deliberate or simply oblivious, but he truly did not pass to Howard, who was positioned in the paint. Instead, he exchanged glances with Kevin Cato, who had also been traded from the Rockets. Responding to the signal, Cato stepped in to block Fred Jones. Hill, stationed at the corner, sprinted along the three-point line towards the arc. As Francis made the pass, he transformed into a wall to obstruct Crozier. With a clear shot, Hill scored 2 points with an accurate jump shot, 27-39, per number 1 draft pick. Is it true that in practice, all you focus on is rebounding and defense? It seems they do not even notice you. Not a single ball has been passed to you. You defended with such fervor just now, only to discover that your standing in the team is no different from mine as a second-round pick? Feng Jie wore an expression reminiscent of a green tea girl as he addressed Howard, his voice pitched just right to be heard. Howard's face turned a deep shade of ashen, his lips pressed tightly together as he silently retreated to his half of the court. His mental state had already been disrupted, while previous instances of not passing the ball could be attributed to either visibility issues or tactical decisions. The last instance was a clear indication that Francis did not trust his low-post scoring abilities and deliberately chose not to pass. Since the offense intentionally overlooked him, he thought, let them come at me on defense. What was happening? Jones was actually allowing him to bring the ball across half-court? Have you ever witnessed a 206-centimeter-tall power forward actively seeking the ball in the backcourt? The Pacers fans widened their eyes in disbelief at the scene unfolding before them. Oh, Feng Jie was actually dribbling the ball across half-court? This was highly unusual for a power forward. They were all curious about the strategy Carlisle had devised for him. In the broadcasting studio, both the host and Zhang Heli were equally intrigued by the upcoming events. His teammates were unperturbed, as they had grown accustomed to Feng Jie orchestrating the offense during the latter half of practice games. Poor number 1 draft pick. Just look at me, a second-round selection. Already granted the privilege to control the ball, while you still grovel for a mere low-post isolation, waiting for others to acknowledge your presence. Feng Jie relentlessly assailed Howard with repugnant language, causing him great annoyance. Ironically, the opponent's words were entirely factual, leaving him utterly defenseless in rebuttal. He even contemplated that a physical altercation would be preferable to enduring the presence of this detestable individual on the court. In response, Howard resolved to slacken his efforts on the defensive end, allowing Feng Jie to effortlessly bypass the initial line of defense. Unimpeded, he positioned the ball before him, brazenly exposing it to the gaze of the Magic center. With a swift motion, a typical defender would find it exceedingly difficult to resist the temptation of seizing the ball within reach. Moreover, Feng Jie had intentionally made it visible to his adversary. Having navigated the NBA for numerous years, Cato was undoubtedly familiar with a few underhanded tactics. In a moment concealed from the referee's view, he delivered a forceful slap. Feng Jie was struck heavily on the arm, yet the ball remained securely in his grasp. It struck the center of the backboard and rebounded gracefully into the hoop. Incredible. And one. Feng Jie deliberately raised his voice, attempting to capture the referee's attention. Unfortunately, it was 2004, not 2024, and the standards for fouls were rather lenient, lacking the meticulous scrutiny of the current era. Of course, there were instances of such scrutiny, but only when the league genuinely wished to ensure one's advancement. The head referee and the assistant officials completely disregarded Feng Jie, gesturing briskly to indicate that the game would proceed. Were they blind? Could they not perceive such an evident foul? Look, the imprint of a palm is clearly visible. Chapter 11. A dispute arose. Feng Jie, among the lighter-skinned individuals of Asian descent, prepared to raise his hand to confront the referee, eager to showcase the vivid red mark left by the opposing center. His teammate, Crozier, hurried over and firmly grasped him, urging him back towards their half of the court. Feng, have you lost your mind? I don't know who has the right to argue with the referee, but you certainly do not at this moment. Stay calm, or be prepared to receive a technical foul. Very well, if mediocre players have no rights, so be it. On the previous play, Francis had called upon Howard to set a screen, only to be ignored. In this possession, Howard positioned himself and gestured for the ball, yet still went unnoticed. He was now consumed by a frenzy, fixated solely on low-post isolation. When the ball was on the left, he sprinted to the left block to demand it. When it transitioned to the right, he dashed to the right block. Resembling a player navigating through a 2K career mode. He had entirely forgotten that this was a formal game, thoroughly disrupting the team's tactical arrangements. After several futile movements, the sluggish Magic coach finally called for a timeout. "Howard, what on earth are you doing?" The coach had scarcely begun to speak when Francis, who considered himself the team leader, interjected. "I've repeatedly called for the ball in the low post. Why was I not passed to?" Returning to the bench, Howard furiously slammed a towel, exclaiming loudly, feeling somewhat aggrieved. As a former #1 draft pick, the team's future, he felt he deserved at least this privilege. What was the point of it all? What do you understand? I am tearing through their defense to create better scoring opportunities for you. High school players are still just high school players. Should I really have to teach you this? Go play a few more years of college basketball. High school rookies are simply inadequate, completely unlike Wyam, who is thoughtful and polite, doing as he's told. The opposing defense comprises merely a mediocre second-round pick. I can take the initiative to demand the ball and attack. Howard continued to retort. Feng Jie felt a slight warmth in one of his ears, as if someone were gossiping about him behind his back. "Stop. You too. Cease this immediately. What is going on here?" Johnny Davis, the head coach, bellowed, putting an end to the quarrel between the two players. "Do you possess the capability for one-on-one play? At present, all you seem to do is set screens. Finish easy baskets, defend, and grab rebounds. Moreover, as the team's point guard, the distribution of the ball falls under my purview." Francis smirked disdainfully, showing no regard for Howard whatsoever, and equally disregarding the coach's admonishments. Several teammates nearby perceived Francis's remarks as rather cutting. "Fine, if that is the case. I shall take matters into my own hands. It would be preferable if I need not assist you with defensive rotations. You can handle the screens and positioning yourself." Howard retorted with a sneer. One was the newly arrived all-star leader of the team, while the other was this year's highly touted rookie, regarded as the future of the franchise. The other lesser players could only remain silent, diligently wiping the sweat from their brows with their Gatorade bottles. The two continued their argument, while Johnny Davis seemed to possess little authority within the team. Seeking assistance from Grant Hill, he implored him to intervene. Grant Hill, ever the good-natured individual, reluctantly nudged Howard aside, assuming the role of peacemaker to bring this farce to a close. The raucous dispute had drawn the attention of the Pacers, all of whom turned to observe the scene. "What is happening?" Fred Jones inquired, bemused. "How should I know? Perhaps the excitement of leading by over 10 points has gotten to them." Feng Jie shrugged, realizing that the scheme of sowing discord had succeeded upon hearing Howard's voice. In his previous life, Francis had also quarreled with Howard over possession of the ball. The arrival of Feng Jie has exacerbated the existing tensions. Carlisle rapped the tactical board, redirecting the players' focus back to him as he diligently arranged the forthcoming strategies. As the match resumed, the Magic opted to soothe their top draft pick, Francis, by substituting in the newly acquired Kadairo Mobley from the Rockets without hesitation. His sole task was to secure his position and receive the ball from Howard. Should the opposing team respond, an offensive maneuver would ensue, though the likelihood of a return pass seemed slim. This arrangement allowed someone to finally indulge in a comfortable low-post isolation. Howard joyfully received the pass in the low post, while Feng Jie immediately pressed closely against his back. It was time for the rookie to shine. I was eager to witness his low-post scoring technique. With his arm bracing against the opponent's midsection, he engaged verbally, further provoking his adversary. Feng Jie was acutely aware that, even in his prime, low-post isolation was never Howard's forte. Scoring a mere 0.9 points per possession in such scenarios is decidedly inadequate for a player of his caliber. His physique, characterized by a broad upper body tapering to a narrower lower frame, grants him remarkable agility and mobility. His optimal approach lies in executing screens, cutting for dunks, and utilizing his exceptional leaping ability to secure offensive rebounds. Conversely, low-post back-to-the-basket plays are hindered by his lack of lower body strength, making it challenging for him to exert force or establish position. He relies on shoulder checks to navigate through defenders, often resulting in a collision rather than finesse. While his upper body strength is impressive, his inability to master the finesse of a hook shot has meant that throughout his career, he has relied heavily on his physical gifts. In stark contrast stands Wyam, who boasts a balanced physique with robust lower limbs, adept at powerful back-to-the-basket moves. His upper body is supple, and his hook shot exhibits remarkable accuracy. As Howard attempted to pivot, Feng Jie intercepted him repeatedly, and as the shot clock dwindled, with mere seconds remaining, Howard barreled through the defender with his shoulder, using his right hand to attempt a hook shot towards the backboard. Yet, as previously analyzed, his excessive force caused the ball to ricochet off the inner rim. Feng Jie pivoted to secure his position, exerting every ounce of strength to push Howard outward, distancing him from the rebound. Damn it. The first overall pick truly lives up to his title. His physical prowess is astonishing. The rebound was snatched once more by the remarkably swift Howard, who proceeded to attempt a layup. Alas, his finesse was lacking, and the shot did not find its mark. Another attempt. Another shot. Yet again, it failed to score. He continued to seize the offensive rebounds in succession. This is infuriating. Feng Jie could hardly contain himself. He forcefully grabbed Howard, taunting him, still feeling cocky. Are we? Beep. A foul for a defensive shot. He raised his right hand to signal the referee. He chuckled, having secured a few rebounds. Howard's spirits lifted as he showcased his trademark white smile while striding towards the free throw line. Surely, you do not believe you can make that shot, do you? Surely not. Are you willing to take a gamble, Mr. Number 1 draft pick? If you sink it, I'll reward you with $1,000. If you miss, you owe me $1,000. Though the others were puzzled by Feng Jie's choice of address for Howard, they understood that he was playfully mocking him while cleverly seizing an opportunity. You fool, remember to settle the wager after the game. The somewhat simple-minded Howard agreed to the bet without a second thought. His first attempt was too forceful, clanging against the rim and bouncing away. The second shot was too weak, hitting the front of the hoop and rebounding. The smile never vanished, it merely shifted to the faces of others. Haha. Who would have thought there would be unexpected gains? Thank you for the cash, Mr. Number 1. Feng Jie seized the rebound, laughing triumphantly. However, his laughter turned hollow as he missed both free throws, the sound of his derisive mirth piercing the air, causing the smile on Howard's face to fade. Feng Jie advanced the ball into the front court, while Fred Jones dashed over to engage in a handoff pass. Chapter 12, Damn Feng Jie. He also provided a screen to obstruct the pursuing Stevenson. Gaining space, Jones made a penetrating drive towards the lane, charging into the paint for a layup. Cato leaped up to disrupt the shot, causing the ball to slide off the rim. Granthill secured the rebound, and the Magic players swiftly initiated a counterattack. The ball was distributed to the sprinting Katino Mobley, who accelerated towards the basket. Noticing the Pacers player, James Jones, closely trailing behind, he passed the ball to his teammate, Stevenson, who was also on the fast break. Once he received the ball, Stevenson momentarily let his guard down, effortlessly flicking it into the hoop. Suddenly, two massive hands surged in from above, reaching directly for the airborne basketball. Stevenson felt as though he was burdened by an immense weight on his back. The tremendous force jolted his body, leaving him disoriented mid-air. With a resounding thud, the basketball was pinned against the backboard, prompting Feng Jie to quickly lower his head. Had he hesitated even for a moment longer, his head would have collided with the backboard due to inertia. Feng Jie had not anticipated that Ben Simmons' athletic prowess for the 2023-2024 season would be so formidable. Is it truly the case that Simmons' difficulties stem from psychological issues? Is his spirit so fragile? His capabilities have exceeded his expectations. Interference! Interference! The Magic players gestured frantically to the sideline officials, insisting that the ball had touched the backboard before being blocked. Ignoring their pleas, the referees allowed the game to proceed. This was a flawless rejection. An impeccable display of defense. Feng, the legendary Feng, the current DJ, filled with exuberance, loudly proclaimed his name. Feng, I adore you. Here's my phone number. In the front row, several stunning women were playfully adjusting their outfits, incessantly attempting to capture Feng Jie's attention. The large screen replayed the moment of the chase-down block, showcasing his acceleration from the three-point line, gaining speed with each stride. Congratulations to the host for achieving a talent extraction opportunity progress of 3. Upon landing, Feng Jie refrained from immediately dribbling for an offensive play. Instead, he elegantly and graciously tipped his hat to the audience. When have the spectators encountered such an entertaining player? They responded with the most fervent applause and cheers. Congratulations to the host for achieving a talent extraction opportunity progress of 2. Observing this gesture, Carlisle quickly glanced at Reggie Miller behind him, who bore a faint smile tinged with nostalgia. In 1994, when he nearly clinched victory against the Bulls, he had performed the same gesture. Alas, just a second later, Kukoc's counter shot condemned him to defeat. A decade has passed in the blink of an eye. Yet the familiar motion stirred memories, flooding him with reflections of his former self. Feng Jie leisurely dribbled the ball past the halfway line. Jones, still utilizing the screen, proactively approached to receive the ball. Feng Jie found himself with no choice but to pass the ball to the opponent once more. In 2004, the towering 188-centimeter Fred Jones triumphed over Richardson to claim the slam dunk championship. Possessing exceptional vertical leap and remarkable bodily coordination, his ability to penetrate defenses was formidable, making him a valuable asset in chaotic situations. Regrettably, both his finishing skills and shooting capabilities were still lacking refinement. With determination, he accelerated past Stevenson, only to realize that the opponent had seemingly set a trap. They allowed him entry, with the interior defenders ready to assist, pressuring him into a jump shot and denying him the opportunity for a layup. From the paint, Jones took a step back for a jump shot, hastening his release to evade interference. Bang! The ball clanged off the rim, causing Carlisle on the sidelines to furrow his brow in dissatisfaction with Jones's thoughtless approach. This was James Jones. Once he had the ball, all that occupied his mind was the hoop. His court vision was severely restricted, rendering him oblivious to the broader dynamics of the game. In the transition from offense to defense, he aimed to thwart the opponent's counterattack. As Feng Jie secured the rebound, he diligently obstructed Howard's line of sight, preventing him from locating the team's point guard or finding an outlet for the ball, thereby thwarting the opponent's fast break opportunity. Howard, feeling exasperated, gazed at Feng Jie, while Coutinho Mobley had to slow his pace and return to receive the ball, initiating the half-court offense. Hey, it was quite challenging to learn any techniques from you last round. Care for another attempt? I am so eager to improve. Feng Jie, closely positioned in the paint, began to engage in a playful exchange with Howard. Shut up. Howard had never detested anyone as much as he did at that moment. With his right hand pressing against Feng Jie's body, he assumed a post-up position. His teammates instinctively created space for him to operate more effectively. Upon receiving the ball from Mobley, he racked his brain to recall the techniques others employed during post-up plays. Unbeknownst to him, Feng Jie stealthily maneuvered behind him, angling his body closer to the ball. Watch out. Mobley urgently warned Howard from across the court, fearing an impending steal. What do you mean, watch out? Howard was too engrossed in contemplating how to execute his post move to comprehend Mobley's warning. Suddenly, his grip on the basketball was forcefully broken, leaving him empty-handed. Damn it! Howard bellowed in fury as Feng Jie deftly swiped the ball away, escaping his control. As Feng Jie lunged for the basketball, he cursed loudly. Fast break. James Jones of the Pacers, noticing his teammate had regained control, sprinted forward with remarkable speed, nearly spinning in circles, as he dashed toward the opponent's baseline. He vividly recalled a previous match where Feng Jie had delivered a remarkable full-court assist. During training, he had also executed a pinpoint pass reminiscent of a surgeon's precision. Confident in Feng Jie's passing ability, he believed the ball would surely find its way to him. After taking 2 steps, he thrust the ball with both hands, sending it soaring across half-court to the three-point line. Stevenson of the Magic, in a desperate attempt to defend, leaped into the air, but came up just short. He lamented why he couldn't grow another centimeter. The basketball grazed his fingertips and landed securely in James Jones's hands. With ease, he executed a one-handed dunk, concluding the offensive play. Upon landing, he gave Feng Jie a thumbs up, praising the exquisite nature of the pass. That was perfectly timed. I remember a similar pass from the last game. The commentator turned to Zhang Heli beside him. It seems Feng Jie's previous performance wasn't merely a stroke of luck, but rather a sustained talent. So why did it take over 10 games into the season for him to get playing time? Zhang pondered. Perhaps Carlisle harbors doubts due to Feng Jie being of Asian descent, believing he may not fit the NBA mold. After all, in this beautiful country, only players of YM stature can thrive in the league. Such a notion is undeniably unreasonable. Since beginning the broadcast of the Pacers games, Zhang has found himself voicing the term unreasonable far more often than reasonable. What a shame. A player of such caliber would greatly enhance the national team. That pass was stunning. YM and Aba are indeed lacking a playmaker. Stop the flattery. Have you forgotten his numerous turnovers? He is almost rivaling the total of the opposing team. Among the basketball enthusiasts in the homeland, there are always those who praise and those who criticize. This is simply the norm. The score now stands at 31-39, with the gap between the two teams narrowing to within single digits. After Feng Jie took the court, the Pacers mounted a remarkable comeback, closing the gap by 9 points. Chapter 13. Howard's 3 against Feng Jie. The Magic managed to score a mere 2 points. Carlisle was baffled by the enigmatic prowess of Feng Jie. How could such a brief appearance spark a surge of momentum? The previous game could be attributed to the opponent's ignorance of Feng Jie's capabilities, a consequence of underestimating him. But what of this match? Merely substituting him into the game led to a substantial enhancement in both offensive and defensive dynamics for the entire team. It was evident that the turning point in the match coincided with Feng Jie's entrance. Howard of the Magic became fixated on low-post isolation plays. Had one overheard Feng Jie's taunts directed at Howard, the underlying strategy would become clear. The NBA is akin to a battlefield. Psychological warfare reigns supreme, while physical confrontation follows. This adage carries profound significance. After 3 consecutive offensive failures, the team found themselves at a disadvantage and required a strategic change. The foolish coach remained oblivious, reveling in the fleeting lead. Grant Hill approached Howard, deliberating for a considerable time before speaking. "Dwight, he is a cunning individual from the East. Do not heed his words. Your physical gifts can easily overpower him, so leverage your strength and exceptional leaping ability. Standing still to attack merely falls into his trap." This counsel was far more palatable than what Francis had previously offered. However, Grant's gaze shifted to the smirking Francis on the bench. "Trust me once more, Grant." Howard was eager to demonstrate his prowess. His eyes brimmed with determination. This was not solely about teaching Feng Jie a lesson, but also about preserving the dignity of a #1 draft pick. Grant Hill could not bear to refuse and nodded in agreement. "Regardless of the outcome," he insisted, "you must follow my lead from here on out. You wouldn't want Francis to mock you, would you?" "No problem, Captain." Howard nodded earnestly this time. The Magic regrouped. A #1 draft pick indeed. Despite numerous mistakes, he still received the ball. Some individuals seemed destined for fortune. Regardless of their performance, they continue to be coddled. Were I in his position, I would have long been benched, relegated to the last row, waving a towel. Feng Jie sighed and shook his head, implying that his opponent possessed no real skill, relying solely on luck. Upon hearing his words, Howard's face darkened as he relentlessly shoved Feng Jie from behind. Damn it, Feng Jie felt as if he were a bell. While Howard, having received the ball, acted as the clapper, lacking any finesse in footwork and relying solely on brute strength to overpower his adversary. Feng Jie meticulously observed Howard's patterns of exertion. At this moment, seizing the opportunity, he positioned himself strategically in anticipation of his opponent's advance. Howard's shoulder collided forcefully with his chest, causing him to involuntarily stumble backward. The referee's whistle pierced the air. #12 of the Magic has committed a foul. "I did not." Howard protested vehemently. "What kind of game are you officiating? This damned Asian is acting. Can't you see that?" He slammed the ball onto the floor with both hands, his face contorted in fury as he approached the referee, his words spilling forth in a torrent of invective. Grant Hill and Mobley rushed to restrain him, exclaiming, "Calm down. Stay composed. That is the referee. Do not act impulsively. I will help you regain your dignity. Dwight, trust me." "Really?" Howard paused, captivated by those words, and halted in his tracks. He regarded Hill with a calm demeanor. The elder statesmen of the team possessed the highest basketball IQ, due to their distance from the referee and the timely intervention. The head referee merely cast a glance at Howard without further inquiry. "Smart. Well done. Who would have thought that the first overall pick of 2004 lacked proficiency in low-post play? While he may not excel in one-on-one situations, his dynamic physical gifts are akin to those of a beast." His teammates helped the fallen Feng Jie to his feet, equally astonished by Howard's rudimentary offensive skills. When he entered the NBA as a high schooler, the Magic had seen promise in his potential. Ultimately, he fulfilled expectations, becoming a 3-time Defensive Player of the Year, a 5-time All-Star, and reaching the finals in the 2008-2009 season, even surpassing LeBron at one point as a player capable of being traded for him. As the Pacers prepared for an inbounds play, Foster hesitated for a moment before passing the ball to Fred Jones. He intended to deliver it to Feng Jie, but alas, he stood too far away and did not actively seek the ball. Feng Jie continued to draw Howard to the corner beyond the three-point line, striving to diminish the deterrent effect of his defensive presence. Unfortunately, his teammates proved ineffective, as Crocier's shot went awry, allowing the Magic to seize the rebound. This time, it was imperative to heed my strategy. Movement was essential in the game. Utilize your physical prowess, for that is your most formidable weapon. Show them the true magnitude of your capabilities. Hill encouraged Howard as one might coax a child, aiming to inspire him to play earnestly. It was a considerable challenge for him. The high schooler Howard nodded earnestly, seemingly accepting the notion. As a teammate secured the rebound, Hill proactively sought the ball to orchestrate the offense. Heeding the advice of his elder, Howard also stepped forward to assist with the screen. James Jones failed to keep pace with his opponent, prompting Feng Jie to switch his defensive target and follow Hill. Seizing the opportunity created by the defensive switch, Hill executed a bounce pass to the advancing Howard. With an explosive surge, Howard rose to overpower James Jones beneath the rim, executing a thunderous dunk. Roar. Finally. After a prolonged period of frustration, Howard found an outlet for his pinned-up emotions. The #1 draft pick? Why are you setting screens? What are you afraid of? Are you really choosing to evade a challenge from a second-round pick? As the first overall selection, you have deeply disappointed me. As Feng Jie spoke. His expression was one of profound anguish. Humph. Cunning yellow-skinned people. Reflecting on the earlier remarks of his teammates, Howard cast a sidelong glance. He proceeded straight towards his own half, paying no heed to the provocation. The Pacers had now entrusted the organization of play to Feng Jie. He meticulously analyzed the defensive setup of the opposition. Utilizing a screen from Foster, Howard found himself unimpeded. He was left with no choice but to pass the ball to James Jones while simultaneously setting a pick. James Jones seized the opportunity, confidently launching a three-pointer, but alas, it clanged against the rim and failed to find its mark. After Howard secured the rebound for the Magic, he swiftly accelerated to initiate a counterattack. In a 3-on-2 situation, he ultimately decided to hand off to the teammate who had retrieved the rebound in the backcourt. Howard surged forward once more, delivering a thunderous dunk that concluded the offensive play and drew a defensive foul from Crozier. Howard stepped up for the free throw. Oh, #1 draft pick. Will you gamble again? I offer you a chance to plead. If the shot goes in, it counts for $2,000, and we shall be even. Feng Jie shouted loudly, but unfortunately, Howard was wholly absorbed in his free throw. Yet, the act of scoring a free throw cannot merely rely on focus. The ball slipped out of the rim. How frustrating. Damn that yellow-skinned fellow. He cursed vehemently in his heart, though his face betrayed no emotion. And he did not spare Feng Jie a glance. Feng Jie gently touched his brow with his index finger, indicating that the opponent had indeed been purified by his teammates. With a restored mindset, Howard, under Grant's leadership, posed a significant threat to the Pacers. Feng Jie, alongside his team, can only endure and cling to the score with great difficulty. Fred Jones is experiencing a poor shooting performance today, despite being the team's primary offensive finisher. In Chapter 14, the main controller Feng Jie, who averages 2.8 assists per game in his career, is indeed underutilized in the role of point guard. The disparity in the skill levels of his teammates is exceedingly vast, leaving him with no viable options. As the first half concludes, the score stands at 48-55. With a 7-point difference between the two teams, Feng Jie, with a shooting record of 4 out of 9, made 3 out of 7 from beyond the arc, 1 out of 3 in 2-point attempts, and converted 3 out of 4 free throws, accumulating an impressive total of 14 points, 6 assists, 4 rebounds, 2 steals, and 1 block, alongside 2 turnovers. Jeff Foster contributed 8 points, 1 assist, 5 rebounds, and 2 blocks. Fred Jones added 10 points, 4 assists, 1 rebound, and 1 steal. Crozier scored 7 points with 2 rebounds, while James Jones recorded 4 points and 3 rebounds. Tinsley provided 5 points and 1 assist. On the opposing side, Grant Hill of the Magic delivered a stellar performance with 18 points, 6 assists, 3 rebounds, 1 steal, 1 block, and 1 turnover. Dwight Howard contributed 10 points, 8 rebounds, 2 assists, 1 block, and 2 turnovers. Francis added 12 points, 2 assists, 1 steal, and 3 turnovers. Deshaun Stevenson scored 4 points with 2 rebounds. And Cardino Mobley added 6 points and 1 assist. Well done. I was contemplating how to teach you the art of trash talking, but it seems you have mastered it effortlessly. On the bench, Feng Jie was wiping sweat and hydrating, while Reggie Miller sat beside him, whispering. As a coach rooted in traditional methods, he is not particularly skilled in instructing players in this regard. Conversely, Reggie Miller, the master of banter, has somewhat subdued his verbal jabs due to age. If you wish to learn, ample opportunities will present themselves in the future, and avoiding bad habits will be quite challenging. Do not make baseless accusations. I did not do that. Do not wrongfully accuse me. Feng Jie began with a vehement denial. In his eyes, trash talk is akin to a frivolous fool, nurtured by the bravado of a braggart. It is as soft as cake, and his wife resembles a sweet donut. That, in his opinion, constitutes true trash talk. Unlike the utterances of Howard, which hardly qualify, a straightforward person speaks candidly. What is wrong with articulating the truth? When one tells a beautiful woman she is unattractive, she may merely chuckle, fully aware of the deception, perhaps even perceiving the speaker as a jester. To call a hefty individual fat-headed and big-eared is bound to provoke a reaction. Prepare for a confrontation, for such remarks hold a kernel of truth. Carlisle stood before the bench, absorbed in contemplation, scrutinizing the data sheet in his hands. As a power forward, Feng Jie had accumulated the team's highest tally of 6 assists. What, indeed, was Fred Jones up to? Who exactly is the point guard? He recalled the scrimmage where Feng Jie led the A team and addressed the bench. Feng, do you remember what was said before the showers? In the upcoming game, try playing as the point guard. Relax, do not panic or rush. Just perform as you did in practice. Upon hearing the coach's directive, Fred Jones lifted his gaze toward Carlisle, his eyes seemingly inquiring. What am I supposed to do? The two locked eyes, and in an instant, Carlisle was enlightened, continuing with his instructions. Since Feng Jie will handle the ball, we ought to substitute someone on the wing. Reggie, you'll replace Fred shortly. Be cautious and help create space. Fred Jones felt an urge to pluck out his own eyes. What was the point of aimlessly staring? Alas, he was relegated to the bench. Then came Reggie Miller. As the leader of the Pacers stepped onto the court, the arena's DJ exuberantly announced his name. Reggie, Reggie, Reggie. The fervent home crowd echoed the legendary name, their cheers rising in waves, resounding throughout the arena. Feng Jie was so envious that he could hardly contain his saliva. If only his name were called, how much talent extraction value would he need to accumulate? Such a waste, indeed far too wasteful. Reggie Miller was selected by the Pacers in the first round of the 1987 draft. This year marks his 18th season with the team. In this era brimming with stars, he has been named an All-Star 5 times and has made the All-NBA third team 3 times. He is the all-time leader in three-pointers in the league's history. As of 2004, he ranks third in NBA history for games played with the same team. He is one of the embodiments of a one-man, one-city legacy. A true icon of the Pacers. Upon hearing the cheers of the fans, Reggie Miller felt his eyes welling up with emotion. He waved his right hand, signaling a greeting to them. In this city, he has fought for 18 years, experiencing both triumphs and defeats. Now, he simply wishes to utilize the remaining moments of his career to bring the first NBA O'Brien trophy to this team. As the game resumed, the Magic substituted center Cato and Mobley for Turkoglu and Francis, with Howard positioned as the center and Turkoglu playing power forward. The other positions remained unchanged. The Magic initiated the play. As the point guard, Francis sprinted into the opponent's half, relinquishing control of the ball without receiving a pass, instead allowing Hill to take command of the play, orchestrating the team's tactics. The first overall pick, hurry and demand the ball. Go for a low-post isolation. Show Francis that you possess the ability. Even if Feng Jie does not directly confront Howard, he still resorts to sarcastic remarks to attack him. Why must such a quiet young man have a voice? I wish I could silence him. Unperturbed by Feng Jie, Howard moves swiftly to assist Turkoglu in executing a pick-and-roll. Hill, not opting to pass, advances beyond the three-point line, seizing an opportunity when the opponent is distracted. With a deft change of direction, he leaves Crozier behind and, before the Pacers' interior defense can react, releases a delicate floater towards the basket. The basketball teetered on the edge of the rim before finally settling in, scoring a point. The score stands at 48-57, a result of the coach's strategy. Feng Jie proactively requested the ball in the backcourt. During the intermission, the coach had designated him as the team's primary playmaker and meticulously analyzed the roster's configuration. This Pacers team was meticulously crafted to complement James Harden's unique offensive style. Reggie Miller possesses an astonishing ability for three-point shooting, while James Jones excels in the same discipline. Although Crozier is somewhat limited, his accuracy from beyond the arc is commendable. Jeff Foster, with his bleached hair, serves as a defensive counterpart akin to a downgraded Capella. Hey, Jeff. Please set a high screen for me and be attentive to the pass as you roll to the basket. As Feng Jie spoke, he playfully winked, exuding an undeniable charm. Fear not, I shall shield you steadfastly. A splendid performance is imminent. Fortes, filled with anticipation for the upcoming feast, felt elated. Jones, Crozier, Miller. Please position yourselves at the spots where your three-point shooting percentages are highest. Draw the defenders away and create space. Upon hearing Feng Jie's tactical arrangement, the group nodded in agreement and sprinted towards the opponent's half. Rick Carlisle furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the tactics employed by the team, then glanced at the ball handler, Feng Jie. This was not a strategy typically practiced in training. Could it be that Carlisle devised a new tactic specifically for Feng? The home fans of the Pacers were quite aware of the team's strategies. While subtle adjustments might go unnoticed, this was undeniably a tactic never before witnessed. No wonder he is my idol. He has captivated Carlisle with his flawless execution. Feng Jie's first devoted fan waved a placard, upon which was inscribed a crooked declaration of love. Feng, I adore you. What strategy are the Pacers preparing to employ? The host of CCT5 cast a curious glance towards Zhang Heli. Feng Jie held the ball beyond the arc. Only one center remained inside, while the other players positioned themselves beyond the three-point line, poised to receive and shoot. It appears that Feng Jie has indeed gained the full trust of the head coach, having proven himself as the hero of the previous game has come back. Chapter 15. The desperate Magic team. Zhang Heli clasped his hands across his chest, earnestly analyzing Feng Jie's current standing within the team. Meanwhile, in a city in America, a 60-year-old man knelt before his television, gripping its sides with hands that bore the strain of emotion, veins prominently displayed. His excitement was palpable. Yes, exactly. It's perfect, absolutely perfect. I must go to Indiana, he exclaimed, turning to search for the landline in his home, oblivious to the fact that his left big toe had found its way onto the bench. Back to the game. On the opposing side, Turkoglu perceived Feng Jie as a fitting target for his defensive style. He recognized him as a skillful player, one who would be easier to handle. However, should he encounter a more muscular player, one who bulldozes through the paint, it would present a far greater challenge. Feng Jie bent down, lowering his center of gravity. He executed a series of dribbles through his legs, gradually advancing his steps towards the defender, poised to make a decisive breakthrough at any moment. Turkoglu extended his arms, cautiously retreating while keeping his eyes fixed on his opponent. He raised his head, noticing Foster stepping forward to set a screen. Feng Jie surged forward, drawing Howard's defensive attention. Switch. The obstructed Turkoglu could only rely on his teammates for assistance. He had no choice but to trail behind the rolling Foster. Feng Jie is now capable of stepping back for a shot or directly delivering the ball into the paint, allowing the center to effortlessly score. Consequently, he opted for a more secure approach, feeding the ball to the promising Foster. Perhaps it was due to the terrifying leaping ability of Howard, who had previously snatched consecutive offensive rebounds, that prompted him to feint a shot, deceiving the opponent into raising their hands for interference, thus preventing the beast-like Howard from soaring to intercept the ball. He swiftly passed the ball to Foster from beneath his arm. Faced with an unguarded interior, Foster unleashed a ferocious dunk that ravaged the basketball hoop, leaving Turkoglu helpless in his wake. With the score at 50-57, the Magic took possession and initiated their offensive strategy. Dribbling, Granhill noticed that following the Pacers' substitution, the entire opposing team towered significantly over the Magic. The shortest among them was the 201 centimeters tall Reggie Miller. The pick-and-roll resulted in a defensive switch, concealing the less adept Crozier in the power forward position, thereby attempting to avoid direct confrontations with offensive players. Their defense resembled an impenetrable fortress. Ultimately, it was Francis who took the risk, charging toward the basket with determination. Alas, the attempt did not succeed, and the rebound was secured by James Jones, who passed it to Feng Jie for a fast break by the Pacers. Feng Jie dashed into the paint area with swift strides. Instead of passing the ball to the nearest player, Crozier, he delivered it to Reggie Miller stationed at the right corner beyond the three-point line. Swish. With impeccable form, he executed a flawless three-pointer. 53-57, a glorious silver dime. The Hall of Fame catch-and-shoot artist, the Hall of Fame corner shooter, 3 points. Reggie Miller. As DJ's exuberant shout echoed, the entire arena erupted into a cacophony of cheers. Miller reigned supreme here. That badge in front is my own. But what are those two things behind? Feng Jie found himself in a state of perplexity. Congratulations to the host for acquiring the teammate detector. As a point guard, the brain of the team, it is imperative that you constantly remember your teammates' sweet spots and signature moves. However, you have not provided me with any means to record them. A quick glance at the system revealed no changes. No, I must remember at all times. Surely, you do not expect me to rely solely on my memory? At his age, Feng Jie had already learned the art of self-dialogue. The system remained unresponsive. He re-engaged in the game. Granhill passed the ball to Francis, who took control. Turkoglu stepped out to set a screen, creating space for an interior drive. Reggie Miller swiftly maneuvered past the obstruction, positioning himself firmly in front of Francis, denying any opportunity for a breakthrough or shot. Turning his gaze, he spotted Granhill cutting inside, utilizing Howard's screen. With a powerful bounce pass, he sent the ball flying towards him. Just after the screen, he found himself faced with the towering 203 centimeters James Jones, only to be met by the 206 centimeters Crozier. What on earth is happening? How many players are on the court for the opposition? The ball was in a precarious situation. Granhill sought an opportunity to pass to Howard, but the passing lanes were entirely obstructed, leaving no space. It seemed the opposing team's switches were remarkably swift, and their help defense was timely. Ultimately, he had no choice but to jump backward and attempt a challenging fadeaway, relying on instinct to launch the ball toward the hoop. Croshier extended his long arms to interfere. Bang! The unmistakable sound of the iron echoed through the arena. Foster secured the rebound and quickly passed the ball to Feng Jie. The young Feng Jie revved his engines and surged forward. The tempo of the transition was exceedingly rapid. Fast break. Fast break. Hearing his exclamation, his teammates hastened their pace. In a 3-on-2 situation, Feng Jie deliberately shouldered past an opposing defender in the paint, then executed a right-handed layup. Utilizing the moment of suspension, he pulled the ball back and passed behind him to James Jones. The receiving teammate effortlessly executed a two-handed dunk, narrowing the score to 55-57, just 2 points behind. Feng, our very own magician of the Pacers. That pass was simply sensational. I must excuse myself to the restroom for a moment. Such deft hands, how could I resist? The fervent fans of the Golden State Warriors were astonished by Feng Jie's performance. With just over 2 minutes into the match, although the Magic had yet to score, Johnny Davis remained confident that his players would recalibrate their form. Francis, holding the ball, leisurely dribbled across half-court. Although he often acted impulsively, relying solely on personal whims, this was his nature. He was fiercely loyal and possessed an indomitable competitive spirit. He refused to concede defeat, and now the team needed him. It was time to step up. He passed the ball to Grant Hill, who emerged to receive it just past Turkoglu after the defensive switch. Feng Jie has become Francis's primary defender. A swift change of direction shifts the defender's center of gravity. Then, the ball is pulled back, resetting his footwork. Feng Jie immediately reduced his speed, intently observing the movements before him. Francis executed a crossover with the hovering ball, deftly shaking his shoulders to break towards the opposite direction of the ball. His agile form evaded Feng Jie's defense, receiving the ball at the free throw line. He leaped from the paint, raising the ball high as if to perform a slam dunk. 2 players from the Pacers jumped simultaneously to intercept. Instead of passing the ball to Howard beneath the basket, Francis retracted it, skillfully maneuvering to evade his opponents. He then launched another attempt from the right side. Feng Jie, having been outpaced, quickly pivoted to pursue. At that moment, despite not having leaped, he found himself presented with an excellent opportunity for a block. With a resounding thwack, the basketball was once again sent crashing against the backboard. Francis felt a wave of despair wash over him, pondering how he could possibly secure those 2 points. Yet another block ensued. Feng's defense was as unyielding as a fortress. A moment of sheer terror. The madness had returned. The audience was already engulfed in frenzy. Today was undeniably a feast orchestrated by Feng Jie. Congratulations to the host for receiving an opportunity to enhance their talents. Progress 5. Following the landing, the Pacers commenced their counterattack with fervor. Feng Jie delivered a flawless pass to Reggie Miller, who, after taking 2 steps, assisted James Jones for a layup. The morale of the Magic team had been thoroughly shattered. Chapter 16. Feng Jie, do you have eyes in the back of your head? The players returning on defense exchanged bewildered glances with one another. Over 3 minutes had elapsed in the third quarter, and the Magic had yet to score a single point. The sound of the referee's whistle provided a much-needed reprieve for them. Exhausted, they trudged back to the bench, while the Pacers radiated energy and enthusiasm, exchanging high-fives in celebration as they joyfully approached their substitutes. Johnny Davis could no longer contain his frustration and finally called a timeout to reorganize their strategy. Lacking proficient three-point shooters, they needed to effectively utilize the entire court. Just observe the Pacers. Of the 5 players on the floor, 4 could shoot threes, and 2 were adept at driving to the basket. In contrast, whenever a Magic player attempted to penetrate, all their teammates crowded the three-point line. This was primarily due to their weak shooting ability from beyond the arc allow them to shoot, and as long as they are sufficiently pressured, their success rate would be minimal. This was precisely what the current Pacers lineup could exploit. They could only encourage their players to engage in more pick-and-rolls and inside cuts, maintaining patience in their attacks. During the pick-and-roll, if they noticed the opposing team switching defenses and creating confusion, they needed to pass the ball immediately. Coach Carlisle emphasized that the Pacers must prioritize defense and avoid fouls, leveraging their height for blocks and disruptions. If the opposition attempted a pick-and-roll, they should switch decisively without hesitation. They must observe the opponent's passing lanes and be ready to intercept. Offensively, Carlisle, with his coaching pedigree, was quite discontented with Feng Jie for deviating from the established game plan by recklessly employing untrained tactics, challenging the coach's authority. However, with a lack of viable alternatives, he had no choice but to allow Feng Jie to play freely. Fortunately, the results were favorable, catching the opponents off guard. This was a critical phase for closing the gap in the score. The team was not at full strength, making it difficult to voice concerns. There was a long season ahead to gradually refine Feng Jie's skills. As the timeout concluded, he patted Feng Jie on the shoulder, signaling for the team to keep pushing forward. The Magic substituted Kevin Cato for Francis, with Howard resuming his position as power forward. Neither side possessed a true point guard, and the Magic lacked pass-first guards. Francis and Mobley were primarily offensive-minded backcourt players, while the somewhat capable Nelson had yet to mature. Ironically, Grant Hill and Hedo Turkoglu on the wings were more suitable for orchestrating the offense. The Pacers allowed center Jeff Foster to rest and brought in 213 centimeters tall John Edwards, their third-string center. They opted not to use David Harrison due to his sluggish footwork, which significantly hampered defensive rotation and slowed the team's response time. One step slow translates to being perpetually behind. It was my first time witnessing an NBA game where only one backcourt player was on the floor, with all players averaging an impressive height of 2 meters. The shortest was Stevenson of the Magic at 196 centimeters. Broadcasting Feng Jie's game always promised unexpected surprises. It was suggested to create more strategies for the Pacers in the back end. Zhang Heli and the commentator noticed the highlights on the court, playfully sharing with the viewers that neither coach had yet realized this aspect. The Magic's coach was reactive, while the Pacers' coach was constrained by the limited personnel available. He had no control over who to deploy. The Magic initiated the play, handing the ball to Hill. Center Cato set a screen for Turkoglu beyond the three-point line, while Howard actively came to assist his veteran teammate Hill with a screen, opening up offensive space. Instead of rolling to the basket, he moved towards the right corner. Then, after screening for Turkoglu, he finally rolled to the basket. In doing so, Turkoglu executed 2 consecutive screens, successfully evading the Pacers' relentless switching defense. Hill astutely delivered the ball to the open Turkoglu, who launched a shot. Upon receiving the pass, he tossed the ball near the rim. Boom. Howard caught it with both hands and executed a powerful dunk. After landing, he proudly showcased his muscular arms to the audience. The dissatisfied Pacers fans responded with loud cheers. The Pacers' offense became significantly simpler, for players stationed at the three-point line, while the leaping John Edwards occupied the paint. Feng Jie then called for a pick from the center. Howard, wary of his shooting ability, had to navigate around the screen to defend. Feng Jie discerned his opponent's defensive strategy and swiftly accelerated. Charging forward while using his back to shield Howard behind him, he penetrated into the paint, lifting the ball with a deliberate pause of 3 beats in preparation for a layup. Howard, positioned behind him, felt a surge of excitement, poised for action. Damn that Asian. I'll treat you to hot pot. Just wait and see how I'll mock you. What no one anticipated was that, as Feng Jie held the basketball aloft, his body suspended in midair on his second step, he captivated the attention of all defenders on the court. In a sudden twist, he altered the direction of his wrist, sending the basketball soaring behind him. Reggie Miller, stationed at the arc beyond the three-point line, bent down to catch the ball, effortlessly assuming the classic shooting stance. With grace, he sank the shot. The score was now tied at 59-59, a return to the starting line. The screen gradually replayed in slow motion every detail of Feng Jie's no-look, behind-the-back pass. As Feng Jie ascended for a layup, the camera preemptively adjusted to focus on the basket. Suddenly, it became apparent that he opted for a pass instead, prompting a hurried shift of the lens to Reggie Miller beyond the three-point line. It seemed the director had been cleverly deceived. Rick Carlisle, maintaining his composure, observed the unfolding scene, his academic mind pondering whether it was truly necessary to suppress Feng Jie's boundless creativity. The replay continued, revealing the basketball maneuvering through the narrow gap between Howard's shoulder and head. The live director magnified the image, showcasing the ball grazing Howard's ear and capturing his astonished expression. The tragic first overall pick of 2004 had become an extraordinary backdrop. My goodness. A no-look pass from behind the head. He must be more than human. He is a devil. Insane. 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 The entire arena erupted into a frenzy at this astonishing pass. Spectators leaped from their seats, dancing with exuberance, vigorously waving team towels. No one could have anticipated such an innovative delivery of the basketball. This was not the perspective one would expect from an earthly being. It remains unclear who initiated the rather awkward nickname. The audience collectively shouted in unison, "How cringeworthy. Can we not come up with a better nickname? Is the vocabulary of your beautiful nation truly so limited? No, we shall wait until the game concludes. During the break, we must devise a name of refined elegance." Feng Jie awkwardly tapped his raised eyebrow with his index finger. Congratulations, host. You have gained a 4 progress in the talent extraction opportunity. Remarkable. It has already reached 43. 1. With continued effort, another chance to draw will soon be upon him. How did he discover the apex of Reggie Miller? Was he aware from the very beginning that someone would be there? The supreme creativity in passing and exceptional court vision are truly formidable. Chapter 17, The One Who Gets It Done. This play left the commentators of CCT5 in awe. What kind of environment breeds such extraordinary talent? Why can't our nation produce players of this caliber? Ethnicity is no longer an issue. It must surely be a matter of TZ. The reflective critics from the Old Lang Sports Forum have collectively sprung into action. Upon returning to the half-court, he celebrated with a few teammates with customary high fives. Did they grow eyes at the back of their heads? A few teammates reached out to part his hair, attempting to discern if there truly were eyes growing there. Don't cause trouble. The coach is watching you. Feng Jie flicked his hair and pushed his teammates back into defensive positions. Feng, did you see me when you passed the ball? Reggie Miller inquired curiously from the side. How could I know where you are if I don't look? I can only catch a glimpse out of the corner of my eye, and that lasts just a second or two. Feng Jie answered honestly. Is that so? Upon hearing his words, Reggie Miller adopted a sidelong glance with a serious demeanor. Haha, yes, indeed, that is precisely the case. Reggie Miller's expression was a comical blend of solemnity and mischief. Feng Jie could not suppress a chuckle. The Magic team had once again embarked on their intricate pick-and-roll offensive strategy. The more convoluted the tactics, the greater the demands on the players' tactical acumen and their synergy. With less than a month into the 2004 to 2005 season, the team had undergone significant changes, and due to these critical shortcomings, there was no foundation upon which to execute complex and sophisticated plays. Suddenly, Reggie Miller, with his limited wingspan, positioned himself in the passing lane, intercepting the ball intended for Grant Hill from Deshaun Stevenson. Swiftly, he passed the ball to the already sprinting Feng Jie. Observing the unfolding situation, Howard, who was stationed to assist with the high pick, quickly pivoted and began to chase after the rival on the fast break. Feng Jie did not catch the ball. Instead, he skillfully propelled it forward. He quickened his pace once more, surging towards the opponent's paint area. The two maintained a distance of approximately 1.5 body lengths, one trailing closely behind the other. Feng Jie gazed at Howard behind him, ultimately relinquishing the opportunity to attack. He tossed the basketball behind him, executing a stunning no-look pass. The ball soared high, evading the outstretched hands of the defending Howard. Rushing in was James Jones, who leaped with all his might. Boom. He extended his body like a drawn bow, grasping the ball midair. A thunderous dunk ensued. Howard, positioned in front of the hoop, was forcefully overwhelmed beneath him, left in a state of disarray. Roar. Roar. James Jones stepped aside from the fallen Howard, repeatedly bellowing before the spectators, unleashing a tempest of emotions from within. Feng Jie, filled with excitement, celebrated with a chest bump. The score turned to 61-59. A series of splendid moments unfolded, a perfect spectacle that ignited the audience like a blazing fire. They waved their arms, shouting hoarsely, their faces flushed with fervor. Their eyes sparkled with passion, fully immersed in the exhilarating atmosphere. Rookies, welcome to the NBA. In the second round, James Jones was selected by the Pacers. He taunted the 2004 number 1 draft pick while retreating. This was Howard's most unfortunate day. From the moment Feng Jie entered the game, he was subjected to ridicule. He then tussled with Francis for possession, only to make a series of blunders during his one-on-one attempts, followed by mockery from his teammates. Now, he had been insulted by a player who resembled a mere water cooler. His heart shattered, and his eyes burned with fury. He furiously lifted his body, storming towards Feng Jie, intent on pushing him down. Indeed, it was not James Jones, who had dunked over him, but rather Feng Jie, who looked back with a smile. This was utterly despicable. You insufferable Asian. You should just die. Feng Jie was pushed and rolled backward. Upon landing, he executed a proficient backward somersault to regain his stance. Curse it. He flipped over, ready to confront Howard. Calm down. Remain composed. No fighting. We just had a brawl yesterday. If another occurs, there will be no players left to take the court. James Jones sensed the tension and rushed over to embrace Feng Jie, who was preparing to retaliate. Come on. Don't think being the first pick makes you special. I fight against the top picks. Feng, stay calm. Don't act impulsively. He continuously urged while guiding him toward the sidelines, soothing him with words. Due to the previous day's altercation, the security presence in the arena had significantly increased, prepared to intervene at the slightest hint of chaos. Fortunately, the disturbance was quelled swiftly, and the audience was tightly controlled, ensuring no further unrest. Howard, despondent, was sent back to the locker room by the referee. In sports, camaraderie takes precedence over competition. Thankfully, Feng Jie's teammates maintained their composure, averting what could have been another brawl. Howard's behavior was inexcusable. Not only were they losing the game, but they were also losing control. If another fight broke out, there would be no players left for the Pacers' next match. CCVD5 Zhang He joked with the host. Did you see the expression on Feng Jie's lips? Haha. It was definitely a curse. Since then, the animated gif of Feng Jie being pushed to the sidelines has endured, becoming a popular meme in various contexts. Congratulations to the host for achieving a 7 progress in talent extraction opportunities. What was happening? Why was there an increase in talent extraction value? Feng Jie, standing by the sidelines, felt perplexed. The Pacers, led by Reggie Miller, executed 2 successful free throws. The Magic, lacking Howard in the paint, replaced him with Turkoglu as the power forward, resulting in a significant decline in their interior defense. However, his presence created more space on the court, allowing Francis and Grant Hill to penetrate with ease and find open teammates. Unfortunately, their 3-point shooting remained inconsistent. While improving the team's spacing, it did not yield a decisive impact. Conversely, in rim protection and help defense, Feng Jie and the center, number 45, executed pick-and-roll tactics with such effectiveness that the Magic struggled to counter them. With a height of 206 centimeters and a weight of 103 kilograms, Feng Jie possessed the offensive prowess of James Harden from the 22-23 season. He was remarkably well-rounded. Following a pick, he could easily drive to the basket or step back for a shot, depending on the defender's pace. If they kept up, he could pass to the center for an easy score or facilitate the offense. 3 perimeter shooters awaited the opportunity to attack. Throughout the match, the Pacers thrived on the synergy between Feng Jie and the center, continuously generating an array of new offensive strategies. Defensively, his 206 centimeters stature combined with the agility of a guard allowed him to move swiftly. With a wingspan of 2 meters, he constantly waved his arms in front of opponents. A slight lapse in ball control would lead to an effortless steal by him. Ultimately, the Pacers triumphed decisively with a score of 108-90 against the Magic. Feng Jie achieved an impressive performance, shooting 8 out of 17. With 4 out of 10 from beyond the arc, 4 out of 6 on 2-point attempts, and 7 out of 8 on free throws. Embodying the quintessential Magic ball style of play, he amassed a remarkable tally of 27 points, 16 assists, 6 rebounds, 5 steals, 1 block, and 6 turnovers, showcasing a comprehensive stat line of 25-5-5-5. Jeff Foster scored a career-high 24 points, contributing 1 assist, 8 rebounds, and 2 blocks, with all his points coming from inside, courtesy of Feng Jie's exceptional feeding. His enthusiasm for Feng Jie now surpasses that for his own spouse. Achieving a historic scoring milestone in their first game together raises exciting prospects for the season ahead. Chapter 18 reveals how effortlessly the game can unfold. Fred Jones recorded 15 points, 6 assists, and 1 rebound alongside 3 steals. Crozier added 9 points and 2 rebounds, while James Jones contributed 8 points and 5 rebounds. Tinsley scored 5 points with 1 assist. Reggie Miller tallied 15 points, 2 assists, and 1 steal, shooting 5 of 9 overall, including 3 of 5 from 3-point range and 2 of 2 from the free throw line. John Edwards, as a center, observed Foster and Feng Jie's South synergy on the court, shedding tears of envy. I can set screens too. I can love Feng Jie. Grant Hill led the Magic with a team high of 22 points, shooting 7 of 19. With 2 of 5 from 3-point range and 5 of 14 on 2-pointers, alongside 8 assists, 3 rebounds, 1 steal, 1 block, and 6 turnovers. Kevin Cato contributed 8 points and 12 rebounds, while Dwight Howard added 14 points, 8 rebounds, 2 assists, 1 block, and 3 turnovers. Francis, returning to action, went for 15 points, 5 assists, and 1 steal, displaying a solo style with no inclination to pass, successfully executing layups, dunks, and 3-pointers. Yet finishing the game with only a 37 shooting rate, failing to convert on 5 3-point attempts. Deshaun Stevenson scored 7 points with 2 rebounds and 1 assist, while Cardino Mobley added 12 points and 4 assists with 2 turnovers. Hedo Turkoglu scored 8 points, 3 assists, and 2 rebounds with 4 turnovers, while Tony Batty, Pat Garrity, and Jamal Nelson each contributed 2 points. Upon Feng Jie's entrance, every player felt the ease of the game. The court brimmed with space, and drives did not face the usual defensive congestion. Outside shooters merely stood beyond the arc, relishing the spectacle of Feng Jie's artistry. Notably, after calling for a screen and drive, he adeptly sought openings based on the game's dynamics, either waiting for a catch-and-shoot opportunity or passing to a teammate in a favorable position. Players with driving capabilities, like Reggie Miller, could also choose to penetrate the lane, as the perimeter was left wide open. This made the tasks of interior players remarkably straightforward, revolving around screens and adapting dynamically, catching passes for dunks or layups. And if faced with a strong defense, distributing the ball to teammates to continue seeking space. As Magic players felt overwhelmingly fatigued, Turkoglu perceived the defense as a mere 2v2 scenario. The Pacers deployed a center alongside Feng Jie, whose agility kept pace, albeit barely. Introducing an additional screening center complicated matters, as their movements were impeded by opponents, necessitating defensive switches that further lagged behind. Consequently, double-teaming Feng Jie, endowed with height and elite passing vision, became effortless for him to facilitate scoring opportunities for Foster. The Magic coach recognized this predicament and instructed the team to converge whenever Feng Jie was double-teamed, focusing their attention on intercepting passing lanes and executing help defense. Yet, human concentration is finite. Eventually, lapses occur, with the ball traveling faster than the players. Quick passing led to open shots, yet they still struggled to contain the opposing offense. Given the inability to stymie their rivals, the focus shifted to offensive strategies. Could the starting players truly be outperformed by the bench? However, tactical execution faltered, with players constantly on the move, frantically coordinating screens, attempting to block defenders, only to confront towering opponents. Many began to doubt if the opposition had fielded extra players. A quick count revealed the adversaries still fielded 5. It seemed the defense had induced hallucinations. After finally penetrating the lane, expectations of scoring were dashed as both teammates and rivals crowded the three-point line. Not only did they have to navigate around outstretched arms for shots, but passing to teammates also felt perilous. Throughout the game, turnovers plagued them, passes were intercepted, or players were simply unfindable, resulting in the ball careening out of bounds, necessitating a referee's intervention. The team collectively registered over 20 turnovers in the slow-paced 2004 to 2005 season. Such a tally was astounding. Even in the fast-paced 2023 to 2024 season, the highest number of turnovers recorded by an NBA team in a single game was merely 28. The match concluded with 23 assists against 21 turnovers, nearly setting a record of more turnovers than assists. In the CCTV5 studio, director Zhang, observing the data sheet, felt an overwhelming surge of excitement, exclaiming at the remarkable figures Feng Jie achieved in just his second game, aiding the Indiana Pacers in overcoming the Orlando Magic. He had outshone the top draft pick, Howard. How did the Pacers come to possess such a talent? This marks the second time I've witnessed a 206 centimeters heavy guard score 27 points and dish out 16 assists. The last occurrence dates back to the era of the Bird-Magic rivalry in the 1980s. As a rookie, achieving such stellar results foretells an illustrious future, yet caution is warranted. Every team will analyze his gameplay, identifying his flaws and weaknesses, a phenomenon often referred to as the rookie wall. Like Tracy McGrady, Kobe Bryant, and Shaquille O'Neal. Only by overcoming this wall can one ascend to stardom. Let us eagerly await Feng Jie's continued performances. Unfortunately, after the last game, I looked into Feng Jie's background and discovered he was an orphan adopted by an American couple in China, classified as a Chinese-American player. It seems he might not be able to serve us in the future. Zhang shook his head, his face etched with a profound sense of regret. If only he could return to serve his country, the national team's performance this year could have garnered greater expectations. Thank you all for tuning in. The live broadcast of this match has concluded. Upon hearing Zhang's penultimate remark, the viewers in front of the television were left dumbfounded. Surely, the national team requires a player capable of advancing the ball beyond the halfway line. They had thought they would no longer need to fear relentless full-court pressure, only to be disillusioned. Why can't talented players of Chinese descent from abroad switch their nationality to represent our nation? After all, they are genuinely Chinese, are they not? To begin discussing nationality transfers after just a few games raises concerns about our own talent pool. We do not need foreign players masquerading as locals. If one cannot even articulate in Chinese, what claim do they have to being Chinese? Can they even converse in Mandarin? In an instant, fans enchanted by Feng Jie's performance clashed with those who held disdain for him, engaging in fervent debates at every opportunity, regardless of time or place. Throughout it all, the higher-ups remained silent. As for the reasoning behind this, each position carries its own considerations. Nevertheless, the 2004 Chinese men's basketball team, propelled by tenacity, narrowly defeated Serbia and Montenegro by a single point to advance to the quarterfinals of the Olympics. They triumphed over Lebanon by a 10-point margin at the Asian Championships, achieving 4 consecutive championships. This suffices to demonstrate that they were an exceptionally formidable team at that time. During the post-match press conference, Carlisle brought Feng Jie and Reggie Miller alongside him, knowing that the reporters would be keenly interested in him. Feng, congratulations on your second appearance. Did you ever anticipate achieving a remarkable double-double with 27 points, 16 assists, 6 rebounds, and 5 steals before the game? Chapter 19. Does he even deserve to be the top pick? Why had he been relegated to the bench for so long? A reporter posed this question, his eyes gleaming with curiosity. Was it due to the coach's dissatisfaction, deliberately undermining you? Don't think you can set a trap for me. Coach Carlisle has certainly not suppressed me. Feng Jie promptly rejected the notion, his tone resolute. Players must adhere to the coach's directives. Just observe. The team has achieved an impressive record of 8 wins and 2 losses since the season commenced. As a coach, one cannot recklessly disrupt the existing chemistry within the team. The coach possesses a strategy and will undoubtedly deploy the players at the most opportune moment. Feng Jie was acutely aware that a certain level of self-awareness was indispensable. To be candid, his performance in the previous training matches had indeed been woefully inadequate. Had he had the opportunity to play during that time, Carlisle would have surely accepted Feng Jie's contribution. Just now, we noted that you recorded 6 turnovers in this match. By this measure, you are the first player to achieve the remarkable statistics of 25-5-5-5. The reporter continued, a faint smirk gracing his face. Did you hear the home crowd's appellations for you? They referred to you as the Pacers magician. Another nickname they used was the Mad Wizard. My performance in this game has, in a way, justified Coach Carlisle's faith in me. I hope to maintain this level of play in the upcoming match. Feng Jie replied with a smile, expressing his gratitude for the nickname bestowed upon him by the audience. However, to be candid, he admitted that he wasn't particularly fond of it, finding it rather unrefined. He requested assistance in selecting a new moniker. Feng Jie half-jokingly continued, as for the moniker the Pacers magician, I must apologize. You might want to watch a few more of my games, and you will soon realize that I surpass him in skill. Just kidding. My current prowess is merely a fusion of a diminished version of James Harden and Ben Simmons' abilities. However, should I draw the MVP-level Harden, the peak Simmons, the prime Booker, and the apex Griffin, along with the talent attributes of players shrouded in the watchful gaze of the Kardashian family, that will be my true moment of terror. This match nearly erupted into a brawl. When we observed your confrontation with Howard, many noted that the two of you were engaged in a rather animated exchange. Could you shed some light on what transpired at that moment? A reporter posed a pointed question, their eyes brimming with curiosity, seemingly eager to unearth some sensational news. Initially, Howard and I were conversing to enhance our low-post play. As you could see, Howard was keen to impart some techniques to me. Unfortunately, the dynamics of the game shifted too rapidly, leaving little room for us to continue our dialogue effectively. Feng Jie explained calmly. However, he later realized that his individual skills were rather lacking in commendation. Are you implying that Howard is lamenting about his lack of ball possession? The reporter quickly seized upon the inconsistency in Feng Jie's words and pressed further. No, I have never stated such a thing. Do not misrepresent my words. Feng Jie hastily retorted, inwardly lamenting the predicament of being scrutinized by the journalists. After that airborne relay, why did he rush towards you instead of confronting the one who had obstructed him, James Jones? The reporters remained relentless, continuing to delve deeper into this topic. Are you unaware of the reason behind his aggression towards me? Feng Jie retorted, why not examine the data for yourself? Today, I truly outshone him. After all, he is the top pick, while I am merely a second-round selection. Yet, I managed to surpass him. I even questioned whether he believed he was deserving of being the #1 draft choice. In the initial segment of Feng Jie's response, his remarks were rather conventional, lacking any remarkable highlights. However, once he uttered his subsequent statements, the journalists were captivated, realizing that a compelling news angle had emerged, prompting them to swiftly document the moment. They continued to seek out any additional intriguing developments worth exploring. Coach Carlisle, it appears that the strategy you devised prior to the match has not yielded favorable results. Once again, a reporter directed their inquiries towards Coach Carlisle. Since Feng Jie took to the court, he employed tactics that were unprecedented in our experience. Are these strategies a result of your direction? This inquiry struck at the very core of what Carlisle was most reluctant to address. His stature disdained the notion of overtly claiming these tactics as his own. Thus, he harbored considerable dissatisfaction regarding Feng Jie's unilateral alterations to the game plan. Despite the fact that, ultimately, these adjustments proved remarkably effective, Feng Jie was about to adjust the microphone before him, eager to voice his thoughts, when he felt Reggie Miller gently nudge his elbow, signaling him to hold his tongue and allow the coach to respond. As you may know, following the penalties from the last match, our team is currently shorthanded. Coach Carlisle pondered his words for a moment, lightly nudging the microphone on the table. He then spoke slowly, stating that during the practice games, they had experimented with various tactics, and it had become evident that Feng Jie possessed unique abilities. Therefore, granting him maximum freedom was essential to fully exploit his advantages. This implies that once Feng Jie entered the game, no further tactical arrangements were made, correct? The reporters, unwilling to let this topic slip away easily, pressed on with relentless inquiries, as if determined to unearth the significant scoop. The expression on Coach Carlisle's face darkened at the relentless pursuit of such a line of questioning. After exchanging a few more words, the press officer, sensing the atmosphere had become tense, swiftly diverted the conversation to avoid further awkwardness. "Reggie, it's delightful to see you back on the court," a journalist interjected, shifting the focus to Reggie Miller. "Given your team's current struggles after yesterday's game, do you think the season will see a deliberate decline in performance? Furthermore, is there a possibility the team might trade you for rebuilding assets? Conversely, as you approach the twilight of your career, might you seek a trade to pursue a championship? Which team do you believe would be most suitable for you at this stage?" In truth, the reporters were not genuinely concerned about the team's potential decline. They were merely interested in gauging Reggie Miller's perspective on the current situation, hoping to embellish their stories with sensational narratives. In my lexicon, the term decline does not exist. However, such matters are the concern of the team's general manager, not mine, Reggie Miller replied with an air of nonchalance. "Everyone knows that at 39, I am perpetually on the brink of retirement. I doubt any team would be willing to invest heavily in acquiring me. I will never leave the Pacers. This is my home, my battlefield." Reggie's response was impeccably guarded. "Reggie, are you planning to retire? If so, when?" The room buzzed with anticipation as everyone sought to discern whether Reggie truly intended to retire. Chapter 20. Aiming for the championship with the team leader having finished his statement, Feng Jie felt invigorated. He immediately seized the microphone, rising to his feet and proclaiming, "For our team leader, Reggie Miller, this season, our goal is to secure the championship title." His declaration resonated like a bomb dropped into a calm lake, instantly igniting a flurry of excitement among the attendees. The reporters sprang into action, directing their cameras towards Feng Jie, the flashes of light illuminating the room in a dazzling display that made it difficult for him to keep his eyes open. Nevertheless, the reporters relished the explosive news they had just captured, securing countless striking photographs of Feng Jie brimming with passion and determination. They speculated eagerly about how dazzling the headlines would be the next day. Reggie Miller, observing the commotion, sighed and rubbed his forehead, contemplating the spectacle that would unfold once this news was released. This young man is undeniably bold and full of vigor. At the Magic's press conference, the reporters surged forward, launching a new wave of inquiries. They began by asking about Coach Johnny Davis's opinion on Feng Jie. "What opinion could I possibly have? He is merely a second-round draft pick," Davis responded disdainfully. "It's just the second game. There's nothing noteworthy to discuss." Next, the journalists inquired about Feng Jie's proclamation regarding the championship. Coach Davis could only respond with a cold smile, stating, "It's akin to the previous question. He has only played 2 games. To declare a championship aspiration now is premature. And who knows if you will even be able to interview him after a few more games." The reporters pressed on, asking why the tactics employed when Feng Jie was on the court had not been deciphered by the Magic. Was it a failure in their in-game adjustments? "That is due to our players' lack of defensive assertiveness." Coach Davis quickly deflected the blame. "They were entirely incapable of executing the strategies I had devised." He was determined never to admit that his tactical planning had faltered, hastily shifting the blame onto the players. Moreover, the tactics employed were indeed quite uncommon. Even if Coach Carlisle were present, he would likely find them challenging to unravel. The issue of the dispute between Howard and Francis was also raised by the reporters. "Everyone is focused on victory. There are merely some tactical disagreements, nothing serious," Coach Davis explained perfunctorily. However, recalling Feng Jie's earlier remarks about Howard's complaints regarding insufficient ball time, he dismissed it as utter nonsense. "From the day Howard joined the Magic, he has been our future, and we will undoubtedly strive to develop him. It simply requires time to cultivate." But why wasn't Howard present at today's press conference? The reporters pressed on. "What is your perspective on the discussion surrounding him being outperformed by a second-round pick?" "He was unwell and unable to attend," Coach Davis replied curtly. Another issue was simply disregarded. Johnny Davis waved his hand, signaling the conclusion of the press conference. He was not in the mood to continue entertaining these journalists. His mind was preoccupied with the troubles within the locker room, particularly because Francis had spoken indiscreetly during a timeout, embarrassing Howard in front of everyone. Being a high school student thrust into the NBA, he still displayed childish behavior. Rumors had already begun to circulate that Howard refused to play alongside Francis. As long as Francis was on the court, he resolutely declined to set screens or participate in defense, focusing solely on his own individual plays. If this situation was not promptly rectified, it could potentially dismantle the team, leading to the premature end of his coaching career. This was indeed a significant source of frustration. The following day, the front pages of major newspapers were predominantly occupied by news of the Pacers and the Magic, with the Pacers magician boasting, "I am more exceptional than legends. I have already conquered Coach Carlisle." Feng Jie candidly expressed that the moniker Pacers magician is rather antiquated. Asserting his determination to conquer the coach through his own prowess and to become a singular figure, he boldly declared his commitment to justifying the coach's trust, vowing to exert himself in the next match to dominate the arena and to surpass the Pacers magician. Behind this confrontation lies the burden of shame and seething anger carried by the #1 draft pick. The fierce flames ignited by aerial assists led to a devastating defeat for the rookie. Reggie Miller has dismissed trade rumors, steadfastly remaining with the Pacers. In light of the team's current predicament, is this loyalty misguided or a testament to true devotion? The apparent effectiveness cannot conceal the underlying discord. Carlisle's dissatisfaction with Feng Jie's tactical adjustments juxtaposed with the freedom he grants him raises questions about the true nature of their rules. Feng Jie has garnered significant acclaim in the United States for his remarkable performance on the court, particularly in defeating the top draft pick. However, for him to penetrate the market across the vast ocean in China, he must exert further effort. Back in 2004, the channels of information were relatively restricted. With the internet still in its infancy, people primarily relied on traditional print media and broadcast television for news dissemination. In such a context, attaining fame was both an attainable and arduous endeavor. These lay in the fact that a figure like Sister Furong could ascend to stardom merely by posting on a forum at Peking University, thus becoming an internet sensation. Conversely, the difficulty arose from the sheer population of 1.2 billion in China, where she remained a solitary instance of viral success. Moreover, Feng Jie's location was over 10,000 kilometers away in the distant United States, making it exponentially harder to establish recognition there. At this juncture, Feng Jie is merely a minor player within his team. To capture the attention of a broader audience, he must demonstrate exceptional performance in subsequent matches and strive for an exclusive interview with CCTV5. Only then can he hope to attract greater interest. When that moment arrives, his potential for talent acquisition will undoubtedly be boundless. Congratulations to the host for achieving a talent acquisition opportunity progress of 19.3. Feng Jie gazed with delight at the progress bar, which had surged to 72.4. He pondered who might have contributed to that elusive 0.3. Upon returning to the apartment, having endured 2 matches over 2 days, he noted that the next game was scheduled for the evening of the 23rd, allowing for a 3-day respite in between. Coach Carlisle, empathetic to the players' fatigue, graciously permitted an extended half-day of rest, allowing everyone the luxury of a leisurely sleep-in. With plans to reconvene with the team the following afternoon, Feng Jie lay upon his bed, idly toying with what was, at the time, a remarkably advanced smartphone. After a brief period of manipulation, he flung his hands away and sprawled out like a wooden figure on the bed, exhaling a heavy sigh of frustration. The monotony was unbearable, and this had nothing to do with the phone's capabilities. The crux of the matter was that the internet at that time offered nothing that piqued his interest. It is important to note that platforms overflowing with entertainment, such as Douyin, Kuaishou, and Bilibili, had yet to emerge. Chapter 21. The Mysterious Woman. Douyin? This thought suddenly flickered in Feng Jie's mind, as if he had been jolted by a spark of inspiration. Since these innovations were not yet available, why not endeavor to create them himself? Even if he did not wish to engage directly, having some capital to invest in such ventures could prove to be a prudent choice. With this newfound determination, he sat up and opened his computer. Drawing upon his memories, he commenced searching for the renowned companies from his previous life, preparing to compile a list. He envisioned that once he had some funds at his disposal, he would invest in these enterprises. His fingers danced across the keyboard, repeatedly typing the names Google, Apple, and Microsoft. However, as he continued, his expression grew increasingly grim. What on earth? Feng Jie abruptly thrust the bench backward, rising to his feet with a sudden motion. His hands clutched his head in anguish as he incessantly tousled his hair. With a tone of frustration, he muttered to himself, "Why did I not read more books or keep abreast of the news in the past? Even a gentle nudge to pay attention to the economic landscape of the beautiful country would have sufficed. Books? Books? Facebook? Could it be that this platform too holds the potential for great wealth?" Feng Jie took a moment to regain his composure, mentally encouraging himself. Remain calm, Feng Jie. You are capable. Even if opportunities abroad are scarce, pursuing a domestic path is still a viable option. Tingzai, Ma from the lakeside in Hangzhou, Guizhou Matai. What other suitable prospects are there? Oh no. Oh no. Lost in thought, Feng Jie once again succumbed to the overwhelming pressure. Clasping his head in despair and crying out in anguish, he recalled having seen a document regarding significant investments in the Celestial Empire within a QQ group. Unfortunately, the specific details eluded him at that moment. It is crucial to note that even remembering a single key piece of information could lead to an exponential increase in wealth within just a year. Which year did Brazil suffer that 1-7 defeat in football? Who were they playing against? Feng Jie, generally indifferent to the world of football, found his mind clouded with vague recollections of disjointed phrases once exchanged during casual conversations with former colleagues. After a moment of reflection, he reassured himself of the fortunate circumstances surrounding his rebirth, equipped as he was with such an exceptional system. His true passion lay in basketball, and he vowed not to allow the stench of materialism to tarnish this pure love. The future was inherently bright. Wealth and its trappings could be cast aside. With these thoughts in mind, Feng Jie resolved to don a hat and a mask, stepping outside for a breath of fresh air. He intended to immerse himself, or rather, to critique the decadence and decay of capitalist societies. Descending in the elevator to the ground floor, he had scarcely crossed the threshold when a series of unsettling sounds, bang, 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 echoed from a distance, followed swiftly by the anguished cries and screams of a crowd. Feng Jie felt a sudden jolt in his heart. He hastily withdrew his foot, pondering with unease. Is the security in Indianapolis truly so dire? Is it indeed, as the netizens claim, a land of freedom where gunfire echoes daily? After much contemplation, he decided it was best to avoid trouble. Better to err on the side of caution, he thought, and turned to make his way towards the elevator. Just then, he was startled by the sound of rapid, labored breaths coming from behind him, and the noise grew increasingly nearer. Feng Jie turned his head and beheld a girl with golden long hair, barefoot and clad in an office attire. She approached with a disheveled appearance, rushing towards him in haste. Hurry, hurry. Upon witnessing the scene, Feng Jie instinctively quickened his pace, hastening towards the elevator while repeatedly pressing the button. His mind racing with thoughts, do not play the hero. Avoid trouble. No matter what transpires, feign ignorance. As he muttered these words, he glanced up at the floor indicator, then cast a fleeting look at the woman who had just rushed past him. Help me. The woman, her face etched with urgency, approached him with fervor, grasping his arm tightly. Ding. At that moment, the elevator doors slid open. Feng Jie hardly contemplated at all. He swiftly turned around and pulled her into the elevator. Once inside, the two remained silent, casually pressing a button for a floor. He truly is a kind-hearted soul. Feng Jie silently berated himself. As soon as the elevator halted, he grasped the woman's hand and dashed out. He made his way directly toward the emergency stairwell, contemplating the notion of parting ways with this woman for good. Could you perhaps allow me to borrow your phone in your room? The blonde woman inquired cautiously, observing Feng Jie as he descended the stairs. Feng Jie halted his steps, gazing at her in silence, scrutinizing her from head to toe. To be candid, he harbored a deep-seated reluctance to engage further with this woman, as they were not related in any way. Although she was indeed quite beautiful, he was unwilling to invite any unwarranted risks into his life. Did they see you enter? Feng Jie inquired. The woman appeared puzzled, clearly not comprehending the meaning behind his words. What I mean to say is, did those who pursue you see you enter this apartment building? Feng Jie patiently reiterated his explanation once more. Chasing me? No one is pursuing me. At last, the blonde woman comprehended his meaning. Upon hearing her words, Feng Jie regarded her with skepticism, remaining silent. There has been a shooting outside, and I have lost everything out there. Therefore, I wish to use your landline to contact my family. The blonde woman felt somewhat uncomfortable under Feng Jie's scrutinizing gaze and continued to clarify. This is my mobile phone. You may use it to reach out. Never mind. I would prefer to use the landline, he replied. Feng Jie initially intended to take out his phone to share his number with the other person. However, he quickly reconsidered, realizing that he was on the verge of becoming an NBA superstar. How could he casually provide his phone number to a stranger? Consequently, the two returned to the elevator once more. After pressing a button for a floor, Feng Jie remarked, Please wait for me at the elevator exit. I will come to fetch you. With that, he turned and exited. At the elevator door, some time had passed. The blonde beauty's face gradually reflected a sense of impatience. She glanced around and, ultimately losing her patience, seemed to resolve herself. She reached out and pressed the elevator button. Wait a moment. Why the rush? I am right here. Just then, she heard someone speaking. Turning her head, she noticed a figure emerging on her right. Feng Jie leisurely emerged from the fire safety passage. Have you been watching me the whole time? The blonde beauty, trailing behind Feng Jie, inquired with a hint of irritation. No. I was trapped inside another elevator that malfunctioned just moments ago, came the reply. Feng Jie casually fabricated a lie, one he hardly pondered over. Merely a perfunctory response to the other party. So where shall we go now? The astute Ivana Marie ceased to dwell on the prior inquiry, her gaze following Feng Jie as he made his way towards the fire escape. Chapter 22. Ivana Marie felt a flicker of curiosity. I mistakenly pressed the wrong floor for you. My residence is actually 2 floors down, Feng Jie remarked, shaking the key to his room in his hand. Upon hearing this, the blonde woman comprehended the situation. This man evidently viewed her as a mere trickster. A wave of incredulity washed over her. Yet, concurrently, she was filled with intrigue regarding Feng Jie. What manner of man was he to exercise such caution? Indeed, he was excessively meticulous. Reminiscent of the character James Bond from the television screen. Father, there has been a shooting incident nearby, Ivana Marie spoke into the phone as she entered the room. I am unharmed, but all my belongings are lost. I have not a penny to my name. Please have the driver come to fetch me. She continued. Yes, that works. Once the driver arrives, just give me a call. Feng Jie languidly reclined on the sofa, observing the blonde beauty before him as she engaged in a phone conversation with her family. From the snippets of dialogue he overheard, it could be inferred that her family was likely quite affluent. After all, who could casually afford a private driver? Allow me to introduce myself. I am Ivana Marie. It is a pleasure to make your acquaintance. The blonde beauty exhibited a remarkably cheerful disposition, eagerly sharing her name with Feng Jie. Ah, I am Feng Jie, and it is likewise a pleasure to meet you. Out of politeness, Feng Jie offered a casual response. Subsequently, silence enveloped the room, creating a somewhat awkward atmosphere. After all, it was rather unusual for a disheveled and unfamiliar woman to seek assistance at such a late hour. Anyone encountering this scenario would undoubtedly find it rather implausible. Feng Jie was acutely aware that in this land of America, incidents akin to honey traps were far from uncommon. Thus, he was genuinely reluctant to entangle himself further with this woman. Although he was merely 19, capable of youthful impulses, he understood the importance of not allowing them to cloud his judgment. I would like to borrow the restroom to tidy myself up. I find myself in quite a disheveled state, he stated. It was Ivana Marie who first shattered the somewhat oppressive atmosphere, responding, of course, the restroom is just over there. As Feng Jie spoke, he rose from his seat and gestured towards the direction of the restroom. He naturally picked up a tissue from the coffee table and handed it to her. Thank you. You are quite tall. Do you play basketball? Ivana Marie remarked with a radiant smile. You're not short either. You're about at my shoulder level. You must be around 180 centimeters, right? Feng Jie replied to her observation. Of course, Ivana Marie said proudly as she accepted the tissue. With a light, playful gait, she sashayed towards the restroom. What a charming creature, Feng Jie murmured, watching her retreating figure. Inside the restroom, as Ivana Marie tidied her makeup, her face was adorned with smiles. This was her first encounter with an Asian man. She sensed that although he appeared somewhat aloof, he was meticulous in his actions, exuding a unique charm reminiscent of the youthful boys from the United States. The allure of American men seemed fleeting. Thus, she appreciated Feng Jie's fresh and delicate demeanor. Meanwhile, Feng Jie sat idly on the sofa, engrossed in the news. After a considerable while, the restroom door creaked open. Feng Jie lifted his gaze, noticing the pristine clarity of her countenance. Although her previous understated makeup had accentuated her beauty, this unadorned appearance was far more soothing and pleasing to the eye. It seemed that, deep down, he preferred this natural beauty. Ivana Marie approached and seated herself beside Feng Jie, her eyes fixed intently upon him, yet she remained silent for a considerable time. Her gaze was filled with curiosity and delight. Just moments ago, when she wore a mask, I failed to recognize you. Now it dawns on me that you are Feng Jie, the power forward for the Walker team, correct? As she spoke, she tilted her body slightly, scrutinizing him repeatedly. You recognize me? Feng Jie inquired, intrigued. I've seen your posters in the sporting goods store at the mall. They mentioned how you transitioned from a mere water cooler attendant to a prominent star, so I have a vivid impression of you, Ivana Marie hastily explained. Huh? Only after 2 games and already there are posters? I thought you were merely a fan of mine, Feng Jie teased with a chuckle. He had dozed off in the car on the way back to the apartment, thus he was quite unaware of any promotional material featuring himself. Initially, he intended to take a leisurely stroll downstairs, but an unfortunate incident involving gunfire had compelled him to retreat to his apartment. Were it not for his presence in this beautiful country, he might have suspected that this was a deliberately orchestrated scheme, for the coincidences were rather uncanny. I just graduated this year. My company sent me here to conduct market research. Who would have anticipated encountering such misfortune? Ivana Marie reflected, still visibly shaken by the earlier events. That scene nearly terrified me, and I was fortunate to have crossed paths with you. Such reactions are entirely normal. I believe that anyone witnessing a beautiful woman like you in peril would instinctively lend a helping hand, Feng Jie replied. Feng Jie responded to her words with utmost politeness. It seems you have no intention of assisting me at all. You casually selected a random floor, intending to part ways with me, despite having a mobile phone. You fear the disclosure of your personal number and, while escorting me back to my room, deliberately pressed the wrong floor. You then proceeded to discreetly observe whether I had any accomplices. You truly are the most cautious man I have ever encountered. Ivana Marie, like a bamboo tube spilling beans, recounted all of Feng Jie's previous actions in one breath. Feng Jie, caught off guard by her direct revelation, felt a twinge of embarrassment wash over him. Awkwardness enveloped him, prompting him to gently scratch his brow with his index finger. He couldn't help but muse on how these Americans lacked a sense of vigilance. When I encountered you, your demeanor resembled that of someone fleeing from a pursuer. Could I possibly afford to be careless? As he spoke, Feng Jie reached for a bottle of mineral water on the table, extending it towards Ivana Marie, saying, "Have a sip. Do take a sip." She quipped. "You haven't slipped any drugs in there, have you?" Gazing at the bottle presented before her, Ivana Marie feigned a cautious expression. "Indeed. I have infused it with the fabled obedient water from the Celestial Empire. Should you choose to drink it, you shall become my follower." Feng Jie responded half-jokingly, attempting to alleviate the awkwardness of being exposed. "Is that so? If that's the case, I might just indulge," Ivana Marie remarked, casting a sultry glance at Feng Jie while playfully tousling her golden locks. She then shifted closer to him, their thighs pressing tightly against one another. In an instant, an air of flirtation thickened around them. Was she teasing me? Or perhaps seducing me? It was evident that she was indeed trying to entice me. Chapter 23. The youthful blood of young men. No, not this time. The young Feng Jie felt a surge of heat coursing through his body, his temperature rising steadily. His throat began to parch, signaling that it was time for a drink. He quickly straightened his posture, slightly increasing the distance between them. He reached for a bottle of mineral water, opening it and pouring it slowly into his glass. With a tilt of his head, he downed the entire contents in one go. Ultimately, the head prevailed over the heart. Thanks to his cautious nature, he maintained his boundaries. Now, I can drink, right? With a glass of water consumed, Feng Jie felt the heat within him dissipate. He turned the glass upside down, indicating that not a drop remained. This water was safe, with nothing to worry about in such an open society as America. Feng Jie's remarkably reserved demeanor did not offend or insult Ivana Marie. Rather, it impressed her with his exceptional rationality and self-discipline. In an age characterized by youthful exuberance and impulsivity, his ability to restrain his inherent nature was indeed a rarity. Following this, Ivana Marie ceased her attempts to provoke Feng Jie with subtle tricks, and the two found themselves engaging in conversation as if discovering a shared interest. Their dialogue becoming increasingly harmonious. It felt as though there was an endless stream of conversation, creating a relaxed and pleasant atmosphere. However, this tranquility was abruptly interrupted by the sudden ringing of a telephone. After Ivana Marie answered the call with casual replies, indicating her intention to return home, they naturally exchanged phone numbers. Subsequently, she ambled down the stairs wearing Feng Jie's oversized slippers. A while later, the phone rang again unexpectedly. "Hello? What is the matter?" Feng Jie felt a twinge of curiosity and lowered his gaze. The screen prominently displayed the 5 characters. Ivana Marie. "It's nothing. I merely wish to ascertain whether the number you provided was genuine." Her sweet voice resonated through the phone, laced with a hint of playfulness. "It appears I have earned your trust now. Good night, hee. Feng Jie listened to her words, feeling a sense of helplessness. After bidding her farewell, he hung up the phone and returned to bed, falling into a deep slumber. In the middle of the night, he awoke groggily, glancing at his trousers. He couldn't help but mutter in exasperation, "So this is the body of a 19-year-old. Shaking his head in resignation, he removed the trousers and tossed them into the washing machine. After a quick rinse, he buried his head under the covers and drifted back to sleep. The following morning, Feng Jie gradually stirred awake. He lay there for a considerable time, staring at the ceiling, pondering that there seemed to be nothing particularly urgent to attend to. After much contemplation, he ultimately decided to head straight to the gym. At the very least, he could enjoy a couple of working lunches there. With this thought in mind, he got up and prepared to leave. As he walked along the road, he was pleasantly surprised to see numerous posters of himself. A wave of happiness washed over him, especially when he spotted the poster featuring his dunk over Prince. He looked remarkably handsome in the image, and he mused to himself that he must obtain a copy to display on his wall, allowing him to admire it whenever he pleased. Upon arriving at the gym and greeting the security guard at the entrance, he stepped inside. It seemed his fame was still modest, as only a handful of fans lingered at the entrance, seeking an autograph or two. Since the players were given the morning off, the expansive gym was largely deserted, with only a few staff members busily tending to their respective duties. Feng Jie stood at the entrance, adhering to his customary practice, and called out loudly into the gymnasium. The entire arena appeared particularly desolate and forlorn. This was not the first time Feng Jie had arrived at the gym at such an early hour. In the past, to win Coach Carlisle's favor and secure a chance to play, he had devoted considerable effort to activating his talent lottery feature. Each day, he had to exhibit unwavering diligence, rising earlier than the Roosters and returning later than the Dogs. He was wholeheartedly committed to being the diligent mouse of the basketball court. Upon arriving at the gym, he first engaged in a serious warm-up routine, stretching his muscles as the coach had instructed, preparing his body to reach its optimal athletic state. Following this, he commenced his targeted shooting practice. Feng Jie has now completely assimilated the offensive prowess of James Harden. During training, his shooting accuracy from open positions often reaches an impressive 60 to 70%. This remarkable success is indeed commendable. Through recent experiences, Feng Jie has gradually come to realize that the former notion of relying solely on social media fame to harness talent without diligent training may be unattainable. He had previously scrutinized the system panel and found no avenue for enhancing abilities through training. However, extensive practice does improve proficiency, enabling a swift enhancement of his basketball instincts. For instance, as of now, Feng Jie's shooting touch for three-pointers has become increasingly refined. Congratulations to the host. Proficiency in the James Harden exclusive shooting posture has increased by 35. The higher the proficiency, the quicker the shooting speed and the stronger the ability to withstand interference. Congratulations to the host. Proficiency in the James Harden exclusive dribbling technique has increased by 40. The greater the proficiency, the more lifelike the movements, resulting in a superior deceptive effect. The familiar electronic voice echoed in his mind, and Feng Jie felt no surprise. This is merely muscle memory. With ample practice, it becomes fluid. The system seems to be rather lackadaisical. Meanwhile, in the office of Larry Bird with the Indiana Pacers, an unexpected guest has arrived. Are you joking with me? Larry Bird stared incredulously at the figure before him, his expression one of disbelief. While your proposal to join our team without salary is indeed tempting, I cannot approve your request. That decision rests with the head coach. If Coach Carlisle is unwilling, you may choose any position within the Pacers, save for the general manager role. Aha, Larry Bird said with a broad smile to Don Nelson. Early that morning, Larry Bird arrived at the office, feeling a sense of curiosity upon hearing from his secretary that Don Nelson was there to see him. It was puzzling. For just last week, Don Nelson had parted ways with the Dallas Mavericks. Why had he suddenly traveled to Indiana? In a previous timeline, Don Nelson had departed on March 20th, 2005. Yet now, Feng Jie seemed akin to a butterfly flapping its wings, subtly altering the course of this timeline and rendering events distinct. It is noteworthy that Larry Bird and Don Nelson had merely crossed paths once before, with little interaction since. Thus, Bird pondered, he surely was not here to apply for the head coach position. After all, given the current state of the Pacers, there was no need for a coaching change. Last season, the Pacers achieved an impressive record of 61 wins and 21 losses, ranking first in the Eastern Conference. Furthermore, they advanced to the Eastern Conference Finals in the playoffs, only to be defeated by the championship Pistons. Consequently, the management is quite satisfied with the team's performance over the past 2 years, and Coach Carlisle's position is as secure as a mountain. The media has never hinted at a coaching change. So why had Don Nelson traveled all the way from Dallas? Everyone is quite busy, with little time to spare. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they swiftly got to the point. Don Nelson's visit was entirely focused on Feng Jie. He expressed his desire to join Rick Carlisle's coaching staff, specifically to oversee offensive training. Feng Jie, the magician who has recently garnered significant attention. It brings to mind his previous declaration at the press conference, where he confidently proclaimed that he would surpass the legendary Magic Johnson. He boldly announced to all that the team's objective this season is to secure the championship title. Larry Bird must be immensely pleased. After all, He is the coach of such a daring and ambitious player. In a sense, it is a testament to the spirit of aspiration and tenacity. Feng Jie indeed possesses certain strengths that surpass those of Johnson. Bird has reviewed the footage of Feng Jie's matches. They share the same height. Feng Jie's south passing on the court is infused with a remarkable creativity. He possesses an extraordinary shooting range and strength, coupled with a proactive and assertive defensive attitude. If he can maintain that rare discipline characteristic of the yellow race, avoiding the pitfalls of distractions like Johnson, who faced the struggles of HIV later in life, it would be a mischaracterization of Feng Jie. He does not indulge in frivolities. Rather, he aspires to a high-caliber path, shunning anything that lacks prominence. Currently, Reggie Miller in the team is approaching the twilight of his career, having hinted at retirement during their last conversation. Should Feng Jie prove to be as exceptional as Nelson claims and sustain such outstanding performances in the upcoming matches, the team will naturally offer him a lucrative long-term contract, solidifying his place alongside Shaquille O'Neal and Artest as a formidable trio. Contemplating this, Larry Bird gazed at Nelson before reaching for the phone to summon Carlisle for a discussion. "Hi, Rick. An old acquaintance wishes to meet you. I hope you can come by," Bird said into the receiver. After hanging up, he resumed his conversation with the seasoned Nelson, passing the time as they awaited Carlisle. As for Don Nelson, Larry Bird is quite familiar with him. Often dubbed the mad scientist of the basketball world, he is a staunch advocate of offensive strategies and a pioneer of the small ball era. The renowned run-and-gun tactic is attributed to his ingenuity. In the annals of the league, he ranks second among coaches in wins, with successors like D'Antoni, Steve Kerr, Mike Brown, and Gentry emerging from his offensive philosophy. During his tenure with the Bucks, he innovatively developed the concept of the point-forward play style. Later, with the Golden State Warriors, he assembled the TMC trio, initiating the run-and-gun strategy and proposing the intriguing theory that a 33 three-point shooting percentage equates to a 52-point shooting percentage. He maximized the capabilities of players like Tim Hardaway, Richmond, and Mullen, resulting in captivating and highly entertaining games. Subsequently, upon taking the helm of the Dallas Mavericks, he audaciously positioned the 6 feet 11 inches Dirk Nowitzki as a small forward, often showcasing Nowitzki orchestrating plays or executing fast breaks like a shooting guard. Consequently, Nowitzki earned acclaim as one of the finest big men in shooting, often regarded as the most proficient shooter since Larry Bird. There were detractors who labeled him a soft player, asserting he would never win a championship. However, those skeptics could not have anticipated that shooting would eventually become the dominant theme of the game. Conversely, the teams coached by Don Nelson have historically struggled to achieve remarkable success in the playoffs, particularly emphasizing defense, exemplifying the notion of being well-regarded yet underperforming. This was inevitable, as the teams dedicated most of their energy to offensive pursuits, resulting in a corresponding decline in defensive effectiveness. As Carlisle made his way to the office, he was drawn by the sound of dribbling from the gymnasium. His curiosity piqued. He followed the sound only to discover Feng Jie engaged in an intensive full-court skills training session. Witnessing this, Carlisle felt immense satisfaction, secretly admiring Feng Jie's dedication and proactive approach to basketball. On a day when the team announced a half-day break, he was the only one who chose to come in early for extra practice. Carlisle chose not to interrupt Feng Jie, quietly turning away and heading toward the office area. A short while later, a knock on the door resonated through the office. Upon receiving permission to enter, Rick Carlisle, resembling Jim Carrey, stepped inside. Upon glancing up, he noticed Don Nelson seated across from Larry Bird. Initially taken aback, his brow furrowed in confusion, his expression betraying his bewilderment as he regarded the team as general manager. Pondering the meaning behind this unexpected gathering, he had been enjoying a harmonious collaboration with the team and had heard no whispers of a coaching change, leading him to question whether he was about to be inexplicably displaced. "No need for introductions. You two have met far more often than I have," Bird stated, pushing back his chair and rising to greet Carlisle. Observing this, Nelson also stood and extended his right hand in a gesture of goodwill. "Given our familiarity, there is no need for pleasantries," Nelson said, shaking Carlisle's hand. Noticing the look of confusion on Carlisle's face, he opted for directness. "I wish to join your coaching staff as an offensive coach. I wonder what your thoughts on this are?" "Excuse me?" "The 3-time Coach of the Year, Don Nelson, wishes to voluntarily join my coaching staff? Am I hearing this correctly? What could possibly be the reason?" Carlisle was taken aback, and upon hearing Nelson's proposal, he felt even more perplexed, his mind swirling with questions. "Let me fetch Lucy to brew a cup of coffee," Carlisle offered as an excuse, hoping to use the time to ponder why Nelson would want to join the assistant coaching ranks. Even as he brought the coffee back to the office, He remained uncertain about what aspect of the team had captivated Nelson, prompting his desire to join. Chapter 25, Arteist reports. Given your extensive coaching experience, every team must be eager to recruit you, Carlisle remarked with great politeness toward the veteran coach. After a moment of hesitation, he ultimately decided to directly inquire about Nelson's motivations. The specifics have already been discussed with Bird. The primary reason is your rookie player, Feng Jie. He is like an uncut gem, possessing immeasurable potential waiting to be unearthed, brimming with boundless possibilities and remarkable talent. Nelson's admiration for Feng Jie was evident and unabashed. Upon hearing these accolades, Carlisle found himself pondering deeply. Feng Jie? An uncut gem? Talent? Potential? A direct question marked by a perplexed expression. He believed that although Feng Jie possessed the potential to become a cornerstone of the team, it remained merely a latent hope. Observations and careful considerations were necessary to truly comprehend his abilities. However, from the words of Don Nelson, it seemed that he had already begun to cultivate Feng Jie as a core foundation for the team's future. This left Carlisle in a state of uncertainty, filled with doubt. At this moment, Larry Bird, observing his expression, noted that their perspectives were rather aligned. After witnessing Feng Jie's performance in 2 games, they had all formed a rough assessment of him. The consensus was that his floor was at least that of a competent starting player, while his ceiling fluctuated within the realm of a primary star. Nevertheless, everything hinged on how he would perform once opponents conducted thorough analyses and tailored their defenses against him. After all, in the NBA, many rookies have dazzled upon their debut, reaching the pinnacle of their careers, only to fade away swiftly, becoming mere shadows of their former selves. Recent examples include players like Dale Ellis, Jerome James, and Kenny Anderson, while further back, there were O.J. Mayo, Brandon Jennings, Tyreek Evans, among others. Even Feng Jie's bestowed talents echo the stories of Ben Simmons and Chandler Parsons, who experienced peaks followed by declines. Coincidentally, he was currently training in the gym. And since you have such keen interest in him, why don't we go take a look together? Carlisle said with a gentle smile. Upon hearing this, Larry Bird couldn't help but show a hint of surprise. He truly did not expect Feng Jie to be so proactive. The team had granted the players half a day off, yet here he was, dedicating extra time to practice. Such diligence was indeed commendable. Thus, the 3 of them made their way to the 2nd floor of the gym. Through the transparent glass, they quietly observed Feng Jie, who was diligently focused on his training. The second point is that, given the current personnel configuration of the team, it aligns remarkably well with my tactical philosophy. Truth be told, I have a particular affinity for players of Feng Jie's caliber within my offensive system. Feng Jie has undoubtedly become an indispensable component of the team, his characteristics seamlessly integrating into the whole, playing a unique role. As Carlisle listened to Nelson's words, he initially contemplated a swift agreement. However, upon further reflection, he realized there were numerous concerns that warranted careful consideration. After all, as the head coach of the team, he must account for every detail. Firstly, Nelson is already a well-known figure, a coach of considerable experience and reputation. Should he join the coaching staff, how would they address any potential conflicts or disagreements that might arise during their collaboration? This aspect must be clarified in advance, otherwise, it might be wiser to decline the offer outright to avoid subsequent complications. Moreover, the matter of Feng Jie's utilization cannot be overlooked. Take the last game, for instance. Feng Jie is the kind of player imbued with exceptional spirit, displaying a style that is both agile and varied. He stands in stark contrast to the ordinary, methodical players. Indeed, if he were to adhere strictly to the coach's instructions, executing plays with rigid precision, it would likely prove to be an exceedingly daunting task. This is evidenced by the discord that arose during his partnership with Donich in later years. Of course, the reasons behind Carlisle's resignation were multifaceted, and this was merely a minor contributing factor. After much contemplation, Carlisle believed that perhaps bringing in Nelson to guide the team's offense would be a most suitable arrangement. I sincerely hope you will join our coaching staff, that is beyond doubt. However, considering your history of holding the pivotal position of head coach, would it not be somewhat beneath you to merely serve as my assistant in an offensive capacity? Reflecting on this, Carlisle carefully chose his words and spoke. His statement was not only a subtle rejection but also an invitation for Nelson to understand that if he were to join, it would primarily be to assist in the execution of Carlisle's vision. At my age, I have no desire to coach a complete team again. Joining another's coaching staff could be an excellent option for me. Furthermore, offense has always been my weakness, and now I can focus solely on that aspect. As for the other areas, you, being a young man brimming with energy, can take charge and manage the overall situation effectively. Nelson, ever composed, responded with a smile. Both were astute individuals, well aware of each other's intentions. Observing this exchange, Carlisle readily welcomed Nelson to join the coaching staff at any time. Hey, Feng. You're here for training so early. It seems that after achieving remarkable success, you remain humble and grounded. A commendable mindset for a young man. The players of the Pacers gradually arrived at the gym. Upon seeing Feng Jie, they greeted him warmly, clearly fond of him. Hi, man. You rascal, Feng. I watched the game footage. It turns out you were the one who left me dazed. Suddenly, a robust voice echoed through the gym. Everyone turned in surprise towards the source of the sound and beheld Artist, clad in training attire, energetically entering the training facility. It appeared that he had fully recovered, radiating vitality that seemed to herald an exciting spectacle ahead. You've been in the limelight lately. During the scrimmage, let me take on Feng for the matchup. Upon hearing this, the others turned to look at Feng Jie, their faces alight with schadenfreude. Shall we play some bets? Little O'Neal chimed in playfully. He had become increasingly enthusiastic about such activities ever since the three-point betting began. I bet on Ron. You have to trust the abilities of the last season's Defensive Player of the Year. Betting on Ron with your eyes closed is akin to giving away money. I'll bet on Feng, albeit a smaller amount, just to offer him a bit of encouragement. The evident lack of confidence was palpable, and everyone gathered around Little O'Neal. As betting was poised to become a traditional event for the Pacers, it seemed another thrilling spectacle was on the horizon. In the exhilarating clash between Feng Jie and the madman Artist, Chapter 26 unfolds with Artist, the formidable opponent, as teammates clarify their strategies and begin to take the court. They grasp the basketball, engaging in warm-up exercises, and commence their collaborative practice. Upon encountering him, Feng Jie's immediate reaction was one of fear. Could it be that despite possessing the innate talent akin to that of Dangu, he was still haunted by the specter of a traumatic experience from a decade and more ago? The truth lay in the unpredictable nature of this individual, whose temperament shifted like the wind, and whose physicality could be unchecked. While Artist had secured a substantial contract, Feng Jie was bound by a modest 1-1 team agreement. Navigating a period of rapid growth in his abilities, the prospect of being injured by him was no trivial matter. It could have dire repercussions, leaving him at a loss for where to seek solace. Carlisle formally introduced Nelson to the team, who suggested that everyone observe the situation without placing undue focus on him. He then directed the group to commence their regular training. The highly anticipated scrimmage was soon to unfold, featuring Team A composed of Feng Jie, Fred Jones, Stephen Jackson, James Jones, and Jeff Foster, while Team B included Tinsley, Reggie Miller, Artist, Shaquille O'Neal, and David Harrison. Feng Jie has officially assumed the role of point guard for Team A, while Fred Jones takes on the position of shooting guard. As the match commenced, after receiving the ball, Feng Jie pushed aside Tinsley, exclaiming, "Step aside, allow me to guard him," seizing a fleeting moment when he was momentarily distracted. Feng Jie deftly passed the ball to Fred Jones, who was relying on a screen set by the center, thus creating an opportunity for a swift cut. Upon receiving the ball, Jones executed a graceful layup, effortlessly sending the sphere through the hoop and securing the first points for Team A. A coward, opting to pass? Are you afraid of me? Artist remarked, closely shadowing Feng Jie as they advanced toward the front court. Feng Jie directly urged him to step aside. What was the purpose of having two large men so close together? It was absurd. They incessantly exchanged provocative banter, attempting to disturb Feng Jie's composure. However, their ostentatious demeanor failed to rattle him in the slightest. "Focus on the game," shouted Tinsley from Team B. He then deliberately passed the ball to Artist, evidently aiming to create an opportunity for a one-on-one showdown, hoping to present an entertaining spectacle for the spectators. Yet, to everyone's surprise, Artist seemed to have his attention elsewhere. Far from the basketball. As Feng Jie seized the moment the ball approached, he took a decisive step forward and intercepted the basketball pass to him. In an instant, he surged towards the opposing basket like a gust of wind, executing a one-handed slam dunk with effortless grace, further extending Team A's lead. "Ron, what on earth are you doing? If you can't keep up, perhaps it's best for you to take a breather." "Tinsley, how can you call yourself a point guard? Did you not notice your teammate's readiness to receive the ball before passing it?" Standing nearby, Carlisle was consumed by fury at this glaring oversight so early in the scrimmage. His brow furrowed, his expression darkened with discontent. "Huh, Shabby." When Feng Jie rushed back to Artist's side, he unexpectedly retorted, "What are you saying?" Artist, with a look of confusion, clearly did not comprehend the meaning of his words and inquired. "I remarked that your defense resembles the rock walls of a desert. Impervious and impenetrable. Not even the tiniest grain of sand could traverse through your fortifications." Feng Jie earnestly elucidated, his demeanor akin to one genuinely extolling another. Hiki. Shabi. I quite fancy that moniker. Henceforth, please refer to me as Shabi. Upon hearing this, Arteist not only refrained from anger, but instead embraced the appellation with great enthusiasm, deeming it particularly emblematic of his expectations for defensive prowess. Observing the unfavorable turn of events, Tinsley from Team B promptly retracted his prior contemplations, devoting his full attention to orchestrating an offensive play. This time, he seized the opportune moment, deftly passing the basketball to Reggie Miller, who had adeptly maneuvered past Harrison and Shaquille O'Neal, securing an impeccable open shot. Miller effortlessly caught the ball relayed by his teammate and smoothly launched it towards the hoop. Team B had finally made their mark. Next, it was Feng Jie's turn to initiate an offensive for Team A. Noticing this, Arteist swiftly activated his full-court press. Clap. 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 Come. 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 He provocatively challenged, vigorously striking his hands together while glaring intensely, lowering his body in readiness. He tugged at his athletic shorts and, with an air of arrogance, commanded the court. From the moment he received the basketball, Arteist remained unwaveringly close to Feng Jie, his solid and muscular chest resembling an impenetrable wall, incessantly obstructing Feng Jie's path and striving to impose pressure to force an error from his opponent. Upon witnessing this, Feng Jie suddenly accelerated, deftly dribbling the ball to the right with remarkable agility. In an instant, he successfully deceived Arteist, causing him to shift his defensive focus. Immediately thereafter, Feng Jie skillfully dribbled the ball between his legs, deftly adjusting his dribbling direction. He then accelerated once more, his graceful form effortlessly evading Arteist's close defense. Ron, it seems your defensive skills are waning. Your tight marking is nowhere near as effective as Feng's chokehold on you during that game against the Pistons. Shaquille O'Neal, Jackson, and Miller could not help but mock him, their words dripping with sarcasm as they observed Feng Jie maneuver past Arteist with such ease. At that moment, Arteist had no time to respond to their taunts. He was solely focused on using his robust physique to thwart Feng's advance. However, this meant that although Feng had successfully broken through the defense, the simple act of dribbling past half-court had already drained a considerable amount of his stamina. If this continued, how would he muster the energy to organize an offensive and score later on? After a moment of contemplation, Feng Jie decisively passed the ball to Foster. He then swiftly moved to set a screen for Fred Jones, endeavoring to create an optimal opportunity for him to receive the ball. Upon completing the screen, Feng adeptly maneuvered towards Jackson, utilizing his body for an additional screen, temporarily obstructing Arteist's pursuit. Simultaneously, he vociferously called for his teammate to pass the ball to him. However, Fred Jones's passing speed remained as languid as ever. By the time he received the ball and attempted to pass, Arteist had already positioned himself right in front of them. The rookie naively believed that a few screens could completely shake off his relentless pursuit. Such an assumption was remarkably simplistic, Arteist remarked, as he waved his hands back and forth, incessantly harassing the ball-holding Feng Jie in an effort to disrupt his next move. Feng Jie grasped the basketball firmly in his hands and executed two swift leftward steps, each accompanied by a triple threat jab step. His agile footwork and convincing fake successfully drew the defensive focus of Arteist. Without hesitation, Feng Jie swiftly dribbled the ball and opted to break through from the right side, taking an exceptionally large stride. His blend of speed and power exuded an aura of invincibility. Observing this, Arteist promptly reacted, positioning himself closely beside Feng Jie at an angle, attempting to thwart his advance once more. At that very moment, Feng Jie suddenly executed a retreating step, his movements fluid and natural. In an instant, he created a distance of approximately 1.5 bodies between himself and Arteist. With a seamless motion, he gathered the ball, poised to release a three-point shot, his feet powerfully propelling him off the ground at just the right moment. The entire action flowed effortlessly. Arteist, in a hurry, turned and lunged towards Feng Jie. Chapter 27, 3-1. Soaring high, he extended his arm, ready to attempt to block. However, in midair, he collided with Feng Jie, causing his opponent to veer off course. In the fleeting moment of losing his balance, Feng Jie awkwardly hurled the ball into the air. The sharp sound of the referee's whistle echoed immediately, signaling a foul committed by Arteist. Whether the foul warranted a 3-1 was of little consequence. What truly mattered was that the ball must not enter the basket. Arteist silently pondered this as he turned to gaze at the basketball soaring through the air. Swish! The unmistakable sound of the ball finding its mark resonated. Arteist's eyes widened in disbelief. What on earth? This one in, he exclaimed inwardly. Incredible. Is my three-point shooting ability at such a level now? The surrounding players also expressed their astonishment. However, it was merely a practice match, and the free throw segment was somewhat relaxed. Feng Jie as shot ricocheted off the rim. Failing to secure the additional point from the free throw, Artest felt a surge of frustration after all. He had been the Defensive Player of the Year last season and had earned a place on the all-defensive first team. Now, he found himself outmaneuvered by a rookie who had just entered the league, conceding a three-point play. What a disgrace this was. Give me the ball. I will take him on one-on-one. Artest bellowed, his voice brimming with defiance, clearly eager to reclaim his honor. Answer ball. Upon hearing this, Tinsley readily obliged, swiftly passing the ball into Artest's hands. He was equally intrigued to witness how Artest would respond. Last season, Artest averaged 18.3 points per game, with a shooting percentage of 42.1 and a three-point shooting rate of merely 31. Like Prince, he was known for his formidable defensive skills, while his offensive capabilities were relatively modest, placing him in the middle tier of the league. Assist me on defense, shouted Feng Jie, rushing back to alert Foster in the paint. Just as the renowned NBA player Tracy McGrady once said, "Do you think he fights alone? No. It is indeed a battle of five." Feng Jie was acutely aware that on the court, one must not be overly concerned with superficial pride. The primary objective was to secure victory, and thus he unhesitatingly called upon his teammates for assistance in countering Artest's one-on-one play. To put it simply, he required a shield. "Are you certain?" Foster asked, momentarily taken aback, his expression betraying surprise. He had anticipated a direct confrontation between Feng Jie and Artest, but instead, he found himself being asked to provide support in defense. "What I mean is, once we enter the paint, let him shoot threes at will. If he makes them, so be it, it's just a practice game." Feng Jie elucidated that Foster was somewhat reluctant to reinforce the defense. After all, the imposing physique and aggressive style of Artest could inflict considerable discomfort upon anyone who encountered him. However, contemplating the necessity of relying on Feng Jie to provide him with scoring opportunities on the court, Foster reconciled his thoughts. Enduring a few elbows seemed a worthy trade-off. Artest maneuvered the ball on the perimeter, meticulously protecting it while keenly assessing the dynamics of the game, seeking defensive vulnerabilities to orchestrate an offensive strike. His ball-handling skills had always been rather mediocre. Previously, his forays into the paint were predominantly powered by his formidable strength, bulldozing through opponents. This aspect bore a faint resemblance to LeBron, who was often colloquially referred to as Little Artest in certain circles. Yet, in this moment, facing the novice Feng Jie, Artest felt a surge of confidence, believing that his physical prowess would easily secure the basket. At last, Artest appeared to discern a weakness. He suddenly accelerated, channeling all his strength into a forceful drive. His momentum resembled that of a tank barreling through obstacles. Upon witnessing the scene, Feng Jie took a deep breath, quickly tensing his entire body and positioning himself sideways. His eyes fixated intently on the movements of Artest. With a swift sidestep, he evaded the ferocious elbow that sought to break through the defense. A thought raced through his mind. Should he be struck by that elbow, he would surely be left with half his life extinguished. Reluctantly, Feng Jie had no choice but to trail behind Artest, preparing to seize the perfect opportunity for a chase-down block. Unbeknownst to Artest, this breach of defense had come with unexpected ease, prompting a wave of elation within him. He readied himself to leap high, intent on delivering a thunderous dunk to conclude this offensive play and to vent the frustration of having just been subjected to a 3-1 foul. At that critical moment, however, Foster, who had been diligently guarding the formidable O'Neal, a man of genuine integrity, unhesitatingly rushed over to provide support. He resolutely used his body to obstruct Artest's iron elbow cradling the ball. Though he was propelled backward a few steps from the impact, he successfully hindered Artest's momentum, thereby delaying his offensive advance. Feng Jie seized this rare opportunity, leaping high behind Artest. With all his might, he struck forcefully towards the basketball. Alas, he missed it by a hair's breadth, landing instead a powerful slap upon Artest's hand. The tremendous impact caused Artest to stumble, and the ball was deflected along with his hand. Beep. The referee's whistle sounded once more. After Feng Jie left the ground, he quickly turned around to apologize to Adestur. "I truly did not mean to do that. I am sincerely sorry." Adestur furrowed his brow as he examined his hands, which, due to their darker complexion, revealed no visible signs of injury. However, the excruciating pain he felt was undeniable. Deep down, he understood that this fellow had caused his hand to swell. Subsequently, Adestur approached the free throw line and made one of his 2 attempts, finally redeeming a few points for his team following that offensive play. It was now a team's turn to resume play. Feng Jie has become more astute this time. He has decided to relinquish ball handling altogether. He is unwilling to expend unnecessary energy dribbling past the half-court while contending with Artist. Thus, he cast a meaningful glance towards Fred Jones, signaling him to come forth for support. Feng Jie swiftly dashed towards the opponent's half, retreating until he reached the vicinity of the paint. Subsequently, he set a screen for Wu Xinjie, creating an opportunity for him to receive the ball. Feng Jie seized the moment and swiftly moved beyond the three-point line, thereby creating ample space within the paint for his teammates to exploit. This maneuver facilitated better opportunities for breakthroughs. Upon receiving the ball, Jackson executed a deceptive shooting feint. The seasoned Reggie Miller, however, was not easily deceived and remained firmly planted in his position. Observing this, Jackson decided to drive to the right. After a few strides, he performed another fake shot. This time, Miller fell for the ruse and leaped into the air. Yet, at that moment, Jackson found himself unable to continue dribbling and was compelled to pass the ball to Feng Jie on the perimeter. Like a skilled setter on a volleyball court, Feng Jie did not merely catch the ball. Instead, he swiftly redirected it back to Jackson, securing an assist. Jackson regained the opportunity to dribble and, capitalizing on a brief lapse in the opponent's defense, executed a delicate layup that effortlessly found its way into the basket. Chapter 28. You were given a chance, yet you proved to be unworthy. In the ensuing few possessions, Feng Jie stood on the field, yet his mind was quietly pondering. After all, this was merely an ordinary practice match. There was truly no need to engage in a fierce contest with Adistur. Adistur was notoriously known for his inability to handle defeat. During his rookie season with the Bulls, he was utterly overwhelmed by Jordan, suffering a humiliating 15-0 in both offense and defense. Subsequently, he retaliated by breaking two of Jordan's ribs. A man driven by irrationality, the best course of action was to maintain a safe distance from him. Should any untoward incident occur, it would undoubtedly result in a regrettable loss. Given such considerations, Feng Jie decisively altered his playing style on the field, stepping away from his previous offensive involvement. More often, he assumed the role of a playmaker, prioritizing passing and orchestrating the game. With his keen insight into the dynamics of the match, he consistently managed to create exceptional scoring opportunities for his teammates at precisely the right moment. For instance, when his teammates maneuvered skillfully to draw defenders away, he would find the perfect opportunity to deliver the ball. Feng Jie possesses an uncanny ability to identify opportunities in an instant, delivering precise passes that enable his teammates to effortlessly receive the ball and either take a shot or make a seamless breakthrough. Feng Jie takes the initiative to assist his teammates by setting solid screens. He employs his robust physique to effectively obstruct defenders, thereby creating a clear pathway for his teammates to launch their offensive maneuvers. This enables them to penetrate the defense with greater ease and attack the basket, or to secure a more favorable shooting position. As for Artist, when he switches to guard other players, the repercussions of their struggles do not concern him. However, on rare occasions, he may converge to provide assistance to his fellow teammates. Feng Jie remained undeterred, seeking suitable opportunities beyond the arc whenever he found space. He would launch a three-pointer, applying pressure on his opponents from the perimeter and deterring them from easily tightening their defense to double-team his teammates in the paint. However, on the opposing side, Artist was noticeably displeased with Feng Jie's style of play. It is worth noting that Artist was renowned for his rigorous training regimen, often donning an 18-kilogram weighted vest. His dedication and intensity in practice were legendary within the team. Everyone understood that he craved the physicality of muscle colliding against muscle, as it was the only way to stimulate the release of adrenaline. After the recent exchanges, he felt that he had barely broken a sweat. His opponents were evading contact, rendering his training utterly ineffective, akin to practicing in vain. Consequently, Artist harbored a deep frustration towards Feng Jie's avoidance of confrontation. He was eager to assert his dominance and make Feng Jie understand the essence of the NBA. "Hey, Tinsley, pass the ball," Artist shouted, swiftly maneuvering around Shaquille O'Neal and positioning himself beyond the three-point line, signaling for the ball with a raised hand to indicate his open space. Upon hearing the call, Tinsley glanced over and, noticing the clear opportunity, promptly delivered the ball. This created a quintessential one-on-one matchup between Feng Jie and Artist. Upon receiving the pass, Artist initiated a somewhat clumsy probing step, intending to gauge the defensive player's response. Feng Jie stood resolutely in place, not a muscle moving. However, his gaze remained steadfastly fixed on the rhythm of his opponent's dribbling, silently calculating the pattern of the movements, patiently awaiting the opportune moment to seize the chance for a steal. Observing that his probing steps had proven ineffective, Arteas thought little of it. In the next moment, he forcefully struck the ball to the right, propelling himself forward with the vigor of a dozen tires in motion. His robust elbow intentionally pressed against Feng Jie's ribs, aiming to overpower him physically and breach the defense for a score. Feng Jie contemplated his strategy. If he were to engage in a direct confrontation, he would undoubtedly be outmatched. Thus, he decided to adopt a more subtle approach. He deftly shifted his body, creating an opening for his opponent. In one fluid motion, he maneuvered to the left side of a thester. Simultaneously, his arm, exceeding a meter in length, swiftly extended behind a thester's dribbling hand. With a decisive thrust, he executed a behind-the-back steal, and with a sharp slap, the basketball slipped from a thester's control, sailing out of bounds. Feng Jie successfully thwarted a tester's assault, catching him off guard. The basketball was lost in an instant. He stood there in silence, yet his gaze pierced fiercely at Feng Jie. Feng Jie understood well that a player like Adist would undoubtedly resort to any means necessary to reclaim his pride after suffering a setback on the court. This matter was far from over. The B group continued to execute sideline throws, and once again, the ball found its way into Adist's hands. As before, it was a one-on-one scenario between the two. It was evident that Adist was resolute in his determination to regain his dignity at Feng Jie's expense. In response, Feng Jie harbored his own strategy, deliberately granting Adist space for a shot, clearly indicating his intention to allow him the opportunity to shoot while widening the defensive gap to guard against Adist's potential drive. Who could predict whether Adist might retaliate with an elbow during his next incursion into the paint? Yet, Adist was as stubborn as a mule. Refusing to accept the choice Feng Jie had presented him, he cautiously dribbled the ball, lowering his center of gravity as he advanced step by step towards the paint, his eyes reflecting an unwavering determination. As he approached the vicinity of the key, he suddenly pivoted, transitioning into a backing down mode. With a powerful thrust of his legs, he pressed his back firmly against Feng Jie's chest, relentlessly shoving forward, as if intent on pushing Feng Jie into the stands. Feng Jie found himself at an impasse. He could only raise his hands, attempting to stay as close to Arteas as possible. In his mind, he thought, let it be. I shall not defend any longer. Let him score this 1 point. It is better than provoking him further, for that could lead to dire consequences. Who knows? A single elbow like the one he delivered to Harden might just misalign my head. At that moment, Arteas forcefully dribbled the ball against the ground. The resounding impact echoed throughout the arena. He aimed to harness the momentum from the bounce, propelling himself forward to collide with Feng Jie and execute a powerful dunk, reclaiming his earlier dignity while simultaneously asserting dominance over Feng Jie. Upon witnessing the unfolding situation, Feng Jie was taken aback, his thoughts racing with alarm. Cursing under his breath, he realized that should he be struck, the consequences would be dire. Thus, instinctively, he sidestepped to evade the impending collision, denying his adversary any chance to make contact. At first, Adisite intended to deliberately knock Feng Jie aside, but to his surprise, Feng Jie's evasive maneuver left him without the support necessary to absorb the impact. Consequently, he lost his balance entirely, akin to a kite severed from its string, and was propelled forward, crashing heavily to the ground. Feng Jie stood by, utterly astonished, unable to extend a hand in support in time. He could only stand there, a visage of innocence, casting a glance at his teammates. This is it. What a predicament. I offered you an opportunity, and yet you proved to be utterly ineffectual. Chapter 29. The point of no return. This rift is widening beyond repair. I assure you, it was never my intention. Feng Jie pondered to himself. Ron, is it truly so arduous to contend with a rookie? I can't help but wonder how much those journalists would pay for a snapshot of that moment. Ha. The Defensive Player of the Year in 2003 was outmaneuvered by a rookie who managed a three-point play. On the offensive end, there was another instance of being intercepted, leading to a turnover. Who could have anticipated such a turn of events? Ha. At that moment, several seasoned players from the Pacers, witnessing the scene, could not contain their laughter, playfully mocking Arteas, who lay on the ground. Feng Jie listened to the mocking remarks, pondering to himself, you revel in the chaos, don't you? Little do you know that I am about to be betrayed. He hesitated for a moment, his gaze shifting toward Adistur, and quickly extended his hand, attempting to convey a gesture of goodwill in hopes of alleviating the somewhat tense atmosphere. However, Adistur paid him no heed, his eyes ablaze with fury. Shift, you coward. If you have the courage, then do not hide. Adistur forcefully pushed himself off the ground, swiftly rising to his feet, and unleashed a torrent of violent insults that were utterly repugnant. His demeanor was truly detestable. Feng Jie understood clearly that they were teammates, bound by a shared camaraderie. He wished to avoid any rigidity in their relationship, thus he opted for silence, opting to say nothing and merely preparing to continue with the throw-in. He thought it best to let matters lie and endure a moment of tranquility. However, he was unaware that in this beautiful nation, such an approach was utterly ineffective. Here, it seemed that one could only earn the respect of others by fully demonstrating their strength. Arteist was the quintessential embodiment of this reality. This individual was notoriously known for bullying the weak while cowering before the strong. In the presence of Ben Wallace, he was submissive, barely daring to utter a word. Yet, when faced with the fans, he exhibited no mercy, launching a direct and forceful attack. Feng Jie's concession did not elicit any moderation from a test. Instead, it only served to inflate his arrogance further, his contemptible demeanor becoming ever more apparent. The notion of being nurtured by superficial admiration is utterly devoid of meaning. A complete farce. After a test had vented his vitriol, he turned on his heel and sauntered back towards his own half, ready to resume his defensive stance. His brazen attitude was truly infuriating. "Shet, you insufferable wretch, it would be wise for you to silence your incessant barking." Feng Jie was ultimately provoked to the brink by the incessant barrage of trash talk from Idester. Otherwise, at the conclusion, one might have to assist him in retrieving his teeth. Regardless of whether Idester's prior remarks were intended as mere baiting, they undeniably achieved their intended effect. Feng Jie was evidently incensed. Upon hearing his words laced with hostility, Eitesight displayed no semblance of fear. "You little brat. Soon I shall render you incapable of even dribbling the ball," he retorted, provocatively beckoning with his finger and shouting defiantly. The contest continued to unfold with fervor, as Fred Jones adeptly maintained possession of the ball, swiftly advancing towards the halfway line. Feng Jie and Idester stood closely together, positioned beyond the three-point line. Their muscles continuously collided, engaging in a vigorous contest of pushes and shoves, each seeking to assert dominance over the other. Feng Jie's gaze was firmly fixed on the trajectory of the basketball, keenly awaiting the opportune moment. He extended his right hand, deftly deflecting the interference attempted by Arteist. Then, with a sudden burst of speed, he sprinted towards the direction of the incoming ball, ready to receive the pass from his teammate. Arteist, undeterred, immediately employed his formidable physique to press closely against Feng Jie. His hands were equally active, ceaselessly disrupting Feng Jie's vision and rhythm from both in front and beside him, all while maintaining a clean play without committing any fouls. Truly, he was deserving of the title of the best defensive player for the 2003-2004 season. This defensive posture was reminiscent of the original Death Grip. Feng Jie was acutely aware that he needed to firmly establish his position before seeking an opportunity to break through. With unwavering determination, he clutched the basketball tightly, swiftly oscillating it up and down while vigorously swinging his formidable elbows. The intention behind this maneuver was to utilize his robust elbows to push back the opponent. The tenacious Arteist, akin to a magnet, thereby creating space for a seamless dribble. Observing this, Arteist instinctively took a step back, seizing the moment. Feng Jie capitalized on the brief opportunity as Arteist shifted his weight, swiftly dribbling the ball and launching an incisive drive to the left. The motion was fluid and unbroken. Arteist, however, was not to be taken lightly. He quickly adjusted his footing, resolutely pressing his body against the advancing Feng Jie once more. As Feng Jie dribbled the ball, he was incessantly affected by the external forces exerted by Arteist's physical presence. The once fluid motion of his dribbling became distorted under such pressure, leaving him feeling utterly uncomfortable. It felt as though he had to expend every ounce of his strength with each bounce of the ball. Nevertheless, Feng Jie, after all, possesses the spirit of Harden. With a graceful behind-the-back dribble, he effortlessly widened the gap between himself and his opponents. Congratulations to the host. The proficiency in the exclusive dribbling style of James Harden has increased by 72. At this moment, it was not the time to concern oneself with the system. Feng Jie anxiously cradled the basketball, then created distance once more, preparing to choose his path of attack anew. However, Arteist would not afford him such a moment of respite. With determined footwork, he advanced relentlessly toward Feng Jie, closing the distance between them to a mere 10 centimeters. Observing the surrounding teammates, they instinctively dispersed, fully aware that in such moments, no one would come to set a screen for assistance. Their sole desire was to witness the unfolding drama. Feng Jie, sensing the precariousness of the situation, swiftly adjusted his dribbling stance, using his back to shield the basketball from Artist. Artist, aware of the potential consequences of recklessly advancing to apply pressure, hesitated, realizing that such a move could easily allow Feng Jie to seize the moment and pivot past him. Thus, he refrained from any hasty actions, instead focusing intently on the ball in Feng Jie's possession, searching for an opportunity to intercept. At this juncture, Artist was already panting heavily, as the intensity of the defensive pressure was not only depleting Feng Jie's stamina, but also taking a toll on his own energy reserves. The exertion was indeed reciprocal. This young man's dribbling was remarkably steady, even under such high pressure. It was astonishing that he maintained such control over the ball. Standing beyond the three-point line, Reggie Miller observed the fierce contest between the two with a serious expression, unable to restrain himself from smacking his lips in admiration. Jermaine, look at him, and then look at you. You still manage to trip over your own feet while dribbling. Foster, familiar with O'Neal, jestingly remarked, noting the remarkable ball-handling skills displayed by someone standing at 206 centimeters tall. It was entirely reminiscent of a guard's finesse. The two interior players stationed in the paint stood with hands on hips, momentarily forgetting that they were engaged in a scrimmage, captivated by the earnest duel unfolding before them. Artist's face betrayed a hint of surprise. He had not anticipated that Feng Jie, towering at 206 centimeters, would exhibit such remarkable ball-handling prowess. It was worth noting that many guards in the league frequently falter under similar high-pressure circumstances. Really? With your defense, do you even deserve to contend for DPOY? Is there truly no one else in the league to choose from? Feng Jie, equally breathless, dribbled the ball while not forgetting to mock a taster, attempting to gain the upper hand in both spirit and momentum. Feng Jie is indeed a person of striking character. In his daily life, he remains rational and prudent, provided that others do not provoke him. However, once someone incites his anger, he becomes as reckless as if he had stirred a hornet's nest. In his previous life, he devoted himself to his studies. Feng Jie once engaged in a brawl with another individual. His opponent, being considerably larger, proved to be too formidable for him, resulting in a humiliating defeat as he was pinned to the ground and thoroughly beaten. However, little did he know that from that moment onward, Feng Jie seemed to have lost his sanity, relentlessly pursuing that victor day after day. Aware of his inability to defeat him in direct confrontation, he resorted to ambush tactics. There were days when he engaged in as many as 5 skirmishes. Unbeknownst to him, this relentless pursuit began to unravel his opponent. Meanwhile, the teachers and parents on both sides were driven to the brink of madness. Attempts to counsel him proved futile, regardless of who intervened. Feng Jie boldly declared that unless the other party transferred schools, he would persistently wait at the school gate every day to confront them, even if it meant being expelled. His stubbornness and fierce determination left the opposing side with no choice but to ultimately transfer. As the memories faded, the competition continued. Feng Jie skillfully executed a dribble between his legs, simultaneously swaying his shoulders in a manner that suggested an impending breakthrough. His movements were reminiscent of the quintessential style exhibited by James Harden during one-on-one confrontations, imbued with an air of deception. Artist, wary of his opponent, promptly adopted a standard defensive stance with his left foot forward and right foot back. He remained intensely focused on every nuance of Feng Jie's actions, poised to respond defensively at any moment. Feng Jie seized the opportune moment and surged forward with great vigor, taking a powerful stride to the right as he launched his breakthrough, aiming directly at the defensive player's feet. His intention was to catch his opponent off guard. However, Artist reacted swiftly, promptly sliding to the right rear. With his exceptional defensive awareness and agile movements, he successfully obstructed Feng Jie's path of advance. Seeing the opportunity, Feng Jie executed a pullback. Taking advantage of the suspended ball's moment, he retreated a step. In an instant, a space for shooting emerged between the two. Observing this, Feng Jie prepared to shoot, intending to deceive his opponent into advancing for defense. At the same time, Artist was well aware of his intentions. Feng Jie possesses remarkable shooting prowess. Therefore, he does not dare to slacken his efforts, swiftly adjusting his center of gravity. He closely guards against any opportunity for Feng Jie to launch a shot. Unbeknownst to him, Feng Jie feigns a move, resetting his footing before executing a splendid in-and-out maneuver, seamlessly advancing towards the inner court from the right side. At this moment, Artist is still leaning in to defend. Upon witnessing Feng Jie glide past him, penetrating towards the basket, Artist instinctively attempts to adjust his stance for a third time to impede Feng Jie's advance. However, this time, his body has reached its limits. rendering him incapable of performing such a highly coordinated movement. In an instant, he loses his balance and unwittingly tumbles backward. Fortunately, Arteist reacts swiftly, managing to prop himself up with his right hand, barely stabilizing his form, yet ultimately finds himself sprawled on the ground, helplessly watching Feng Jie break through, far beyond his reach. Congratulations to the host, James Harden, for achieving a proficiency level of 100 in his signature dribbling style. Congratulations to the host for outmaneuvering the 2003 to 2004 season's best defensive player, thus earning the activation of the additional Golden Ankles finisher badge. Feng Jie was momentarily taken aback. Why was there no prompt during the confrontation with Howard? It would have been prudent to mention that defeating a formidable defensive player yields additional rewards. How could I have remained so composed amidst such turbulence? Curse you, Arteist. Oh, what a spectacle. The esteemed defensive player was utterly outmaneuvered. How delightful. I yearn for more. Even if this match cost me financially, I am willing to accept it. The thrill was simply extraordinary. Is there a camera present? I seem to recall that scrimmages are typically recorded. Let us not allow Ron to seize the opportunity. This footage could be worth at least $1 million. Every frame is pure gold. The surrounding teammates, all engrossed in the spectacle, were brimming with joy. Some were exuberantly cheering, while others, like children, were bouncing with excitement, spinning joyfully in the air. There were even a few imitating Arteist's stumble. The atmosphere was utterly electrifying. Boom. Just at that moment, Feng Jie has successfully navigated to the paint area. With poise, he secured the ball and leapt high into the air, executing a one-arm gliding dunk that caused the entire basketball hoop to tremble. Congratulations to the host, James Harden, on the enhancement of his signature dunk proficiency by 60. Feng Jie firmly grasped the rim with one hand, his arm muscles prominently bulging. He effortlessly performed several single-arm pull-ups before leisurely descending. His posture exuded a sense of provocation towards his opponents. Team Doctor. Team Doctor. This pathetic leg has gone weak. He must be lacking calcium. Hurry and summon someone to come feed him milk and replenish those calcium levels. Haha. Feng Jie deliberately raised his voice, resonating throughout the entire arena. His words laced with mockery as his gaze fixated intently on the prostrate Arteist. You ought to tread carefully and safeguard our esteemed defensive player. Ensure he receives ample support. We cannot allow his frailty to resurface. Arteist, unable to withstand such derision, promptly retorted, You insolent fool, this is merely the beginning. There will come a time when you shall weep. Feng Jie refused to yield, launching a relentless assault. Can you not play basketball properly? If victory were merely a matter of words, the Pacers would have already claimed the championship last season. Arteist found himself at a loss for a retort. Compelled to press on with his offensive, he dashed forward to support Reggie Miller, receiving the pass at the corner. Upon catching the ball, he initially took his time, executing a few tentative steps. His left foot shuffled back and forth on the court, attempting to confound Feng Jie and identify the opportune moment to strike. Stop dawdling and attack. Are you so intimidated that you dare not dribble? Feng Jie paid no heed to his feigned maneuvers, his words equally unrelenting. As previously mentioned, his character is thus. He either refrains from contention or, once engaged, is determined to fight to the bitter end. Suddenly, Arteist unleashed a swift pass, immediately launching a breakthrough to the right. With a shift of his body, he exerted force through his broad, sturdy shoulder, forcefully dislodging the approaching defender, Feng Jie. Seizing upon this momentum, he utilized the rebound effect, leaning back to take a shot. The entire motion appeared rather awkward, as offense was not his forte. Although Feng Jie was momentarily staggered by the impact, his reflexes were remarkably swift. He quickly regained his balance and, like a coiled spring, leaped into action. Extending his arm, he made a valiant attempt to obstruct the shot of the attacking player. Goodness, this fellow's reach was astonishingly long. Chapter 31. As long as the elbow remains intact, unleash its full force. Arteist, taken aback by the imposing hand before him, felt a surge of alarm. He was compelled to awkwardly elevate the arc of his shot, sensing that the basket was beyond his reach. Upon the ball's descent, he hastily rose to prepare for another attempt at seizing the rebound. The basketball soared high, tracing an elegant arc through the air before striking the rim, bouncing several times without descending immediately. Feng Jie and Arteist raised their heads, fixated on the basketball. They engaged in a fierce struggle, their bodies colliding as they pushed against one another. Their robust arms flexed with taut muscles, veins prominently visible, elbows pressed against waists and abdomens, each exerting subtle force upon the other. Ultimately, The basketball was propelled out of the hoop. Feng Jie stepped back, using both hands to pull his opponent's body backward. He then turned and firmly locked his elbow against the back of Atheist. With a leap, he snatched the basketball into his grasp. Useless. Worthless. Is this truly how you intend to proceed? No wonder you lost in the Eastern Conference Finals last season. It is precisely because of your ineptitude. Feng Jie clutched the basketball, swinging his elbow with determination, forcing back the ever-persistent Arteist, who yearned to snatch the ball away. Yet, he did not let this opportunity to hurl insults slip by. His words flowed like blue flames from a Gatling gun, mercilessly continuing his verbal onslaught. His expression bore an air of arrogance that was exceedingly annoying. Observing that there was no chance to intercept the ball, Arteist chose to disregard the taunts and silently turned to retreat on defense. Feng Jie secured the rebound and passed it to his teammate. Simultaneously, he reached up to massage his chest, which had just been struck forcefully by Arteist. Internally, he cursed, that doggone strength is quite formidable. That collision nearly took my breath away. Next, it was Feng Jie's turn to attack. He confidently held the ball in his right hand, first executing 2 flawless triple threat moves. His nimble footwork and rhythmic movements successfully unsettled his opponent's balance, leaving Arteist momentarily perplexed as to which direction he would break through. In that fleeting instant of Arteist's hesitation, Feng Jie seized the opportune moment and swiftly passed the ball, lowering his center of gravity as he initiated an assault along the left flank. He cleverly exploited the timing of Arteist's defensive reset, effortlessly breaking into the paint. Following this, he prepared for a 3-step layup, raising the ball high with both hands. Arteist, trailing closely behind, was taken aback by the audacity with which his opponent exposed the ball. Reluctant to let such a chance slip away, he lunged forcefully toward the sphere in Feng Jie's grasp. Even if he could not make contact with the ball, he was determined to leave a mark on Feng Jie's hand, a means of venting his pent-up frustration. With a sharp crack, a crisp sound resonated through the air. Feng Jie's hand was struck quite firmly, yet fortunately, he maintained a steady grip on the ball. This impact did not disrupt his rhythm as he approached the basket. As Feng Jie took his first step to the left, he deliberately slowed his pace, leading Atesh to believe he was about to drive for a layup in this direction. Feng Jie then took a mighty step to the right, moving with a speed that resembled slow motion. However, his hands were like 2 formidable iron clamps, gripping the basketball tightly. In midair, he transitioned the ball from his left to his right, deftly maneuvering past Arteist. With a fluid motion, he ascended for the layup. Typically, in such situations where an offensive player is holding the ball, one would instinctively draw in their elbows to avoid harming others and to prevent being called for a foul. Yet, Feng Jie remained utterly unconcerned, charging towards the hoop with his elbows prominently extended. Let it be known that I shall not show mercy. Anyone who dares approach shall face my wrath. Only those with purpose may enter. No mercy for the uninvited. Feng Jie effortlessly executed a layup, smoothly placing the ball into the hoop. Just then, the referee's whistle pierced the air, having observed the foul committed by Arteist. An additional free throw was awarded, resulting in a 2-1 situation. This maneuver resembled James Harden's signature Eurostep. Feng Jie displayed a remarkable composure. Glancing back at the agonized Arteist, who was tightly covering his mouth, I had already warned you. Nonsense. Silence your insolent mouth, or you shall be left to search for your teeth upon the floor. Approaching the free throw line, Feng Jie wore an air of nonchalance as he effortlessly sank the ball. Soon after, it was Arteist's turn to mount an offensive. With an untamed ferocity, Arteist initiated his aggressive dribble, forcefully driving the ball toward the paint with an unyielding determination. Upon witnessing this, Feng Jie remained undaunted. He took a deep breath, squared his shoulders, and resolutely positioned himself to obstruct Arteist. With his body firmly against Arteist, he sought to prevent him from easily entering the paint, compelling him to opt for mid-range shots and disrupting his offensive rhythm. When Arteist found his direct drive thwarted, he suddenly executed a swift spin, displaying remarkable agility. However, in the process, he delivered an elbow to Feng Jie's waist. Fortunately, Feng Jie had anticipated this. Having maintained a defensive stance from the outset, his solid 8-pack abs were primed to absorb the impact of the blow, sparing him from significant harm in this critical moment. Feng Jie was not inclined to dwell on the matter of the elbow delivered by a tester. His gaze was firmly fixed on a tester, closely trailing the offensive player like a lion poised to strike. He awaited the perfect opportunity to execute a remarkable block. The moment a tester exhibited even the slightest vulnerability, he was ready to pounce. A tester, aware of Feng Jie's intentions, frantically lifted and lowered the basketball, repeatedly executing feints under the basket in an attempt to deceive Feng Jie into leaping prematurely, thereby creating the necessary space for his shot. However, Feng Jie was not so easily tricked. With arms outstretched, he maintained steady interference, while his feet remained agile, engaging in subtle movements below. He consistently used his knees and body to press against the tester, seeking to disrupt the opponent's jump height and balance. Driven to desperation, the tester summoned all his strength, leaning his body against Feng Jie as he leaped, attempting to use his shoulder to forcefully displace his adversary and execute a shot beneath the basket. Feng Jie had long anticipated this maneuver. As he leaned into the approach, he deftly sidestepped, simultaneously extending his hand. With precision, he forcefully smacked the basketball from Ada's grasp against the backboard, effectively thwarting the offensive play. Utterly disgraceful. Even your son wouldn't play like that. Feng Jie, merciless in his logic, unleashed a torrent of words akin to a machine gun, relentlessly spewing forth derogatory remarks. You must never teach your son how to play basketball. If he inquires why, simply inform him that his father is nothing but trash, he proclaimed, disdainfully wagging his finger at Adastur. The audacity of his demeanor incited a simmering frustration in Adastur. At that moment, he was resolutely focused on guarding Feng Jie, harboring an intense determination to reclaim his honor. Yet, despite several exchanges, whether in offense or defense, he found himself undeniably at a disadvantage, which only deepened his sense of discontent. Feng Jie relentlessly battled towards the paint, engaging fiercely with Arteist. Amidst the intense physical confrontation, he seized the opportunity to elbow his opponent twice. Unfortunately, this offensive effort ultimately failed to find the net. After such a display, I couldn't help but question whether the general manager was indeed blind for squandering a second-round pick on such a lackluster player. Arteist successfully defended against the shot and immediately taunted, eager to reclaim his pride in the next possession. He launched a powerfully aggressive attack, but to his astonishment, Feng Jie had long discerned his intentions, waiting for the opportune moment. Chapter 32. Feng Jie is unlike ordinary Asians. With a swift and decisive steal, he quickly initiated a fast break. Sprinting towards the basket, he leaped high into the air, executing a powerful axe-like dunk. Upon landing, he raised his thumb towards Arteist, then turned it downward in a gesture of defiance. Did you think it was over? Feng Jie, of course, would not easily pass up the opportunity to humiliate Atheist. With a voice loud enough to pierce through the cacophony of the entire arena, he bellowed, "You wretched creature. After all these years of playing basketball, your dribbling still resembles a pile of dung. You kneel before me, begging for mercy, and I might just offer you free training. Furthermore, the moment the ball touches your hands, it is snatched away. Surely your manhood is not as feeble as that? I suggest you try a little harder tonight. Otherwise, your wife may find herself unfulfilled, and then the embarrassment will be yours to bear." Everyone exchanged bewildered glances, astonished by Feng Jie's sudden display of arrogance and aggression, which was a stark contrast to his previous demeanor. Was this a case of split personality? Meanwhile, the other members of Team B silently resumed play, continuing to organize their offensive strategy. However, Atheist, evidently deeply affected by the biting remarks, insisted on taking the ball for a one-on-one confrontation. Once he received the pass, he resorted to a brutish style of play, bulldozing his way through with elbows flailing, striding determinedly towards the basket. Feng Jie relentlessly shadowed him, leaving him unable to escape the defense. In desperation, he resorted to an uncharacteristic stop-and-shoot jump shot. Perhaps Feng Jie had flustered him, causing a lapse in focus. Consequently, the shot veered off course, the basketball striking the rim with a heavy thud. Once again, no semblance of a coherent offense was executed. The shooting form was abysmal, akin to utter nonsense. Spare me the pretense of being Reggie's teammate. Your performance is nothing short of a disgrace, tarnishing the reputation of the entire team. Do you understand? Feng Jie seized the rebound and swiftly initiated a counterattack, while continuing to taunt his opponents with a voice that resonated throughout the arena. Arteist, too, sprinted after him. But alas, he was unable to catch up. He could only watch helplessly as Feng Jie executed another dunk. If both players possessed comparable skills, the game could ebb and flow with mutual exchanges. However, when one side resorts to unilateral assaults, the recipient may resort to underhanded tactics. Moreover, being continuously humiliated by an unassuming player, akin to a mere water cooler presence, would inevitably provoke a reaction. Like Howard, Arteist's defenses crumbled, consumed by a blend of indignation and rage, and he charged directly toward Feng Jie. Feng Jie felt no fear as he approached head-on. His physique resembled that of Tristan Thompson, a figure of yellow skin. "How dare you? You wretched scoundrel! What an imbecile! You insolent fool! What on earth is your problem? Step aside." They collided fiercely, chest to chest, a mere 10 centimeters apart, spitting insults with abandon. Their mouths fired off words like uncontrollable artillery, mercilessly cursing one another. Frustrated and unable to restrain himself any longer, Feng Jie, fully aware of the adage that the first strike is the best, suddenly surged forward. With all his might, he forcefully pushed against Arteist. The latter, consumed by rage, had never anticipated any physical confrontation. He merely intended to stand his ground. Yet, he was caught completely off guard. Stumbling backward, the onlookers were taken aback, their faces reflecting astonished disbelief. To their utter shock, Feng Jie had struck first. In their past experiences, Asians were often perceived as timid and fearful, often avoiding confrontation, refraining from retaliating against provocation, and even shying away from physical altercations. Feng Jie's initial performance on the court led them to perceive him as indistinguishable from the average Asian player. Apart from Reggie, the others harbored a deep-seated disdain for him. However, the aggressive persona he subsequently exhibited completely shattered their preconceived notions, compelling them to acknowledge that Feng Jie was far from the pliable figure they had once thought him to be. This sudden clash alarmed those around, who, fearing further escalation, rushed to intervene. Coach Carlisle hurried over to manage the situation, fully aware of Arteist's volatile temperament and his propensity for conflict with others. After confirming that the two had resolved their issues, he permitted them to continue practicing, issuing a verbal warning to maintain decorum. In the ensuing scrimmage, in his pursuit of greater proficiency, Feng Jie actively began to provoke Arteist, igniting an increasingly fierce rivalry between the two. They continued to exchange barbs in a spirited verbal duel, neither willing to concede an inch during their offensive maneuvers. Each delivered blows to the other with equal tenacity. The surrounding onlookers were rendered apprehensive by the intense and fervent atmosphere, making every effort to distance themselves from the fray, indifferent to the brutal contest unfolding before them. During the remaining 2 days of the competition, the tension only escalated. Feng Jie and Arteist are akin to two ferocious beasts encountering each other on a narrow path, each poised for confrontation. The tension between them is palpable, with the phrase "I will not yield" etched firmly upon their foreheads. Neither is willing to relent even the slightest bit. The intensity of their rivalry surpasses even the fierce physical contest between Kobe and Anthony during the 2009 Western Conference Finals. Feng Jie and Arteist resembled two tightly coiled muscle rods, recklessly colliding on the court, refusing to yield to one another, as if an implacable animosity lay between them. As long as an elbow was not broken, they would unleash their full force. Their teammates, witnessing the intensity of their confrontation, felt a shiver of apprehension and instinctively maneuvered away from the fray, fearing that an inadvertent misstep might ensnare them in this violent turmoil, and the splatter of blood might mar their own garments. Of course, Carlisle had long since sensed that the tension was bordering on excessive. He furrowed his brow slightly and deemed it necessary to summon the two of them aside for a stern admonition. If you insist on contesting one another, do so openly and with integrity. Avoid resorting to any underhanded tactics. Carlisle, still uneasy, took the precaution of informing the referees to remain particularly vigilant regarding their actions during the match. If any issues arose, they were to halt the game immediately. Feng Jie gasped for breath, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead, saturating his jersey in a large patch. As he tugged at the collar of his shirt, wiping the perspiration from his face, he summoned power from his shoulders, charging forward like an enraged bull, forcefully shoving aside his opponent. Arteist. "Damn it! Who would have thought you possessed such cunning tricks?" he shouted, his voice raised in challenge. "Why so silent? Here I come again." As Feng Jie shouted, he sprinted towards Jackson, who was passing the ball. With remarkable agility, he surged forward and securely caught the basketball. Without a moment's hesitation, he dribbled and made a decisive breakthrough to the right. With his elbow poised, he warned Arteist that if he dared to obstruct him, he would retaliate fiercely. Huffing and puffing, Arteist matched his intensity, using his chest to firmly block Feng Jie, refusing to yield even an inch. He employed every tactic to disrupt Feng Jie's offensive rhythm, interfering with his hands one moment, then sidestepping to obstruct him the next. He utilized both arms and legs, determined not to afford his opponent any opportunity for a swift breakthrough. You think you can penetrate? You're still too inexperienced. Artist shouted into Feng Jie's ear. Feng Jie was momentarily halted. A change in offensive strategy was imperative. With a deceptive spin that was executed with remarkable realism, he feigned a leftward breakthrough. In an instant, he had shifted Artist's center of gravity, leading him to believe that an attack from the left was imminent. However, Feng Jie did not afford his opponent a moment's respite. With a swift motion to the right, he leaned back, and the basketball gracefully swished through the net. Chapter 33, transformed into a semblance of Harden. Is this the best defense? It pales in comparison to a mere strand of my hair. A smug and audacious expression adorned Feng Jie's face as he sank the shot. He continued to vociferously taunt Artist, seizing every opportunity to mock him. Every word was a release of the pent-up frustration from their earlier confrontation. At that moment, regret flooded Artist's mind. He silently lamented, "Damn it. I should never have provoked this guy." Initially, he had seemed rather docile, but he had now morphed into a relentless adversary, utterly fearless and unyielding in his pursuit of victory. On the sidelines, Coach Carlisle glanced at his wristwatch, calculating the time. Considering that the team was scheduled to challenge the Celtics away the following morning, he decided to terminate the scrimmage early. The afternoon was primarily dedicated to discussing fundamental strategies and reviewing footage of the opponent's offense. Patiently, he elucidated various tactical details to the players. The Celtics, with a current record of 4 wins and 4 losses this season, could only be described as mediocre, not particularly formidable. However, their home court remained a daunting fortress. In the recent days of competitive matches, one must express gratitude to the exemplary defensive player, Artist, for his invaluable practice partner role. Under Artist's nearly frenzied scrutiny, Feng Jie appears to have completely unleashed all the potential within him, experiencing a qualitative leap in both his physical condition and basketball skills. He has not only effectively incorporated the unpredictable offensive maneuvers of James Harden from the 22-23 season into his gameplay, but has also indelibly etched these techniques into his very being. Moreover, Feng Jie has demonstrated a remarkable enhancement on the defensive front. In the first 7 games of the 04-05 season, Artist averaged 24.6 points, boasting a shooting percentage of 49.6, a three-point percentage of 41.2, and a free throw percentage of 92.2, displaying an impressive form. However, against Feng Jie's tenacious defense, Artist often found himself gritting his teeth in frustration. Following the scrimmage, he sought the guidance of the offensive coach to explore new strategies. Additionally, Feng Jie's athletic prowess has seen significant improvement, building upon the foundation laid by Ben Simmons, who played only 15 games in the 23-24 season. Feng Jie's speed and explosiveness now surpass those of Ben Simmons, vividly illustrating his progress. It is particularly evident in his stamina. On the first day of his confrontation with Artist, this was clearly demonstrated. Feng Jie truly exerted himself to the utmost, rendering himself utterly exhausted. In the end, he was so fatigued that he succumbed to nausea. At last, the defeated Artist had found an opportunity, standing nearby and mocking him without restraint. However, little did he anticipate what would unfold the following day. Feng Jie appeared to have undergone a remarkable transformation, engaging in a fiercely competitive match against a tester. Although he ultimately found himself utterly exhausted, he did not succumb to the embarrassing spectacle of vomiting as he had previously. A tester, poised to continue his taunts, could not help but marvel at Feng Jie's progress. How astonishingly he has rebounded. This realization struck him during the recent confrontation. Feng Jie is in exceptional form. Upon entering the court, he quickly adapts to the high-intensity confrontation. In the end, he even engages in banter with Artist, leaving him perplexed. How can this Asian athlete be so formidable? "Hey, Feng, tomorrow you will witness the most intimidating home court in the entire nation," remarked Little O'Neal, cautiously glancing at Coach Carlisle. "Fortunately, we are all suspended. Honestly, I have no desire to play at the Celtics' home court," Little O'Neal continued, a hint of relief crossing his face. Yet, within his gaze lingered a trace of complex emotion. After all, not being able to participate in the game inevitably brings a sense of regret. However, just thinking about the Celtics' daunting home atmosphere makes the suspension seem not entirely unfavorable. Really? Is it that frightening? Feng Jie furrowed his brows, his mind filled with skepticism. He had previously heard tales about the formidable atmosphere of the Celtics' home court, where visiting players often succumbed to pressure and faltered in their performance. However, Having never truly experienced it himself, he found it difficult to believe such exaggerations. Haha. Once you arrive there, you'll understand the severity of the situation, someone remarked. I just fear that by then. You might be so terrified that you won't even be able to stand. Arteist, with keen ears, caught wind of their conversation and immediately turned his head, wearing a mischievous grin full of schadenfreude. To hell with you, you pathetic fool. What kind of scene would make you tremble in fear? Feng Jie exhibited no signs of weakness, immediately retorting without mercy. You should obediently stay at home and watch the broadcast tomorrow. Remember to kneel and observe how your grandfather plays. The 19-year-old Feng Jie and the 24-year-old arteist showed no restraint from the very onset of their confrontation, almost as if their exchanges had fostered an unusual camaraderie. Their dialogues were devoid of any reservations, reminiscent of longtime friends. Perhaps this exemplifies the unique manner in which men interact. Currently, the Boston Celtics, at the commencement of the 2004-2005 season, executed a notable trade. They sent Chucky Atkins, Jermaine Jones, and Chris Mim to the Lakers in exchange for the seasoned 37-year-old Gary Payton, Tom Gugliotta, Michael Stewart, and a first-round draft pick in 2006. Despite his age, Payton retained formidable prowess at the guard position, bolstered by his wealth of experience, primarily to mentor the younger players like Pierce and Jefferson. Subsequently, through a series of maneuvers, the 2006 first-round pick was used to acquire Rajon Rondo, who, as time progressed, emerged as one of the pivotal players in the Celtics championship run in the 2008 season. It is worth mentioning that in 2005, a provision known as the Payton Rule was enacted. The Celtics cleverly navigated a loophole in the league's regulations by initially trading Payton to the Hawks. This seemingly innocuous transaction was followed by the Hawks waiving Payton, only for him to re-sign with the Celtics merely 3 days later. The league quickly identified this circumvention of the rules and implemented the Payton Rule to regulate player transactions among teams to prevent similar exploits in the future. Tomorrow's game will feature U5, Feng, Reggie, James, Austin, and Jeff as the starters, announced Coach Carlisle loudly. Feng Jie felt no surprise upon hearing his name called. After all, since the second quarter of the last match, he had been firmly entrusted with the role of the primary ball handler on the court, orchestrating the rhythm of the team's offense. His performance in that game was nothing short of spectacular, scoring 27 points and dishing out 16 assists. Those statistics stood out remarkably among many players. He could hardly fathom why the coach would still choose to bench him, unless Carlisle harbored a bias against Asians. Upon hearing the starting lineup, both Tinsley and Fred felt a twinge of reluctance. After all, everyone aspired to be a starter. Yet, with the coach's decision made, they sighed and suppressed their dissatisfaction, secretly hoping that Feng Jie would falter in the upcoming game against the Celtics, meticulously studied and targeted by other teams, thereby offering them a chance to reclaim their starting positions. At the North Shore Garden, the home arena of the Boston Celtics, Jeff Foster could hardly contain his frustration upon discovering an unfortunate predicament. The air conditioning in the locker room was broken. The technician was ill, and there was no one available to fix it. Just bear with it, we swept them 4-0 last season. We should have anticipated that coming here wouldn't be easy, Reggie Miller remarked with calmness. Such conditions were not unfamiliar to him after a long career. There was little choice but for the players to head out to the court for shooting practice. During their warm-up, a cacophony of harsh insults erupted in the arena. "Get lost, you lousy team," shouted a Celtics fan, his voice dripping with arrogance and provocation. The Pacers sank like the Indianapolis. Soon, even more vile and offensive remarks followed, with one individual suggesting they ought to pick cotton, while another mockingly questioned their ability to see it. It was astonishing to hear such blatantly racist comments in 2005. The few white security personnel stood idly by, seemingly oblivious to the hurtful words directed at the players. Meanwhile, in the TNT studio, a contrastingly lively and relaxed atmosphere prevailed. "Good evening. Welcome to the TNT studio," boomed Charles Barkley, his distinctive voice ringing out as he greeted everyone with a broad smile. Ready to present the exciting matchup between the Pacers and the Celtics. He gestured to his companion, saying, "I'm Barkley, and this is my old friend Kenny Smith. Let us take a look at the starting lineup." Who would have thought that Feng would already be on the starting list after just 2 games? At this moment, the starting players from both teams were lined up on the court, brimming with anticipation. Pacers, center, Jeff Foster, 211 centimeters, 113 kilograms power forward. Feng Jie, 206 centimeters, 115 kilograms small forward. Austin Croshier, 208 centimeters, 109 kilograms shooting guard. James Jones, 203 centimeters, 100 kilograms point guard. Reggie Miller, 201 centimeters, 98 kilograms Celtics, center. Mark Blunt, 211 centimeters, 116 kilograms power forward. Rafe LaFrentz, 211 centimeters, 107 kilograms small forward. Paul Pierce, 201 centimeters, 107 kilograms shooting guard. Ricky Davis, 198 centimeters, 91 kilograms point guard. Gary Payton, 193 centimeters, 86 kilograms. As the seasoned Gary Payton spotted his old rival Reggie Miller across the court, he immediately switched to trash-talking mode. "Reggie, you're still alive? Better watch out. I might break your bones so badly you won't be able to piece them back together." He jeered with a grin, intending to rattle him. Reggie was not one to back down easily. He retorted without hesitation, "I'll wait for your demise to bury you. How is Boston treating you? Be careful you don't wake up one day covered in dog excrement." It was known that Payton was African American, and while Boston's discrimination wasn't as severe as in the past, a small faction of stubborn individuals still harbored prejudice against them. Payton, however, chose to deflect and turned his attention to Feng Jie. "Oh, is this the latest rising star? I heard you completely dominated this year's #1 draft pick? Seems nothing special. Better protect your rear, or LaFrentz is going to take you to school. I'm not inclined to save you. Enjoy." The two found amusement in their banter, sharing a hearty laugh. With a sharp whistle, the game officially commenced. Right after the tip-off, Jeff Foster showcased his impressive leaping ability, immediately gaining a significant advantage in the jump ball, directing the ball accurately to Croshier. Croshier, a reliable player, smoothly passed it to the point guard, Feng Jie. Following this, the remaining players swiftly positioned themselves according to their established tactics, mirroring the strategy from the previous match, evidently a product of meticulous planning and repeated practice. After receiving the ball, Feng Jie calmly began to orchestrate the attack. With remarkable skill, he dribbled the ball, steadily advancing toward the Celtics half of the court. The Celtics players, observing the 2-6-meter-tall Feng Jie approaching with the ball, found it rather unremarkable. After all, their coach, Doc Rivers, had forewarned them prior to the game that the opposing team might deploy a power forward to direct their offense. However, there are always skeptics, and LaFrentz was one of them. No matter how the coach instructed, he stubbornly refused to believe that Feng Jie could make a three-pointer. Thus, as Feng Jie approached the three-point line, LaFrentz deliberately positioned himself 3 steps away, provocatively gesturing with his finger in front of him, clearly indicating, "Go ahead and shoot. Let us see if you can make it." Witnessing such an overt challenge from his opponent, Feng Jie exhibited no mercy whatsoever. He stood just beyond the three-point line, his feet slightly apart as he regulated his breath. With steady hands, he poised the ball, and with a gentle flick of his wrist, the basketball soared forth like an arrow released from its bow. It arced gracefully through the air, tracing the path of a crescent moon, before swishing cleanly through the net with a satisfying sound. That crisp swish resonated powerfully, serving as a formidable retort to the previously harsh jeers. Feng Jie, ever the showman, nonchalantly gestured towards LaFrentz with a shrug of his shoulders and a slight tilt of his head. "Let me take the shot. Rivers will deal with you first," he quipped, jesting. This was the culmination of Feng Jie's arduous 2-day training regimen. It is worth noting that he had previously endured numerous encounters with artist's elbows, leaving him battered and bruised. Yet, he persevered through the pain, his body marked with contusions, ultimately honing his offensive skills. With his stunning three-point shot, Feng Jie's confidence soared. In the broadcast studio, Barkley, witnessing this moment, erupted in enthusiastic praise, his voice resonating through the airwaves to countless fans, igniting excitement among those supporting the Pacers from their living rooms. Soon, it was the Celtics' turn to mount an offense. Gary Payton held the ball, facing none other than his old adversary, Reggie Miller. Though Payton had reached the age of 37, his speed, while diminished from its prime, still remained above average. With a low center of gravity, he locked his gaze on Miller, suddenly accelerating past him. Chapter 35, a stalemate. He deftly broke through Miller's defense, darting towards the paint like a gust of wind. Confronted by the defending Jeff Foster, Payton showed no hesitation, executing a graceful floater. The basketball soared towards the hoop, only to unfortunately bounce off the rim, ricocheting several times before ultimately failing to find its way into the net. Just then, Feng Jie exerted tremendous force through his legs, propelling himself high into the air, poised to seize the rebound. To his surprise, however, behind him, Lafrance leveraged his height and wingspan to deftly redirect the ball with a single hand towards the perimeter. With both hands empty, Feng Jie turned back, exclaiming in frustration, "Compared to me, you're still a novice." Lafrance chuckled with satisfaction as the basketball soared through the air, landing perfectly beside Paul Pierce at the three-point line. Pierce reacted with remarkable speed, snatching the ball with deft precision, ready to initiate the offensive. Approaching the court from 20 yards away, he executed two quick and agile probing steps with his right foot, swift and steady, leaving his defender James Jones momentarily bewildered, unsure whether to close in or retreat. Seizing this fleeting moment of hesitation, Pierce made a rapid breakthrough to the right. After a single dribble, he explosively launched the ball, seamlessly transitioning into a fadeaway jump shot. Jones, recognizing the imminent threat, exerted every ounce of effort to pivot and leap high in an attempt to block the shot. His defense was commendable, almost reaching Pierce's face. Yet, true to his reputation as the team's core scorer, Pierce, despite the obstructive defense nearly obscuring his vision, relied on his exceptional shooting skills and remarkable touch to smoothly sink the ball into the hoop. In an instant, the score shifted to 3-2, with the Celtics trailing momentarily. It was now the Pacers' turn to mount an offensive. As Feng Jie crossed the half-court line and stood at the three-point arc, Rafe Lafrance could no longer afford to be complacent. He hurriedly closed the distance, determined not to grant Feng Jie an easy opportunity to shoot a three-pointer this time. "What's wrong? Are you no longer allowing me to shoot? How cowardly of you. I still prefer the defiant demeanor you displayed just moments ago." Feng Jie skillfully dribbled, effortlessly blending mockery with finesse. Although Rafe Lafrance stood tall at 2.11 meters, his agility was somewhat incongruous with his stature. Defending against Feng Jie, who possessed the athleticism reminiscent of Ben Simmons from the 23-24 season, proved to be a daunting task. Feng Jie lowered his center of gravity, executing a series of between-the-legs dribbles that made the ball appear to adhere to his fingertips, showcasing his fluidity and dazzling spectators. Lafrance found himself disoriented by the rapid movements, struggling to maintain his balance and retreating to regain his defensive stance. Feng Jie had no intention of letting him off the hook. He continuously closed the distance between them. Just as all the Celtics players anticipated Feng Jie to forcefully drive through, their attention fully poised to assist in defense, he suddenly flicked his right hand with great force. The basketball soared through the air like a precisely guided missile, heading straight for Reggie Miller, who was cutting into the lane after a pick. Upon receiving the ball, a contented smile blossomed on Miller's face. The space in the paint was as vast as a highway, allowing him to dribble and penetrate at will. With effortless grace, he executed a jump shot, and the ball swished through the net. Just like that, Feng Jie successfully achieved his first assist in the match, while Miller also secured his initial two-point shot. The running positions displayed here reflect the caliber of my own performance in years past, quite commendable indeed. Feng Jie, unabashed, returned to the court with a smile, giving his teammates a thumbs up. The score was 5-2. The atmosphere in the arena became increasingly fervent with each exchange of offense and defense. This play was executed with remarkable ease. At this moment, the opposing team's interior defense was solely manned by a center, while all other players were drawn out to the perimeter, provided there was adequate space in the paint. Reggie Miller's breakthrough ability made penetrating the defense and scoring an effortless task for him. Barkley, animated and exuberant, expressed his satisfaction with the Pacers' tactical arrangement, simultaneously pondering what ingenious strategy Wendang would employ to counter it. In the 2004-2005 season, Paul Pierce was the primary scorer for the Boston Celtics, averaging an impressive 21.6 points per game, with a shooting percentage of 47 and a three-point accuracy of 35. He was, before Anthony, the first generation of offensive virtuosos, a presence on the court that kept opponents perpetually on their toes. In this sequence, the ball found its way back to Paul Pierce. His teammates, exhibiting remarkable synchronicity, swiftly cleared the area, granting him ample space for a one-on-one encounter. Receiving the ball, Pierce wasted no time. He resolved to engage in a low-post showdown with Crozier. With tremendous force, he grounded himself, using his robust shoulders to relentlessly push against Crozier. His intention was to utilize this momentum to force the opponent back, facilitating a smoother progression for his next offensive maneuver. On the other side, Crozier was equally determined, one hand firmly pressing against Pierce's lower back, while the other exerted pressure on his shoulders. With all his strength, he desperately attempted to shove Pierce out of the paint. The two were nearly equal in weight and height, resulting in a stalemate where neither could completely overpower the other. In this one-on-one battle, Success hinged upon skill and adaptability. Paul Pierce possessed a distinct advantage. His agility surpassed that of Crozier. Amidst the standoff, he deliberately exerted additional force with his shoulder, then executed a graceful and stylish left side spin, cleverly leaving Crozier behind. Crozier could only watch as Pierce deftly maneuvered past him. Subsequently, Pierce swiftly cut along the baseline towards the paint. The center, Foster, rushed over to provide defensive support. Realizing that the opposing center had come to defend, he recognized that his own center was left wide open. This was an opportunity too good to be missed. With keen peripheral vision, he quickly located his teammate and deftly passed the ball into Mark Blunt's hands. Upon receiving the ball, Mark Blunt surveyed his surroundings. Startled to find that not a single defender was nearby, he raised his arms high, clutching the basketball, preparing to leap for a powerful dunk. Suddenly, he felt a lightness in his hands. Where had the basketball gone? Feng Jie remained utterly focused on the dynamics of the game, contemplating the necessity of the center's assistance in guarding Pierce. Meanwhile, Mark Blunt also required defensive support. Positioned perfectly between Lafrance and Blunt, he sought an opportunity to unexpectedly intercept the ball or execute a block. To his astonishment, the opposing player brazenly exposed the basketball right before him. Feng Jie would undoubtedly seize such an excellent opportunity. His hands shot out with the swiftness of lightning, deftly snatching the basketball down with precision, catching Mark Blunt completely off guard. Come. Fast break. Fast break. Feng Jie loudly urged his teammates to counterattack, swiftly springing into action. In Chapter 36, Toying with Peyton, he forcefully shook off Rafe Lafrance, who attempted to impede his fast break. With his right hand skillfully dribbling the ball, he surged forward with strides that resembled a galloping steed, accelerating with increasing rapidity akin to an arrow released from a bow, racing towards the opponent's half of the court. Gary Payton, known in the league as the Glove, was naturally adept at defense, possessing quick reflexes and remarkable speed. Recognizing the precarious situation, he dared not linger and called for his teammates to retreat swiftly. Ricky Davis responded promptly, gritting his teeth and unleashing all his strength to keep close behind. In the blink of an eye, the court transformed into a 1v2 scenario in the front court. Standing at 206 centimeters, Feng Jie dribbled the ball at a height that seemed elevated in Peyton's eyes. He quickly discerned this detail and contemplated that, given his abilities, he felt confident in his chances to intercept the ball. With a determined resolve, he decided to take a risk and focused intently on the trajectory of the basketball as it approached from the left, preparing to pounce at the opportune moment for a steal. At that moment, Feng Jie caught a glimpse of a flash of green out of the corner of his eye, darting towards him like lightning. Instantly, he understood the intention of his opponent. He reacted swiftly, pulling his dribbling hand back with a sudden jerk. Following this, he executed a beautiful and fluid behind-the-back dribble, the movement graceful and seamless. He effortlessly evaded the opponent's attempt to steal the ball, showcasing his impressive height and deft dribbling skills, leaving Peyton utterly bewildered. His teammates, witnessing this display, erupted from the bench, vigorously waving their towels in excitement. Wow, who would have thought Feng Jie's dribbling could be so smooth? It was hardly surprising. In the previous game, Feng Jie had already taken on the role of point guard for the team. Such fundamentals are to be expected. Let me tell you, despite O'Neal's seemingly limited dribbling on the court, his ball-handling abilities surpass everyone on the streetball scene. Meanwhile, fans in the Middle Kingdom were buzzing about that exquisite behind-the-back maneuver. Gradually, Feng Jie was becoming a household name in the Chinese market, gaining recognition and building his reputation. The scene shifted back to the court, where Feng Jie now faced only Ricky Davis. In a clash of champions, his gaze intensified with fierce determination. Weighing in at 103 kilograms, Feng Jie clutched the ball to his chest, treating his opponent as if he were merely a training partner. He raised his arm, showcasing his iron elbow as if wielding a weapon, and charged forward with tremendous force. He resembled a massive truck, exuding an aura of relentless aggression. With unwavering resolve, he barreled towards the defender. Ricky Davis, taking a deep breath, braced himself for a head-on collision. The two collided with a resounding thud. In that split second of impact, Ricky felt a wave of pressure in his chest, darkness enveloping his vision, as though he had been struck by an insurmountable force. He was sent reeling backward, an uncomfortable sensation indeed. However, after pushing past his opponent, Feng Jie, as anticipated, opted for a side jump, executing a powerful one-handed dunk. The basketball thundered into the hoop with ferocity. Feng Jie, upon landing, gently planted his feet on the ground, hands on his hips, chest puffed out like a triumphant general reveling in victory. He then raised his arms high, striking a pose reminiscent of a bodybuilder, showcasing his muscular physique to the audience, relentlessly provoking the spectators. Indeed, it was unmistakably Feng, setting himself apart from ordinary players. While others provoked their opponents, he audaciously taunted the crowd instead. Was he aiming to become the villain in the eyes of all NBA fans? Charles Barkley and Kenny Smith watched this dramatic scene unfold, laughing heartily and engaging in animated discussion. Feng Jie's antics undeniably produced remarkable entertainment value. Statistics from the league indicated that games featuring Feng significantly boosted arena attendance. After all, every fan entering the venue was not merely seeking a mundane match. The thrill of participating in the game itself heightened the experience. It was akin to sending comments during a live broadcast, interacting with the players, exchanging banter, made it all the more exhilarating. The atmosphere in the arena was charged with fervor. Shit, that damn fool. F you, Peyton. Are you washed up? You can't even guard a rookie? Pathetic, utterly pathetic. Two of you can't stop one person. Do you even know how to play? Feng Jie's actions incited a tempest of fury among the emotionally charged home crowd, with jeers and taunts echoing like an erupting cauldron. However, a faction of the audience remained composed, refraining from joining the onslaught against Feng Jie. Yet, the future remains uncertain, as Feng Jie, in pursuit of extraction value, shows no signs of halting his endeavors. The loyal Celtics fans must endure this emotional turmoil, akin to an uncontrollable wildfire. Nevertheless, the Celtics supporters display a remarkable strictness. Not only do they berate him, but their own players also find themselves subjected to relentless criticism. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a 1 progress in the talent extraction opportunity. Feng Jie gazed at the meager progress value of merely 1, feeling an overwhelming sense of frustration. It was evident that they required greater stimulation. He silently lamented, "This is far too little, at this rate. When will I ever accumulate enough?" It became clear that the 3 days of respite must be devoted to mastering the art of provocation. Otherwise, the pace of progress was painfully sluggish. After the competition concluded, he created a multitude of alternate accounts and ventured into various forums to seek assistance. The title of his post read, "What kind of provocation from players angers you the most?" It was indeed a clever ploy to incite their own ire. Ricky Davis, having been knocked down, lay on the ground for quite a while, slowly regaining his composure. As he rubbed his painfully impacted chest, he muttered angrily, "Damn it. Had I known that this wretched Asian had such strength, I would never have dared to confront him. That collision nearly shattered me. Next time, I swear I won't engage in such attention-seeking antics. Hell no." On the Celtics side, the players were also harboring a surge of frustration. Do you recall the words spoken at the outset? "You two better clean up, for I shall deal with you one by one." Previously, Feng Jie refrained from retorting, but now it was time to retaliate. He would not overlook any individual who had provoked him. "Feng, splendid execution. That dunk was absolutely magnificent. Such a release of pent-up tension. If it were me, I would have executed a 360-degree slam dunk. A powerful dunk, indeed, disrupts shooting rhythm. Just ask Reggie Miller." Upon returning to his half of the court, Feng Jie celebrated with a high five to his teammate. The entire fast break dunk was simply stunning. The game must proceed. And the ball was put back into play. Chapter 37, Confidence Personified. The Pacers held a temporary lead of 7-2, with a 5-point gap between the two teams. At that moment, possession lay with the Celtics. A successful shot would narrow the score to a mere 2 or 3 points. Thus, Coach Doc Rivers refrained from calling a timeout. He had noted that LaFrance struggled to contain Feng Jie, yet the overall situation remained manageable, not yet warranting a tactical adjustment. With his lips pressed together and a serious demeanor, Rivers contemplated the strategy, though those familiar with basketball could discern whether he was genuinely strategizing or merely daydreaming. With seasoned veteran Gary Payton acting as the on-court commander, his experience enabled him to keenly identify issues and promptly stabilize the team's morale. After all, why else would the Celtics acquire a 37-year-old like him? Payton signaled to his teammates for assistance with pick-and-roll plays, all the while swiftly analyzing the defensive gaps on the court, searching for the opportune moment to breach the defense. Skillfully utilizing LaFrance's towering physique as a screen, he deftly maneuvered, like a fish, to outwit the defending player, advancing smoothly ahead. Stopped by the pick, Crozier had no choice but to halt his advance, while LaFrance shifted to prevent the opponent from easily scoring within the paint. Feng Jie could only trail behind Gary Payton, his body positioned to block him, closely matching his pace. He dared not relax for even a moment, his eyes vigilant, scrutinizing Payton's every movement. determined to deny him any opportunity to shoot or drive to the basket. Gary Payton soon realized that the defense was impenetrable, leaving him unable to find suitable offensive space. He decisively opted to pass the ball, delivering it securely to the awaiting Ricky Davis. Upon receiving the ball, Davis recognized his advantage over James Jones' superior speed and remarkable agility. Without a moment's hesitation, he fluidly dribbled towards the right, while Jones desperately pursued from behind, his pace lagging significantly behind that of Davis. As he approached an ideal position, just 16 feet from the hoop, Ricky Davis suddenly executed a sharp stop, followed by an explosive leap. The basketball flew from his hands, landing perfectly in the net. After scoring, Ricky Davis nonchalantly extended his index and middle fingers, gesturing towards his eyes, then provocatively pointed in Feng Jie's direction. He repeated this taunting action several times, as if to say, "I've got my eye on you. Feel free to show me what you've got." Feng Jie was instantly filled with perplexity, his brows slightly furrowing. What could this mockery possibly signify, considering that we are not even in the same position? Focus on your own data. Do not end up shooting into your own basket in the end. Feng Jie shouted loudly. After all, Ricky Davis would shoot at his own basket for a rebound. Moreover, the recent devastating elbow that had caused him great distress lingered in his mind. Thus, he seized this opportunity to take a proper revenge on Feng Jie. After the ball was reintroduced into play, as soon as Feng Jie received the ball, he moved with an agility that seemed almost supernatural, swiftly advancing past the halfway line. His gaze scanned the court with precision, quickly locking onto Foster positioned in the left corner. He executed a rapid pass, allowing Foster to momentarily transition possession and facilitate the team's tactical setup. Immediately after, Feng Jie dashed towards Reggie Miller, preparing to set a screen in an effort to create better offensive opportunities for his team. Gary Payton, aptly nicknamed the Glove, showcased his defensive instincts, accurately predicting the opposing team's strategic intent. With light and nimble footwork, he deftly maneuvered around the screen, closely shadowing Miller, who sought to utilize the pick on the right. Payton provided no opportunity for Miller to mount an offensive play. Meanwhile, Feng Jie had only feigned a screen. In an instant, as he completed the motion, he darted like a bolt of lightning in the opposite direction of Miller, surging into the paint. Seizing the moment, he cleverly utilized the body of Foster, who was stationed at the corner with the ball, successfully delaying the relentless pursuit of LaFrance trailing closely behind him. Hey, pass it back. As Feng Jie accelerated his sprint, he shouted to alert his teammates. Upon hearing the call, Foster did not turn to ascertain Feng Jie's exact location. Without dwelling on details, he relied on instinct and forcefully threw the ball behind him. However, he applied a tad too much strength, and the ball seemed destined to sail beyond the baseline. Feng Jie suddenly accelerated, making a swift dash as the basketball was about to cross the baseline. With a rapid extension of his arm, he deftly secured the ball. He contemplated executing a layup or a shot, only to realize that no suitable angle presented itself. Fortunately, LaFrance was unable to match Feng Jie's speed, creating a brief moment of space beside him. Seizing the opportunity, Feng Jie decisively chose to advance further with the ball, maneuvering to the right side of the court in search of a favorable offensive opportunity. Paul Pierce, tasked with defending Crozier, felt a pang of anxiety in his heart. He dared not exhibit even a hint of complacency and swiftly collapsed the interior defense, moving quickly in Feng Jie's direction to prepare for a potential stop. Intent on thwarting his advance, Feng Jie stood on the court, his vision remarkably expansive. He discerned an opportunity for Crozier to take a shot from beyond the arc, prompting a swift alteration of his initial intention to drive to the basket. With resolute determination, he deftly flicked his wrist, propelling the ball with precision to the unguarded Crozier beside him. The mastery of bronze in exquisite passing, the silver dime, the prowess of bronze in receiving and shooting. These three skill badges vividly materialized in Feng Jie's mind. Upon witnessing the unfolding scene, Feng Jie unhesitatingly raised his hands high in the air, deliberately forming a grand OK gesture. He then briskly made his way back towards his half of the court, not even casting a glance at the hoop, fully confident that the shot would undoubtedly succeed. Meanwhile, Crozier, who received Feng Jie's pass, steadily lifted the ball and launched it with force. The basketball arced through the air like a silver crescent, swishing cleanly through the net. Feng Jie truly exhibited immense faith in his teammate. Even before the ball was released, he was already retreating to his own end, as if he had foreseen the certainty of the shot. It was indeed quite amusing. Due to the fact that they were playing away, this early retreat was replayed only once on the large screen. However, in the TNT studio and during the television broadcast, The moment was shown repeatedly. Barkley and Kenny Smith chuckled joyfully, exclaiming Feng's name. Kroschel, who had successfully made the three-pointer, was thrilled with Feng Jie's preemptive retreat. His exuberance resembled that of a child weighing over 200 pounds as he charged in Feng Jie's direction. Upon hearing the familiar shout, Feng Jie quickly turned around to see Kroschel's imposing figure barreling towards him. Chapter 38. Tension. He hurriedly shouted, "Get down. The game isn't over yet. Be careful, Rick. You're being substituted. Don't crush me, you rascal." Though he bantered continuously, deep down he felt a swell of happiness. Coach Carlisle, standing at the sidelines, observed the harmonious and vibrant atmosphere among the players, especially in light of the recent altercations that had led to the suspension of several team members. This camaraderie filled him with anticipation for the team's forthcoming performance. The Celtics, unwilling to fall behind, swiftly mounted another offensive. The ball found its way into the hands of Paul Pierce, who emerged from the paint. Seizing the moment as Kroschel struggled with his balance, Pierce wasted no time in exploiting the opportunity, driving towards the basket with determination. This time, he showed no hesitation and opted against passing. Confident in his offensive prowess as he charged directly at the hoop, attempting to secure a score for his team. Suddenly, the referee's whistle pierced the air. Kroschel, in his defensive stance, had committed a foul, striking Pierce's arm with considerable force, causing the shot to veer wildly off course and preventing a potential 2-1 play. "Ha ha ha. Rookie, he can't defend against me. You should step up," Pierce called out loudly to Feng Jie as he approached the free throw line. His tone laced with provocation. "What is happening? Why is the entire Celtics team so riled up? Save your energy and make a basket." Feng Jie's offensive prowess was not particularly formidable. He merely shot a casual remark. In response to Pierce's provocation, he feigned a series of stabbing motions directed at the player, who was in the midst of a free throw. Observing this, Pierce scoffed dismissively, then confidently proceeded to the free throw line, preparing for his shot. Taking a deep breath, he aimed the basketball at the center of the hoop. With precision, he executed 2 flawless free throws. In no time, it was once again the Pacers' turn to attack. Feng Jie, confronted by the imposing 211-centimeter frame of LaFrance, appeared remarkably at ease. He hardly required the assistance of his teammates to execute a pick and roll. This left Foster, who had initially contemplated stepping in to lend support and seize an opportunistic moment, feeling somewhat awkward. With little left for him to contribute, he pondered his next course of action. Feng Jie first executed a series of dazzling deceptive moves beneath his legs, leaving LaFrance utterly disoriented. Seizing the moment, Feng Jie suddenly accelerated, effortlessly evading his opponent. He then charged towards the hoop with remarkable speed. Noticing that Feng Jie no longer required assistance, Foster instinctively sought out another opportunity. He adeptly positioned himself to set a screen for Reggie Miller, who, utilizing the pick, cut towards the free throw line in search of a scoring chance. However, Gary Payton, his defender, was no novice. His defensive prowess was exceptional as he closely shadowed Miller, maintaining an optimal distance that afforded Miller no opportunity to launch an attack. Left with no choice, Miller altered his route, moving to the left corner in hopes of discovering a sliver of offensive space. Concurrently, James Jones, who had been stationed at the right corner beyond the arc, began to navigate toward the center along the three-point line. Recognizing the unfolding play, Foster continued to assist by setting another screen for Jones. This time, Ricky Davis found himself obstructed by Foster's screen, significantly hampering his mobility. Seizing the opportunity, James Jones was presented with an excellent shot. With remarkable agility, Feng Jie swiftly flicked his wrist, distributing the ball without hesitation. The silver dime skill badge resonated in his mind. However, to his astonishment, the basketball struck the rim with a dull thud before bouncing off. What on earth? Feng Jie was utterly astonished, his eyes wide with disbelief, clearly taken aback by the unexpected turn of events. It turned out that the skill badge did not guarantee a goal with absolute certainty. Fortunately, he had refrained from boasting earlier. Otherwise, he would have found himself in an embarrassing predicament. Rafe LaFrance reacted swiftly, turning his body and using his robust physique to block Feng Jie, denying him any opportunity to secure the rebound. He then extended a hand, deftly cradling the basketball to his chest with remarkable speed and decisiveness. Almost immediately, he located Gary Payton and passed him the ball. Upon receiving it, Payton showcased his nimble ball-handling skills, executing a beautiful crossover to effortlessly bypass Reggie Miller. With swift footwork, he accelerated, launching a counterattack. The Celtics players exhibited impeccable teamwork, advancing rapidly to the front court through a series of seamless passes. Ultimately, Paul Pierce soared high, executing a powerful dunk. In the remaining moments of the first quarter, the score oscillated between the two teams. Even though Paul Pierce's performance that day was not at its peak, he was more than a match for Crozier. He concluded the quarter with an impressive tally of 16 points, 4 rebounds, and 2 assists. His shooting statistics reflected his prowess. Out of 12 attempts, he made 5, hitting 2 of 5 from beyond the arc and 3 of 7 from inside, while going 4 for 6 from the free throw line. His formidable skills were evident. Conversely, LaFrance found himself somewhat overwhelmed by Feng Jie's offensive onslaught, unable to contain his opponent. He also recorded commendable figures of 16 points, 5 assists, 1 steal, and 4 rebounds. Out of 11 attempts, he succeeded 4 times, making 2 of 6 3-point shots and 3 of 5 2-point attempts, while flawlessly converting all 4 of his free throws. After the opening by Feng Jie, he primarily engaged from beyond the arc, orchestrating the team's offense through precise passing, opting not to frequently penetrate the paint to create opportunities. It was not until the second quarter that he began to drive inside, earning 4 free throw attempts with a perfect success rate. On the other hand, James Jones struggled to keep pace while defending against Ricky Davis, allowing Davis to effortlessly accumulate 11 points and 4 assists, thereby exerting considerable pressure on the Pacers' defense. In the backcourt, the seasoned veterans Reggie Miller and Gary Payton effectively neutralized each other, neither able to gain a significant advantage. Miller scored 15 points and provided 4 assists in a single quarter, while Payton contributed 12 points, 6 assists, and 1 steal. As the game progressed, the once reliable 3-point shooters, James Jones and Crozier, experienced a drastic downer. Perhaps influenced by the increasingly stringent defensive pressure from their opponents, coupled with declining stamina, their performance fluctuated noticeably. Their shooting touch from beyond the arc diminished sharply. Jones found himself with several open looks, yet despite his meticulous adjustments, the basketball seemed to conspire against him, either veering wide of the basket or bouncing off the front rim. Frustrated, he managed a mere 2 points, shooting 1 for 4 from 3-point range. Similarly, Crozier's attempts fell short, as he too could not find his rhythm, concluding with a scant 4 points on 1 of 5 from beyond the arc. This undoubtedly impacted the offensive potency of the Pacers. Fortunately, the Pacers' Tinsley and Fred Jones, upon entering the game, bravely attacked the paint, with Tinsley netting 8 points and 2 assists and Jones contributing 9 points and 1 assist. The Celtics bench, featuring rookie Tony Allen from 2004, managed to score 3 points, while Al Jefferson added 6 points in the paint. With the final whistle, the first half concluded, the score resting at Pacers 55, Celtics 61, with the Pacers trailing by 6 points. Everyone performed admirably, executing the tactics with great precision. We've created shooting opportunities. It's merely a matter of luck that we haven't converted them. Our defense has also been commendable. Let us maintain this positive momentum into the second half. Whenever opportunities arise, be bold in your shots to alleviate the scoring burden on Feng Jie and Reggie, urged Coach Carlisle, motivating the players who were wiping sweat and hydrating. He then turned specifically to Feng Jie and emphasized, Feng Jie and Reggie, I need you both to take more shots and reduce the frequency of your passes. Do not hesitate between passing and shooting. Be decisive. You both possess the green light to shoot. Understand? The opposition is aware that our perimeter shooters are struggling. Hence they seem to be collapsing the interior defense around you. However, this is merely a tactical feint. Their defensive focus remains on the perimeter, creating an illusion of open looks outside, waiting for you to pass before they quickly close out. Upon hearing the head coach's remarks, Feng Jie suddenly experienced a moment of clarity. Throughout the previous matches, he had sensed that something was amiss on the court. Yet, in the midst of such intense competition, he found it impossible to calm his mind and reflect thoroughly. Consequently, he failed to discern the opposing team's tactics, merely following their lead in a daze. To his astonishment, the seemingly sharp-eyed Doug Rivers had employed a strategy reminiscent of the ancient Chinese art of war, specifically, the feigned retreat. Meanwhile, others gazed at Feng Jie with envy, unable to believe that in merely the third game, he had garnered the same level of trust from Coach Carlisle as Reggie Miller, possessing the freedom to shoot at will. On the court, Feng Jie demonstrated remarkable maturity in both organization and defense. Turning to the Celtics side, Doug Rivers wore a beaming smile, enthusiastically applauding while lavishing praise upon the bench players. Bravo! You all performed exceptionally well. Keep up the great work. Everyone must stay closely aligned with their defensive assignments. We cannot afford to allow the opposition easy points. Never give up. Victory will undoubtedly be ours in the end. After a brief respite, the second half of the match commenced. As the game resumed, Foster of the Pacers triumphed in the jump ball. According to the rules, the Pacers were to initiate the third quarter. Reggie Miller dribbled the ball slowly, his focus intent on uncovering the vulnerabilities of the opposing team as he advanced toward the half-court. Feng Jie commenced his predetermined tactical positioning, swiftly moving alongside Gary Payton. Skillfully utilizing his physique, he obstructed Payton's defensive route, thereby creating a breakthrough space for Miller. Damn it, that wretched fellow. Switch defense. Gary Payton halted abruptly, resembling a wall, and vociferously called out to LaFrance. Seizing this opportunity, Miller accelerated, penetrating directly from the right into the paint, confronting LaFrance for a potential one-on-one. LaFrance, wary of any complacency, promptly pursued Miller, extending his arms to disrupt the advancing player's rhythm. Pierce remained vigilant, astutely assessing the unfolding situation. He quickly discerned that Miller's incursion could pose a threat to the interior defense, prompting him to decisively contract his defensive line and move towards Miller's path, aiming to interfere with his subsequent actions. As Miller maneuvered past LaFrance, his peripheral vision caught a glimpse of James Jones stationed at the three-point corner, where a seemingly vacant area beckoned. Instinctively, Miller contemplated passing the ball to his teammate, allowing Jones to execute the offensive play. Pierce had been anticipating this very moment. As soon as the ball left Miller's hands, he swiftly adjusted his weight and turned towards the direction of James Jones, resuming his vigilance over the perimeter. The distance between them was precariously delicate. If deemed far, Jones could launch a shot, with Pierce leaping to disrupt it. Conversely, if deemed close, Pierce was poised to intercept Jones's drive. For Jones, this space was indeed awkward, a veritable quandary. Clenching his teeth, Jones resolved to seize the opportunity, opting for his most adept defensive technique. He inhaled deeply, directing his gaze intently at the hoop. With a slight jump from the corner three-point line, he forcefully released the ball. Thud! Pierce shouted towards his teammates in the paint. Accompanied by a crisp yet somewhat dull sound, the basketball predictably ricocheted off the rim, subsequently bouncing away, evidently off target. This allowed Feng Jie, who was positioned behind LaFrance, to capitalize on the moment. Timing it perfectly, he soared into the air, leveraging his remarkable vertical leap and keen rebounding instincts, extending his hands to securely grasp the ball, successfully claiming the rebound. Feng Jie understood clearly that regardless of the team, when a center secures a rebound, the immediate instinct is to initiate a fast break. This was simply his nature. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly approached the opponent as soon as LaFrance secured the basketball. He fervently waved his hands, attempting to obstruct LaFrance's line of sight in an effort to disrupt the opposing team's offensive rhythm, striving to thwart the Celtics' fast break. Upon realizing that a quick transition was not feasible, Gary Payton returned to support, preparing to commence a half-court offense. Pierce, stationed at the three-point line, exchanged a knowing glance with Payton, who held the ball beyond the arc. In an instant, they were in sync. Pierce executed a swift pivot, followed by a rapid lateral movement, successfully evading his defender, James Jones. Payton, reacting with equal alacrity, propelled the basketball with force, sending it soaring like a bolt of lightning towards the paint, a sharp, direct pass that left the Pacers players momentarily bewildered. The ball precisely bounced into the vicinity of the key. Seizing the opportune moment, Pierce confidently caught the ball with one hand and seamlessly completed a layup, effortlessly adding 2 points to the scoreboard. The entire sequence was executed flawlessly. Nice pass. Good boy, Pierce exclaimed, raising his thumb high in approval towards Payton, expressing admiration for the surgical precision of the pass. Come on, Paul. Give them a good whack, he shouted, his fervor palpable. Damn it, don't let them steal victory from North Shore Garden. Defense. Exploit them. Don't allow them to score. In the stands, several fans clad in the Celtics green jerseys rose to their feet, cupping their hands around their mouths, shouting at the top of their lungs. The home team's lead ignited their passion, and their cheers reverberated throughout the arena. Subsequently, the Pacers prepared to inbound the ball once more. Upon receiving the basketball passed by Kroschel, Feng Jie swiftly advanced forward, encouraging his teammates with a spirited shout. It's just a minor detail, a minor detail. Do not rush, take your time. He observed the serious expression on LaFrance's face as he focused intently on his defense. Feng Jie recalled the head coach Carlisle's instruction to him to engage in more one-on-one play. Thus, he began to deftly execute dribbling maneuvers reminiscent of James Harden. He continually varied his rhythm, inching closer to his opponent, seeking an opening to break through. As the distance between them diminished with each dribble, he suddenly surged forward from the right, leaving Lafrance frozen in place as if under a spell. Feng Jie had already penetrated into the interior. His body only just reacted. He hurriedly turned and rose, striving to give chase. The Celtics, including Gary Payton, Paul Pierce, and Jason Tatum, witnessed this scene. They continued with the previous round strategy, feigning a contraction of their defense as if preparing to assist. Much like Reggie Miller's earlier incursion into the paint, they intended to repeat the maneuver. However, their seemingly tight defense did not intimidate Feng Jie. Without the slightest hesitation, he confronted the defense directly, executing a bank shot that swished through the net, securing 2 points and concluding this offensive round. It was now the Celtics' turn to attack. Pierce and Ricky Davis positioned themselves beyond the three-point arc, skillfully executing a give-and-go pass. This maneuver disrupted the Pacers' defense. The two defenders failed to communicate effectively, abandoning their assignments to converge on Ricky Davis, who was charging into the paint with the ball. Hey, boy. Pierce crouched at the perimeter, clapping his hands in anticipation. This action served as a signal to his teammates, and simultaneously as a cue to the opposition. Upon noticing Pierce's indication, Ricky Davis lifted the ball and swiftly tossed it back. In that fleeting moment, Pierce, with remarkable quickness, secured the ball with his right hand. Feng Jie swiftly emerged from the paint, determined to prevent his opponent from scoring effortlessly. As Pierce was still regaining his balance, he hastily switched the ball from his right hand to his left, poised to make a breakthrough. Suddenly, a sharp whistle pierced the air, causing everyone to instinctively halt and direct their gazes toward the referee, puzzled by the latest foul. The referee gestured emphatically with both hands at his chest, indicating a traveling violation. Upon hearing the ruling, Pierce forcefully slammed the ball into the ground, his frustration evident as he stomped his feet. A visage of discontent etched across his face. Reluctantly, he tossed the basketball back to the referee, muttering to himself, "It's merely my first time defending you. And already a traveling violation. I wonder if it's your mental fortitude that falters or your fundamental skills. If it's the latter, I suggest you consider enrolling in my youth training program, currently offered at a 20% discount." Feng Jie observed the blunder of his opponent and could not resist making a jest, teasing Pierce. "Hey, don't get too cocky. Just wait for me to dunk over you." As he walked back, Pierce retorted defiantly. The Pacers secured an opportunity for an inbound pass. The ball remained firmly in Feng Jie's possession as he took charge of orchestrating the team's offense. His teammates, fully attuned to the situation, positioned themselves beyond the three-point line, demonstrating remarkable synergy as they created space. They bent slightly, their focus unwaveringly fixed on Feng Jie, anticipating his drive and subsequent pass. Standing at 211 centimeters, Rafe Lafrance was closely watching Feng Jie, who stood at 206 centimeters. Given their physical contrast and the roles they played on the court, their matchup was deemed quite fitting. Typically, had Feng Jie opted for a conventional inside approach to the basket, Lafrance would have leveraged his physical advantage to either disrupt Feng Jie's shot or execute a block with superiority. Yet, Lafrance was consumed by feelings of helplessness and despair. Feng Jie defies conventional norms entirely. With his exceptional ball-handling skills and incisive ability to penetrate defenses, he plays as if he were a guard. Standing opposite him, Lafrance resembles a mere post, much like Fisher, who can only bend at the waist, tug at his pant legs, and then clap his hands in exasperation. Subsequently, he finds himself effortlessly bypassed by his opponent while remaining rooted to the spot. Fortunately, Doug Rivers had devised a strategy for the midfield, merely instructing his players to prevent Feng Jie from making an easy three-point shot. Should the interior defense be breached, teammates would surely be there to provide support. Feng Jie suddenly accelerated beneath him, swiftly charging towards the paint. His body artfully leaned against Lafrance, and in the blink of an eye, he found himself in an optimal position beneath the basket. With a powerful thrust of his legs, he soared into the air, single-handedly cradling the ball, poised for a layup. Blunt, stationed defensively beneath the rim, reacted with remarkable speed, darting from the side towards Feng Jie's location. He then leapt high, extending his arm in an effort to disrupt Feng Jie's shot through defensive support. Lafrance, trailing closely behind Feng Jie, also sprang into action, stretching his arms wide in a desperate attempt to block Feng Jie from behind. The two formidable interior players of the Celtics, one in front and the other behind, formed an impenetrable wall, encircling Feng Jie in an instant. Feng Jie skillfully capitalized on the fleeting moment of suspension in midair. His gaze swiftly scanned the surroundings, searching for teammates. He discovered a narrow opening just wide enough for one of his teammates to receive the ball. Without hesitation, he deftly passed the basketball to Foster. Throughout the match, Foster had been feeling quite frustrated, as he had not been afforded many favorable offensive opportunities. More often than not, he had been relegated to assisting his teammates, setting screens, and creating chances for others. Reggie Miller and Feng Jie consistently passed the ball to their intentionally unguarded teammates, leaving him feeling powerless. At last, he was presented with a rare opportunity to score. Foster would not let this chance slip away. With a powerful roar, he clutched the ball like a vice, executing a thunderous dunk. His taut arm muscles flexed as he unleashed his long-suppressed anger and excitement towards the audience. On the Celtics side, there were also three formidable offensive threats. Gary Payton acted as the cerebral force of the team, orchestrating the entire play with meticulous precision. He directed his teammates' movements with unwavering composure. In Chapter 41, Boston's mayor, Feng Jie, toyed with LaFrance. Payton moved along the three-point line, wary of Reggie Miller in front of him, while simultaneously keeping a keen eye on the shifting positions on the court. Paul Pierce, serving as the primary offensive weapon, adeptly navigated around his teammates' screens, breaking free to receive the basketball. He executed a convincing shot fake, causing Crawshall to leap in anticipation. Seizing the opportunity while his opponent was off balance, he swiftly penetrated the defense with two decisive steps. From approximately 20 feet away from the basket, he confidently sank a two-point shot. Indeed, he was a top-tier player with solid fundamentals and exceptional shooting skills. Still no substitutions for defense? With that pathetic defense, I could score 50 points over him. Pierce exclaimed joyously while retreating on defense, evidently pleased with his recent offensive success and simultaneously expressing disdain for Crawshall's defensive capabilities. Meanwhile, Feng Jie returned to the three-point line, continuing his one-on-one duel with LaFrance. In the first half, his three-point shooting percentage had been dismal, making only 2 out of 6 attempts for a mere 33.3. This was significantly lower than his average in the previous 2 games, largely due to the imposing height of 211 centimeters that LaFrance possessed, which made it exceedingly difficult for him to break through, compounded by falling into the opponent's tactical traps. Feng Jie is perpetually indecisive, vacillating among the options of breaking through, shooting, and passing. He struggles to find his optimal offensive rhythm. Now, armed with boundless freedom to shoot, he lowers his center of gravity, gently tapping the basketball. Suddenly, he intensifies his dribbling, altering the tempo. Smack, smack, smack. In an instant, he takes a lateral step. Feigning a shot, LaFrance swiftly moves up, extending his hand in an attempt to disrupt Feng Jie's shooting motion. In the fleeting moment when the ball hung in the air, Feng Jie quickened his dribbling rhythm. His movements were graceful and fluid, executing a clean and precise prayer gesture. This left LaFrance in a state of disarray once more. Observing this unfolding scenario, the Celtics players instinctively contracted their defense within the paint, relinquishing the perimeter, all poised for the anticipated pass from their opponent. Feng Jie defied their expectations entirely. He raised his right hand high, disregarding his teammates suspended in midair. With his exquisite shooting technique, he effortlessly launched the basketball, which arced gracefully through the air, deftly circumventing Blunt, who had rushed to assist in defense. It struck the center of the backboard with precision and obediently settled into the net. The Celtics players exchanged glances, surprised by the unexpected turn of events. They had anticipated that Feng would opt for a pass, yet he boldly chose to take the shot instead. Had the opposing coach devised a new strategy during halftime? Was there no defensive substitution? With such a lackluster defense, I could easily score 50 points over him. The same sentiment echoed from the other side as well. LaFrance, feeling somewhat disheartened, shot a glare at Pierce. Damn it, are you going to keep talking trash? He thought. Fine, I'll take the heat for you. I'm completely innocent. Shortly thereafter, the Celtics seized a new offensive opportunity. This time, LaFrance stepped forward to receive the ball. He executed a handoff with Pierce beyond the three-point line. Fueled by momentum, Pierce charged decisively toward the paint. Relying solely on Crozier to defend him was undoubtedly futile. Upon witnessing the unfolding situation, Feng Jie hastily rushed over to provide assistance on defense. As for Rafe LaFrance stationed on the perimeter, there was no need for excessive concern. Once beyond the paint, his offensive capabilities posed little threat. Paul Pierce charged towards the interior, but upon noticing that the strong side was congested with defenders, he discerned a lack of space to penetrate. With decisive action, he leaped into the air, delivering the basketball into the hands of Ricky Davis on the weak side. Upon receiving the pass from his teammate, Ricky Davis, without a moment's hesitation, propelled himself skyward, leaving the ground in an instant. With his entire being soaring high, he prepared to shoot. However, James Jones, the defender, remained 3 positions away. Realizing the ball was en route to Ricky Davis, he swiftly lunged forward in an attempt to disrupt the shot. Perhaps influenced by Jones's desperate dive, Ricky Davis's shot veered slightly to the right, striking the rim and bouncing high into the air, oscillating momentarily. Those positioned beneath the basket immediately engaged in a vigorous struggle for positioning, each vying to seize the rebound. The scene grew intensely competitive. Ultimately, it was Feng Jie, with his remarkable sense of positioning and relentless pursuit, who securely gathered the ball into his embrace, thereby regaining possession for the Pacers as the third quarter commenced. Feng Jie is now commencing his third solo confrontation against Raef LaFrentz. In the previous 2 encounters, he effortlessly penetrated the opponent's defense, executing flawless attacks that left LaFrentz thoroughly exhausted. Feng Jie smiled and called out to LaFrentz with a playful remark, invoking a humorous reference from the world of English jokes. The implication was, "Why is it always you?" LaFrentz, somewhat perplexed, did not comprehend why Feng Jie suddenly inquired about his age. He was too preoccupied to ponder its meaning, instead focusing intently on Feng Jie, gritting his teeth and striving to maintain his defensive posture. Feng Jie, however, remained utterly composed. He began by dribbling the ball under his right hip, and then feigned a drive to the left. LaFrentz promptly shifted to the left, attempting to obstruct Feng Jie's path. Feng Jie, in response to his defensive maneuvers, swiftly executed another crossover dribble in front of him. He simultaneously accelerated the rhythm of his dribbling, shifting his offensive approach to the right side. The 211-centimeter-tall Raef LaFrentz exhibited an impeccable defensive demeanor, displaying remarkable zeal as he forcefully adjusted his center of gravity, hastening towards the right side to intercept Feng Jie. Upon witnessing this, Feng Jie, after a couple of decisive steps, performed a deft dribble, skillfully maneuvering the ball to his left. The phrase "golden ankle terminator" flashed in his mind. This was indeed a predicament for LaFrentz, who found himself utterly confounded by Feng Jie's dazzling array of movements. Akin to a drunken individual spinning in place, his mind had completely lost track of Feng Jie's position, leaving him utterly bewildered about the latter's next move. Ultimately, LaFrentz reluctantly chose to concede, overwhelmed by the challenge. Such speed of movement was beyond the capabilities of someone of his stature to contain. Feng Jie observed the disheveled state of LaFrentz across the court. He retreated a couple of steps, shook his shoulders, and executed a splendid 3-point shot. The basketball, akin to a well-behaved child, departed from Feng Jie's hands, soaring towards the hoop with unwavering determination. Without the slightest hesitation, it advanced towards the basket. Why hasn't the defense been adjusted? With that abysmal defense of his, I could easily score 50 points over him. Feng Jie once again returned the remark to his opponent. Pierce glared at the defending Feng Jie, his teeth clenched in frustration. With arms outstretched, he waved them vigorously up and down, seemingly dissatisfied with the audience's lackluster response to his taunts. F. Feng. F. Feng. F. Feng. It was unclear who initiated the chorus of insults, but soon everyone seemed compelled by the echoing phrase. The cacophony of jeers swelled into a tumultuous wave, surging throughout the arena. Congratulations to Feng Jie for becoming the mayor of Boston. Chapter 42, Playing with Ricky Davis. Congratulations to the host for receiving a talent extraction opportunity. Progress 3. With so many insults, only 3? What a joke. Is this not a futile exercise in being berated? In his heart, Feng Jie mused. Meanwhile, on the bench of the Pacers, several players were filled with excitement upon witnessing the scene. Imagine if Artist could be so easily deceived. Then to toy with the clumsy giant would surely be effortless. The players mimicked Raef LaFrentz, spinning in circles as if lost in their own world. It seemed that Feng Jie, nurtured by this environment, was growing increasingly handsome. He was undoubtedly poised to secure a spot in the day's top 10 plays. With a score of 60-65, the Pacers had scored consecutively, although they had only closed the gap by a single point from an initial 6-point deficit. The atmosphere on the court had transformed entirely. The morale of the Pacers soared, brimming with vitality. As Feng Jie began to exert his influence, He swiftly amassed 5 points and delivered an assist, with each play intricately tied to his efforts. Consequently, his confidence on the court burgeoned, signaling a resurgence of his form. Alas, poor Rafe Lafrance resembled a headless fly, aimlessly flitting about. Oh, how one wishes for Doug to switch defenders against Feng Jie. Standing at 6 feet and 6 inches, his ball-handling skills rival those of the likes of Kobe, T-Mac, and Iverson. Those taller than him lack his speed, and those quicker fall short in height. He is a formidable combination of strength, speed, and agility. I have heard whispers that during an intra-squad scrimmage, he completely overwhelmed Ron Artest. A rookie has outclassed last season's Defensive Player of the Year. The Pacers, stepping in dog mess, somehow stumbled upon a LeBron James in the second round. Charles Barkley observed Lafrance being toyed with by Feng Jie, his gruff voice resonating throughout the studio. Kenny Smith, comparatively serious, diligently analyzed Feng Jie's attributes. How one envies Feng Jie's exquisite ball handling. Such intricate maneuvers appear effortless for him. It is infuriating that someone over 2 meters tall would opt for a step back. Even with his shooting touch and technique, it would be no easy feat to block him. Fans had just witnessed the Rockets fall to the Kings, 96-102, with Yao Ming and Tracy McGrady combining for 54 points, 16 rebounds, and 6 assists. Turning their attention, they were treated to the sight of Feng Jie dazzling his opponents, igniting a fervent discussion among them. On the sidelines, Doc Rivers furrowed his brow, instinctively scratching his head, torn over whether to call a timeout. After much deliberation, he ultimately chose to let the game proceed. As Paul Pierce passed the ball to Gary Payton, a momentary lapse allowed the opposing defense to interfere, resulting in a turnover with both strength and direction miscalculated. Quick to seize the moment, Reggie Miller dashed forward, executing a clean and decisive steal. This should have been an opportune moment for a defensive transition, yet the opponent's defense quickly retreated, effectively stifling their fast break opportunities. The defender now facing Feng Jie was Paul Pierce, likely a result of a switch by the opposing team, as Doc Rivers had yet to call a timeout. Feng Jie had only heard rumors about Pierce's defensive prowess. This marked their first direct confrontation, prompting him to cautiously maneuver his steps on the court. His gaze resembled that of a scanner, meticulously searching for potential offensive openings. He hoped to discover a favorable gap for an attack. At that moment, Foster cleverly moved to the perimeter, proactively setting a screen for Reggie Miller before rolling towards the basket. Miller, seizing the opportunity afforded by the screen, swiftly initiated his move, executing a sudden jump shot with seamless precision. It was evident he aimed to secure the basket and contribute to the team's score. Gary Payton, an experienced veteran, demonstrated his defensive acumen. He lunged diagonally, extending his arm high to exert maximum effort in disrupting Miller's shot. Under Payton's interference, the ball struck the outer rim and bounced away, failing to find its mark. In a split second, the alert Foster retrieved the rebound and promptly passed the ball to the open James Jones on the perimeter. However, as Jones received the pass, he noticed the Celtics' defense closing in on him with remarkable speed. The rapid advance left him little time for adjustment, forcing him to redirect the ball to Croshier. Upon receiving the ball, he realized that Paul Pierce was already approaching him swiftly. Having made only one of 5 attempts in the first half, he hesitated to take another shot. Consequently, he had no choice but to pass the ball to the open Feng Jie. Upon receiving the ball, Feng Jie keenly detected the swift approach of Ricky Davis from the left. With remarkable quickness, he made a decisive move, skillfully dribbling towards the right and deftly evading his opponent. He then surged towards the inner lane at a sharp 45-degree angle, unwilling to concede easily. Ricky Davis closely shadowed Feng Jie, leveraging the momentum of his opponent's advance. He promptly exerted himself anew, altering his trajectory, and thus, the two raced towards the inner lane in near unison, creating a tense stalemate on the court. Soon, they arrived together near the free throw line at the horn position. At that moment, Feng Jie feigned a maneuver. He suddenly dropped his shoulder and forcefully shoved against Ricky Davis's chest, propelling him away. It felt as though Davis had suddenly lost his wings, spiraling uncontrollably through the air, sliding several meters before coming to a halt at his teammate's feet. Damn it! What the hell? Ricky Davis seethed inwardly, cursing under his breath. Only he understood the true nature of the incident that had just transpired. Yet, from an observer's perspective, it appeared as though he had been completely shaken off balance by Feng Jie's abrupt stop. He was destined to become a mere background figure in the highlight reel. Unbelievable. He just left his defender in the dust again. exclaimed one of the few Pacers fans on the sidelines. In less than a minute and for the second time, they cried out, "Oh my gosh. Incredible." Today, Feng Jie had claimed 2 spots in the top 10 plays, turning the Celtics into mere props for his performance. Others jested, inciting laughter among those nearby. This was exhilarating. Witnessing such dazzling moves was a rarity in a single game. Barkley and Kenny Smith could hardly contain their laughter at the spectacle. Meanwhile, the Pacers' bench erupted in jubilation, resembling a boiling cauldron. The players, brimming with excitement, bounced around, frantically waving their towels. Wow, Feng Jie is absolutely phenomenal. It's only his rookie season. I can't imagine how powerful he will become. Similarly, across the screen, fans from the homeland were filled with fervor, their blood surging with excitement. Chapter 43. Everyone understands. Don't be shy. It felt as if they too possessed that moment. The remarkable basketball prowess of Feng Jie is truly astounding. "Pass the ball to me," he exclaims, a formidable presence on the court. As he sits before the television, his skills flourish within him. On the court, Feng Jie dribbles with an exhilarating fervor, sensing the arrival of his peak performance. He begins with a powerful push-off from his right leg, skillfully harnessing his leg strength to decelerate. Following this, he steps back with his left foot, deliberately refraining from rushing to consolidate possession. He maintains a steady grip on the ball, rhythmically dribbling, then pulls the ball back once more and retreats a step. After executing this series of maneuvers, he lowers his head to scrutinize the three-point line beneath him. Once he confirms that his foot does not breach the line, he halts and beckons to Ricky Davis on the ground with a simple gesture. As the Celtics players respond, converging towards him, Feng Jie finally opts to shoot a three-pointer. His dribbling flows with fluidity, and his shooting posture is poised and graceful. With no adversary before him, the basketball soars through the air, perfectly descending into the net, a flawless shot. 63-65, he exclaims, his confidence soaring. How audacious of him to pause and beckon. The crowd erupts in animated discussions, and even Larry Bird feels a twinge of envy. Suddenly, the referee's whistle pierces the air. Doug Rivers, unable to contain himself any longer, calls for a timeout to recalibrate the game's dynamics. All the Pacers players excitedly gather around Feng Jie, embracing and patting him on the back. This fellow, overflowing with charm, is even more extravagant than in the previous game. His performance transcends the limelight of Indianapolis. He is destined to become a national sensation. One by one, the Celtics players make their way to the bench, consoling one another. "It's all right, don't take it to heart. I was also caught off guard just now. There's no reason to dwell on it," remarks Rafe LaFrance, as he helps Ricky Davis, who is also on the floor, to his feet, gently patting his shoulder in reassurance. Yet, inwardly, LaFrance can't suppress a sense of glee. Thankfully, he has company in this moment of embarrassment. Otherwise, he would be the sole subject of ridicule. "FK. I wasn't the one who got faked out." Ricky Davis seethes, his face flushed with anger as he dismissively swats away LaFrance's hand, indignantly exclaiming, "I understand. This sort of thing happens frequently on the court. Just let it go. It's merely a minor incident." LaFrance continues to offer words of comfort, wearing a facade of understanding while secretly reveling in the absurdity of the situation. "You two fools were outmaneuvered by a rookie. How utterly humiliating." Hearing their exchange, Paul Pierce turns his head, a smirk playing on his face, unable to resist teasing. "You both are ridiculous." Ricky Davis, initially prepared to argue further, realizes the futility of it all. At this juncture, any attempt at justification would only exacerbate the situation. It is wiser to remain silent. With a disgruntled expression, he turns and trudges to the bench, plopping down in frustration, fuming internally. As the team gathers, Doug Rivers seeks to soothe their spirits, stating, "It's all right. We are still in the lead and have opportunities ahead. Do not let the recent events affect your play. Communicate more and be bold in defense." He then turns to Pierce. "In the upcoming moments, stay close to Feng. If he can fake me out, I'll eat 20 pounds of dog food tonight." Pierce chuckles at the two hapless fellows beside him. LaFrance and Ricky Davis exchange glances, opting not to engage further, rolling their eyes in silent understanding. Reeves emphasizes the importance of teamwork, rallying the players with chants of encouragement. After these motivational words, Rivers refrains from detailed tactical discussions, instead summoning the offensive and defensive coaches for targeted guidance, focusing primarily on uplifting the team's morale. Meanwhile, on the opposing side, Carlisle anticipates a shift in strategy. "Feng, be particularly vigilant about potential double teams," he advises, elaborating on the likely defensive arrangements the Celtics may employ. If they choose to double team, remember to pass quickly. Trust your teammates and never hesitate. Reggie must rest during the third quarter. As the cerebral core of the team, you must boldly direct your teammates. You need to take command of the entire squad. Can you manage that? He implores with a serious demeanor. Feng Jie swiftly turned his head, his gaze steady as it met Carlisle's. He was acutely aware that the head coach intended to cultivate him as a core leader. An uncontrollable surge of adrenaline coursed through him like a tidal wave, filling him with exhilaration and an abundance of energy, yet he maintained an outwardly composed demeanor. With a calm nod, he spoke with unwavering confidence. Boss, leave it to me. You can rest assured. Carlisle looked at him, puzzled, not comprehending his meaning. No. I mean, don't worry. He corrected himself, nearly stumbling over his words in his excitement. A sharp whistle pierced the air, signaling the end of the timeout, and the game resumed. Upon returning from the timeout, the Celtics initiated their first offensive play. This was crucial. Failure could significantly dampen the team's morale. Payton, unhurried and deliberate, controlled the basketball, scanning the court for opportunities. He aimed to find Pierce, the most reliable scorer on the team. Unfortunately, Feng Jie shadowed him closely, his robust arms persistently disrupting the passing lanes. With no other options, Payton's eyes swiftly caught sight of Ricky Davis, who was breaking free for a handoff. Despite his slower speed, James Jones, tasked with defending Davis, remained vigilant, closely trailing behind. Upon seeing Davis secure the basketball, Payton stepped outward, shielding critical areas of his body, effectively forming a barrier against the defenders. Fred switch, James Jones called out, realizing he could not get past. With newfound space, the agile Ricky Davis wasted no time. He sprang into action, launching himself skyward as the ball traced a smooth arc through the air, executing a crisp jump shot. Chapter 44, No-Look Pass. Fred Jones, just recently on the court, responded with remarkable quickness, having prepared himself defensively. Upon hearing his teammates' alert, he promptly adjusted his defensive assignment. He leaped with determination, stretching out his arm in an attempt to disrupt the shot. A resounding clang echoed as the ball struck the rim, bouncing back and creating a short rebound. Instantly, the players in the paint engaged in a fierce struggle, pushing against one another, their eyes fixated on the soaring basketball, each vying for the advantageous position to secure the rebound. The Celtics boasted two towering players, both standing at 211 centimeters, giving them a marked advantage. Among them, LaFrance shone the brightest. Not only did he possess impressive height, but he was also remarkably agile, with a swift vertical leap. Despite being in a less favorable position, he forcefully nudged Foster, elevating the ball. Upon landing, he leapt once more, deftly snatching the offensive rebound, and quickly passed the ball to Pierce on the perimeter. Feng Jie had no time to concern himself with anything else, swiftly advancing towards Pierce without a moment's hesitation. Upon receiving the ball, Pierce deftly executed a between-the-legs dribble, the basketball weaving skillfully back and forth between his legs. He then propelled himself forward with a sudden burst of speed, noticing Feng Jie in pursuit. With a seamless and precise movement, he executed a powerful spin, preparing for a fadeaway shot. Feng Jie reacted with remarkable swiftness, swiftly pivoting his body to launch himself towards Pierce, endeavoring to disrupt his concentration. Feng Jie possesses an impressive wingspan of 217 centimeters. When he leaps to block a shot, the intimidation factor he exudes is formidable. In the presence of such an imposing reach, Pierce evidently felt an overwhelming pressure, compelling him to adjust both the force of his shot and the arc of his trajectory. With a resounding thud, the ball ricocheted off the rim once more. Positioning. Everyone, do not merely fixate on the ball. For heaven's sake. Feng Jie turned his head and shouted loudly at his teammates, his voice laced with urgency and frustration. During the previous scramble for a rebound, they had been so engrossed in watching the ball that they failed to adequately position themselves against the offensive players behind them, resulting in the opposing team seizing the offensive rebound. Foster and Crozier, heeding Feng Jie's admonition, positioned themselves firmly, effectively blocking the Celtics' interior players behind them. Feng Jie seized the opportunity and effortlessly captured the rebound. The renowned triple-double king once remarked that such a pivotal player is essential for the team. Onward. Feng Jie deftly controlled the ball with his right hand, advancing with a series of rhythmical, quick steps. Meanwhile, he vigorously swung his left arm forward, the motion expansive, urging his teammates to spring into action. The five players of the Celtics, however, methodically retreated on defense, their focus unwaveringly fixed on the ball handler, Feng Jie, fully prepared for his next move without a hint of relaxation. Unbeknownst to them, Fred Jones was sprinting across the midcourt from the right side. Seemingly nonchalant, he was, in fact, meticulously searching for defensive gaps. Seizing a moment of inattentiveness from his opponents, he suddenly accelerated, darting forward like a firework ignited at its fuse. Racing toward the paint with remarkable speed, catching the Celtics players off guard. Feng Jie appeared to gaze to the left at James Jones, while his hands deftly concealed the basketball, forcefully slamming it onto the floor to the right. A master of the art of passing, Feng activated his skill badge, delivering an exquisitely precise bounce pass. The ball seemed to possess a will of its own, soaring directly toward Fred Jones. With remarkable swiftness, Fred Jones caught the ball in his right hand, leveraging the momentum to leap high and execute a magnificent, powerful dunk. The resounding thud echoed through the arena, igniting the fervor of the distant Pacers fans. Instantly, a ripple of excitement surged through the crowd. My goodness, a no-look pass. The precision of this pass was unparalleled, and the synergy was nothing short of perfect. Even the Celtics broadcaster was captivated by this extraordinary moment, graciously replaying it 3 times. Each replay elicited waves of admiration from the home crowd. F. Feng. F. Feng. F. Feng. This was the finest tribute to the mayor of Boston. Congratulations to the host for gaining an opportunity to draw talents. Progress 2. Unexpectedly, upon returning from the timeout, the Celtics failed to score, allowing their opponents to equalize the game. Doug Rivers sat on the bench, his expression blank. The camera focused on him, leaving one perplexed about his thoughts. As he sat there in a daze, as if lost in contemplation of his identity and purpose. In this critical moment, the team's primary scorer, Pierce, stepped up. With gritted teeth and a resolute gaze, he relied on his formidable personal skills, engaging in a fierce confrontation under the basket against the switch defender, James Jones. Ultimately, he succeeded in scoring while drawing a foul, executing a splendid 2-1 play. This basket undoubtedly served as a shot of adrenaline for the Celtics, stabilizing the game's momentum. As it was the Celtics' turn to defend, Pierce concentrated all his focus, fixating intently on Feng Jie, hoping to anticipate every move of the offense. It is a widely known yet little discussed fact that in defense, the more earnest one is, the easier it is to be deceived by the opponent. Thus, one should refrain from mocking those players who stumble. After all, when has Harden ever been faked out? Well, there was that one time against Nigeria, when he was indeed caught off guard by an unknown player. Feng Jie skillfully utilized the bodies of 2 interior players as obstacles to shake off his defenders. With deft movements, he maneuvered left and right, successfully finding an opportunity to receive the ball from beyond the arc. He confidently secured the pass from his teammate. However, Pierce, relentless as a specter, charged towards Feng Jie's direction, arriving just in time to confront him. Did Rivers send you to guard me? Be cautious with your ankles. I won't take responsibility for any injuries. At this critical juncture, Feng Jie was still endeavoring to provoke his opponent. Do you think I am like those 2? He exclaimed, while simultaneously attempting to slice the ball with his right hand. The attempt to slice was unsuccessful. However, he reacted swiftly, extending his right hand horizontally to effectively obstruct Feng Jie's path of attack. His left hand was not idle either, as it danced rapidly in the direction of the ball handler, executing quick and agile movements to disrupt Feng Jie's dribbling rhythm. Feng Jie bent slightly at the waist, his body leaning forward. With both hands firmly gripping the ball positioned at his lower right side, he appeared poised and ready, ever vigilant for an opportunity to break through. In an instant, he executed a grand circular motion before Pierce. Chapter 45. 3 moves against Pierce. With a swift flourish of his elbow, he aimed it directly at Pierce's face, attempting to intimidate him much like he did with Artest. This maneuver was designed to instill a sense of hesitation in Pierce, discouraging him from encroaching too closely. However, this tactic inadvertently ignited the competitive spirit and tenacity within Pierce, who remained unfazed by Feng Jie's actions. Instead of retreating, he boldly pressed forward. It seemed evident that Pierce's resolve surpassed that of Artest. The 2 players became instantly entangled, their bodies so close that they could feel each other's breath. One could hardly believe the fervor with which they defended, even beyond the 3-point line. Feng Jie could not help but comment on his face. If it were a man and a woman, it would indeed be considered a negative distance. Rookie, this is the first lesson I impart to you. As Pierce exerted pressure on Feng Jie with his physique, his mouth was equally active. This is the fundamental skill of the NBA. Feng Jie furrowed his brows slightly, filled with an overwhelming sense of helplessness. "Damn it," he exclaimed, utterly devoid of any space to maneuver. "I'll crush you, you dog food-fed fool." He felt as though he were ensnared in a vast net, unable to unleash his full potential. Feng Jie gritted his teeth and, with a sudden surge of strength, forcefully collided his shoulder against Pierce's chest. Taken by surprise, Pierce stumbled backward from the unexpected impact, involuntarily taking a step back. Feng Jie seized this rare opportunity with alacrity, swiftly passing the ball. Simultaneously, he used his body to firmly press against his opponent's waist and then exerted a powerful push. Taking advantage of this momentum, he surged towards the inner lane from the right. In the 2023-24 season, Ben Simmons' speed was still insufficient, failing to create the necessary distance between the two players. In a bid to staunchly keep up with Feng Jie, Pierce quickly adjusted his stance and accelerated towards the lower right side, his gaze fixated solely on Feng Jie, the prey. He was determined to thwart Feng Jie's advance, resolutely refusing to allow him to penetrate through so effortlessly. Feng Jie surged forward with great speed. In comparison to Pierce, he moved as slowly as a tractor. It seemed that he could only rely on Feng Jie's skillful ball-handling techniques to elude his opponent. With this thought in mind, he forcefully pushed off the ground with his left foot, utilizing the ground's reaction force to execute a sudden stop, steadily decelerating. His right foot firmly anchored itself to the ground. Subsequently, he deftly pulled the ball back with his right hand, then dribbled behind his back. With a gentle flick of his wrist, he smoothly transferred the ball to his left hand. This series of maneuvers effectively sent Pierce sprawling, creating a gap of approximately 2 meters between them. Feng Jie suddenly acquired several offensive options, whether opting for a direct shot or continuing to break through to the left. He now possesses a degree of operational space. In Pierce's eyes, at this moment, Feng Jie found himself in a position that could only be described as his sweet spot for three-point shots. If left unchallenged to shoot comfortably from that range, the likelihood of him making the basket was exceedingly high. Therefore, it was imperative that he not allow Feng Jie the freedom to shoot. He had to honor Rivers' trust and the bravado he had just displayed in front of Ricky Davis and Rafe LaFrentz. He needed to stay close and apply pressure. Pierce took a step forward, preparing to close in on Feng Jie, when suddenly, an unexpected mishap occurred. Curse it! Which staff member failed to clean the floor properly? Pierce felt his foot slip suddenly beneath him, causing him to lose balance. His body tilted forward uncontrollably, leading to a comical split that strained his ligaments painfully. He gasped in discomfort, but quickly extended his right hand to steady himself, refusing to give up. He rose again, determined to defend against Feng Jie. Remarkable. Amazing Feng Jie. The extraordinary Asian player. I simply relish watching his games, exclaimed an enthusiastic commentator. Goodness, this is only the third possession of the match, and he has already left another player stumbling. The Celtics' floor is far too slippery. They truly need to replace it soon. Seated at the commentary desk, Barkley was in stitches at the dramatic scene, laughing uncontrollably, his body swaying in his seat as he pounded his thighs with mirth, nearly shedding tears of laughter. He could hardly contain his amusement. The scouts from other NBA teams ought to be dismissed for their oversight. Just look at what the scouting report stated. The most astonishing aspect was that he was only selected by the Pacers in the second round. Kenny Smith, exasperated, seized Feng Jie's scouting report and tore it to shreds, throwing the pieces into the air above the studio. He felt deeply wronged by their evaluation. At that time, aside from possessing a somewhat decent physique, Feng Jie's other abilities were hardly impressive. He was, without a doubt, a liability. Meanwhile, Feng Jie paid no heed to such matters. He swiftly adjusted his footing, gently tapping his left foot to regain balance. With a sudden forceful swing of his left hand, he struck the ball in an explosive motion before stepping back, creating a touch of space. He resolved to conclude this possession with a three-point shot. But upon raising his gaze, he was surprised to see Pierce still tenaciously holding his ground, and the distance between them was not substantial enough to ensure an uncontested shot. Feng Jie furrowed his brow slightly before gently pushing the ball to his right with his left hand. With a swift change of direction, he deftly transferred the ball to his right hand, subsequently executing a convincing feigned prayer gesture that captivated Pierce's attention. He then surged toward the paint with remarkable speed. Gritting his teeth, Pierce admonished himself not to allow Feng Jie to break through so easily. He forcibly adjusted his center of gravity and planted his right foot firmly onto the ground, preparing to exert himself to intercept Feng Jie. Yet, who could have anticipated that as soon as he applied force with his right foot, tragedy would strike once more? His foot slipped beneath him, and in a moment of exasperation, he cursed silently, wishing to take down the janitor responsible for the slick floor. The sheer absurdity of the situation rendered him as helpless as a marionette with severed strings. With a thud, he fell into a wide split, crashing heavily onto the ground. Ricky Davis and Rafe LaFrance, witnessing the scene, instinctively covered their eyes, unable to bear the sight any longer. Although Pierce had previously boasted with confidence in front of everyone, the first instance of being outmaneuvered elicited some lighthearted teasing. However, witnessing him fall so dramatically for the second time stirred a sense of compassion among his teammates. This was indeed a case of karmic retribution. He had jokingly remarked that should he be outplayed, he would prepare 20 pounds of dog excrement. Yet, in light of recent events, who could possibly bring that up now? Nonetheless, had it been any other player, they likely would not have risen after the first fall, let alone have a second chance. Chapter 46. The Astonishing Dunk. Brown, Pierce, how is it that you are injured? One can only marvel at Pierce's remarkable physical coordination. It is no wonder he survived 11 stab wounds and lived to tell the tale. Feng Jie was utterly indifferent to the opponent sprawled on the ground. Like a gust of wind, he surged towards the paint. Brimming with exhilaration, his gaze fixated intently on the unguarded interior. In an instant, he made a bold decision. Brown, abandoning his defensive fortes, swiftly shifted his position. With his legs slightly bent, Brown gathered his strength, preparing to leap high and provide support. Feng Jie, with no retreat left, boldly ascended to confront his opponent. His entire being radiated an aura of formidable power, as if looking down upon all. Come, today, it is either your demise or mine. Weighing a staggering 230 pounds, his immense frame soared into the air, gliding with grace. Boom. In an instant, two remarkably robust bodies collided violently in midair. The leaping Blunt desperately stretched out his arms, striving to reach the ball held by his adversary. Yet, he was utterly unable to grasp the basketball. Simultaneously, in terms of sheer force, he was markedly inferior to the oncoming Feng Jie. Under this intense impact, Blunt lost control and toppled backward. What the hell is this monster? He helplessly turned to shield his head. His heart was filled with frustration, which transformed into a powerless roar of fury. At that moment, Feng Jie perched upon Blunt's form, his legs straddling him like a rider. With one arm raised high, resembling a bow drawn to its fullest, he unleashed a thunderous dunk. Bang! The tremendous force caused the entire basketball hoop to tremble violently, accompanied by a deafening sound. Roar! What a thrill! Ah! This is utterly exhilarating. Feng Jie released his grip on the rim, striding over his opponent with powerful, taut muscles exuding both strength and grace. He opened his mouth to unleash a hoarse roar towards the home crowd. In that moment, he resembled a war god, invincible and triumphant. Everyone was utterly captivated by Feng Jie's astonishing performance. His teammates, equally overcome with exuberance, swiftly surrounded him, unleashing the fervent emotions that surged within them. Thank you, Feng. What a prodigy at merely 19. I find myself at a loss for words, unable to articulate a more fitting tribute to Feng Jie. Poor Pierce, poor Blunt. To be outmaneuvered twice in a single possession, followed by a thunderous dunk. Today, Feng Jie claimed 4 spots in the top 10 place. This moment will likely haunt them for a lifetime, destined to be eternally enshrined in the annals of NBA highlights. Witnessing the dramatic scene of Feng Jie once more leaving Pierce on the floor, Barkley could hardly contain his laughter, shaking in his seat, his amusement bordering on the absurd. Furthermore, I must suggest to Larry Bird of the Pacers, if I were you, I would hastily prepare a blank contract with an unfilled salary line and hand it directly to Feng Jie, allowing him to fill in whatever amount he desires. Other teams are certainly poised to offer vast sums of money for such talent. Meanwhile, Kenny Smith suppressed his mirth, adopting a serious demeanor as he remarked that the Pacers bench had transformed into a gathering of hyperactive children. The players were shouting encouragement with voices that rose in a crescendo, nearly causing their throats to smoke. Towels waved in the air like helicopter blades, as they repeatedly witnessed their adversaries being outmaneuvered. The excitement was overwhelming, bordering on numbness. Feng Jie, he shall be my idol from now on. Pierce will likely never wish to witness such a scene again. How heart-wrenching it must be. Haha. He probably wishes to collect every related video, and burn it all in a fit of embarrassment. The fans in front of the television, filled with fervor and excitement, watched as the atmosphere in the North Shore Garden, once vibrant, seemed collectively paused. Everyone stood in shock, momentarily unable to react. The arena plunged into an eerie silence, as if the very ability to speak had been snatched away, leaving them gazing blankly at the unfolding spectacle. Feng Jie would not let such a splendid opportunity slip away. It was time to incite them. After all, the reactions of these home fans were, for him, mere experiences that could enhance his talent extraction progress. Upon returning to the court, he first extended his finger, gesturing towards all the spectators at the sidelines, a clear provocation evident in his movements. He then swiftly cupped his hands around his ears, forming a makeshift receiver, indicating that their voices were far too subdued for him to hear. His brazen and confident demeanor escalated the atmosphere to a new zenith. The fans at the North Shore Garden, notorious throughout the league for their ferocity, were entirely ignited by this act, transforming the entire venue into a boiling cauldron. How could they endure such blatant provocation? In an instant, a torrent of unsavory insults crashed down like a relentless tide, spiraling out of control. In light of the infamous incident at the Palace of Auburn Hills involving the Pacers and Pistons, the security personnel on site, sensing the escalating tension, instantly became vigilant. Their expressions tense as they hurriedly bolstered their defenses, weaving through the aisles and stands, continually admonishing fans poised to engage in violent actions. They cursed Feng Jie under their breath, lamenting, "What is wrong with this damn guy?" Congratulations to the host for obtaining a talent extraction progress of 12. Feng Jie inwardly rejoiced, expressing his delight at the generous support he had received. Indeed, they have truly outdone themselves this time, he chuckled. I adore you. Fans of the North Bank Garden. Meanwhile, Barkley and Kenny Smith observed Feng Jie with a sense of schadenfreude as he taunted the fans. This kid is absolutely insane, they murmured. Does he not fear that he may not be able to exit the locker room later? Henceforth, whenever the Pacers played, it would be imperative to deploy a heavily armed security detail to ensure safety, as this young man was a notorious troublemaker. On the other hand, the Pacers players were completely immersed in the excitement of Feng Jie's audacious maneuvers, their faces alight with exhilaration. In stark contrast, the home fans were livid, their faces flushed with anger as they focused intently on confronting Feng Jie from afar. Only the Celtics players sensed that something was amiss. They noticed Pierce lying on the ground, unmoving for a prolonged period, clutching the inner thigh, his face contorted in agony, a sight that tugged at the heartstrings. The referee, realizing the gravity of the situation, urgently called out to the sidelines, signaling for the medical team to attend to the matter promptly. Several team doctors hurried onto the court, conversing quietly as they assessed the situation. In unison, they carefully lifted Pierce and carried him into the locker room. Chapter 47, Press Conference. The diagnosis revealed a strained thigh ligament. However, the severity of the injury would only be determined following more detailed examinations. It was certain, though, that Pierce would not be able to return to the game. This was undoubtedly a significant blow to the Celtics. Feng Jie was utterly astounded. His eyes widened in disbelief, his face a canvas of incredulity. A whirlwind of doubt swirled within him. Had my mere movements truly left him injured? How could such a claim of injury be so genuine? When did Pierce become so fragile? It was merely a game of ball. Must one exert themselves to such an extreme? This was truly excessive indeed. Feng Jie, devoid of any awareness of being the perpetrator, shook his head with a sigh. In the ensuing competition, Feng Jie truly embodied the qualities expected of a team leader. As he dashed across the court, he vociferously commanded his teammates, urging them to swiftly reinforce their defense and execute substitutions. He decisively directed their movements, calling for screens and positioning. In stark contrast, the Celtics, having lost their primary scorer Pierce, found themselves bereft of a guiding force, leading to a disorganized offense. The players appeared bewildered on the court, with defensive lapses abounding. They lacked the confidence and means to continue battling their opponents. The situation grew increasingly dire, and as the final buzzer sounded, the score settled at 96-116, marking a 20-point defeat for the Celtics. One by one, the players left the court, their spirits visibly low. Feng Jie delivered an outstanding performance, amassing a remarkable 29 points, the highest of the game. He also contributed 9 assists, 1 block, and 2 steals, alongside securing 9 rebounds, albeit with 3 turnovers. Throughout the match, he attempted 21 shots, successfully making 9, resulting in a shooting percentage of 42.86. His efficiency, while commendable, was not particularly exceptional. From beyond the arc, he took 12 shots, landing 5, while converting 4 out of 9 two-point attempts and making 6 out of 7 free throws, showcasing his consistent free throw technique. Regrettably, he fell just short of double digits in both assists and rebounds, causing a bit of anxiety among his new fans. Veteran Reggie Miller, benefiting from the expansive offensive space within the paint, exhibited remarkable form, scoring a season-high 22 points, alongside 3 assists and 4 rebounds. He attempted 19 shots, hitting 7, including 3 successful three-pointers from 9 attempts and 4 two-pointers from 10 attempts, along with 5 out of 6 free throws. With the team currently short-staffed, Miller had to shoulder a significant share of the shooting responsibilities. His 38 minutes on the court alleviated much of the offensive pressure on Feng Jie. It was his presence beyond the arc that deterred the Celtics from deploying aggressive double teams against Feng Jie. Foster scored 14 points while securing 14 rebounds. The substitute, Fred Jones, contributed 17 points and 3 assists. Tinsley also provided steady output, achieving 12 points and 4 assists. On the opposing side, despite Paul Pierce exiting early in the third quarter due to injury, he still managed to score 20 points, dishing out 4 assists and grabbing 3 rebounds. He attempted 17 shots, making 2 out of 5 three-pointers, 5 out of 12 two-pointers, and 4 out of 6 free throws. In the wake of Pierce's injury, the mantle of primary scorer fell to the dynamic Ricky Davis, who was in phenomenal form, netting 25 points, alongside 6 assists and a steal. He attempted 18 shots, successfully hitting 2 out of 4 three-pointers and 6 out of 14 two-pointers, while achieving a perfect 7 out of 7 from the free throw line. Veteran Gary Payton also delivered a well-rounded performance, scoring 16 points, providing 8 assists, and completing 3 steals, in addition to securing 2 rebounds. Although his speed and athleticism have naturally declined with age, his defensive acumen and playmaking abilities remain sharp, allowing him to effectively orchestrate the team's offense. Unfortunately, the Celtics have struggled in recent years due to a lack of strong players, with only the 2004 rookies Al Jefferson and Tony Allen receiving limited playing time compared to Feng Jie. Jefferson played 12 minutes, scoring 6 points, while Allen, with the same amount of time on the court, managed only 3 points, achieving a shooting percentage of just 20. At the post-game press conference, the spotlight was inevitably on the dominant Feng Jie. As he entered, the atmosphere in the room instantly transformed, filled with the incessant clicks of camera shutters and the relentless flashes of lights, all directed at him. The press officer called on a reporter with a raised hand. "Feng, today marks your 3rd game. Congratulations on achieving near triple-double statistics once again, which has far exceeded everyone's expectations. It seems you have swiftly adapted to the high-intensity environment of the NBA. May I ask you to share your perspective on today's opponents?" A seemingly ordinary opening, yet it concealed an underlying tension. Feng Jie maintained a calm demeanor, gently adjusting the microphone in front of him to a suitable position for speaking. Subsequently, he began to respond at a leisurely pace. "Considering the current situation, scoring has indeed been a relatively effortless endeavor for me." After a brief pause, he continued, "This is primarily because everyone is not yet particularly familiar with my playing style and tactics. Therefore, they have yet to discover effective methods to counter my approach." A faint smile crept across his lips, exuding confidence. "However, I believe that as time passes and they gradually become acquainted with my game, they will begin to strategize against me. Yet, they will soon realize that preventing my scoring remains an insurmountable challenge." Initially, many reporters found Feng Jie's response rather mundane, lacking the enthusiasm to even jot down notes, merely staring at him with blank expressions. However, as they heard the subsequent, slightly unexpected remarks, the journalists present were amused by Feng Jie's engaging manner of expression. The previously subdued atmosphere of the press conference hall stirred with a newfound excitement. Feng Jie, in a whimsically humorous manner, artfully unveiled the profound confidence that resides within him. This mode of expression resonates with the people of the beautiful nation, making it particularly palatable to them. As the laughter gradually subsided, Feng Jie cleared his throat. "My assessment of the North Shore Garden is that the facilities are quite antiquated, and the staff lacks a sense of responsibility. Upon our arrival today, we found the visiting locker room's air conditioning to be malfunctioning, and even the floors were not adequately cleaned. Several players from the Celtics slipped and fell on the excessively slick floor. The staff must bear full accountability, deduct their wages for a year." After articulating these points, Feng Jie lifted his gaze towards the press officer, indicating it was time to select the next journalist for questions. Feng, following the live broadcast of today's game, you have undoubtedly become the most talked-about figure across America overnight. Surely, your emotions must be particularly heightened at this moment. We all witnessed you skillfully elude 3 opposing players on the court and deliver a monumental dunk, contributing 4 entries to today's top 10 plays. Even Paul Pierce sustained an injury while attempting to defend against you. As you prepare to face your upcoming opponents, do you have any words of wisdom for them? Words of wisdom? There is none to offer that I myself have not mastered. Feng Jie's eyes sparkled, and a radiant smile blossomed on his face. As a newcomer to the league, my advice is to focus on playing well and striving for improvement each day. Additionally, I would like to take this opportunity to make a brief announcement, leveraging the current momentum. I rely on everyone present to assist me in promoting this. My name is Feng Jie, a 19-year-old male, currently single. I possess neither a house nor a car. I am merely a professional athlete. I am now embarking on a global search for a partner. I warmly invite eligible ladies aged 18 to 48 to enthusiastically apply. Together, we can explore the breathtaking wonders of this world. At this point, he deliberately puffed out his chest and began his earnest introduction. Congratulations to the host for achieving a 0.02 progress in the talent extraction opportunity. Why just 0.02? Feng Jie was momentarily taken aback, believing that this marriage-seeking endeavor would attract a multitude of female fans and increase his extraction value. Was he truly lacking in market appeal? After regaining his composure, he spoke earnestly. On the court, only those who diligently defend can be outmaneuvered. Whether my opponent is a defensive powerhouse or an ordinary player, it ultimately has little impact on me. In a game, the only true factor that influences my shooting accuracy is my personal performance on that particular day. Feng Jie's audacious remarks, coupled with the journalist's embellishments, resulted in his visage gracing the front pages of major sports publications across the United States the following day. The headline read, "The eccentric Feng Jie makes his entrance." He critiqued North Shore Gardens and boldly addressed his rivals in the league, declaring, "It is trivial to outmaneuver my opponents. It is utterly impossible to defend against me." At the tender age of 19, Feng Jie became a national sensation, and his post-game press conference was rife with sensational revelations, igniting fervent discussions among the public. Feng Jie, from an astonishing near triple-double to audacious remarks. I dominate the NBA stage. Feng Jie's press conference exuded an air of confidence, regardless of who steps up. The only thing that can hinder me is my own touch. In an instant, Feng Jie became the focal point of attention in the league. Meanwhile, in China, Yu Jia contributed by providing voiceovers for only 3 of the top 10 plays, securing the 3rd position in the rankings. Feng Jie left law friends utterly disoriented. His series of dribbles and evasive maneuvers toyed with the defender, showcasing the finesse of a master ball handler. He secured the 2nd spot in the top 10 plays. Once again, Feng Jie, the annihilator of ankles and the maestro of rhythm, mesmerized the audience by outmaneuvering Ricky Davis with his exquisite footwork. This dazzling display of skill was nothing short of artistry on the court, weaving a nightmarish tapestry for his opponents. He claimed the top position in the highlights. Our esteemed friend Feng Jie graced the scene once more, and I proclaim this play a shoe-in for the year's best highlights. Witness as Feng Jie deftly outwits Pierce not once, but twice, leaving him in a state of disarray. Fearlessly, he confronted his adversary, delivering a thunderous dunk over Blunt. Incredible. He is the Chinese Kobe. No, I believe he aspires to emulate LeBron. What LeBron? Does LeBron possess such shooting skills? Such dribbling finesse? Feng Jie's offensive prowess utterly eclipses that of your esteemed player. Do you comprehend? Feng Jie has sparked extensive discussions on Chinese forums. Congratulations to the host for achieving a progress of 8 in the talent extraction opportunity, with a cumulative extraction value of 98. 42, only 1. 58 remains to enhance abilities. Feng Jie felt a surge of excitement. Few things compare to the joy of winning a lottery. However, let's not dwell on that sentiment. The impressive statistics he has achieved in recent matches have undoubtedly garnered the attention and respect of other teams. Even if they do not implement stringent defensive measures against him, they will certainly acknowledge the significant impact he can have on the game. As the match concluded in the evening, the Pacers decided to remain in Boston for the night. The temperature in November Boston hovers around 7 degrees Celsius. With young players like O'Neal and Arteas not accompanying them, everyone was left idling in their hotel rooms. devoid of any entertainment. Just then, Feng Jie's phone rang unexpectedly. Few people knew his number, and even fewer had the initiative to call him. Among those rare individuals was Ivana Marie. "Are you at the hotel right now?" came her melodious voice from the other end of the line. "Indeed. In the frigid Boston air, where else could one possibly go but to stay indoors? I would quite like to venture outside and experience the local culture here in America." Feng Jie responded, "If possible, why not come over and take me out for a stroll?" Feng Jie emerged from the bathroom, his torso bare, showcasing his well-defined muscles in front of the mirror while extending an invitation to the other party. He thought to himself that the moment to seize the opportunity had arrived. "I am currently in New York," he stated. However, Ivana Marie's response immediately dampened his enthusiasm for further conversation. The situation felt distant, as if long-distance water could not quench nearby flames. "I was just watching your game," Ivana Marie continued. "Oh, I recall that you weren't fond of basketball before." Feng Jie responded with a hint of surprise. "It is a friend of mine who enjoys watching basketball, so I joined in for a while," Ivana Marie hastily clarified. "To be honest, that friend isn't actually you, is it?" Feng Jie jestingly remarked, his tone imbued with a hint of playful sarcasm. "It appears that everyone in this world has a friend with eclectic tastes." "Indeed, she is my friend. She adores Jordan," Ivana Marie exclaimed without hesitation. Jordan seemed to be the basketball player that immediately sprang to her mind. "All right, it seems that your friend truly has a fondness for basketball." Feng Jie chuckled and asked, "Am I handsome when I play basketball? Is there a chance she might come to like me?" Feng Jie inquired with a hint of narcissism, his words laced with playful jest. "I saw the news stating that you are seeking a spouse worldwide. Is that true?" Ivana Marie adeptly sidestepped the topic. Feng Jie offered little explanation, reclining on the bed and half-jokingly replied, "Indeed, at the age of 19. I am in the prime of my physical strength and experiencing the peak of hormonal activity. Currently, I find myself unaccompanied. Now that I have garnered a modicum of fame, I might as well seek a wealthy benefactor to support me. This way, when my playing days are behind me, I shall not face starvation on the streets." Curiously, Ivana Marie instinctively inquired, "How much money do you have now? Aren't basketball players quite well compensated?" As soon as the words escaped her lips, she realized she had ventured into the realm of personal privacy. Quickly, she added, "Oh dear, my apologies. It seems I have asked something I shouldn't have. Well, I possess less than $0.01 billion. So do not harbor any thoughts of laying claim to my modest fortune. This is my capital for marrying a wife." Feng Jie did not dwell excessively on the issue of privacy, but rather responded to the inquiries with a humorous and witty disposition. "Haha, I truly appreciate your conversational style. Your replies are always unexpectedly delightful." Chapter 49. A chance encounter with Jeremy Lin. Ivana Marie couldn't help but burst into laughter upon hearing this. However, she was soon captivated by a new term. Curiously, she inquired, "What is Laupa Ben? What does it mean?" This phrase is unique to our homeland. Laupa translates to wife in English. In our culture, when a man marries, he is generally expected to prepare a sum of money for the bride's family. Therefore, men in China must diligently save this amount. Feng Jie endeavored to elucidate the concept in a manner that would be easily comprehensible to Americans. However, Ivana Marie expressed her bewilderment, questioning the difference it bears to commerce. It is indeed rather challenging to grasp. This illustrates the divergence in cultural backgrounds, leading to varying perceptions. It suffices to acknowledge the situation without delving into extensive discussions. Feng Jie, wishing to avoid excessive entanglement in the matter, deftly shifted the conversation. "Will you be coming to New York tomorrow? I would love to show you the local customs and culture." Ivana Marie extended her invitation. "Regrettably, I plan to travel to San Francisco tomorrow." With a hint of regret in his tone, Feng Jie remarked, "San Francisco? What a coincidence. My company has just assigned me to conduct an inspection there. How splendid. I apologize, Feng, but I must take my leave now. Let us reconnect tomorrow." With that, Ivana Marie ended the call and immediately dialed another number. "Kathy, please assist me in securing a flight to San Francisco for tomorrow." "Yes, tomorrow. It is imperative that I acquire a ticket." Feng Jie lay upon his bed, his mind still in a state of bewilderment. Just as he had managed to secure a rendezvous in New York, he was now summoned to San Francisco for an inspection the very next day. Without overthinking the matter, he requested a leave of absence from his team and set off alone towards San Francisco. Despite donning a mask throughout the journey, his remarkable height led many astute fans to recognize him. The mask proved futile in concealing his identity. In the face of enthusiastic admirers, He joyfully posed for photographs and signed autographs, relishing the unique thrill of celebrity status, his heart brimming with excitement. Suddenly, the shrill ring of his mobile phone pierced the air, prompting him to swiftly answer. "Big star, I can see you. When do you plan to bid farewell to your fans?" The charming, slightly playful voice of Ivana Marie echoed through the receiver. Upon hearing the news, Feng Jie instinctively glanced around. At last, he spotted the captivating beauty by a nearby pillar, adorned with sunglasses. Ivana Marie, standing at an impressive height of 1.80 meters, remained strikingly conspicuous even amidst the bustling crowd of the airport, where tall individuals are a common sight in the land of beauty. After bidding farewell to the fans, Feng Jie approached Ivana Marie, and as he reached her, he naturally embraced her. After the embrace, before Feng Jie could utter a word, Ivana Marie spoke first. "So, what do you plan to do in San Francisco this year?" she inquired, tilting her head slightly, her eyes brimming with curiosity. Feng Jie reluctantly released his grip, declaring, "I intend to journey to Silicon Valley in search of a man named Zuckerberg." "Zuckerberg? Are you referring to the founder of Facebook?" Ivana Marie interjected almost instinctively, a flicker of astonishment illuminating her eyes. Feng Jie was somewhat taken aback. He had not anticipated that merely hearing the name Zuckerberg would prompt the other party to discern his intentions so swiftly. "You seem to possess quite a bit of knowledge," he remarked, "and indeed, I do harbor such plans. What do you think? Would you be interested in investing together?" He couldn't help but feel a newfound admiration for Ivana Marie and responded with a smile. Ivana Marie pondered for a moment. I believe this matter warrants further exploration. Why don't we go and take a look?" Her eyes sparkled with eagerness, and she continued. Thus, the two proceeded to meet at the time previously arranged with Zuckerberg. During the meeting, they engaged in extensive discussions regarding the investment. After several rounds of arduous negotiations, under the guidance of Ivana Marie, Feng Jie ultimately arrived at a resolute decision. He boldly invested a substantial sum of $300,000 and pledged to establish his presence on Facebook, fully leveraging his influence to ardently promote the platform. He presented an impeccable marketing strategy that left Zuckerberg astounded. This series of endeavors yielded immensely valuable returns, as Feng Jie successfully secured original shares of Facebook 17. In the presence of meticulous legal counsel, Feng Jie signed the contract with palpable excitement and elation, provided that no unforeseen circumstances or butterfly effects intervened. The 17 shares of Facebook held by Feng Jie are projected to reach an astounding valuation of over $250 billion by 2025. Upon retirement, he could effortlessly indulge in the experience of owning a basketball club after meticulously managing his current affairs. Feng Jie and Ivana Marie leisurely strolled along the street. "Hello, are you Feng Jie, the player from the Walkers team?" A boy, approximately 170 centimeters tall, holding a basketball, hurriedly approached from behind. He appeared somewhat shy, his eyes reflecting both excitement at encountering his idol and a hint of nervousness. "Ah, it seems I have quite a reputation. Even Silicon Valley has my admirers." Feng Jie felt a surge of joy within, and a smile involuntarily graced his lips, revealing his unabashed self-admiration. "So, do you wish for me to autograph something for you? Or shall we take a photograph together?" Feng Jie naturally removed his mask and directed a warm smile towards the boy, conveying an affirmative and enthusiastic response. "I would be delighted if you could sign my basketball," he proposed. "And then, may we take a photo together?" The boy expressed his thoughts candidly, his words brimming with anticipation. Feng Jie nodded, extending his hand to accept the basketball offered by the boy. With a swift flourish, the pen danced across the surface of the ball, elegantly inscribing his name. Meanwhile, Ivana Marie, understanding the cue, retrieved the other person's phone and found an angle to capture the moment. "Jamie Lin, we must hurry. It's time to head home." At that moment, a nearby Asian lady urged them on with a Taiwanese accent. Could this be Jeremy Lin?" Feng Jie instinctively exclaimed, a flicker of surprise passing through his eyes. "Do you know me? How could you possibly know my name?" The boy, equally perplexed, tilted his head slightly. His eyes were filled with curiosity and bewilderment as he gazed intently at Feng. Beside them, Ivana Marie also cast a questioning glance, seemingly intrigued by how Feng Jie had come to know the boy's name. "Haha, I have seen your performance on the basketball court during high school before." Feng Jie wore a radiant smile, his eyes brimming with unreserved admiration. "You possess an exceptional talent for basketball. No matter what challenges you may encounter in the future, always persevere and never relinquish your passion for the game." Feng Jie gazed at the vibrant boy before him, a wave of emotion washing over him as he marveled at the chance encounter. This moment deepened his conviction of the world's authenticity. Thank you. Although I stand at a mere 173 centimeters, I may not have the opportunity to play in the NBA, yet I shall never relinquish my passion for basketball. Jeremy Lin responded with unwavering determination and confidence. Chapter 50. A Sharpening of Skills. Lin was inherently a person of formidable inner strength, brimming with self-assurance. Otherwise, he would not have achieved the extraordinary phenomenon known as Linsanity. Meanwhile, Feng Jie was diligently crafting his own legend. Lin, you are destined to grace the NBA. Do not forget. I too was a second-round draft pick who fought my way up. Always believe that there is light in this world. Digga! The teenage Lin shouted exuberantly. The two of them simultaneously engaged in a playful gesture, erupting into laughter. Ivana Marie looked on with a smile, observing the camaraderie between the two. Feng Jie's success has further solidified Jeremy Lin's resolve to pursue his path in basketball. Lin, stop dawdling and hurry up, the lady urged, raising her voice. It was only then that Jeremy Lin snapped back to reality. Reluctantly, he turned back to wave goodbye to Feng Jie and the others. He quickened his pace towards the direction of the Asian lady, his figure gradually fading into the street. This was merely a fleeting episode in life. As time continued its relentless march, although Feng Jie had traveled back to 2025, there was no generational gap between him and Ivana Marie from 2004. The two shared laughter and exchanged amusing anecdotes and thoughts throughout their journey. Feng Jie and Ivana Marie spent an extraordinarily delightful afternoon in Silicon Valley, each moment imbued with the essence of happiness. Subsequently, these two vigorous young individuals eagerly commenced a friendly exchange of basketball skills. Adorned in her athletic attire, Ivana Marie appeared exceptionally captivating, her slender waist and elongated legs complemented by her supermodel beauty, rendering her almost celestial. To his surprise, however, Ivana Marie's basketball prowess seemed rather unrefined. She exhibited only a few awkward maneuvers and somewhat tentative defensive techniques, akin to a novice just stepping into the realm of basketball, completely devoid of her usual poise and confidence. Feng Jie, however, did not dwell on these matters. He firmly grasped the basketball with both hands, slightly crouching to lower his center of gravity. He then initiated his offensive maneuver, showcasing his back-to-the-basket technique. With the agile and versatile skills honed through rigorous practice, he effortlessly breached the opponent's interior defense. The adversaries were utterly defenseless, left only to emit fervent cheers from the sidelines, watching helplessly as Feng Jie executed one thunderous dunk after another. His moves were fierce and merciless, launching a vigorous assault that rendered the contest overwhelmingly one-sided. The spectacle was nothing short of exhilarating. Time flew by like a fleeting shadow, and as the sun of the following day streamed through the curtains, Feng Jie remained ensconced in the realm of dreams, his eyes yet to open. Suddenly, a series of remarkably clear notifications materialized in his mind without warning. Congratulations, host. You have acquired a talent extraction opportunity, Progress 62. You have gained the ability to extract talents once. This unexpected announcement abruptly shattered Feng Jie's slumber, revitalizing him with a surge of curiosity. Instinctively, he raised a hand to rub his eyes, striving to awaken fully. He pondered inwardly, what is happening? How did I accumulate such a plethora of extraction points without any forewarning? As he contemplated, he slightly turned his head and inadvertently caught sight of Ivana Marie, whose skin was as white as snow, her beauty reminiscent of exquisite jade. She lay peacefully asleep, resembling a breathtaking painting. In an instant, the matters concerning extraction points lost all significance. As an NBA player, Feng Jie understood the necessity of morning workouts. Without a second thought, he resolved to awaken Ivana Marie and head straight to the court for another intense practice session, seizing the opportunity to further assess his condition. Thus, the two of them delved back into an exhilarating and rigorous offensive and defensive drill. Unbeknownst to them, an hour slipped by quietly. Ivana Marie, having long exhausted her energy, was unable to maintain her defense against Feng Jie's effortless advances. She resembled a puddle of mud devoid of strength, collapsing to the side, breathing heavily like a fish stranded on land. Feng Jie's face radiated with a sense of triumph, akin to that of a victorious boxer emerging from the ring. With a commanding presence and a proud stride, he made his way toward the resting area. Once properly attired, Feng Jie gazed at the weary Ivana Marie, his heart swelling with compassion. He softly approached her, leaned down, and gently murmured, "Take a good rest." If there is another opportunity, we shall engage in a more thorough exchange of our skills. With that, he quietly rose, preparing to return to Indianapolis. Yet, Feng Jie remained oblivious to the fact that the court had, unbeknownst to him, taken on a vivid hue of crimson. As he journeyed back, he found himself lost in contemplation, pondering how he had suddenly amassed over 60 points in talent extraction value. He was also deeply conflicted about which talent to select. As it pertained directly to his future performance on the court, it is worth noting that in the first 3 matches, he had relied on the offensive prowess of James Harden from the 22-23 season. Feng Jie consistently averages an impressive 25 points, 10 rebounds, and 10 assists, establishing himself as the undeniable backbone of the team. There is no immediate need for alteration. It suffices to harness his abilities judiciously. As for his defensive prowess, he currently possesses the defensive capabilities reminiscent of Chandler Parsons during the 2013-2014 season. With this skill set, he manages to hold his own against the majority of regular opponents. However, when faced with the league's elite players, those of almost supernatural caliber such as Duncan, Nowitzki, O'Neal, and Stoudemire, who exhibit a commanding presence on the court, he finds himself somewhat overwhelmed. His defense may falter, rendering him unable to effectively curtail their scoring, leading to a scenario of mutual offensive explosions. Upon reflection, it becomes evident that the most pressing matter at hand is to replace Ben Simmons' athleticism for the 2023-2024 season. Although previous specialized training with Artist has yielded notable enhancements to his initial capabilities, Feng Jie still harbors hopes of acquiring a more exceptional and well-rounded attribute through a lottery. Sitting in his chair, he takes a deep breath, wishing to become fortunate, and gradually activates the system. With unwavering resolve, he selects the option to draw for athleticism. He yearns for strength. Will he consume one opportunity to exchange for enhanced athleticism? The system's cold, emotionless mechanical voice resonates in his ears, cautioning that the decision, once made, cannot be retracted. Nevertheless, the host retains the right to choose whether to substitute the corresponding ability. Subsequently, another prompt follows, and upon hearing the system's unequivocal notification, he contemplates his next move. Feng Jie exhibited not a trace of hesitation or doubt. He decisively opted for extraction. His mind was consumed with thoughts of the athletic prowess displayed by the diminutive yet formidable Griffin during his peak. Feng Jie, lost in thought, instinctively moved his arms, each boasting an impressive wingspan of 217 centimeters. A glimmer of aspiration began to surface on his face as his imagination took flight. With such an inherent advantage in wingspan, if only he could acquire the extraordinary athletic prowess of Griffin. Chapter 51. The Emergence of Artist. On the court, would I not effortlessly dominate the entire league? At that moment, who would dare to contest my dunks? Haha. Just as he reveled in this delightful fantasy, the cold and unyielding voice of the system intrusively shattered his reverie. Instantly, Feng Jie was jolted back to the stark reality. Congratulations, host. You have acquired the offensive capabilities of Jordan Clarkson, boyfriend of Kendall Jenner, from the 2021-2022 season. The emotionless voice of the system echoed once more. What? Why is it always Kendall Jenner's boyfriend? He lamented. I yearn for the peak athleticism of the short-handed Griffin. Unbeknownst to him, Griffin was also linked to Kendall Jenner, and all around him were familiar faces, those of friends and acquaintances. Feng Jie screamed loudly in anguish within his heart. Should he opt to replace the athletic prowess of Ben Simmons for the 2023-2024 season? The choice, once made, would be irrevocable. The athletic abilities that had been extracted could be utilized at his discretion based on the number of extractions he had. The chilling tone of the system jolted Feng Jie back to reality, issuing yet another warning. Feng Jie found himself engulfed in a profound dilemma. As an ardent enthusiast of the NBA, he occasionally perused the latest news from the league. However, his knowledge of Jordan Clarkson was, regrettably, quite limited. It was hardly accurate to say he was well acquainted with him. His most vivid recollection was that Clarkson had once been a starter for the Los Angeles Lakers, sharing the court with the team's star player during a period when the Lakers' performance was notably lackluster. Yet, upon reflection, it occurred to him that Clarkson's career was arguably more commendable than that of Ben Simmons, who had participated in a mere 15 games during the 2023-24 season. With this thought in mind, Feng Jie steeled himself, gritted his teeth, and ultimately decided to proceed with the substitution. The system's monotonous voice confirmed the successful exchange of Jordan Clarkson's athletic abilities from the 2021-22 season. Thank you for your use. Goodbye. The transaction was completed with the customary politeness of a routine procedure. Feng Jie eagerly anticipated the wondrous changes that might unfold. In the novels he had previously read, whenever scenarios involving system operations emerged, they were invariably accompanied by enchanting effects, such as a warm current enveloping the body, followed by an exhilarating transformation that left one feeling invigorated and immensely powerful. However, reality proved to be a source of profound disappointment. He felt no extraordinary sensations coursing through him, as if nothing had left a mark on the tangible world. Alas, it seemed he would have to venture onto the court to empirically ascertain the nature of his newfound abilities. This insipid system, he mused, was utterly lackluster. Upon disembarking from the plane, he scarcely had time to attend to his fans' emotions before he hastily summoned a taxi to the Pacers training facility. The moment he stepped into the gym, Feng Jie keenly sensed something amiss. Everyone regarded him with bemused expressions, their gazes imbued with a perplexing significance. Finally, the infamous Feng returns. Fred Jones, who appeared to be of a similar age, bellowed upon catching sight of him, his tone laced with a playful mockery. The sound reverberated through the gym, drawing the attention of an even larger audience. "Oh, that trip must have been quite delightful. I never would have guessed you possessed such talents," chimed in another, James Jones, approaching with a sly smile and continuing the jest. "I've seen all the reports. You certainly have a way with the ladies. It's remarkable that someone like you could charm such an exquisite woman." Artaeus, visibly displeased, could hardly contain his indignation, his words dripping with envy and resentment. It was evident that he harbored a palpable jealousy towards Feng Jie's accomplishments. Upon hearing these words, Feng Jie was immediately consumed by a surge of anger. Although he was still unclear about the situation, he felt that while others could be tolerated, Atesh must not be allowed to revel in such arrogance. This individual was one who would take advantage of any leniency accorded to him. The more he was indulged, the more insistent he became. "To hell with you, shut your mouth," Feng Jie thought. "If you're itching for trouble, I shall gladly deliver an elbow that will leave you thoroughly satisfied." Feng Jie, displaying no hesitation, immediately retorted with a fierce reprimand. His words exuded an unmistakable air of tenacity and self-assurance. But wait, what exactly transpired? I am genuinely perplexed by the discourse unfolding before me. Feng Jie, indeed, had little desire to engage in riddles. He decided to directly inquire of everyone present. "Oh, look at this little fellow pretending," he remarked. The composed and steady Reggie Miller sauntered over to the sidelines, leisurely retrieving his mobile phone from his pocket. With deft movements, his fingers glided across the screen. After a few taps, he presented the device before Feng Jie, showcasing several news pages in rapid succession. He even switched between various websites for his viewing. Take a look for yourself. You will comprehend the situation. The headlines that flashed before them were nothing short of sensational. One proclaimed, "Breaking news. Trump's eldest daughter in a clandestine rendezvous with the NBA's hottest star, inseparable throughout the night." Another exclaimed, "Unbelievable. Trump's daughter spotted with an NBA superstar, spending the entire night together." Yet another cried, "Goodness gracious. Trump's daughter and the NBA sensation in a late-night gathering, engaged in an all-night escapade?" The exaggerated language and eye-catching descriptions seemed intent on transforming this event into a monumental news story. Feng Jie was momentarily taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief. He pondered anxiously to himself. Wasn't the girl he had dated last night named Ivana Marie? How could she possibly be connected to Trump's eldest daughter? So, was the extraction value of 62 that I obtained merely a result of compromising my integrity? In truth, one cannot fault Ivana Marie by the age of 17. She had already made a significant name for herself in the modeling world. It can only be said that Feng Jie was woefully ignorant and detached from the affairs of the world. Feng Jie felt an intricate mix of emotions. It was neither joy nor despair, but rather an indescribable discomfort lingered within him. The entire world had come to know the truth. Yet he was the last to grasp it. Let all distractions be damned. I shall focus on playing my game with utmost dedication. Feng Jie took a moment to calm himself and decided to give it a try. He had just drawn Clarkson's athletic prowess from the 21-22 season. Private Artaeus stepped forward. Feng Jie shouted with great vigor, his voice resonating throughout the court. Upon hearing his call, Idester was taken aback, puzzled by the mention of a private. When had anyone enlisted? His expression was one of bewilderment, a myriad of questions swirling in his mind. Feng Jie deftly received the ball from his teammate and smoothly began to dribble. In the blink of an eye, he had crossed half the court. Following this, he executed a swift and decisive hip-turn acceleration, his entire form resembling a gust of wind as he barreled toward the paint with remarkable speed, catching everyone off guard. Damn. After your transformation, you've evolved? Haven to you? How did you become so fast? Adist stared wide-eyed, his face a mask of astonishment, and he instinctively let slip a curse. Chapter 52. While his speed had increased, his strength appeared diminished. Upon reflection, Adist's words seemed to hold some validity. After all, he had indeed experienced a notable enhancement in his abilities following his transformation. Could it be that each encounter with a different woman would present him with further opportunities for evolution? As this thought crossed his mind, he couldn't help but break into a grin. The current speed he possessed was a quantum leap from before, so rapid that he found himself unable to execute any effective defensive maneuver, merely watching as Feng Jie zipped past him. As Feng Jie penetrated the paint, David Harrison, sensing impending danger, hurriedly stepped in to assist defensively. However, Feng Jie remained unperturbed. With a flick of his wrist, he pulled the basketball behind him, delivering an exquisite behind-the-back pass that perfectly found Foster in the paint. Understanding the cue, Foster soared high and effortlessly completed a stunning score. Feng Jie was momentarily taken aback, filled with astonishment. Is this the athletic prowess of Clarkson? My goodness, what a remarkable advantage. The disparity compared to Ben Simmons in the 23-24 season is nothing short of staggering. This is overwhelmingly powerful, surpassing all expectations. Had he possessed a deeper understanding of NBA players, he would undoubtedly recognize Clarkson's formidable capabilities. With an astonishing speed of under 11 seconds in the 100-meter dash, coupled with a vertical leap reaching an impressive 104 centimeters, his physical attributes are truly extraordinary. Weighing in at 206 centimeters and 230 pounds, once he accelerates, no one can impede him. He remains oblivious to the monstrous potential he embodies at present. Among all players in the league, he undoubtedly ranks within the top 10. Alas, in just a few days without competition, he has devolved into this state. Once the suspension concludes, prepare to step in as a substitute for James Jones. Feng Jie was merciless in his taunts, directing his mockery towards the overtaken atheist. Upon hearing these words, atheist felt a sudden jolt in his heart. To be so easily surpassed by Feng Jie without any response was disconcerting, leading him to question whether his abilities were genuinely waning. As he pondered Feng Jie's remarks, the possibility began to loom larger in his mind. Perhaps he truly was destined to become a mere substitute. He believed it. He truly believed it. Instinctively, he turned to glance at James Jones, his eyes filled with skepticism. Internally, he muttered in frustration, "No wonder I've found this guy increasingly irksome lately. It seems he's eyeing my starting position. He must have long coveted that role." Atheist, being straightforward in nature, acted on his thoughts without hesitation. He shouted towards James Jones, "James, come here and let me gauge your worth." Upon hearing this, James Jones' face paled in fear. He inwardly cursed the two lunatics, thinking, "If you two wish to fight, do so without dragging me into it." Within the entire team, Atheist's defense was unparalleled. To sharpen his athletic prowess, Feng Jie would not let him slip away. "Don't even think about escaping, you cowardly scoundrel." "Am I running away? What nonsense. Once I deal with you, I'll confront him." Atheist retorted loudly as he reached for the ball. Recently, he had been diligently honing his offensive skills, and his dribbling had improved significantly since the past. At the very least, his feints were no longer as transparent. He executed a behind-the-back dribble and accelerated to break through from the left. However, he soon realized that Feng Jie had already established his position on his path of attack. Then, he attempted an awkward spin move, hoping to shake off his opponent and launch an offensive from the right. Yet, his feint was so subtle it was as ineffective as stirring a pot in place. Glancing up, he saw Feng Jie still looming before him. Steeling himself, he decided to abandon finesse and instead rely on sheer strength to power his way into the paint. To his surprise, he encountered an unexpected delight. Feng Jie was pushed into the paint, stumbling a few steps before he managed to hurl the ball toward the hoop. At that moment, a colossal hand, akin to a towering pillar, rose up from beneath, confronting Arteist with an expression of utter astonishment. With a sharp crack, the basketball soared straight towards the sideline. "TSK, TSK, TSK. Feng Jie smacked his lips, feigning a profound sense of regret. "You are truly becoming less capable by the day, while the other teams remain oblivious. It would be prudent to trade you away swiftly." He continued to apply pressure on his opponent. Little did he know that standing at a towering height of 206 centimeters, with an impressive vertical leap exceeding 70 centimeters and an arm span of over 100 centimeters, The total height of his presence approached an astonishing 3.8 meters. Blocking that shot should be a mere formality. Artist found himself engulfed in a deep sea of self-doubt. Just the other day, he had held his own against Feng Jie defensively, though his offense had faltered. Yet today, he faced relentless oppression on both ends of the court. How could such a disparity in skill arise overnight? Fool, I am about to attack. Stop standing there in a daze. If you want to play, then get off the court. Feng Jie bellowed at the dawdling artist before they plunged back into the fray. Crack, crack, crack. Feng Jie continuously varied the rhythm of his dribbling, lowering his center of gravity before executing a sweeping step to the right to create space, feigning a breakthrough. Artist promptly shifted to the right, obstructing the path of attack. Observing this, Feng Jie performed a crossover, swiftly changing direction. The ball instantaneously transferring to his left side as he leaned forward for a rapid assault. His speed was akin to an aircraft skimming just above the ground. With a whoosh, he surged towards the paint. Goodness, when did Feng's speed become so astonishing? Compared to the day before, he seemed like an entirely different player. Could it be true, as Ron suggested, that a transformation occurred after his first experience? It seemed illogical. Why then? During my initial encounter, aside from that incident with the speedster, was there no other change? Surely it's the essence of Chinese kung fu, the harmony of yin and yang. The supplementation of yin with yang? Nearby, watching their one-on-one duel, Little O'Neal, Reggie Miller, James Jones, and other teammates engaged in lively discussion. The scene shifted to Artist, who was fully concentrated on his defensive duties. Having learned from the previous instance of being outmaneuvered, he hastened his lateral movement, staying closely aligned with Feng Jie, albeit still a half-step behind. For players of their caliber, this situation could be deemed a defensive failure. Yet, unwilling to concede, he summoned his strength. Subtly pushing his opponent outward, Feng Jie executed a low underhand layup with his left hand when he suddenly felt a jolt to his body. The basketball slipped from his grasp, grazing the rim before falling away. Ha. Unable to score even on an open basket, perhaps it's time to cut him. Keeping him on the team is merely a waste of salary. Artist, upon witnessing this missed shot, immediately perked up, unleashing a torrent of unrelenting mockery from his lips. Feng Jie remained silent, understanding that in competitive sports, it is the victor who wields the authority of speech. Unlike certain individuals who, after suffering defeat, stubbornly cling to their words, he believed that one should refrain from speaking unless triumphant. Only after securing a victory does one earn the right to voice their thoughts. However, he distinctly sensed the transformations in his physique following the enhancement of his athletic abilities. His speed, jumping ability, agility, coordination, flexibility, endurance, and core strength had all seen significant improvements. Conversely, his raw strength had noticeably diminished. Chapter 53, The King of Small Ball Tactics. Had it been during the 23-24 season, when Ben Simmons' athletic prowess was at its peak, he would have been capable of overpowering the formidable Artist. Now, he found it somewhat taxing, having evolved into a versatile guard. Phone. Larry is looking for you. At that moment, a staff member shouted from the sidelines. Feng Jie, drenched in sweat during a grueling practice session, was diligently honing his newfound abilities, eager to master them swiftly and proficiently. Upon hearing the call, he promptly halted his movements, lifted his gaze toward the sidelines, and wore an expression of perplexity. Surely, they could not be seeking him out again due to the affair involving Ivanka Trump? After all, it was merely an arrangement for a casual meeting that had stirred such a tempest. Filled with profound curiosity, Feng Jie approached the door of Larry Bird's office. He gently knocked and, upon hearing a response from within, slowly pushed the door open and stepped inside. Hey, superstar, do you have any idea how much I've endured for you? Larry Bird greeted him with a broad smile, then turned to Casey beside him, saying, Oh, you little rascal, you have become a sensation across this beautiful nation. Numerous major companies have been calling me, all eager to find you and discuss potential endorsement deals. Furthermore, your recent performances have been exceptional. The team wishes to negotiate a contract extension with you. It appears you truly need to consider hiring a professional agent to represent you. I certainly wouldn't want you to be like Nowitzki, without even an agent. So, shall I recommend a few agents for you? Larry Bird observed Feng Jie, who wore a puzzled expression and straightforwardly clarified the purpose of his visit. Feng Jie suddenly realized that it was not due to Ivanka Trump. It seems he had been overly concerned. After just these brief 3 matches, he came to this understanding. Feng Jie, with his exceptional performance and impeccable statistics, has led the Pacers to a triumphant 3-game winning streak, swiftly becoming the darling of the league. However, at this juncture, he remains undervalued. Should he seize this opportunity to secure a sponsorship deal at a modest rate for 3 to 5 years, the subsequent benefits would be substantial. It would be reminiscent of when Rockets owner Alexander signed Yao Ming, the cash cow, propelling the team's value to astronomical heights. Such a meteoric rise has undoubtedly incited envy among all NBA team owners, causing them to covet his potential. Even if Feng Jie's on-court performance falters in the future, he would not suffer, especially given his unique background from the Middle Kingdom. Every team has its share of benchwarmers. Thus, even if he were relegated to the sidelines, he could still accumulate points during garbage time. Come the off-season, he could be dispatched to China for promotional tours, effortlessly enhancing brand visibility. Moreover, Feng Jie is not the type of player to shy away from the limelight. He is constantly seeking to create headlines, ensuring he remains a topic of interest. This presents an undeniably lucrative opportunity that would entice anyone. Consequently, within the borders of this beautiful nation, companies engaged in business with the Middle Kingdom are fervently seeking to obtain Feng Jie's contact information, all eager to forge partnerships and partake in the bounty. However, upon inquiring, they are astonished to discover that Feng Jie does not even have a manager. This is hardly surprising, as he is merely a second-round draft pick, often finding himself with scant playing opportunities, barely earning enough to make ends meet. In such circumstances, who could afford to contemplate hiring a manager? Faced with the enthusiastic recommendation of Larry Bird's agent, after much contemplation, Feng Jie ultimately chose to decline. He felt the need to calm his mind and reflect thoroughly before providing a response to the other party. Feng Jie turned and re-entered the gymnasium. As he stepped inside, he spotted Don Nelson standing before a group of players, animatedly articulating something. By the look of it, he was clearly orchestrating the team's tactics. This marked the third day of his tenure as the offensive coach, and it was his first official session guiding the team in strategic matters. It is noteworthy that, as the originator of the run-and-gun offense, Nelson's foremost requirement was for his players to keep moving. For this, after you grab the rebound, immediately find Feng Jie or the guards. Nelson bellowed, his resonant voice echoing throughout the gym. Everyone else, get moving. Do not dawdle. Are you waiting for the opponents to set up before you think about launching an attack? As he spoke, he gestured emphatically, his demeanor serious and earnest. He continued to stress, you need not strictly adhere to your positions. Prioritize playing off the ball. That pass Feng Jie just made was exquisite. It should be executed like that. Once the perimeter players receive the ball, do not hesitate, keep moving. Look at how spacious the court is now. When an opportunity arises, either shoot directly or drive to the basket. Do not hesitate or linger, as that will only squander offensive chances. Nelson resembled an indefatigable whirlwind, incessantly directing the Pacers players from the sidelines, determined to instill every tactical concept swirling in his mind into them. Phew. Goodness, this is exhausting. It feels like being chased by a dog, young O'Neal gasped, leaning heavily on his legs, his broad chest heaving dramatically. As a power forward, he found the high-intensity, fast-paced tactical demands quite overwhelming. Meanwhile, the other two interior players were in even worse shape, resembling two exhausted hounds, unceremoniously seated on the ground, struggling to catch their breath. What on earth? Is this basketball or a running competition? Whooshing Jackson fared slightly better, managing to straighten his back while wiping the sweat from his brow with his shirt, unable to suppress a lament filled with resignation. It's all right. It's just the beginning. With more training, we will gradually acclimate. Feng Jie appeared remarkably relaxed and at ease. After all, he had now acquired Clarkson's athletic prowess. For him, Don Nelson's fast-paced playing style was rather in harmony with his preferences, making the game exceedingly enjoyable. Feng Jie stands at an impressive height of 206 centimeters and weighs 115 kilograms. On the court, his speed of transition is astonishing. Those robust interior players, capable of withstanding physical challenges, find themselves utterly unable to keep pace with his rapid transitions. They are unable to return in time to defend effectively. Meanwhile, those few who manage to rush back to defend often cannot withstand the sheer force of his relentless attacks. Thus, Feng Jie's south scoring on the court is as effortless as slicing through vegetables. The small ball tactic was truly devised for his prowess. Chapter 54. Preparing for the Timberwolves, huh? How long have you been running, and you already look like this? Are you that exhausted? It shouldn't be so. Although Arteus possesses remarkable stamina compared to the average person, he too is panting heavily at this moment. Yet, seeing Feng Jie maintain his composure effortlessly ignites a fierce competitive spirit within him. He can only muster the courage to retort defiantly, "You dog, still pretending here? Are we really going to go one-on-one now?" Feng Jie was not one to be trifled with. He retorted without hesitation. "Just a moment ago, I delivered a stunning cross, and you couldn't even handle it. You've caused me an additional turnover. Honestly, who knew you, raised on dog food, could pass like that?" Arteist, feeling exposed, was reluctant to appear outmatched and quickly fired back. Reggie Miller observed these two impetuous young men, envious of their vigor as they exchanged barbs. He found himself utterly drained, lacking the strength even to speak, merely standing there, panting heavily while watching their banter unfold. After 2 days of rigorous training, everyone on the team clearly sensed that Don Nelson's tactical approach demanded an exorbitant level of stamina. Players were required to constantly reposition themselves, engaging in relentless offensive and defensive transitions. Remarkably, the number of plays in a single game had increased by approximately 20% compared to before. This style of play seemed suited only for those with extraordinary endurance, unyielding Ironmen. However, it must be noted that this entire tactical framework significantly enhanced the capabilities of offensive-minded guards, allowing them to reach their full potential. Yet, Reggie Miller, being older, could not compare his physical condition to that of his youth. If this high-intensity style persisted, the risk of injury during games loomed large. Consequently, to safeguard him, the coaching staff made a decision. Should this approach be implemented, he would be limited to playing a maximum of 20 to 25 minutes per game, ensuring he could contribute effectively within a constrained time frame while mitigating the risk of injury. Upon returning to the apartment that evening, Feng Jie, adhering to a meticulously devised plan, opened Facebook and promptly registered an account, subsequently following a multitude of celebrities from the United States. This strategy had been previously discussed with Zuckerberg, with the intention of casually revealing his account during the next competition. By doing so, he aimed to attract widespread attention, thereby enhancing Facebook's prominence. It is essential to understand that possessing knowledge, culture, and substance does not guarantee allure. However, having long legs, striking features, and a captivating presence is sure to attract a considerable following. In the early days of Tung Tong, the owner even had to masquerade as a female to engage in conversations. Suddenly, a melodious ringtone echoed, and the name Ivanka Marie prominently illuminated the screen of his phone. Were it not for reading the newspaper, he would still be oblivious to the fact that she was the daughter of Trump. He spoke with a tone laced with sarcasm, his words dripping with mockery. "Feng, I assumed you were already aware of my identity." Ivanka Trump responded with an unsettling calmness, so composed that Feng Jie believed she was concealing her true self. Initially, he found it peculiar how she could so nonchalantly confront him. It dawned on him that she was utterly unaware of who he was. Upon saying this, she seemed to suffer an emotional blow, for as the eldest daughter of a prominent real estate magnate in the United States and a rising star in the modeling world, it was unfathomable that someone could be entirely ignorant of her identity. Well, it is indeed my fault. I now consider myself well acquainted with your situation." Feng Jie contemplated for a moment and concluded that such trivial matters were hardly worth excessive scrutiny, especially since there was no intent to deceive. The two then proceeded to engage in a delightful exchange of pleasantries. On November 25th, the Minnesota Timberwolves embarked on an away journey to challenge the Indiana Pacers. During the 2003 to 2004 season, the Timberwolves boasted the illustrious trio known as the Big Three, comprising Kevin Garnett, Sam Cassell, and Latrell Sprewell. The first of the trio, Kevin Garnett, was awarded the Most Valuable Player title for that regular season, showcasing a comprehensive offensive skill set in the paint, along with commendable abilities in both help and man-to-man defense. His influence was profoundly felt on both ends of the court, and he was equally renowned for his formidable trash talk. Within the team, he was unequivocally the star and the soul of the squad. The second member, the mercurial Sprewell, served as the Timberwolves shooting guard, embodying the team's offensive prowess. His scoring capabilities were nothing short of formidable, whether through stable outside shooting or incisive drives to the basket that inflicted damage upon defenders. He mastered both scoring techniques, becoming a lethal weapon for the team. Complementing them was the third member, the enigmatic Cassell, who, as the core facilitator of the backcourt, orchestrated the game with finesse. His precise and lethal three-point shooting consistently injected vigor into the team during crucial moments, proving pivotal in both opening the game and widening the score gap. Additionally, the roster included numerous skilled blue-collar players like Hassel and Serbiak, who further enhanced the team's competitiveness. With such a formidable lineup, The Timberwolves achieved an impressive record of 58 wins and 24 losses, securing the best record in the Western Conference and capturing the top seed for that season. In the first round of the playoffs, they easily dispatched the Denver Nuggets, led by the rookie Carmelo Anthony, with a convincing 4-1 victory, allowing Garnett to finally shed the moniker of being a first-round playoff underachiever. However, the second round proved to be a grueling battle as they narrowly overcame the Sacramento Kings, who featured stars like Mike Bibby, Chris Webber, and Peja Stojakovic with a tight 4-3 series victory, marking a historic high point for the Timberwolves. Unfortunately, they ultimately succumbed to the formidable Los Angeles Lakers, who boasted Shaquille O'Neal, Kobe Bryant, Karl Malone, and Gary Payton, leaving them with a bitter taste of defeat in the Northwest. That same year, following a defeat in Motor City, the once-dominant Lakers fractured, with the Big Diesel heading east while the Black Mamba remained steadfast in Los Angeles, leaving them bereft of championship aspirations for several years. Consequently, the 2004-2005 season appeared to be a golden opportunity for the Timberwolves to seize the championship. As the saying goes, when the water is full, it overflows. When the moon is full, it wanes. Despite the Timberwolves roster remaining largely unchanged, internal strife due to salary issues plagued the team. During the offseason, the team re-signed contracts with Hudson and Trenton Hassel. Hudson, a mere role player, was of little concern, while Hassel, a peculiar player standing 6 feet 5 inches tall with a wingspan of 6 feet 9 inches, was often categorized as a center in NBA 2K. The team's decisions left Castle and Sprewell deeply dissatisfied. The hot-headed Sprewell outright rejected the Timberwolves' offer of a 3-year, $21 million contract, brazenly questioning why he should aid them in their championship quest. Such foolish and audacious remarks were not his only transgressions. He had previously exhibited reckless behavior by choking a head coach and had the audacity to claim that a $10 million contract was insufficient to support his family. After the season concluded, his controversial statements and volatile personality deterred all NBA teams, ultimately forcing him into an unceremonious retirement, thus ending his professional career. In his heart, Feng Jie pondered that all the issues plaguing this team could be attributed to the foolish management of the Timberwolves. Often, NBA fans in China could not help but critique the situation, believing that even if they were to assume the role of general manager, their performance would likely rival that of the current management. Looking back to 1995, the Timberwolves successfully selected Garnett. After 2 years of adaptation and development, they secured the 6th position in the Western Conference by 1997 and advanced to the playoffs. It is worth noting that during that era, the Western Conference was notably stronger than the Eastern Conference, establishing the Timberwolves as a formidable team in the West. Moreover, team owner Glenn Taylor was quite willing to invest in the team and was genuinely concerned about its development. However, perhaps due to his affluence, Taylor momentarily lost his senses and, in 1998, signed Garnett to a 6-year contract worth a staggering $126 million. At that time, the entire NBA salary cap was merely $43 million, and Garnett alone was set to receive $28 million. This decision infuriated other owners in the league, prompting them to demand a lockout. Unlike Jordan, whose contract had received the unanimous approval of all owners, Garnett's deal necessitated a drastic reevaluation of the collective bargaining agreement, leading to significant reforms regarding player salaries and related matters. For the Timberwolves, while Garnett possessed a remarkably versatile skill set, he excelled primarily in defensive roles, averaging just over 20 points per game offensively. No matter how exceptional he was, he could only be considered an elite second option. Ultimately, one player cannot solely determine the outcome of a game, and thus his impact was insufficient to sway the results decisively. The team allocated 70 of its salary cap to him, leaving a mere 30 for bolstering the roster and enhancing overall team strength. In the same year, the inept management made another incredibly foolish decision by secretly creating a problematic contract to lure in Joe Smith, treating everyone in the league as if they were Navi. Even David Stern, despite his efforts to assist, could not intervene and was compelled to convene an emergency meeting, resulting in severe penalties for the Timberwolves. They not only lost 6 years of first-round draft picks, but were also fined $3.5 million. This foolish management had made countless blunders, and this unfortunate state of affairs persisted for over a decade without any sign of improvement. Among the myriad of teams in the NBA, the Timberwolves and Jordan's Bobcats could truly be seen as a juxtaposition of hidden talent and potential. Returning to the match between the Pacers and the Timberwolves after 3 games, Feng Jie had already become a focal point in the league. Whenever he participated in a game, the attention surged. Today's match was particularly significant as he was up against Kevin Garnett, the recipient of the 2003 to 2004 regular season MVP award. One was a rising star with immense potential, while the other was a celebrated superstar with 9 years of experience in the league, adored by fans. Most importantly, both players occupied the power forward position, making this matchup between two formidable talents all the more captivating, akin to a cosmic collision that would undoubtedly attract nationwide interest. Originally, David Stern intended to give the Pacers some time to cool off, but the anticipated viewership for this game was too substantial to ignore. Hence, he decisively altered his plans, arranging for a nationwide broadcast. After all, it would be a shame to let such fervent enthusiasm go to waste. Consequently, in addition to TNT, even influential sports platforms like ESPN, ABC, and NBA TV dispatched numerous reporters to the venue, eager to uncover the narratives surrounding this highly anticipated game. Feng Jie was intently engaged in warm-up shooting on the court. With a beaming smile, Cheryl Miller from TNT approached him. "My dear nephew, come over here. Let Annie have a proper interview with you." Cheryl Miller genuinely cherished this charming and handsome young man, affectionately referring to Feng Jie as her beloved nephew. The emergence of Feng Jie is akin to a timely blessing for the Pacers, particularly during this challenging period marked by a lack of team cohesion. Feng Jie, through his remarkable prowess, has led the team to an impressive record of 3 victories and no defeats. This has ignited a glimmer of hope in Cheryl Miller. She contemplated that, once the roster is fully assembled later on, Feng Jie truly has the potential to fulfill his brother's long-cherished dream of becoming a champion. Adorned with that coveted championship ring, the two embraced politely upon their meeting. Feng Jie instinctively placed his hand upon Cheryl Miller's shoulder, gently embracing her in a gesture that was inherently affectionate. "Ahem, young lad, kindly remove your hand at once." However, to his surprise, this scene did not escape the notice of Reggie Miller, who immediately felt a pang of discomfort in his heart and could not help but voice his admonition. Upon hearing this, Feng Jie obediently prepared to lower his hand. "Reggie, go practice your shooting. You have no say here," Cheryl Miller declared emphatically. Even reaching out to grasp Feng Jie's hand that was wrapped around her, she promptly sent Reggie Miller away. He had always held a sense of reverence for his sister and could only helplessly shrug before trudging off to practice his shots. "Nephew, today you'll be facing Garnett. Do you possess the confidence to outshine him?" Cheryl Miller, indeed forthright, wasted no time in getting to the point, her words laced with intensity. Upon hearing these words, Feng Jie could not help but smile wryly, pondering the daunting task ahead. To vanquish the formidable Wolf King Garnett, who was currently at the zenith of his physical prowess, would be a challenge that even the likes of Liang Jingru would hesitate to confront. This match was not merely a game, it was a chance to vindicate Annie. Victory was imperative. Cheryl Miller's smile vanished, replaced by an expression of grave seriousness. "Do not let his trash talk concern you, much like Arteist. He is merely a bully who preys on the weak. Should you falter, your usual training regimen will fall under my jurisdiction." As a legendary figure in the WNBA, Cheryl Miller possessed ample credentials to coach Feng Jie. Her brother had transformed from a child with inherent challenges into a basketball icon. A journey made possible not only by his relentless dedication but also by the stringent guidance of his sister. "Sir." "Yes, sir." Feng Jie, resembling an obedient soldier, stands at attention and salutes, signifying his unwavering commitment to fully exert himself in the completion of the task. Chapter 56. Feng Jie cannot score even 5 points. Feng Jie casually seized the reporter's microphone and vociferously addressed the audience present. Subsequently, he enjoined them to echo his words and mimic his actions. In this manner, the home crowd of Pacers fans seamlessly transformed into an enormous amplifier. Turning back, Feng Jie felt a profound curiosity within him. Why was there such an emphasis on this particular match? Unbeknownst to him, in Cheryl Miller's eyes, the opposing team, the Timberwolves, had not been faring well. However, they were still the previous season's Western Conference finalists, significantly stronger than several of his prior adversaries. Thus, this game undoubtedly served as an excellent litmus test for Feng Jie, providing an opportunity to gauge his true capabilities. David Aldridge from ESPN seized the moment and approached with eagerness, his gaze betraying a subtle cunning. "Hey, Feng Jie, what are your thoughts on Garnett, the newly crowned MVP? Everyone knows his defense is exceptionally formidable. Did you take the time to study him before the game?" Feng Jie, upon hearing his question and noticing the camera behind him, sought to garner more attention. He boldly declared, "Haha, there is absolutely no need for research. Do you truly believe he can withstand me? My breakthroughs are as swift as lightning, Surpassing him is akin to outpacing a kindergarten child. If he dares to defend against me, I suggest he should first invest in insurance for his ankles. Remember the last match against the Celtics? Pierce is sidelined for 2 weeks precisely because he attempted to guard me. Simultaneously, Feng Jie was acutely aware that after the journalists concluded their interviews, they would undoubtedly seek out Garnett. His current statements aimed solely to provoke Garnett. It remained uncertain whether such taunting would elicit a reaction from the leader of the defensive strategy. David Aldridge, having listened to Feng Jie, felt immensely satisfied. This was precisely the kind of spectacle he desired. So, how many points do you believe you will score in this game? David Aldridge continued to inquire, eager to extract further sensational insights from Feng Jie. The number of points is inconsequential. What I seek is victory. Feng Jie curled his lips and spoke with a hint of meaning. Unlike certain individuals who, despite earning the highest salary on the team, are preoccupied with showcasing their own impressive statistics, he declared, I am not one to shout that the team has lost while proclaiming my own success. When defeat occurs, it is not my teammates who falter. They have given their utmost effort. Feng Jie's insinuating response left much to ponder. As for whom he referred to, I leave it to you to discern. Meanwhile, from the moment Garnett stepped off the bus, a throng of reporters surged forth, enveloping him in a tight circle. Little did he expect to be so warmly received in the East, surrounded by journalists who treated him like a luminary. Garnett felt an unexpected thrill akin to the exhilaration one feels after a relieving moment. Indeed, it was delightful. Hey, Kevin, today you're up against the league's hottest player. Feng Jie, are you prepared? He aims to dominate you. Cheryl Miller of TNT was the first to speak, intentionally provoking Garnett. For the sake of spectacle, it fell upon his shoulders to endure the pressure. Upon hearing the question, Garnett furrowed his brow. Why was the focus immediately on this Feng Jie? Feng Jie? I must admit, I had not even heard of him until today. Had you not mentioned his name, I would remain blissfully unaware. As for being prepared, let him prove himself by scoring against me first. His tone conveyed clear impatience and disdain, unmistakably indicating that he regarded Feng Jie with utter disregard. In the 3 games since Feng Jie's debut, he had led his team to victory each time, boasting impressive averages of 25 points, 10 rebounds, and 10 assists. You might want to exercise caution, Cheryl warned, her frustration mounting as Garnett dismissed the rising star. Surely, you must have studied him, David Aldridge from ESPN pressed on, harboring his own intentions. His previous question had ignited the perfect spark, and he awaited Garnett's response with bated breath. Garnett had assumed the reporters were there to celebrate his MVP season, yet they relentlessly circled around Feng Jie, aggravating his sense of being overlooked. I'll reiterate. I do not know him, nor do I feel the need to familiarize myself with him. Perhaps you should inquire if he has studied my game tapes. I suspect he has been sleeping with them under his pillow these past few days, Garnett replied, his impatience palpable. Yet, he secretly applauded his own clever retorts, balancing bravado with the belittlement of his opponent. Kevin, during my recent interview with him, you won't believe what he said. Aldridge teased, raising his voice. He mentioned that if you were to guard him, you'd best put an ankle brace on. Just look at the examples of Pierce, Rafe LaFrance, and Ricky Davis. Pierce was sidelined for 2 weeks. I'll ensure he truly understands what NBA defense entails. Garnett's fury ignited at such words. As a defensive stalwart in the league, he could not tolerate being underestimated by a mere rookie. Today, I shall ensure he scores no more than 10 points. No, I shall restrict him to a mere 5. Let us not waste breath discussing this second-round draft pick. His face flushed with anger as he declared his intent. Do you truly believe you can abandon the paint to defend him solely from the perimeter? A reporter continued to probe, revealing Garnett's apparent ignorance regarding Feng Jie's style. Upon hearing this, Garnett's expression shifted to one of surprise. Was he akin to a Dirk Nowitzki, merely floating around and shooting? If that were the case, he would need to reconsider. After all, most of his rebounding stats came from defensive boards. If he ventured outside to guard, how would he accumulate his numbers? In the 2001 to 2002 playoffs, Nowitzki averaged 33 points against him, which was quite the embarrassment for someone known for his defensive prowess. Was he now meant to contend with a player renowned for his perimeter scoring? This left him conflicted about whether to focus on securing rebounds or to venture out to defend. Please convey to him not to emulate certain forwards from Texas who only know how to shoot. Relying solely on shooting will never earn a championship. Interior players must be fearless in battle. Garnett scoffed, conveniently forgetting that his signature scoring method was, in fact, a relentless jump shot. Yet, Garnett's assertion wasn't entirely unfounded. Dirk Nowitzki did indeed refine his post-up game in 2011, increasingly attacking the basket and engaging in physical play. ultimately leading to his coveted championship. Ironically, Garnett himself had never secured a title. What gave him the right to judge others? With that, Garnett strode purposefully towards the court, simmering with indignation. That insufferable Feng had stolen all the limelight. He began his warm-up with that signature, ironclad jump shot. On the other end, Feng Jie, who had already been warming up, realized that his shooting touch today felt exceptionally good. His initial shots found the net with ease, prompting him to increase the difficulty of his attempts, yet he continued to score effortlessly. This brought him immense joy, leading him to resolve to take more shots and score abundantly in this game. His teammates, exuding a CBA-level prowess, would allow him to draw defensive attention, enabling him to orchestrate plays that would create splendid shooting opportunities for them. Basketball, after all, requires cerebral engagement. Otherwise, one could merely end up like JaVale McGee. At that moment, the game commenced. First, let us examine the starting lineup of the Pacers. At center, we have Foster, standing 211 centimeters tall and weighing 110 kilograms. At power forward, Crozier, measuring 208 centimeters and 109 kilograms. At small forward, James Jones, who stands 203 centimeters and weighs 103 kilograms. And at shooting guard, Reggie Miller, at 201 centimeters and 98 kilograms. Meanwhile, Feng Jie, standing 206 centimeters and weighing 115 kilograms, claimed the position of point guard. Recently acquired from Clarkson during the 21-22 season, his athleticism and explosive capability allowed him to breach the opponent's defense effortlessly, generating prime offensive opportunities for his teammates. On the Timberwolves side, the starting lineup featured center Olowokandi, towering at 213 centimeters and weighing 123 kilograms, power forward Garnett, who stood 211 centimeters and weighed 114.8 kilograms, small forward Serbiak at 201 centimeters and 111 kilograms. Known for his elite shooting skills that posed a significant threat from beyond the arc, shooting guard Sprewell, measuring 196 centimeters and 88.5 kilograms, and point guard Castle, standing at 185 centimeters and weighing 84 kilograms. The implication was unmistakable. Regardless of who faced Garnett in the jump ball, the outcome seemed predetermined. No one truly believed they could prevail. Observing this, Foster chose not to comment further and graciously relinquished his position, stepping aside from the center circle. Feng Jie stood effortlessly before Garnett, his demeanor exuding an air of nonchalance. There was not a trace of tension about him. It seemed as though he were facing not a superstar, but an ordinary player. Garnett, observing this demeanor, felt a surge of displeasure within him. How could one fail to show the respect befitting an MVP? In an attempt to draw attention, Feng Jie resembled nothing more than a jester, a foolish choice indeed. With a scornful tone, Garnett could not contain his derision. Since his arrival at the arena and hearing Feng Jie's name, an inexplicable discomfort had settled in his heart. Now, gazing upon the slightly refined countenance of this young man, his irritation intensified. Today, he was determined to teach this lad a lesson, to unveil the essence of what it truly means to be an NBA superstar. Feng Jie was not intimidated by Garnett's words. You should exercise caution. Do not underestimate my strength, he responded with a hint of fearless provocation. I am not like Rick Rickard. Should you dare to strike, I shall ensure you are left searching for your teeth. This remark struck a nerve with Garnett. The incident from the training camp in 2003, where Rick Rickard had decisively bested him, remained a painful memory he wished to avoid. With a single punch, Rickard had not only left him with 7 stitches in his chin, but also caused him to lose several teeth, turning the episode into a long-standing joke within the NBA. Now, as Feng Jie brought this matter to light, Garnett finally understood why he had harbored disdain for this young man from the very beginning. Both were second-round picks. Yet Rickard had been selected at the 5th overall position. Feng Jie occupies the 2nd position, and both individuals find themselves in identical circumstances. Is this inscribed within their DNA? Damn it. Feng. Silence. Garnett, incensed, unleashed a torrent of invectives. Monitor your emotions, both of you. Cease your chatter at once. The referee, overhearing their exchange, admonished them sternly. Garnett obediently fell silent, refraining from further comment. In the realm of taunting, he prided himself on being unparalleled. When had he ever endured such provocation? Feng Jie had been closely monitoring the referee's attention. At last, he seized an opportunity. He feigned a cough, then, with a subtle hand covering his mouth, whispered in a lowered voice, "Your wife resembles a donut. It seems utterly delectable." Feng Jie was acutely aware of the gravity of his words. They were akin to a powerful bomb, capable of inflicting considerable harm. He refrained from openly proclaiming his thoughts, choosing instead to strike first, before any verbal retaliation could be launched against him. The significance of the green formula continued to rise. Upon hearing these words, Garnett's face instantly turned a shade of deep iron, his eyes widening like brass bells, fury erupting within him. He resembled a powder keg, primed to explode at any moment. Having only married in July 2004, it was now merely November, marking less than 6 months of wedded bliss. In this tender phase of newlywed life, any affront to his wife was an affront to his very manhood. Today, Feng Jie would have to face the consequences of his actions. With a sudden surge of determination, Garnett rose to his feet, his hands clenched with strength as he forcefully pushed towards Feng Jie. No one anticipated that Garnett would act upon his anger so swiftly. Feng Jie had no time to prepare and was unexpectedly thrust backward by the sudden force. As Feng Jie stumbled backward, he hastily raised both hands in a gesture of innocence, his expression portraying utmost bewilderment. It seemed as if he were silently proclaiming, "I have done nothing. You were the one who initiated the altercation." Thus, propelled by the force of the push, he fell back. In response, players from both teams surged forth from their respective positions, a swarm determined to intervene and prevent the situation from escalating. After all, the match had yet to officially commence, and the atmosphere among the players had remained relatively tranquil, with laughter and camaraderie exchanged. They merely sought to separate the two individuals. Curious about the sudden eruption of emotion from Garnett, who had seemingly lost his composure, the principal referee, Dick Bavetta, quickly blew his whistle, his mind racing with confusion. Goodness. After all my years as a referee, I have never encountered a situation where a technical foul was necessary even before the tip-off. This is unprecedented. How should I handle this? Should I eject Garnett? That would ruin the game. In a moment of uncertainty, he cast a glance at the two other referees before hastily making his way to the scorer's table. The three officials convened, engaging in fervent discussion. Meanwhile, players from both teams, now aware that the sudden upheaval had been temporarily contained, returned slowly to their benches, their minds swirling with questions. However, the commotion from the stands grew increasingly raucous. The fans in Indianapolis, known for their fervor, erupted with a chorus of boos. "How dare you act violently in our home arena? Do you think Indianapolis lacks defenders?" shouted one. "Get out of our territory, Garnett. You dare lay a hand on Feng? We'll make you pay." Many home fans began hurling insults. Their anger ignited like a flame. A wave of spectators sprang from their seats, vociferously berating the Timberwolves players, their shouts rising in a cacophony that threatened to lift the very roof of the arena. The security personnel tasked with maintaining order were overwhelmed, knowing this was not the first instance of such chaos. For the past 4 games, whenever Feng Jie took the court, some form of disruption was inevitable, inciting fan riots and exponentially increasing their workload. Feng is truly a spectacle. I insisted on broadcasting his games. With him on the court, the viewership will undoubtedly soar, exclaimed the enthusiastic Charles Barkley from the commentary booth, bouncing in excitement. Are you not curious why Garnett lashed out? He inquired, his voice booming. Incredibly, Feng managed to keep his lips sealed, leaving the entire league speculating about what Garnett heard. Kenny Smith, ever the conversational partner, seized upon Barkley's words and proposed an intriguing notion. I believe Feng Jie has set a record. To provoke a technical foul before the game even begins is an unprecedented occurrence in NBA history. As the game was broadcast nationwide, the unfolding drama captured the attention of many. ESPN's Mark Jones and Doris Burke, covering Feng Jie's game for the first time, offered their perspectives on this theatrical episode. In the CCTV5 studio, commentators Sun Jinping and Zhang Heli were astounded by the spectacle. Mr. Zhang, having witnessed so many games, have you ever seen players engage in a scuffle before the game even starts? Sun inquired, his curiosity evident. Alas, I've encountered countless bizarre scenarios. Yet this, where players brawl before the game has commenced, is indeed a first for me, Zhang lamented, shaking his head in disbelief. Perhaps it would be best if Feng Jie's games were not broadcast live in the future. Just report the score after the game to avoid such unexpected incidents, Sun suggested with a resigned smile. Viewers from the distant Middle Kingdom were left in awe, their expressions reflecting disbelief. They pondered how Feng Jie could provoke Garnett, renowned for his sharp tongue and mastery of trash talk, into such an impulsive reaction. Meanwhile, the Pacers players, experiencing this unprecedented situation of returning to the bench before the match's commencement, surrounded Feng Jie, their curiosity piqued as they bombarded him with questions, eager to uncover the truth behind this extraordinary event. What words could have been so potent as to incite Garnett to such aggression? Feng Jie understood the gravity of the situation and refrained from speaking the truth, opting instead to smile broadly. regardless of the inquiries posed by others. He resolutely kept his lips sealed, unwilling to divulge anything. His teammates from the Timberwolves were equally perplexed, their faces adorned with expressions of confusion. They could not fathom why Garnett, typically known for his taunting remarks aimed at unsettling opponents and disrupting their competitive spirit, had resorted to physicality. This had never been his modus operandi. He was a master of psychological warfare, never resorting to violence. What had the pangolins said to provoke such a reaction? Stealing glances at Garnett, whose countenance was as dark as a soot-laden pot, they were consumed by curiosity yet daunted by the prospect of approaching him. Given Garnett's stormy demeanor, anyone daring to breach this delicate moment would be akin to seeking trouble in a dimly lit restroom. Across the NBA, players had long endured Garnett's loathsome banter, often feeling powerless against his verbal onslaught. Following the game, many expressed a willingness to pay a staggering $100,000 for Feng Jie's elusive words, hoping to wield them against Garnett in the future. After a deliberation of 5 or 6 minutes, the referees finally rendered their decision, issuing a technical foul to Garnett and awarding a free throw. In truth, had this been an ordinary match, such a blatant act of aggression would have warranted immediate ejection to the locker room. However, this game was broadcast nationwide, and ejecting the opposing team's star player at such an early stage would diminish the match's appeal and viewership, completely undermining the initial intent to draw attention and increase engagement. Consequently, after weighing the pros and cons, the referees opted for the least severe penalty available. Feng Jie walked calmly to the free throw line, his demeanor unruffled, as if the recent event bore no impact on him whatsoever. With a slight bend of his knees, he adjusted his breathing, and as his hand lifted the ball, it descended smoothly. With 2 swishes, he successfully made the free throws. Immediately thereafter, the Pacers resumed play near the center court, even bypassing the customary jump ball segment. Feng Jie deftly emerged from the throng, skillfully receiving his teammate's pass. The trembling crocier stood at the corner three-point line, flanked by the formidable Garnett. It had been agreed beforehand to confine Garnett to that corner, with the intention of diminishing his ability to assist defensively and to deter opponents at the rim. One could not help but silently feel a pang of anxiety for Crocier, hoping that divine providence would shield him. In that moment, Crocier wished only to muffle the noise, yearning to block out the incessant taunts. Feng Jie stood beyond the three-point line, his gaze intensely scanning the court. He silently observed the positioning of his teammates. Chapter 59, The Pitiful Crocier. Seeing Feng Jie poised to initiate an attack, the other members of the Pacers swiftly and instinctively created space. The entire paint area, apart from the opposing center and Foster, was devoid of any other presence, of vast emptiness. Standing at 185 centimeters and weighing 83 kilograms. Castle's expression revealed a hint of astonishment as he beheld Feng Jie's towering stature of 206 centimeters, complemented by a robust frame of 115 kilograms. He should undoubtedly be playing power forward, engaging in fierce battles akin to Garnett. Yet here he was, stepping out to play point guard. What nonsense was this? Castle inwardly cursed. You're simply being outrageous. Could you possibly grant me a photograph after the game? Feng Jie unexpectedly directed a remark towards Castle, infused with a hint of mockery that left one perplexed. Castle was momentarily taken aback, initially believing that Feng Jie was one of his admirers. A subtle smile flickered across his face, yet, already possessing an unappealing countenance, he appeared even less attractive in that moment. I contemplated affixing him to the door to ward off malevolent spirits. Feng Jie leisurely added a remark. Upon hearing this, Castle understood his implication and was immediately incensed, his face flushing with rage. You little rascal. So this is how you choose to mock me? Taking advantage of his opponent's momentary distraction, Feng Jie deftly executed several skillful dribbles beneath his legs, the basketball weaving seamlessly between them. Following this, he exaggeratedly swayed his shoulders, creating a series of deceptive fakes that left Castle momentarily uncertain of his intended direction. Consequently, Castle could only react passively, moving in rhythm as Feng Jie seized the fleeting opportunity to break through. As Feng Jie unleashed a sudden surge of power in his hind legs, an overwhelming explosiveness was instantaneously activated. Without hesitation, he propelled his front leg forward, taking a significant stride. The entire figure resembled a flash of lightning, breaking through from the right side with alarming swiftness. At 35 years of age, Castle had suffered a severe injury during last season's Western Conference Finals, causing a rapid decline in his physical capabilities and athletic prowess. This deterioration severely compromised his once proud defensive skills. Faced with Feng Jie's unexpected and forceful incursion, he found himself at a loss, helplessly watching as Feng Jie surged towards the paint. Damn, this guy is unbelievably fast. Is this really his speed? Good grief. It's as if a Ferrari engine has been fitted onto a tank. It appeared that Castle had never witnessed Feng Jie in action before. He had only learned of his prowess from the game footage analyzed by coach Philip Saunders the day prior. The footage had evidently been misleading, as the opponent's speed was far greater than portrayed on screen. One could hardly fault the videographer. Feng Jie had only recently adopted the athletic capabilities of the 21-22 season Clarkson. Ultimately, Castle had to rely on his extensive experience gained from years of playing on the court. Despite his delayed reaction, he managed to step forward with his right foot, positioning his body to obstruct Feng Jie's offensive trajectory. Feng Jie's offensive skills are not easily thwarted. In the very moment of collision between his shoulder and Castle's, he exhibited remarkable reflexes, deftly utilizing his opponent's body as a leverage point. Like an agile loach, he executed a graceful turn, effortlessly evading Castle with finesse. The entire maneuver was executed with elegance and precision, showcasing a seamless fluidity. Feng Jie, with remarkable intelligence, slowed down and deftly maneuvered to keep Castle behind him, denying him the opportunity to interfere defensively. This created a favorable situation for Feng Jie, who executed a back-to-basket move. He squatted momentarily before springing up with great force, releasing the ball with one hand. The basketball soared through the air and gracefully descended into the hoop, securing the team's fourth point at the onset of the game. Following his score, a triumphant smile illuminated Feng Jie's face as he turned to sprint back towards his half of the court, mimicking an Indian accent with a quirky tone, exclaiming, "No. The enthusiastic fans from Indianapolis echoed his words, creating a chorus of "No." That elicited hearty laughter from the commentators in the studio. Regrettably, Feng Jie did not receive any notifications of increased extraction values, indicating that such interactions lacked the necessary excitement to stimulate the system's die-in. For a seasoned player like Castle, this single basket was inconsequential. The game had just begun, and ample opportunities lay ahead for him to reclaim his stance. He harbored a silent determination, contemplating how best to deal with Feng Jie. As Oluwo Candy initiated the play, the Timberwolves meticulously organized their offensive strategy. At this moment, Garnett was brimming with pinned-up frustration. And unfortunately for Crozier, he became the perfect outlet for Garnett's ire. "Do you really think you can stop me?" Garnett bellowed at Crozier, his voice piercing and sharp. Laden with disdain and provocation, his gaze radiating a palpable intensity, as if he intended to devour Crozier whole. Crozier dared not utter a word and braced himself, exerting every ounce of strength to stand firm against Garnett, striving to limit his movements. "Why am I so unfortunate? Damn you, Feng, come defend him yourself." Garnett established his position, receiving a pass from Castle. He first secured a stable pivot foot, then feigned a shoulder shake. Observing this, his teammates instinctively spread out, creating space with an unspoken understanding. Although Garnett's mouth was notorious and his scoring ability average, isolating a player like Crozier was a mere formality. Garnett executed a splendid spin, transitioning from a back-to-basket strategy to face-up play. He unleashed a series of quick, deceptive moves to confound Crozier, whose center of gravity was thrown into disarray. In a moment of confusion, he could not discern reality from illusion. Garnett cleverly manufactured a time differential, seizing the moment to launch himself towards the basket with unhesitating decisiveness. Realizing this, Crozier pivoted and closely trailed Garnett to the hoop. He understood well that facing such a formidable opponent as Garnett was akin to a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Yet, he had no alternatives. His defensive efficacy depended entirely on Garnett's shooting touch that day, with a wingspan of 226 centimeters that made every NBA player envious. Garnett's advantage became evident as he approached the rim. He leaped high, appearing to momentarily suspend in midair, lifting the ball with one hand as if it were a mere toy. Below him, Crozier stood at 208 centimeters with an arm span of only 211 centimeters. Even if he exerted every effort to leap and extend his arms, he could barely reach Garnett's wrist. Consequently, Crozier's defense proved utterly ineffective. Garnett disregarded the defender before him, forcefully slamming the ball into the hoop with a thunderous clang, as if announcing his dominance and authority to the entire arena. The sheer force of the moment seemed to reverberate through the venue. In an act of routine bravado, he let out a triumphant roar, pounding his chest with his right hand, his muscular form exuding an essence of primal strength. Chapter 60, A Foolish Celebration Method. Garnett shouted, "Before me, you are nothing but a defenseless garbage can." His voice boomed, laced with crude taunts. "Is your mother watching from the sidelines? Make sure she gives you a good hug later." "Hey, Are you nursing your grandmother? Garnett continued to hurl profanities, veins bulging and voice hoarse, radiating an air of overwhelming passion and dominance. Feng Jie gazed as Garnett soared above Crozier, executing a magnificent dunk, and felt a pang of sympathy. He had become merely a backdrop for Garnett's splendid display, inadvertently contributing to the highlight reel of the day. I haven't wronged you in any way. So why unleash your frustration on me? If you possess the prowess, direct your ire towards Feng Jie. Crozier thought, overwhelmed with indignation, unable to suppress his internal lament. Meanwhile, Garnett reveled in the exhilaration of his powerful dunk, vociferously expressing his emotions with fervent shouts. Feng Jie unexpectedly interjected, "You've only scored one goal. Why are you so excited? Those who don't understand might think you're about to win." His words were neither too loud nor too soft, perfectly audible to everyone present. Garnett was momentarily taken aback, his previously exuberant expression instantly frozen on his face. His usual taunting remarks were so off-putting that no one dared to provoke him, let alone respond with similar banter. Although some harbored disdain for his exaggerated celebrations, the majority chose to stifle their frustration, silently swallowing their discontent. Feng Jie boldly stepped forward, directly confronting the situation. In the eyes of the onlookers, Feng Jie was undoubtedly a hero at that moment. The others found amusement in the spectacle, except for Crozier, who, having just been dunked on, was in no mood for levity. As the next round commenced, the center confidently passed the ball to Feng Jie. Receiving the ball, he positioned himself once more at the arc's three-point line, preparing to initiate a new offensive strategy. This time, Foster proactively stepped forward to set a screen for him. To be frank, given Feng Jie's prowess, employing a pick-and-roll against Castle was unnecessary. Foster's involvement in setting the screen aimed primarily to draw the Timberwolves' interior defense out, preventing Olowokandi from lurking inside to assist or provide help defense. If the Timberwolves did not intend to substitute a defender, the advantage would remain with them. Feng Jie had a strategy well devised in his mind. Throughout the match, he intended to employ the pick-and-roll tactic using positions 1 and 5. He would relentlessly challenge his opponent, Castle, akin to the slow, deliberate slicing of meat with a dull knife, gradually wearing down the opponent's defensive stamina. This was a tactic famously utilized by the great player who once claimed the MVP title. Castle, being a seasoned veteran, seemed to anticipate this subtle maneuver. With a swift lateral movement, he circumvented the obstacle posed by Foster. Yet, Feng Jie, capitalizing on the screen, had already accelerated his pace. With an unyielding momentum, he surged forward, his imposing physique of 115 kilograms resembling a bulldozer, barreling through the defense without any finesse. His approach was reminiscent of LeBron James' explosive drives to the basket. But Feng Jie's offensive style proved to be even more versatile and formidable. Onlookers in various broadcasting studios could hardly contain their astonishment. From that moment on, fans began to refer to LeBron James as the less skilled, impoverished version of Feng Jie. What an extraordinary phenomenon this was. Castle wore an expression of agony, his face contorted in pain. Despite weighing approximately 85 kilograms after rounding up, he exerted himself to defend fervently. Yet, against Feng Jie's overwhelming force, he was like a mere insect attempting to shake a mighty tree, utterly ineffective. With no recourse, Castle could only watch helplessly as Feng Jie barreled toward the basket. Ultimately, he could do nothing but witness Feng Jie leap into the air, culminating in a thunderous dunk that reverberated throughout the arena. Upon landing, Feng Jie imitated the fervor previously displayed by Garnett. He relentlessly pounded his chest and bellowed with fervent intensity, exuding an aura of exuberance and vitality. He truly embodied the essence of a sovereign on the court, seemingly igniting the atmosphere of the arena. The home crowd erupted in enthusiastic cheers, all mirroring his passionate display. For Feng Jie had proclaimed that whatever he did, everyone else should follow suit. Little did they anticipate that as they were swept away by Feng Jie's infectious zeal, Feng Jie's expression suddenly darkened, his previously exuberant demeanor dissipating in an instant. He then spoke to his teammates with a calmness akin to a still lake. Do you see this? Doesn't it look utterly foolish? Do you truly find this exhilarating? It is nothing short of ridiculous. This abrupt shift in his demeanor resembled a surprising magic trick, leaving Miller, Jones, Foster, and others momentarily stunned before they couldn't help but burst into laughter. Clearly, he was mocking the recently celebrating Gotze. The players of the Timberwolves, witnessing this, were caught between wanting to laugh and feeling embarrassed. They all pretended to be preoccupied, attempting to mask their discomfort. Meanwhile, the dark-skinned Garnett's expression was inscrutable, though his eyes betrayed a seething intensity, as if they were daggers longing to pierce Feng Jie. The resentment emanating from him was palpable, as if it could be felt from a distance. Coach, can you not see the issue at hand? Damn it. I truly cannot defend against him. Castle and Kroschel felt on the verge of tears, casting desperate glances toward their coach, their eyes pleading for understanding. Their tears threatened to spill, as they silently vowed not to succumb to despair. This rivalry was indeed a struggle that victimized others. As the team's general manager and coach, Philip Saunders was undeniably an experienced and skilled coach. However, he possessed a lamentable flaw, his indecisiveness regarding personnel choices. The game had barely begun, and it was far too early to consider substitutions. Thus, he could only offer Castle a sympathetic glance, refraining from making any substantial changes. Before long, the team switched sides, and Castle advanced the ball steadily, passing it to Garnett, who was positioned beyond the three-point line. Sprewell swiftly maneuvered to create a handoff with Garnett, then dashed toward the paint. This play shattered the Pacers' defensive formation. Aside from Reggie Miller, who trailed closely behind, the others collapsed inward, attempting to thwart Sprewell's drive. Upon reaching the paint, however, Sprewell found the lane congested with defenders, leaving no suitable space for a shot. Averaging two assists per game, he experienced a moment of brilliance and executed a deft pass from the strong side to the weak side, delivering the ball to the awaiting Serbiak at the corner three-point line. Feng Jie, who had been keenly observing from Castle's side, reacted swiftly upon recognizing the offensive pathway. He dashed toward Serbiak, preparing to provide defensive support. Upon seeing a defender rushing toward him, Serbiak wisely opted not to be greedy, promptly passing the ball to the open Castle. Upon receiving the ball, Castle felt a surge of joy and quickly adjusted his stance, confidently releasing a shot from beyond the arc. The basketball spun rapidly through the air, and Castle was certain of its success. Those who frequently played understood the distinct feel of a shot destined to find the net. He felt this one was a sure thing, a smile of satisfaction creeping onto his face. At that moment, a shadowy figure approached swiftly from the side, growing larger in Castle's vision. His eyes widened in disbelief, as if he had seen a ghost. A resounding smack echoed as a large hand deftly swatted the ball out of bounds. The fervent Feng Jie moved with the speed of a wild beast. In the TNT studio, Barkley's iconic booming voice erupted with excitement. His face flushed with exhilaration as he shouted passionately, allowing every viewer to feel his thrill. My goodness, he single-handedly defended against both Serbiak and Castle. How terrifying! Barkley continued to exclaim. He must have jumped at least 5 meters, soaring like Superman. His voice quivered with excitement, his exaggerated expressions and fervent tone making him seem as if he were floating in the air. It was no exaggeration to call him superhuman. He was undeniably beyond earthly bounds, a true marvel. In the usual commentary logic, one would typically find a balance of praise and skepticism. However, Feng Jie's astonishing leaping ability and incredible block were simply too remarkable to critique. Kenny Smith, who often sought to find fault, was at a loss for words this time. The audience remained transfixed, their eyes glued to the large screen above, replaying the stunning moment repeatedly. Each replay sent waves of exhilaration through their hearts, as they chanted, "Foam, our foam. Who cares about Garnett? My goodness, I have never seen anyone jump so high in my life. This is extraordinary." The entire arena was enveloped in awe at Feng Jie's remarkable performance, while his fans were engulfed in fervor and admiration. Timberwolves head coach Flip Saunders finally made adjustments on the fly, realizing that allowing Feng Jie to score so effortlessly was untenable. Even if he were to score, it would necessitate a significant expenditure of his stamina. Center Olowokandi was substituted, making way for power forward Eddie Griffin, selected 7th overall by the Nets in the first round of 2001. If not for his rebellious nature and erratic psychological issues, his talent would have undoubtedly made him a prime candidate for the top pick. The Rockets acquired him from the Nets, trading Richard Jefferson along with additional assets. Regardless of Griffin's mental state, this transaction could be deemed neutral, as the Rockets had relinquished Jefferson. Subsequently, he thrived with the Nets, initially forming a triumvirate with Kidd and Martin, reaching the Eastern Conference Finals for 2 consecutive years. However, after Martin departed due to contractual reasons, Carter joined, creating a new trio with Kidd and Jefferson, though they failed to achieve significant success. Upon Griffin joining the Rockets, there was a brief honeymoon period. His debut season was nothing short of spectacular, participating in 73 games, with 57 as a starter. This meant that aside from the initial adaptation phase with the team, he was predominantly featured in the starting lineup, being groomed as the second-in-command. Unlike today's era, the interior game back then seldom emphasized three-point shooting. As a big man, Griffin boasted a shooting percentage of 42.7 and a three-point accuracy of 38.6, effectively creating space for Yao Ming to dominate inside. Defensively, at 208 centimeters tall, he possessed remarkable agility and impressive leaping ability, averaging 1.4 blocks per game, aiding the team in rim protection and compensating for Yao's slower mobility. With just a few years of development, he could have become an indispensable partner for Yao, instilling hope in Houston's fanbase. However, Griffin subsequently fell into the depths of depression, resorting to alcohol to numb his pain, leading to a decline in performance. By 2003, the Rockets were compelled to part ways with him. He then joined the Timberwolves, showing promise initially before again succumbing to despair. The subsequent events have become well known. One fateful night, a motorcycle, a train, and a gifted young man lost his life. With this personnel change, Garnett was forced to assume the center position, shouldering the responsibilities of the paint. The tough-minded Garnett was deeply reluctant to play center, particularly to engage in the physicality of the low post. To avoid this, he had even misrepresented his height during rookie camp. As Garnett moved away to join Foster, Crozier felt a sense of relief, grateful to no longer be matched up against the player regarded as a jinx. However, despair washed over Foster as he stood on the opposite side of the basket. He felt a wave of darkness, unable to suppress his frustration, muttering, "This damned guy, coach. I'm exhausted. Why not sub in Harrison?" Unfortunately, head coach Carlisle lacked the ability to read minds and was oblivious to his complaints. The game continued to unfold methodically. The Timberwolves initiated their offense as the ball transitioned from Garnett to Sprewell. He surged forward, with Reggie Miller closely trailing him on defense. Noticing a lack of defenders ahead, Sprewell took a few steps inside, aware that the center could soon disrupt him. With no better offensive opportunity at hand, he decisively opted for a pull-up jumper. Regrettably, the ball ricocheted off the rim. Garnett, leveraging his exceptional rebounding instincts and leaping prowess, secured the rebound. Before Foster had even landed, Garnett instinctively launched a second-chance attack, successfully netting 2 points. Uncertain if Feng Jie's earlier jibes had affected him, Garnett, originally intent on continuing his chest-thumping celebration, hesitated upon catching Feng Jie's gaze. Reflecting on the earlier criticism of his celebratory antics as juvenile, he began to doubt whether he had indeed been so childish, slowly retracting his raised arm. Feng Jie found the scene utterly amusing. Who would have thought that a mere exchange of trivial banter could prove so beneficial to Garnett? Chapter 62, The Elderly Castle. Feng Jie slightly nodded at him, exuding an air of teachability. Witnessing this gesture instantly incensed Garnett, leaving him deeply unsettled. After all, he was the newly crowned MVP and the linchpin of the Timberwolves. To think that after years of celebration rituals, he could be so easily disheartened by a few words from a fledgling rookie. Wouldn't this portray him as overly feeble, contradicting his hard-nosed persona? As he returned to the court, a tumult of thought stirred within him, his emotions heavy with frustration. He resolved that the next time he celebrated, he would do so with even greater exuberance, especially in the rookie's presence. Garnett contemplated this as the Pacers initiated a new wave of offense, with Eddie Griffin now assuming the role of Feng Jie's defender. Feng Jie turned his head to gaze at Castle, who was closely following Reggie, deliberately raising his voice. He provocatively exclaimed, "Hey, Castle, are you afraid?" Castle pretended not to hear, his focus unwaveringly fixed on the player he was meant to defend. Yet, internally, he was seething with rage, gritting his teeth in frustration. Despite having been thoroughly outplayed on the defensive end moments ago, he was resolute that the ultimate victor of this match would undeniably be himself. Yet, Feng Jie did not relent. He continued to raise his voice, shouting, "I doubt you can stop me at all. You should hastily replace Garnett." His words reverberated throughout the entire arena, piercing the ears of every spectator present. Despite the provocation, Garnett remained unfazed, displaying remarkable composure. Aside from the initial insult directed at his wife, the remaining tactics were merely remnants of Garnett's own strategies. However, this did not deter him from the intention of imparting a thorough lesson to this audacious rookie. Before his words had fully dissipated, Feng Jie propelled himself forward with great force, accelerating swiftly. With astonishing speed, he effortlessly breached the opponent's defense. Concurrently, inside the key, Crozier swiftly repositioned himself to block Castle's defensive path against Reggie Miller. This maneuver was part of a tactical plan devised by the coach prior to the match, specifically targeting the vulnerable point of the Timberwolves' point guard, Castle. Due to a severe injury sustained in the previous season, Castle's defensive capabilities had significantly diminished, compounded by the fact that his innate athleticism had never been particularly remarkable. Thus, the Pacers relentlessly exploited this weakness throughout the game, launching a fierce offensive. Feng Jie observed Reggie Miller successfully creating space and unhesitatingly delivered the basketball with remarkable swiftness. Following this deft assist, he astutely positioned himself to block the incoming defensive switch from Sibiak. Through this harmonious sequence of screens and tactical maneuvers, Miller found himself with an exceptional shooting opportunity near the free throw line. Sensing the impending danger, Garnett promptly relinquished his defense of Foster and swiftly dashed to provide assistance. In response, Reggie Miller, quick to react, executed a precise bounce pass that found its way into the hands of Foster, who stood unguarded. Upon receiving the ball, Foster leapt high into the air, forcefully slamming it down towards the hoop with a thunderous two-handed dunk. Suddenly, the referee's whistle pierced the air. Eddie Griffin had surged in from behind, committing a foul. It was evident that the Minnesota Timberwolves defense had faltered in this instance. Now, the entire league recognized that the Pacers were equipped with sharpshooters. During offensive plays, aside from Feng Jie, few others opted to penetrate the paint, placing Garnett, known for his defensive prowess, at a disadvantage. Once confined to the perimeter, it became exceedingly challenging for him to exert his defensive influence. Moreover, Sibiak, still recovering from a significant injury this season, exhibited a marked decline in foot speed compared to before his injury. In such circumstances, if Garnett were to suddenly rush out to guard an outside shooter, the interior defense would inevitably suffer from a lack of coverage, allowing the opposing team to easily secure points, as was the case now. This season, the Timberwolves' defense resembled a wall riddled with gaping holes, having plummeted from 6th in the league last season to 16th at the start of this season. Relying solely on Garnett's individual prowess proved insufficient to forge a robust and cohesive defensive structure. Foster approached the free throw line to execute his shots. His first attempt regrettably missed, but after a brief adjustment, he confidently sank the second. Garnett then securely passed the ball to Castle. Feng Jie swiftly assumed a defensive posture, his muscles taut and his gaze revealing a piercing focus. Castle had previously experienced Feng Jie's agility, which belied his towering stature, coupled with his lengthy 2.17-meter wingspan. He moved with the fluidity of a fishing net. On several occasions, under his relentless pressure, Castle found himself in precarious situations, nearly losing possession of the ball. Ultimately, he reluctantly capitulated to the formidable force that was Feng Jie, opting to pass the ball to the interior player Garnett, presumably intending for him to utilize his individual prowess for a strong attack. This time, the responsibility of defending Garnett fell squarely on Foster's shoulders. This season, Castle's three-point shooting percentage stood at a mere 26.9, significantly diminishing his threat from beyond the arc. Feng Jie meticulously analyzed the statistics of the Timberwolves prior to the game. He decisively abandoned Castle, opting instead to penetrate the paint to assist in double-teaming Garnett. Castle, stationed beyond the three-point line, found himself wide open, yet Garnett, ensnared by the double team, was unable to pass the ball. With no opportunity to shoot, he was compelled to awkwardly distribute the ball. Upon receiving the pass, Castle seized the moment, eager to test his three-point shooting skills. Adjusting his hand positioning and stance, he leapt gracefully into the air, releasing a high-arching shot. In a bid to counter Feng Jie's formidable leaping ability, he deliberately elevated the trajectory of his shot. As soon as Feng Jie spotted Garnett's pass, he swiftly dashed forward to position himself before his assigned defender. Unfortunately, this time fortune did not favor him as it had previously. Despite his earnest stretch, his hands failed to make contact with the basketball. Nevertheless, he exerted his utmost effort to influence the shooting motion. The trajectory of the ball was elevated, yet the control over the shot's power was somewhat lacking. The entirety of the ball's flight appeared to lack sufficient force. With a resounding clang, the basketball struck the front of the rim and ricocheted high into the air. Feng Jie and Foster observed the trajectory of the basketball. The two swiftly coordinated, positioning themselves in front and behind Garnett, preventing him from contesting the rebound. Seizing the opportune moment, James Jones dashed forward and skillfully secured the ball. He promptly passed it to Reggie Miller. With the interior players occupied with Garnett, the Pacers found themselves unable to initiate a fast break. Thus, both teams transitioned into a phase of established warfare. It seems that fate has indeed brought us together. After several deft screens and clever plays among teammates, Feng Jie once again found himself in a one-on-one confrontation with Castle. With a beaming smile and a tone laced with schadenfreude, he greeted Castle. Meanwhile, Castle silently lamented, cursing inwardly, "Damn it, they are undoubtedly targeting me." After 3 rounds of intense competition, if he could not discern the tactical intentions of his opponent, then his over a decade of dedication to basketball would be in vain. At that moment, he was overwhelmed by a sense of desolation and helplessness, akin to the lament of an old man bullied by the children of the village. Chapter 63. A complete lack of cohesion. Castle was acutely aware that this was the harsh reality of basketball. Teams relentlessly sought to exploit their opponent's most vulnerable points using their strongest defensive strategies. The Pacers players instinctively created space. Although Eddie Griffin intended to assist, he found himself unable to do so due to limitations in position and timing. Feng Jie expertly executed James Harden's signature crossover dribble, a movement characterized by its brisk tempo and rhythmic elegance. This deft maneuver artfully shifted Castle's defensive focus. In an instant, he accelerated, darting to the right like an arrow released from its bow. Castle gritted his teeth, valiantly sliding to the right, relying on his tenacious defensive instincts to barely obstruct Feng Jie's path of attack. Yet, Feng Jie remained unperturbed. With a subtle flick of his right hand, he swiftly transferred the ball behind his left hand. He then performed a crisp and decisive change of direction, artfully slipping past on the left. At this moment, Castle had discerned Feng Jie's intentions. However, his body could no longer keep pace with his thoughts, rendering him incapable of executing any defensive maneuvers. Feng Jie swiftly surpassed the opponent's defense, leaving Castle stationary in his wake. Castle could do nothing but watch helplessly as Feng Jie advanced, a wave of powerlessness washing over him. It seemed that time had indeed been unkind, and he had long lost the vigor of his youth. Confronted by such a young and vibrant adversary, he felt an earnest desire to fight, yet found himself utterly incapable of making a difference. Feng Jie, as if entering a realm devoid of obstacles, swiftly penetrated the paint, preparing to leap high for a layup. At that moment, Eddie Griffin soared from the interior, standing before Feng Jie like an imposing mountain, ready to provide a formidable defensive intervention. Feng Jie, with his remarkable reflexes and agile physique, transformed his shooting motion into a pass. Swiftly reacting, he deftly tossed the basketball towards the backboard. The ball sailed past the leaping Griffin's outstretched hands. On the opposite side, Foster had been waiting patiently, channeling all his strength into his legs. His long limbs sprang forth like powerful springs, soaring high as he clasped the basketball with hands that resembled iron clamps. With sheer force, he executed a visually stunning two-handed slam dunk. Behind him, Garnett could only watch helplessly to avoid a foul as the opponent completed the offensive play. Ha! What a good buddy. What a thrill. The sensation of dunking in front of Garnett felt akin to being aided in a cosmic journey. An overwhelming sense of euphoria enveloped him. Foster exuberantly shouted, turning to Feng Jie beside him, and raised his right hand in joyous anticipation of a celebratory high-five with his teammate. Upon witnessing his movement, Feng Jie instinctively extended his right hand in response. Foster raised his hand upwards, aiming to engage in a high-five midair. Meanwhile, Feng Jie kept his hand parallel, preparing for a downward clap. Thus, their hands awkwardly swung in the air, perfectly misaligned. Both were momentarily taken aback, then exchanged smiles as they endeavored to celebrate once more. Feng Jie deliberately adjusted his hands to clap in midair, while Foster promptly mirrored him with a parallel upward clap. Once again, they perfectly missed the mark, and their celebratory gesture ended in failure. The two exchanged glances, then broke into broad smiles, ultimately deciding to conspire and return to their half of the court. The broadcast director at the Pacers' home arena clearly possessed a keen sense of humor, astutely capturing this amusing scene and repeatedly airing it on the large screen. The fans in the venue were thoroughly entertained by this dramatic moment, erupting in laughter. Look at the celebration process of Foster and Feng Jie. It cannot be said that they lacked chemistry. Rather, they resembled strangers meeting for the first time. Barkley and Kenny Smith also noticed this delightful spectacle, grinning widely and unable to contain their laughter. I suspect that Feng Jie had no intention of passing the ball. It was merely a slip that landed in Foster's hands. Are they even on the same team? There is absolutely no synergy between them. Meanwhile, the live commentators, Zhang and Sun, were engaging in lighthearted banter. Has Philip Saunders not discerned the opposing team's strategy? It is evident that they are targeting Castle, whose defensive capabilities have severely declined at the age of 35. I believe his current skill set is suitable for a starting position on a weaker team, while he might only serve as a bench player on a stronger one. More often than not, he contributes by utilizing his extensive experience to guide the second unit in orchestrating offensive plays. On the other hand, ESPN's commentators maintained their customary serious professionalism, meticulously analyzing the on-court dynamics and the tactical duel between both teams. Turning back to the offense, Castle looked at Feng Jie with a sense of despair. If he were younger, his speed and skill could have easily allowed him to bypass him. But now, at 35, he finds himself unable to discover a more effective means of breaking through. At this moment, holding the ball, Castle exchanged a quick glance with Garnett and Griffin, hoping to execute a high pick-and-roll, with Garnett rolling down to receive the ball and initiate the offense. Sprewell and Sebiak stood at the corners of the three-point line, ready to move towards the left or right 45-degree angles to receive a pass for a three-pointer. Come out. Switch defenses. As Feng Jie observed the formidable offensive formation of the opposing team, he promptly raised his voice to alert his teammates. Garnett was the first to initiate the pick-and-roll maneuver, positioning himself to obstruct Feng Jie before swiftly descending towards the paint with great intensity. Feng Jie closely trailed behind him, continuously utilizing his physique to establish position during the defensive play. Occasionally, he would tug at Garnett's jersey, causing noticeable disruption and hindrance as Garnett attempted to accelerate. Meanwhile, Castle skillfully dribbled to the right, gaining a fleeting opportunity thanks to the screens set by his two teammates. In the midst of the chaotic scene, Feng Jie's subtle maneuvers in defense went unnoticed. Drawing upon his past experiences, he lofted the basketball high towards the vicinity of the backboard. Garnett, striving to free himself from Feng Jie's grasp, leaped with all his might, extending his arms in an effort to reach the soaring basketball. Alas, he could only graze it with his fingertips, ultimately failing to prevent it from soaring out of bounds. Congratulations to Castle, who inevitably incurred a turnover. Why throw it so high? He can't catch it. You know he lacks that capability. Feng Jie shouted loudly at the passer Castle without an ounce of mercy. His voice reverberated throughout the entire arena, resonating clearly in the ears of all present. Upon hearing Feng Jie's call, Castle looked at Garnett with a puzzled expression. Under normal circumstances, such a pass would be a mere trifle for Garnett. He could effortlessly seize the ball with one hand and execute a thunderous dunk. Castle had even envisioned the celebratory antics he would perform to irk Feng Jie. Yet, who could have anticipated that his teammate would fail to secure the pass, leaving him with nothing but disappointment? Similarly, Garnett was seething with anger at Feng Jie's remarks. Chapter 64. The barking dog does not bite. It was evident that Feng Jie's incessant antics during defense had hindered Garnett's jump. Yet now, it appeared as if he was the one lacking ability. Astonishingly, the referee showed no reaction to such an obvious foul. Could it be that he was blind to such blatant misconduct? Garnett could hardly endure the accusatory gazes of his teammates, erupting in furious expletives. Don't seek excuses. If believing this makes you feel better, then I have no objections. Feng Jie feigned understanding as he responded, urging, go, 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 go. Meanwhile, he discreetly conveyed a message to his teammate, James Jones. Feng Jie's actions exacerbated Garnett's discomfort, making him feel as though he were a petulant child throwing a tantrum. After handing the ball to the referee, Foster swiftly related to the increasingly gesticulating Feng Jie. Feng Jie, seizing the basketball, propelled it forward with great force. Alas, a defensive retreat was necessary. The Timberwolves players, previously engrossed in the quarrel between Garnett and Feng Jie, suddenly awoke to the reality that their opponents might launch a fast break. Regrettably, it was too late. By the time they hurried to the three-point line, James Jones had already secured the ball under the basket and effortlessly scored, adding 2 points to the team's tally. The score now stood at 12-4, with the Pacers leading by 8 points. The home crowd erupted in jubilant celebration, reveling in their team's remarkable performance. What a waste, Garnett, earning the most yet contributing the least. Oh, Garnett wept, yearning for his dear mother. A few fervent fans even began to hurl provocative remarks at the Timberwolves players on the court. You miserable scoundrel. Go to hell. Garnett, in a fit of exasperation, cursed Feng Jie inwardly. Beep. The referee's whistle pierced the air. At this moment, with the score at 12-4, Timberwolves coach Flip Saunders finally called the first timeout of the match. As the whistle blew, Garnett seemed to have been struck by an overwhelming stimulus. His emotions spiraled out of control, and he lost all semblance of reason. Abandoning his usual strategy of cautious retreat, he marched towards Feng Jie with a furious countenance. Feng Jie stood a mere 10 meters away, utterly unperturbed, even jesting with his teammates beside him. He doesn't intend to come over and strike me, does he? Ha ha. At this distance, should he manage to approach me, I would bow my head in submission. I must tell you, there is a saying in the Celestial Empire, the dog that bites does not bark. As anticipated, a nearby teammate rushed forward to intervene and block Garnett. After all, he had already incurred a technical foul once, regardless of whether it was feigned or genuine. If the referee were to call another technical foul, he would undoubtedly be ejected from the game. However, this intervention only incited Garnett further. He flailed about as if poised to eliminate Feng Jie right then and there. Thanks to his teammates' interference, a technical table remained between them. The referee, witnessing the scene, chose to ignore Garnett's outrageous behavior. "Come on, you coward. If you have the guts, don't run away." Garnett continued his tirade, unabated. Feng Jie, with a smile, approached the referee to voice his complaint. "Did you not witness that dog barking incessantly? This is the home court of the Indiana Pacers." It was only at this moment that the referee casually glanced at Garnett. Sensing the referee's gaze, Garnett promptly silenced himself, his emotions masterfully controlled, akin to a seasoned performer. "Goodness, are you truly attempting to craft your persona at this juncture?" Feng Jie turned his head in surprise and disbelief. Standing confidently before all the players on the bench was Carlisle, vigorously tapping his tactical board. His gaze swept repeatedly over the players who were busy wiping sweat and replenishing their fluids. The cacophony within the home arena was deafening. The match had only just commenced. With the team leading their opponents, he casually offered a few encouraging words. "Well done, splendid performance, everyone. Let's maintain this momentum. We are currently in the lead. All we need to do is adhere to our original plan and manage the pace of the game." Meanwhile, in another corner of the court, the Minnesota Timberwolves' Philip Saunders was experiencing a significant headache. The team's roster had deteriorated severely this season, particularly with Sebiak and Castle. He made the decision to send Trenton Hassell onto the court to replace Castle at the point guard position. He then issued clear instructions to his players, emphasizing the necessity of tightly guarding all players except Feng Jie and being vigilant about passing routes. The intention was to sever the connection between Feng Jie and his teammates. Convinced that relying solely on Feng Jie's efforts could not dismantle the Timberwolves entirely. As the game resumed, the Pacers substituted Reggie Miller for a well-deserved rest, bringing in streetball king Tinsley to orchestrate the team's offense, while Feng Jie assumed the role of shooting guard, with Eddie Griffin tasked with defending him. The coach's arrangement was somewhat desperate, as Griffin was the only player left who could barely contend with Feng Jie in terms of speed and physicality. Whether he could successfully limit Feng Jie was left to fate. The Timberwolves initiated the play, with Hassell controlling the ball. A high lob was thrown to Garnett, who firmly established his position in the low post. To avoid being double-teamed by Feng Jie, Garnett moved with agility, executing a shoulder fake followed by a decisive jumper, successfully securing 2 points for his team and stabilizing the situation on the court. In an instant, the Pacers launched their offense. Tinsley scoured the perimeter for an opportunity, and upon noticing, Feng Jie quickly rushed over to set a screen, providing him a chance to break through and disrupt the opponent's defensive arrangement. At that moment, Foster also sprinted towards James Jones to provide a pick, with both screens executed simultaneously. Consequently, the Timberwolves' interior defense was thrown into a state of chaos and tension as they attempted to switch defenses. Eddie, stay glued to Tinsley. Due to the opponent's successful screen tactic obstructing his defensive path, Hassell had no choice but to switch with a teammate. Seizing the opportunity, Tinsley accelerated into the paint. However, wary of Griffin's exceptional shot-blocking abilities, he refrained from an impulsive shot. Instead, he calmly passed the ball to the open James Jones. "Hey, brother, there's a mismatch. Quick, pass it." Feng Jie, positioned beyond the three-point line, spotted Hassell, who had switched on to him, and shouted to his teammate. James Jones's ball-handling skills were rather average. He was more of a precise spot-up shooter. He turned to see Feng Jie waving for the ball and quickly passed it over. Yet, this pass was somewhat careless, as he forgot about Hassell lying in wait just in front of him. Chapter 65, Dunking over Garnett. Hassell, with his keen defensive instincts, sprang into action. Like a feral dog pouncing for a bone, he lunged for the basketball, successfully intercepting it. The Timberwolves swiftly initiated a fast break. In the midst of his rapid sprint, he caught a glimpse of Feng Jie trailing closely behind, just a meter away. Undeterred, he was resolute in his belief that at such a distance, Feng Jie posed no substantial threat to his own offense. Thus, he confidently gathered the ball at the free throw line and, without hesitation, surged into the restricted area. Launching himself into the air, with one hand on the ball, he attempted to conclude the play with a three-step layup. At that moment, Feng Jie exerted force through his legs, leaping sideways towards the opponent's basketball. With a grip as firm as a vice, he emphatically pinned the ball against the backboard. Following this, he seamlessly cradled the ball to his side, securing it tightly against his right hip. Wow, what a block. Could it truly be a block? I must not have been mistaken. This play was nothing short of spectacular, a pristine example of textbook defense. The fans of Feng Jie were utterly exhilarated, erupting in cheers and applause for his remarkable performance. No one anticipated that Feng Jie would manage to seize the moment, executing a stunning hat grab that thwarted his opponent's fast break. With his fair complexion, he appeared both elegant and striking as he held the ball beneath the hoop. What are you up to? Do you think I am invisible? Go and ask Garnett if he would dare to dunk in my presence. Feng Jie, with a face full of confusion, questioned with a tone that not only exuded a hint of frivolity, but also brimmed with unabashed pride. His voice rang out loud and clear, even reaching the ears of the spectators at the sidelines. Go ask Garnett if he dares to dunk in front of me. The audience had long remembered Feng Jie's opening demand, and at this moment, they harmoniously echoed his challenge in unison. Garnett is still in his half of the court. Why is my name being mentioned? He mused, eager to uncover the reason behind this uproar. As the deafening shouts reached his ears, a surge of adrenaline flooded his mind. Siafute, I am determined to dunk over this rookie. Let him pay for his arrogance. Garnett thought, seething with indignation. Meanwhile, Feng Jie, having secured the ball, remained unfazed as he began to dribble steadily towards the opponent's half. Hey, Eddie, you better watch out for Garnett. During training camp, you ought to give him a little leeway, he advised. What are you talking about? Eddie Griffin paused, his eyes filled with confusion, struggling to grasp the deeper meaning behind Feng Jie's words. Don't you know? If you have some spare time, I suggest you take up boxing. That way, when you do overpower him, you won't have to worry about getting punched back. Do you know Richter? The rookie from 03. He got utterly annihilated during a scrimmage. It was a brutal sight. He ended up with 7 stitches and lost 8 teeth. Such a pitiful fate. He had just signed his contract in September, and by October, the team callously released him after that beating. I understand you may be dealing with depression, but this individual is utterly unreasonable. When he finds himself outmatched, he resorts to violence. Feng Jie once again mentioned Garnett's notorious aggression towards the rookies, unveiling a new rendition of the tale. As Garnett listened, a surge of indignation ignited within him. This fellow, time and again, seeks to undermine my composure. Just wait, I shall have my chance to make you pay. Eddie, do not be swayed by his nonsense. How could there possibly be 8 teeth? At most, 3. Moreover, after spending so much time with you, do you truly think I am the unreasonable type? Provoked repeatedly, cracks began to form in Garnett's composure, and in his frustration, he found himself defending his position. He was tempted to cast aside Foster, who was defending him, and charge straight to the perimeter to confront Feng Jie. Yet, a fleeting thought crossed his mind. If he were lured to the perimeter, with Feng Jie's myriad of breakthrough skills, relying solely on Eddie Griffin to guard the paint would be tantamount to gifting points to the opponent. At this moment, only 15 seconds remained in the game. Feng Jie did not anticipate that he would speak up. It seems that Garnett indeed cares about such matters. He has plenty of banter left to share, but must restrain himself until the next round. After exerting force with his legs, Feng Jie advanced directly into the paint. What? So swift? Are you telling me this is the interior? Eddie Griffin expressed admiration akin to that of Castle. In his presence, it seemed as though he were merely a dazed wooden post, utterly unresponsive. However, standing in the paint, Garnett observed Feng Jie charging him like a man possessed, as if bearing an explosive package. His heart swelled with delight. He swiftly repositioned his feet, moving laterally to provide support, while secretly calculating. This time, he was determined to settle both old scores and new grievances, ready to confront him decisively. Relying on his long legs, Feng Jie began his Euro step just a step inside the free throw line. As he received the ball, his first step feigned left, swiftly followed by a clever breakthrough to the right. Simultaneously, he gripped the basketball with both hands as tightly as a vice. This series of movements left Garnett momentarily disoriented, unable to discern from which direction Feng Jie would attack the hoop. By the time Feng Jie leaped for his third step, he had already deftly glided past Garnett's armpit. With a swift twist of his body, he forcefully slammed the basketball into the net. I'm in, where are you? He seemed to convey, I felt no one guarding me. I gave you the chance to block me, yet you were ineffective. Upon landing, Feng Jie ambled back to the court, his shoulders subtly shrugging, hands spread wide. as if to proclaim that this feat required little effort. Garnett, somewhat frustrated, lamented that despite avoiding being drawn outside, Feng Jie had managed to break through the paint without a successful block. With a silent sigh, he trudged toward the baseline to inbound the ball. Roar! This Euro step dunk has transformed Feng Jie into a ferocious beast. The crowd erupted. How on earth did we acquire him? His talent is terrifying under these circumstances. Who in the league can possibly stop him? The spectators were once again ignited with fervor by this magnificent display, each one vociferously cheering for Feng Jie. Congratulations to the host for gaining a talent extraction opportunity, progress 2. Meanwhile, the Timberwolves initiated their offensive play, and the ball was securely passed to Garnett. Although he did not rank among the elite offensive cores in the league, he was more than capable of handling Foster. With his robust physique, he collided forcefully with Foster twice, then leveraged his speed advantage for a graceful spin move. Like a nimble gazelle, he glided along the baseline, effortlessly sending the ball into the basket. Following his successful shot, Garnett pounded his chest and roared in exhilaration, as the team was trailing by 8 points and desperately needed his stellar performance to uplift their spirits. The ball was now in the hands of the Pacers. Tinsley dribbled past half court and, upon glancing up, found the opposing defense as impenetrable as a fortress. Fortunately, with Crozier, Feng Jie, and James Jones all possessing above-average three-point shooting skills, they effectively drew defenders to the perimeter. In stark contrast, the paint was left desolate. Occupied solely by the solitary figure of Foster, Tinsley felt a rush of confidence. This was an extraordinary opportunity to penetrate. Failing to capitalize on it would be a grave injustice to himself. Before entering the NBA, he had been a streetball maestro, honing his dribbling skills through countless real-life competitions. With a few deceptive moves that blurred reality, Hassel momentarily lost focus, allowing Tinsley to accelerate past the defense. While he easily penetrated the paint, he remained cautious. Standing at 185 centimeters, he felt like a small quail before the towering 211-centimeter Garnett. Should he dare to challenge him, adjustments in power and arc were essential, significantly affecting his shooting percentage. Thus, he prudently opted for a sudden stop-and-pop jump shot from 18 feet as Hassel failed to catch up. The basketball grazed the rim, spinning around before tragically rolling out. Tinsley watched in dismay as the ball missed, striking his shooting hand in frustration, berating himself for squandering such a prime opportunity. As he hurried back on defense, he continued to shake his shooting hand. Garnett, quick-witted, snatched the rebound and envisioned all possible passing routes for a fast break. With remarkable precision, he delivered a perfectly timed pass to the already sprinting Sprewell. Upon securing the ball, Sprewell spotted James Jones ahead. He first used his shoulder to forcefully dislodge his opponent, believing the coast was clear behind him. He then slowed his pace, preparing for an easy layup. In that fleeting moment, Feng Jie, returning on defense, seized the opportunity. With a spring-like leap, he soared and swatted the ball down with great force. After landing, Sprewell gestured to the referee, insisting the ball was on its descent. Perhaps influenced by his signal, the referee ruled the shot valid, asserting it was in the downward trajectory. As the home court announcer replayed Feng Jie's spectacular block on the large screen, magnifying the moment, all spectators could clearly see that the basketball was still ascending. It was undoubtedly an exquisite chase-down block. There was no question that the officiating crew had erred. With this contentious basket, the Timberwolves successfully narrowed the score gap to 6 points. A cacophony of derisive jeers erupted from the home crowd, who rallied in support of Feng Jie, deeming the referee's call unjust. The whistling referee, attempting to maintain composure, pressed on with the game. Stop the noise, at most. I can only find a chance to blow a balancing whistle next round to appease you. Sprewell taunted with a smug grin. You truly have luck on your side. You won't be so fortunate next time. Feng Jie retorted. After resuming play, Tinsley skillfully orchestrated the offense, decisively passing the ball into Feng Jie's hands as they crossed half court. Feng Jie, with the ball securely in hand, meticulously observed the positions of his teammates. It was evident that all of them were being closely guarded by their opponents. At that moment, he found himself utterly alone on the court. In an instant, he discerned the tactical intentions of the adversary. Clearly, they were emulating the strategy employed by the Spurs against Kobe during the 2002-2003 finals. By isolating him and restricting passing lanes, they aimed to force him into a one-on-one confrontation. They were wagering on whether Feng Jie could single-handedly overcome the entire Timberwolves squad through sheer offensive prowess. Regrettably, Their team lacked a defensive maestro of Bowen's caliber. Even last season's Defensive Player of the Year, Artist from the Pacers, had failed to contain Feng Jie effectively. As for Eddie Griffin, the notion of him successfully defending against Feng Jie was nothing short of a fantasy. Feng Jie swiftly altered his dribbling rhythm, bending down to execute a series of left side, between the legs dribbling techniques. With each bounce, he artfully swayed his shoulders, feigning a drive to the basket with deceptive movements. Eddie Griffin was acutely aware that his speed paled in comparison to Feng Jie's. Thus, he had no choice but to retreat continuously, exerting every ounce of effort to thwart any attempts by his opponent to breach his defensive line. Although the coach had issued the directive to allow Feng Jie to engage in one-on-one play freely, maintaining the most fundamental defensive posture remained imperative. It would be unbecoming to allow the opponent to score too easily. As Feng Jie observed Griffin retreating further away, he seized the moment and swiftly sidestepped to the right. He then gathered the ball with precision and executed a flawless sidestep jump shot reminiscent of James Harden. The basketball soared through the air like an arrow released from a bow. "Damn it!" Eddie Griffin exclaimed, unable to contain his frustration. He charged recklessly towards Feng Jie, his explosive forward momentum rendering him momentarily incapable of controlling his body. In midair, Feng Jie felt a sudden force collide with him, causing him to stagger and lose his balance, ultimately tumbling backward. The referee's whistle echoed just in time. Fortunately, Feng Jie was knocked over only after releasing the ball, allowing his shooting hand to remain steady. At that moment, the basketball spun rapidly in the air, akin to an obedient child making its way directly to the basket. Swish! The ball went in. A 3-1. The home crowd erupted once more, ignited by this miraculous shot, as whistles, cheers, and screams melded into a cacophony of excitement. Lying on the ground, Feng Jie brimmed with confidence. He didn't even need to see the ball go in, for the jubilant sounds around him confirmed its success. He stretched out languidly, his limbs spread wide, forming a shape reminiscent of the character. Coincidentally, his loose-fitting athletic pants tightened against the friction with the floor, leaving a long, striking mark on his lower body, drawing attention to him. This led one to ponder how he managed to captivate the likes of Ivanka Trump. It appeared that Feng Jie possessed certain advantages that attracted others. As the broadcaster for the home team, the camera crew wasted no time in focusing on Feng Jie, playfully panning over his lower half several times. Congratulations to the host for gaining a talent extraction opportunity progress of 22. Huh, what was happening? Why had the extraction progress suddenly surged by 22? At that moment, the large screen above displayed a close-up of Feng Jie, inadvertently revealing something special to the audience. It could be said without exaggeration that all of America now recognized him as Big Feng Jie. "Oh Feng, be my boyfriend. I don't care how many girlfriends you have. Just let me have a chance. Feng, how about us? Just give us a nod, and we promise to be at your beck and call." To everyone's surprise, the fervor from the female spectators far surpassed that of the male fans. They seemed to be entranced, swaying their bodies in rhythm. Some bold women even turned their backs, swaying their hips while whistling incessantly. The braver ones openly lifted their shirts, plunging the scene into chaos. At this moment, the security personnel of the Pacers rushed to quell the unruly behavior of the female spectators, striving to restore order to the event. The referee hastily approached Feng Jie, reminding him to adjust his attire. Only then did he realize the source of the 22 extraction value. Haha, if Shaquille O'Neal witnessed this scene, he would undoubtedly be envious. Barkley, known for his candid remarks, paid no heed to the number of viewers watching at home. He continued to jest about O'Neal. Given that the whole of America was aware of the Big Shark's preference for petite companions, largely due to the shortcomings of his own little shark. Back home, the live broadcast swiftly cut to an advertisement during this awkward moment. Nevertheless, those who were intently watching the game had witnessed the entire spectacle. Wow, incredible. That was quite long. Truly impressive. Even if he doesn't play basketball, he certainly won't go hungry. Fans from the Celestial Empire fervently discussed Big Feng Jie on forums. Haha. Feng, you're truly something. You always manage to steal the spotlight in the most unexpected ways. I'm so envious I could turn purple with jealousy. You're the ultimate focus of the arena. The outcome of the game seemed insignificant. He was undoubtedly the true victor of life. Tinsley and James Jones rushed over, grasping Feng Jie's hand tightly and hoisting him up, teasing him relentlessly about his recent display before the captivated audience. "If you have the ability, why not show off a little? Are you shy?" Feng Jie responded with a beaming smile, as everyone shared a similar age, facilitating seamless communication devoid of barriers, creating a relaxed and pleasant atmosphere. Feng Jie confidently strode towards the free throw line, enthusiastically waving to the audience in all directions, urging them to erupt in even more fervent cheers. Taking a deep breath to calm his excited heart, he slowly raised the ball. With effortless precision, he sent the ball smoothly through the hoop, a clean and decisive act. My goodness. Although the Pacers only held an 8-point lead over the Timberwolves, in just over 6 minutes since the game commenced, Feng Jie had already amassed 12 points. His scoring efficiency was astonishing. Additionally, he had recorded 1 assist, meaning that of the Pacers' current 16 points, 14 were directly tied to him. Remarkably, his first 4 shooting attempts and free throws had a perfect success rate of 100. Such a performance was nothing short of extraordinary. Coach Zhang, what adjustments do you think the Timberwolves coach will make in their defensive strategy to counter him? Sun Jingping turned to his commentary partner, Zhang Weiping, with curiosity. Well, actually, the Timberwolves had already devised a strategy during their first timeout. Their current tactical arrangement allows Feng Jie to score freely while concentrating their efforts on containing other scoring threats. Zhang Weiping analyzed the current state of the game with composure and clarity. After all, the game had just begun, and Feng Jie's stamina was still abundant, making scoring seem as effortless as chopping vegetables. However, as the game progressed into the second and third quarters, his scoring efficiency would inevitably decline as fatigue set in. Even if one player could amass 50 points on the court, the opposing team only needed 5 players to score 10 points each. So, which scenario do you think is simpler? One person scoring 50 points or 5 players each scoring 10? Remember the Lakers and Spurs matchup during the 2002-2003 Western Conference semifinals? Kobe was similarly constrained by the astute strategy of Popovich. Thus, the real concern should not be for the Timberwolves, but rather for the Pacers. If they continue to let Feng Jie shoulder the scoring burden alone, how will the other players develop their shooting rhythm? Scoring is not merely about taking a shot whenever there is space. It requires a continuous flow of ball movement to gradually find one's shooting touch. I believe that once Feng Jie steps off the court, it will present an excellent opportunity for the Timberwolves to close the gap. Zhang Weiping's analysis was incisive and coherent, with each statement unlocking new insights for the audience regarding the tactical intricacies of the game. His observations were indeed unique and profound, markedly different from the usual discourse. Many fans watching at home might have wondered, who is speaking through Zhang Weiping? Is this truly his voice? Often, fans become irate when they see the primary ball handler successfully draw defensive attention only to pass the basketball to an open teammate who fails to convert the shot. They might angrily denounce the teammate as inept, lamenting the squandered opportunity. Yet, how many players in the league can consistently make a shot upon receiving the ball without having touched it much throughout the game? As the Timberwolves resumed play, Sprewell confidently caught the basketball and promptly signaled for the center to come forward for a pick and roll. He bent low and surged towards the paint, his speed and explosiveness drawing the attention of numerous defenders. He then skillfully passed the ball to Garnett, who had moved to the high post. Chapter 68. Teammates struggling to find their rhythm. The pass from Garnett was delivered with perfect speed and force. Serbiak, known as a shooter in the league, had once boasted a shooting percentage as high as 45.5. However, due to injuries, his three-point shooting percentage this season had dipped to 37.3. Yet, in an era focused on penetrating the paint, he was still considered a sharpshooter. Receiving the pass beyond the arc, he elevated and released the shot, which flew like an arrow, piercing the net with precision. This successful three-pointer helped the Timberwolves reclaim 3 points and stabilize the situation on the court. On the other end, as the Pacers advanced, Tinsley smoothly dribbled past half-court, meticulously assessing his teammates' positioning. He quickly realized that nearly all of his teammates were being closely guarded by the opposing defenders. Was the intensity of regular season defense truly this high? Did it feel like playoff basketball? For a moment, Tinsley felt as though he had traversed time. It appeared that only Feng Jie faced a relatively lax defense. With no other option, Tinsley reluctantly passed the ball back to Feng Jie. After receiving the ball, Feng Jie swiftly beckoned Cloutier to come forward for a pick and roll. He had been relying on his speed to outmaneuver Edie Griffin in several exchanges, yet he could distinctly feel his stamina waning. His opponent was effectively blocking his advances. It was apparent that he could no longer depend solely on speed to force his way through the defensive line. Such a strategy was indeed exhausting. Continuing in this manner would only hasten his physical depletion. Following the screen, Both Edie Griffin and Sebiak's defensive focus was entirely drawn towards Feng Jie. Meanwhile, Cloutier found himself in an excellent position, completely unguarded beyond the arc, as if in a vacuum. Feng Jie possesses an astonishing sense of the game and an exceptional court vision. With a deft flick of his right hand, he executed a behind-the-back bounce pass. The entire movement was executed with elegance and proficiency. Such a challenging passing technique was as effortless for him as the daily act of dining. This action, without a hint of doubt, reignited the fervor of the home crowd. Oh my, what a truly magnificent pass. The audience erupted in unison, their cheers crashing like waves. The basketball was precisely delivered into his teammates' hands. As previously noted by Zhang Weiping, receiving the ball, Crocer swiftly and decisively launched a shot from beyond the arc. Perhaps due to a prolonged absence from the game, the trajectory of the ball veered slightly to the left, ultimately striking the rim and bouncing out. What a shame. Such a splendid opportunity squandered. Is this an NBA player? I could have made that shot. Fans watching at home couldn't help but criticize Crocer. Lacking the prompt of skill badges in his mind, Feng Jie was the first to sense that the ball was destined to bounce out. He preemptively positioned himself advantageously, firmly boxing out Eddie Griffin. Successfully securing the rebound, he deftly tossed the ball back to Crocer. Try again. No need to rush. After receiving the ball once more, Crocer attempted another shot from the three-point line, but alas, he missed again. This time, the basketball ricocheted directly towards Garnett. He soared high, effortlessly securing the ball with a clean motion. After several exchanges, the Timberwolves continued to adhere to their tactical approach without any alterations. The Pacers relied solely on Feng Jie's remarkable individual offensive prowess. Ultimately, he accrued 4 points, bringing his total to 20 points in the first quarter with 3 minutes remaining. Following this, Feng Jie took a breather, and Fred Jones came off the bench. What a remarkable achievement. 20 points in a single quarter. 3-point shooting 1-1, 2-point shooting 6-6. Free throws 5-5. A perfect shooting percentage of 100 in the first quarter. Feng Jie has set a franchise record for the Pacers as the first player to score 20 points in a single quarter. The announcement reverberated through the arena, as DJ and various studios relayed this news to the live audience and viewers at home. They were left in sheer awe of Feng Jie's prowess. Incredible. How could the Timberwolves not have Garnett defend against him? Garnett, who are you even guarding? Are you playing against the Mavericks again, defending against Bradley and LaFrance? The forum's diehard critics seemed to celebrate as if it were a holiday. Feng Jie truly is a formidable talent. The game has indeed been thrilling, from the initial clash with Garnett to Feng Jie's entrance, culminating in a historic achievement for the Pacers. These spectacles compelled all NBA fans to abandon other games and tune in to witness the Pacers battle the Timberwolves. Viewership soared as discussions reached a fever pitch. Congratulations to the host for receiving a talent extraction opportunity, Progress 9. Seated on the bench, Feng Jie envisioned the rewards from the extraction value, feeling they were rather meager. With the entirety of the first quarter dominated by his offensive leadership, the team's rhythm disintegrated in his absence. Other players struggled to find their touch, repeatedly missing their shots. During this period, the Pacers experienced a 6-possession scoring drought. Meanwhile, Garnett, Sprewell, and Sebiak of the Timberwolves seized this golden opportunity to unleash a vigorous counterattack, successfully taking the lead. Following their scoring, Garnett appeared particularly elated, incessantly taunting Feng Jie on the bench. His demeanor resembled that of a small man reveling in his fleeting success, which was quite irksome to witness. Observing this, Coach Carlisle promptly called for a timeout, opting to reintroduce the rested Reggie Miller. The veteran entered the game, a single player capable of performing as two. For an elder in the house is like a treasure. Leveraging his extensive experience and steady skills, he swiftly accumulated 4 points, bringing the score to 24-26, momentarily trailing the Timberwolves. During the break, Coach Rick Carlisle was filled with a sense of helplessness and concern. He had not anticipated the severe repercussions of Feng Jie's absence from the court. Thus, he hurriedly reassessed the strategy, addressing his players with urgency. Feng Jie, you need to minimize your ball handling and isolation plays, focusing instead on setting screens off the ball. Others should not simply linger on the perimeter waiting for passes. Everyone must actively move, engage in off-ball screens, and ensure that when passing, you are mindful of timing and your teammates' positions. Players with shooting abilities should position themselves outside the arc, avoiding the temptation to drive into the paint too easily. We must ensure the ball circulates swiftly. Is that understood? Feng Jie felt a twinge of discontent upon hearing the coach's directive to reduce isolation plays. He believed that, given a few more opportunities, the opposing team would undoubtedly resort to double-teaming him. Standing at 206 centimeters, he could easily distribute the ball to an open teammate when faced with such a defense. At that juncture, his teammates would be better positioned to capitalize on offensive opportunities. Why not persist a little longer? Unfortunately, in the current team dynamics, he was obliged to adhere to the coach's strategies. He was not yet at the level of a superstar who could engage in tactical discussions with the coach. Meanwhile, the Timberwolves had gained a significant morale boost towards the end of the first quarter, thanks to a series of successful scores, instilling a sense of confidence within the team. Coach Philip Saunders, recognizing the team's favorable state, felt there was nothing particularly urgent to address, merely instructing his players to execute the offensive strategies practiced during training. Did you see that? Just as I predicted, Carlisle has been entirely disengaged from the game in the first quarter, Zhang Weiping remarked, exuding a sense of satisfaction. As his earlier assessments unfolded as anticipated, perhaps due to his foresight regarding the game's trajectory, he continued excitedly. Now the score difference is merely 2 points. With Feng Jie battling through personal offensive capabilities against the Timberwolves' tactics. Why does every team aspire to have players akin to Kobe, Shaquille, McGrady, or Iverson? Because often, a coach's strategy can only enhance a team's performance. Ultimately, it is the players who execute it. Was Phil Jackson truly exceptional? Without Jordan, Pippen, Rodman, Kobe, or Shaquille, one might reconsider his record. Although the audience in the Celestial Empire acknowledged Feng Jie's prowess, they could hardly fathom that Zhang Weiping had already placed him on par with the likes of Kobe, Shaquille, or Iverson in his mind. With fans come detractors. Yet Feng Jie's recent performances have been nothing short of impeccable, leaving little room for criticism. As the brief intermission concluded, the game resumed. Castle re-entered the court for the Timberwolves, while Garnett, fueled by youthful vigor, continued to battle on the floor, allowing the older Sprewell to rest and conserve energy. For the Pacers, Feng Jie returned to the game, this time positioned as a small forward, with James Jones being substituted out. It seemed improbable that Serbiak could effectively guard Feng Jie. Perhaps they should simply let Garnett take on the defensive role. I recall that during the draft, Feng Jie primarily showcased his skills as a power forward. Now, he has adeptly transitioned through the roles of point guard, shooting guard, small forward, and power forward. It is entirely possible that in future games, we may even witness him occupying the center position. Truly, he embodies the definition of a versatile player capable of excelling in all 5 positions. Barkley and Kenny Smith engaged in a lively exchange, discussing the highlights displayed on the court. Since the Pacers had initiated the game, the Timberwolves rightfully held possession for the second quarter. As the team's cornerstone, Garnett was naturally entrusted with the first play. He engaged in a fierce struggle with Crozier in the low post, both players fiercely competing for advantageous positioning. Ultimately, Garnett, leveraging his impressive physical attributes and solid fundamentals, managed to establish a firm foothold. At that moment, Castle, after a brief assessment, opted for the safest passing route, delivering a bounce pass securely into Garnett's hands. Upon receiving the ball, Garnett, noticing Foster's watchful gaze in the paint, quickly dismissed the notion of a forceful drive to the basket. Instead, he resorted to his usual tactics, rhythmically feinting to the left and right, attempting to baffle Crozier, making it difficult for his opponent to predict his point of attack. After falling for Garnett's deceptive maneuvers several times, Crozier, feeling somewhat exasperated, abandoned his defensive efforts, extending his arms and inching closer to Garnett's right side. Internally, he thought, "Come on, just shoot already, stop toying around." At that opportune moment, Garnett seized the opportunity, exerting power through his right leg. As Crozier's body was still leaning to the right, Garnett swiftly pivoted and executed a jump shot to the left. Perhaps due to the acute angle of his jump, the shot's power was slightly excessive, causing the ball to ricochet off the rim and soar upwards. Foster, who had been vigilantly positioned near the paint, focused intently on the ball's trajectory. As it bounced back, he sprang into action, confidently securing the rebound with both hands. As Feng Jie shouted loudly, he sprinted towards the opponent's half, attempting to initiate a fast break. Upon hearing the commotion, Foster instinctively glanced in Feng Jie's direction. However, at that moment, 2 players from the Timberwolves stood in his path, ready to intercept. Weighing his options, Foster realized that given his current passing abilities, it would be exceedingly challenging to pass the ball directly through these defenders to Feng Jie. Thus, he decisively opted to pass the ball to Fred Jones instead. What is going on? Why not simply lob the ball over? Is he too timid to attempt a penetrating pass? Observing Foster's decision, Feng Jie helplessly shook his head, internally expressing his frustration. The Pacers then shifted to a more structured offensive approach. Feng Jie took the initiative to set a screen for Reggie Miller, effectively positioning Sprewell behind him. Consequently, the responsibility of defending Reggie Miller now fell upon Szczebiak's shoulders. After completing a screen, Feng Jie swiftly moved outward to the three-point line, effectively clearing space in the paint for his team. Meanwhile, Foster actively set a screen for Fred Jones, successfully obstructing Castle's defense. At this moment, Garnett took over the defensive duties against Fred Jones. Following the screen, Foster descended with purpose, ready to receive the ball, poised to effortlessly capitalize on an opportunity. This intricate series of tactical maneuvers unfolded almost simultaneously. Szczebiak's speed was evidently insufficient to keep pace with Reggie Miller. With space for an offensive play, Miller sprinted towards Fred Jones, who, upon noticing his teammate's approach, unhesitatingly passed the basketball to him. He then dashed towards the three-point line. Garnett found himself in a quandary. If he opted to defend Miller, he would inevitably leave Jones unguarded beyond the arc. Conversely, should he choose to shadow Jones, Miller would have an almost guaranteed opportunity to score from that position. After weighing the pros and cons of two-point versus three-point shots, Garnett ultimately decided to follow the offensive player, Fred Jones, beyond the three-point line. Consequently, Miller successfully received the basketball and gained the space necessary for an open shot. As Garnett had anticipated, Miller released the ball with ease. The basketball swished through the net, securing 2 points for his team. The Pacers managed to once again equalize the score, while possession reverted to the Timberwolves. Sprewell held a profound confidence in his one-on-one skills. Chapter 70. Garnett. I present to you a pacifier. Out of the corner of his eye, Sprewell noticed Feng Jie swiftly approaching to provide support beside Eddie Griffin. Thus, in a moment of decisive action, Sprewell soared into the air and instantly altered his offensive strategy, intending to retract the ball and skillfully dish it to the open and awaiting Eddie Griffin. As Feng Jie observed his opponent's movements, he swiftly spread his arms and legs, thus widening his defensive range. In that fleeting moment before the ball was passed, Sprewell momentarily overlooked Feng Jie's impressive wingspan of 217 centimeters. Like a great frog preparing to leap, Feng Jie utilized both hands and feet, adopting an extraordinarily peculiar posture to disrupt the trajectory of the soaring basketball. He altered its course, sending it off in an unexpected direction. How can this guy's defensive coverage be so extensive? Sprewell mused inwardly, astonished and frustrated. Isn't he supposed to be incapable of guarding me? Why even attempt to pass? Why not take the shot? Is he afraid I might swat it away? Upon landing, Feng Jie, with his fierce expression, bellowed at his opponent, his words spitting forth in a spray that hit Sprewell's face. This served as a retort to Sprewell's previous taunts, illustrating that Feng Jie held no grudges, as he had promptly retaliated. When the two faced each other, the formidable Sprewell found himself momentarily intimidated by Feng Jie's imposing presence. Appearing almost childlike at 196 centimeters and 88 kilograms, the aura of Feng Jie enveloped him. Following this successful defensive maneuver, players from both teams turned their attention to the basketball. The agile Reggie Miller seized the opportunity to gain possession of the ball, swiftly passing it to the ever-ready Fred Jones stationed at the perimeter. A fast break ensued with astonishing speed. Jones, though not particularly tall, sprinted effortlessly into the unguarded paint area, preparing for an unchallenged layup. However, the tenacious Garnett was no slouch either, keeping close behind Jones with remarkable speed. Just as Jones took his shot, Garnett leapt high in response. With a sharp whistle, the ball was emphatically swatted away by Garnett. Yet, to his dismay, the referee called a defensive foul against him. Upon landing, Garnett's face was a mixture of frustration and bewilderment. To him, that defensive play was executed flawlessly without any contact. How could it possibly be a foul? Did I really commit a foul just now? I felt my actions were entirely justified. This time, Garnett adopted a more restrained demeanor, a departure from his usual impulsiveness. He shrugged lightly, palms open, his face reflecting a hint of anxiety as he approached the referee, seeking to engage in dialogue. He had always been confident in his exceptional performance skills, embodying the adage of speaking appropriately to different audiences. In the NBA, players frequently exert pressure on referees to gain favorable calls in future plays. This phenomenon is quite prevalent. Many stars capitalize on every opportunity to appeal to the officials, often resorting to gestures of supplication. However, unexpectedly, just as Garnett began to articulate his case, Feng Jie appeared like a wraith, interposing himself between Garnett and the referee, abruptly halting their exchange. Do not converse with the referee. Do not attempt to sway his judgment. Feng Jie spoke loudly while deftly maneuvering his body. Garnett shifted to the left, seeking to engage the referee in further debate, and Feng Jie closely followed suit. When Garnett moved to the right, Feng Jie unwaveringly mirrored his actions. Damn, this guy is infuriating, more troublesome than I am. Garnett seethed inwardly, recalling how he had always relied on his sharp tongue and various tactics to unsettle others on the court. He never anticipated that he would be so repeatedly vexed by Feng Jie. Get out of my way, you idiot. Garnett could no longer contain his inner fury and erupted in a fit of rage. Damn it, is this your home? You think you can just order me to move? If you want to cry, go find your mother. The referee is not here to cater to you. As Feng Jie witnessed Garnett speak up, he naturally could not allow himself to be at a disadvantage, and thus unleashed a torrent of words. The referee, observing the chaos before him, darkened his expression. He sternly demanded that both individuals immediately return to their respective positions, preparing to execute the free throw. Hey Reggie, is your son's pacifier still at home? Feng Jie intentionally raised his voice, calling out loudly. Reggie Miller, taken aback by this sudden outburst, displayed a hint of confusion and instinctively looked up at him. His demeanor resembled that of a child crying for his mother's milk. If he had a pacifier, we might as well send one to Minnesota. My son has a pink one at home. I wonder if he would like it. Reggie Miller, a master of banter, immediately grasped Feng Jie's teasing and began to engage in a spirited exchange, mercilessly mocking Garnett. The Timberwolves players, often tormented by Garnett's trash talk during practice, were thrilled. Well done, Feng. Finally, someone is putting Garnett in his place. Their hearts swelled with joy, as if they had witnessed someone capable of standing up to Garnett. Several Timberwolves players clenched their fists in excitement, tears of joy shimmering in their eyes. They even dramatically gazed at the horizon at a 45-degree angle, expressing their inner delight and exhilaration. Garnett, however, was quite distressed, feeling that Feng Jie's jibes were overly cliché and lacked originality, rendering them harmless. With more than half a game left, he feared this unbearable situation would continue, prompting him to devise some clever tactics. Meanwhile, the game went on as Fred Jones stood at the free throw line, preparing to shoot. His first attempt veered slightly off course but, fortunately, found its way through the net. As for the second shot, perhaps influenced by the previous one, he adjusted his aim and strength, only to have the ball bounce off the rim. At that moment, Garnett and Eddie Griffin, leveraging their robust physiques and superior positioning skills, successfully boxed out Feng Jie Foster, creating a favorable environment for their teammates to contest the rebound. Sesbiak seized the opportunity, darting into the paint to secure the rebound. Originally, Sesbiak intended to pass the ball to the experienced Castle, but it seemed his teammates were uninterested in receiving the ball. Reluctantly, he dribbled slowly past half-court, aware that as a shooter, recovering from a significant injury, he could not breach the opponent's defense and had to wait outside the three-point line for his teammates to execute their play. The Pacers' defensive setup was astutely organized, effectively countering several of their strategies. With only 11 seconds remaining in the game, Garnett swiftly positioned himself opposite Sesbiak. Utilizing his formidable physique and exceptional spatial awareness, he firmly established his position, reaching out for the ball, attempting to resolve the play with a low-post isolation. Seeing Garnett signal for the ball, Sesbiak lobbed it into the paint. Crozier, understanding Garnett's low-post game, sought to solicit help from his teammates for a double team. Unfortunately, they were too spread out, with Sesbiak and Sprewell nearby. If they double-teamed, someone would inevitably be left open, forcing the others to watch as he defended Garnett one-on-one. Garnett, with his back to the basket, aggressively pushed into the paint, while Crozier slightly retreated. From about 10 feet away from the basket, he executed a sudden, backward fadeaway jumper. His impressive wingspan of 226 centimeters, combined with his remarkable jumping ability, rendered Crozier's feeble attempt to contest the shot ineffective. The ball ricocheted off the rim a few times before finally rolling into the net. Thanks to Garnett's basket, the Timberwolves regained the lead. In the subsequent 8 minutes of play, Feng Jie was substituted early by Coach Carlisle, replaced by Tinsley. This move equalized the competitive strength of the Pacers and Timberwolves, with neither side able to effectively limit the other's sharp offense. The score oscillated dramatically. During the second quarter, The self-satisfied Carlisle made a tactical adjustment he deemed reasonable, opting to significantly reduce Feng Jie's south presence on the court while allocating more shooting opportunities to Reggie Miller, Fred Jones, and Tinsley. This decision baffled many fans and commentators. What is Carlisle up to now? Why isn't he letting Feng handle more plays? Director Zhang, who had previously recognized the Timberwolves' tactics, sought to understand the situation. Perhaps it's a matter of Feng Jie's stamina. Only in such a case would he share the ball, Zhang Weiping suggested. But Feng Jie seems full of energy. He has already rested in the first quarter, and the second quarter has only just begun. Sun Zhengping pressed on. Then it must be that Carlisle has devised a new plan. The commentary felt almost pointless, yearning to uncover the coach's intentions. In the eyes of the average fan, Feng Jie had demonstrated an ability indistinguishable from that of a star player. Why then did the coach not enhance his usage rate and instead deliberately distribute precious ball-handling duties among other teammates? If Tyronn Lue were coaching, he would have naturally directed the ball to his strongest player, as he did throughout his career with Yao Ming, Shaquille O'Neal, and Kobe Bryant, all of whom led their teams to victory. What could possibly be wrong with that? In truth, Coach Carlisle's strategy stemmed from a profound consideration for the overall stability of the team's tactical system. He sought to avoid the chaotic scenario that unfolded when Feng Jie sat out in the first quarter, where the team resembled a headless fly, aimlessly flailing on the court. Unless Feng Jie were superhuman, endowed with limitless stamina to play all 81 games of the season and maintain peak performance throughout, it was indeed a necessary strategy to allow teammates greater opportunities to grow. Otherwise, if Feng Jie were to struggle with his shooting or face targeted defensive strategies from opponents in subsequent games, it could jeopardize the team's performance. In the moment when Feng Jie most desperately needed his teammates to rise and alleviate the scoring pressure, he discovered that they had devolved into mere automatons, mechanically executing tactics devoid of the essential ability to initiate offense independently. Consequently, the team found itself ensnared in a passive predicament, akin to being relentlessly battered. It seemed more prudent to seize the opportunity presented by Feng Jie's assistance and commence training the squad. This would inevitably place an additional burden on Feng Jie, whose annual salary ranged from $700,000 to $800,000. It is precisely this contrast that informed the tactical arrangements, leading to an extraordinary first quarter where Feng Jie, akin to a deity of war, amassed 20 points, only to see his output dwindle to a mere 4 points in the second quarter, culminating in his reluctant substitution for rest. Nevertheless, his overall performance in the first half was nothing short of spectacular, yielding a remarkable stat line: 24 points, 3 assists, and 6 rebounds, all without a single turnover. He attempted a total of 10 shots in the first half, achieving an impressive 4 of 6 from beyond the arc, 3 of 4 on 2-point attempts, and a perfect 6 for 6 from the free throw line, showcasing an unwaveringly efficient offensive display. The absence of errors was largely due to his teammates' staunch defense, leaving him to shoulder the scoring burden alone. Tragically, his meager 3 assists were a direct result of the lack of opportunities to facilitate passes. Reggie Miller, amidst intense defensive scrutiny, relied solely on his shooting prowess, managing to score 10 points, contribute 1 assist, secure 1 steal, and grab 2 rebounds, albeit with 2 turnovers to his name. While his scoring may seem substantial, his shooting accuracy left much to be desired, having converted only 3 of 9 attempts, 1 of 3 from 3-point range and 2 of 6 from 2-point range. Fortunately, he salvaged his scoring numbers with a commendable 3 of 4 from the free throw line. Off the bench, Tinsley performed admirably in limited minutes, contributing 10 points and 3 assists, though he too committed 2 turnovers. Fred Jones similarly netted 8 points, along with 1 turnover, 2 assists, and 1 steal. Foster managed a paltry 2 points and 5 rebounds, alongside a single block, rendering a minimal contribution on the defensive end. Croshier recorded 3 points and 3 rebounds, along with 1 steal. James Jones's performance was even more lackluster, as he registered a mere 2 points. Chapter 72. The awkward Carlisle under the intense defensive pressure exerted by the Timberwolves. The overall performance of the Pacers players was lamentably dismal. Each individual donned towels over their heads, desiring silence as they braced themselves for the coach's admonishment. Garnett contributed 15 points, 1 steal, and 7 rebounds, though he also incurred 2 turnovers. He attempted 11 shots, all of which were 2-pointers, successfully converting 5. His free throw shooting was notably efficient, hitting 5 of 6 attempts. Serbiak managed to score 9 points, provide 1 assist, and secure 1 steal, attempting 7 shots, 2 of 5 from 3-point range and 1 of 2 from 2-point range, along with 1 of 2 from the free throw line, thus providing some external firepower for the team. Sprewell was notably active, scoring 13 points, delivering 1 assist, securing 1 steal, and grabbing 2 rebounds. With a total of 14 attempts, 2 of 6 from beyond the arc, 3 of 8 from inside, and 1 of 2 from the charity stripe, showcasing a robust personal offensive capability. Castle recorded 9 points, 4 assists, and 1 steal, albeit with 3 turnovers, playing a role in orchestrating the offense. Hassel added 6 points and 2 assists, while Eddie Griffin tallied 4 points and 3 rebounds. In the first half, the Timberwolves relied on their exceptional rebounding ability to dominate the Pacers in the paint, creating numerous opportunities for second-chance points. Had it not been for these second-chance opportunities, given their shooting percentage in the first half, they would have found it nearly impossible to establish a lead. As the first half concluded, the score settled at 59-62, with the Pacers trailing the Timberwolves. Where there are fans, there are inevitably detractors. Feng Jie's statistics significantly surpass those of his teammates. However, the team finds itself in a disadvantageous position. This peculiar circumstance has incited a wave of excitement among detractors, who have taken to various forums to vehemently criticize Feng Jie. The discourse is rife with unrelenting accusations, branding him as a mere stat padder, claiming that he is solely focused on his own scoring, indifferent to the team's victories or defeats. Some have resorted to even more venomous labels, likening him to a leech or a cancerous growth. There are whispers of mockery, with posts suggesting that Brother Jie should leave. He owes nothing to the Pacers now. The team may have lost, but he has not. Don't weep. Stand up and continue to strive. Naturally, Feng Jie's supporters are not idle, coming forth to defend him vigorously. They urge others to open their eyes and truly see the caliber of players surrounding him, those who struggle to make a single basket despite numerous attempts, yet manage to maintain a presence in the NBA. Aside from Reggie Miller, it seems unlikely that any of these players would even be wanted in the CBA. In a matter of moments, forums are inundated with discussions centered around Feng Jie, and in the celestial realm, a wave of criticism precedes his rise to fame. Congratulations to the host for receiving a 5 progress towards the talent extraction opportunity. Feng Jie wore a puzzled expression, wondering if it was possible for someone to draw values from the heavens while seated on the sidelines. At that moment, Coach Carlisle, sitting on the bench, was engulfed in profound contemplation. As a coach of a scholarly disposition, despite achieving victories in previous matches largely due to Feng Jie's exceptional performance, he was inwardly inclined towards the principles of team basketball. He firmly believed that basketball should rely on the collective strength of the team, and he did not wish for the team to depend solely on Feng Jie's individual prowess to secure wins. This was fundamentally at odds with his coaching philosophy, creating a sense of dissonance. Although he had granted Feng Jie unrestricted freedom in the last game, leading to remarkable offensive results, he was reluctant to adopt this approach again, as it made him feel utterly dispensable, relegated to a mere observer on the court, an unacceptable position for a coach of his caliber. Conversely, there were those who reveled in such circumstances, like Coach Liu, Hewendang, Nash, and Kidd, all of whom shared a common trait. They transitioned from players to coaches. Such coaches tended to have greater faith in the game-controlling abilities of their star players. In Carlisle's view, an exemplary coach ought to possess the adaptability to devise effective strategies, irrespective of the player lineup, guiding the team through challenges to achieve victory. Thus, Carlisle found himself in a state of inner turmoil, which inevitably affected the players' confidence on the court, leading to a disjointed and uncomfortable performance. Offensively, they appeared lost amid Garnett's defense, lacking direction. Defensively, they struggled, with numerous gaps exposing their vulnerabilities, resulting in a disorganized overall display. As Carlisle surveyed the statistics of the players on the bench from the previous season, he felt a deep sense of helplessness. Croshier contributed a mere 5.9 points per game, data that was far from satisfactory. Rookie James Jones, selected at the 49th pick in the second round of 2003, averaged only 1.2 points, yet was now thrust into a starting role. Fred Jones managed 10.2 points per game, exhibiting some scoring ability, but could he truly bear the burden of leading the offense? Tinsley averaged 8.3 points, suited for street ball, yet faltered in a structured game. To add to the challenge, the aging Reggie Miller, despite his wealth of experience, was undoubtedly affected by the passage of time. This configuration of players was simply unsatisfactory, It was indeed a case of the skilled cook struggling without the essential ingredients. Gazing at the technical statistics in his hand, Carlisle noted players who shot poorly, one going 1 for 4 from beyond the arc and another failing to score on 4 attempts. These figures reflected the subpar performance of those who were given the opportunity to play in Feng Jie's absence. Despite the successful execution of plays and the emergence of open shots, this group of players could not manage to find the basket. How could this not evoke a sense of frustration? Clearing his throat, Carlisle successfully drew the attention of all the players. Your performance in the first half was commendable, and I am deeply satisfied, he began, though his tone betrayed a hint of insincerity. In reality, we created numerous opportunities, but regrettably failed to convert them. Had we capitalized on these chances, we would undoubtedly be leading now. This statement, while sounding somewhat profound, lacked substantive content. In the realm of basketball, the side that successfully scores during offense and effectively restricts the opponent during defense will emerge victorious, much like deducing a culprit's gender. In truth, the Timberwolves no longer possessed players capable of genuinely breaching our defense. Carlisle continued his analysis, noting that Castle had been ravaged by injuries, his speed long diminished. Similarly, the returning Serbiak was now merely a competent shooter, with his overall threat significantly reduced. Taking a pause, Carlisle looked at the team once more. In the second half, I expect you to intensify your efforts in securing defensive rebounds. We cannot afford to allow the opponent to seize rebounds and initiate second-chance opportunities as we did in the first half. Upon hearing this, Foster, Croshier, and Harrison of the Pacers could not help but roll their eyes in frustration. They silently lamented, "Can we be blamed for this? You substituted Feng Jie out, replacing him with Tinsley, who stands at only 185 centimeters, and Fred Jones, who is 188 centimeters. It was already a struggle to contend with Garnett in the paint, and after exhausting ourselves holding him off, we turned to find our teammates unable to secure the rebounds." As Carlisle prepared to outline the offensive strategy, he resolved to allow Feng Jie to take center stage and score relentlessly until the opposing team was compelled to double-team him. "Feng, in the second half, I want you to score as you have in the previous games. Observe your teammates carefully and create opportunities for them when they arise." Ultimately, Carlisle surrendered to the formidable influence of Feng Jie, deciding to take one last bold step. "Don't worry, coach. I have been awaiting this directive for quite some time," came the confident response from Feng Jie. On the Timberwolves bench, Philip Saunders focused intently on Feng Jie's impressive 24-point performance in the first half, feeling a sense of resignation. He then clapped vigorously, raising his voice to announce, in the second half, that young rookie named Feng will be back on the court. He then turned his encouraging gaze to Eddie Griffin, affirming, "Eddie, your performance in the first half was exceptional. You did well to contain Feng Jie. I hope you can maintain that intensity in the second half. Keep a close watch on him, wear him down, and deny him any easy opportunities to receive the ball. Be like a treacherous quagmire, ensnaring his feet, forcing him to work for every move. Kevin, remember to assist him on defense. The opposing perimeter players have been struggling with their three-point shooting, so you can afford to loosen up a bit. There is no other option." He can only continue to inspire and motivate Eddie Griffin. After all, he has made considerable efforts on defense, and it would be unreasonable to chastise him. One must understand that this individual is battling depression. Given the current state of the team, it is challenging to find another player who can match Feng Jie in terms of height, weight, and speed, apart from Eddie Griffin. Of course, there is also Garnett, but he is tasked with offensive responsibilities and cannot afford to expend excessive energy. Perhaps Griffin's defensive prowess has exhausted Feng Jie, leading to his premature exit from the game, indicating that the strategy has been effective. If Feng Jie had remained on the court, his scoring might have exceeded a mere 24 points. Should that scenario arise, Garnett would have to be deployed specifically to guard him. Simultaneously exhausting Garnett's stamina on both ends of the court would severely impact the team's offensive efficiency. Despite the team managing to overcome an earlier deficit and take the lead, he remains profoundly dissatisfied with the performance of the other players aside from Garnett. As the head coach of the Timberwolves, he undoubtedly comprehends the team's current predicament better than Carlisle. Last year, the team secured the top position in the Western Conference and advanced to the Western Conference Finals. However, this year, the competitive state of the two core players has significantly declined. To speak candidly, Philip Saunders harbors little expectation for the team's success this season. The 5 players currently on the court are all starters, yet they still rely heavily on Garnett to compete evenly with the Pacers. who have cobbled together a lineup of marginal bench players. This is a team comprised of 4 second-in-command players, clearly lacking a decisive offensive leader in crucial moments. If one were to argue that the 2003 to 2004 championship Pistons were also formed from 5 second-in-command players, the question arises, how many champions resemble the Pistons? The Timberwolves are in dire need of a primary star, which has led to this uncomfortable situation. Philip Saunders yearns for a player with formidable scoring ability, even if their defense is lacking, as this would truly activate the existing roster of the Timberwolves. The problem they face is that when contending against relatively weaker teams, the offensive firepower of Garnett, Sprewell, Castle, and Serbiak suffices. However, when faced with formidable opponents, scoring becomes an arduous task. Whenever the game reaches a stalemate, the team desperately requires a player who can step up and break the deadlock. Superstars like McGrady, Kobe, O'Neal, and Iverson possess the ability to decisively alter the course of the game. To put it plainly, the Timberwolves are a team that thrives on defeating weaker opponents. His mind even begins to entertain the notion of trading Sprewell, Serbiak, and Castle, players whose reputations outweigh their performance, in exchange for Feng Jie. Trade? Indeed. Why not explore the possibility of acquiring Feng Jie? The Pacers are currently shorthanded. A trade should be feasible. In truth, he is not alone in harboring such thoughts. Executives throughout the league are likely formulating preliminary trade plans in their minds. According to the game rules, the Pacers control possession in the first quarter. Thus, the Timberwolves naturally receive the ball to start the third quarter. As the game commences, Garnett synchronously sets a high screen for Castle. Following this, he swiftly rolls out, and Castle accurately returns the ball to Garnett at the high post, a classic tactic that proved effective last season. Subsequently, leveraging his speed and offensive skill, Garnett prepares to initiate an attack from the high post. Upon witnessing the successful reception of the ball, Foster immediately focuses intently, raising his arms and frantically waving them in front of Garnett in an attempt to disrupt him. Unfortunately, such tactics prove futile. Foster is reluctant to adopt a close-guarding strategy, fully aware that if he allows Garnett to close the distance, Garnett could effortlessly accelerate past him with a single step, easily breaching his defensive line. Foster's footwork cannot keep pace with Garnett's speed. Thus, he wisely opts to create distance, hoping Garnett attempts a shot from 22 feet. While secretly harboring the hope that his shooting touch will falter, Garnett executes several deceptive triple-threat probing steps, plunging Foster into a dilemma. He desires to rush forward to contest the shot, but fears being overwhelmed by Garnett's explosive speed. At that moment of indecision, Garnett seizes the opportunity, skillfully utilizing the brief moment of weight shift to accelerate. Lowering his body and unleashing an unexpected burst of speed, he swiftly penetrates the paint area from the right side. With no other recourse, Foster raises his arms high, desperately attempting to obstruct Garnett's path. Meanwhile, Feng Jie, who is diligently defending Eddie Griffin at the right corner three-point line, swiftly steps inward to tighten the interior defense. He aims to assist his teammate in contesting Garnett's entry into the paint, perhaps even snatching a steal. Garnett, acutely aware of Feng Jie's intentions, adapts his strategy mid-dribble. As he breaks toward the basket, he pivots on his left foot, coming to a complete stop. With a sudden burst of power, he swiftly turns and executes a smooth hook shot toward the left side of the paint. The basketball arcs gracefully through the air, swishing through the net for an effortless 2 points. Rookie, until you possess formidable strength, it is best to swallow your meaningless trash talk, Garnett retorts, retreating swiftly on defense while vociferously addressing Feng Jie. Perhaps you should engage your brain before speaking, glance at the scoreboard, and consider how many points you've scored. Feng Jie's words left him momentarily stunned. FAQ had completely forgotten that he had already scored 24 points, his frustration muddling his thoughts. Garnett was in distress, questioning why his performance was so lackluster today, feeling utterly devoid of offensive power. The Pacers resumed play, and Carlisle finally resolved to grant Feng Jie the unrestricted freedom to command the game once more. He was once again entrusted with the responsibility of orchestrating the play. This was Feng Jie's 4th game, and he could not afford to let his coach down. Upon receiving the pass from his teammate, he swiftly advanced the ball into the frontcourt, brimming with vigor. As he crossed half-court, his gaze rapidly scanned his surroundings, assessing the opponent's defensive setup. It appeared unchanged, mirroring the first half. The Timberwolves were resolutely defending their teammates, allowing him to take the offensive. Since the opposition was so generous, he would not hold back. They were about to witness the formidable strength of Feng Jie, who combined the offensive prowess of James Harden from the 22-23 season with the athleticism of Clarkson from the 21-22 season, unleashing his full potential. Feng Jie confronted the defensive player, tensing the muscles in his legs, and with a powerful thrust of his right foot, he propelled himself off the ground. Eschewing any flamboyant maneuvers, he relied solely on the explosive power of his legs. In an instant, he resembled an aircraft gliding just above the earth. Surging to the right with remarkable speed, Eddie Griffin watched in astonishment as Feng Jie unleashed this burst of velocity. Gritting his teeth, he summoned every ounce of strength to desperately shift to the right, hoping to intercept Feng Jie's path. Suddenly, Feng Jie halted, executing a remarkably agile stop. Eddie Griffin quickly decelerated, curious about what trick his adversary might employ next. In a heartbeat, Feng Jie's right foot surged forward once more with an unstoppable momentum. Ultimately, Eddie Griffin could not keep pace with Feng Jie's lightning-fast rhythm, and in an instant, he was unceremoniously bypassed by Feng Jie's raw power. Feng Jie surged forward, making a beeline for the paint. There was no one within a meter of him, yet advancing further would invite Garnett's defensive assistance. To circumvent the imminent threat posed by Garnett, he decisively opted for a mid-range jumper. As the basketball traced a graceful and fluid arc through the air, it swished through the net, securing a well-deserved 2 points. The score remained a mere 3 points apart. The Timberwolves launched their offense. Garnett and Sprewell executed a seamless handoff just beyond the left side of the three-point line, displaying remarkable synergy. James Jones found himself firmly blocked behind them, and with no other choice, he hastily and passively adjusted his defense to switch onto Garnett. Meanwhile, Sprewell emerged like a razor-sharp blade, unhesitatingly penetrating the Pacers' central defense. As he charged toward the basket, the Pacers' interior defense was thrown into a state of urgency. Foster, witnessing the unfolding chaos, hurried to provide support in the paint, but was caught off guard by Sprewell, who capitalized on the moment to attempt a layup, resulting in a foul, though he regrettably failed to convert the potential three-point play. Nevertheless, he earned a trip to the free throw line. Sprewell methodically sank both free throws, restoring the score differential to 5 points. Feng Jie incessantly winked at his teammates, as if signaling them to expedite the ball's release, akin to grains of sand slipping through one's fingers. This was a tactical maneuver aimed at executing a swift offensive, catching the adversary off guard. Ford, comprehending the unspoken cue, promptly delivered the basketball into Feng Jie's awaiting hands. Upon receiving the pass, Feng Jie surged forward like a streak of lightning piercing through the darkness, racing towards the opponent's half with unbridled fervor. How could his teammates be oblivious to this strategy? They too hastened their pace, joining the counterattack. Eddie, quickly intercept him. He mustn't gain momentum. Castle, drawing upon his extensive experience and keen perception of the game, immediately discerned Feng Jie's intentions and urgently called out to his teammates. The others swiftly retreated to their half of the court. Upon hearing the directive, Eddie Griffin maximized his speed, sprinting towards Feng Jie with determined resolve. Feng Jie skillfully dribbled the ball before him, taking full advantage of his speed, which matched that of the defender. He executed an in-and-out dribble, swiftly leaving Eddie Griffin far behind. After shaking off the defense, Feng Jie accelerated once more, launching himself towards the basket. The 4 players of the Timberwolves, upon witnessing this, braced themselves, remaining ever vigilant of his impending layup. Feng Jie opted for a pass-first approach, effortlessly distributing the ball to Crozier, who had positioned himself at the three-point line. Upon seeing the pass, Schuchik swiftly moved in to defend. After receiving the ball, Crozier executed a feigned shot, then proceeded to drive right. Schuchik, having discerned his intention, stepped across, effectively halting the offensive player with a firm chest block. Had the ball been in the hands of Reggie Miller or Fred Jones, their speed and ball-handling finesse would have allowed them to capitalize on the defender's imbalance, executing a seamless series of moves to either drive for a layup or pull up for a jump shot to conclude the play. Unfortunately, Crozier lacked the capability to seize such an offensive opportunity. Chapter 75, Teammate CBA. Good. This is my teammate. Feng Jie felt a surge of urgency, yet he knew he must not act too hastily. Good grief. Crozier, he is utterly useless. If you intend to drive or shoot, can't you be more decisive? Feng Jie, gritting his teeth, was filled with a sense of helplessness and indignation. However, he was not one to burden his teammates. Instead, he kept his frustrations internalized. With a resolute determination, Feng Jie sprinted beyond the three-point line to receive the ball from Crozier. Upon hearing his teammate's voice, Crozier, albeit reluctantly, passed the ball back to Feng Jie. In less than a second after the ball reached his hands, he unleashed it with the force of a powerful catapult, sending the basketball soaring towards the paint, akin to a cannonball hurtling through the air. It was then that James Jones, following the fast break, seized the moment when everyone was caught off guard, swiftly cutting through to the heart of the lane. Feng Jie, with his keen vision on the court, swiftly identified a remarkable opportunity. Without hesitation, he delivered a splendid pass. What a beautiful assist! Alas, it is truly regrettable that such a masterful setup by Feng Jie went to waste. As a sophomore, James Jones faced a formidable challenge in attempting to take on Garnett. Zhang Weiping, witnessing Feng Jie's brilliant performance, initially erupted in excitement, but his enthusiasm quickly waned. The ball, received by James Jones, was met with a right-handed layup that resulted in a resounding smack as Garnett leaped high to emphatically swat it away. The basketball rebounded off the backboard and was securely cradled in Garnett's grasp. Trash. I owe my MVP title from last season to you worthless players, Garnett bellowed at James Jones, who stood nearby. It seemed as though Feng Jie's fast-paced style had triggered a chain reaction, causing the entire Timberwolves team to accelerate their tempo. At the moment Garnett secured the rebound, he muttered incessantly while deftly tossing the ball to Castle. In a flash, he surged forward like a tempest, charging into the opponent's half of the court. What kind of CBA teammates are these? How could that even happen? Feng Jie witnessed the entire sequence of James Jones being blocked with a heavy heart, letting out a long sigh of resignation. He then hoarsely called out to his teammates, urging them to fall back swiftly and prepare for the next play instead of standing idly. As Garnett made a powerful sprint, the other members of the Timberwolves began to accelerate as well. In a mere 2 or 3 seconds, Castle drove the ball deep into the opponent's territory, reaching the three-point line of the Pacers. He did not recklessly attempt a forceful penetration. Instead, his keen eyes, honed by vast experience, sought out the defensive lapses in the opposing team. Spotting Sprewell at the top of the arc, he deftly passed the ball to him before slithering towards the paint like a slippery eel. It appeared he intended to leverage the imposing physiques of the two interior players to set a screen, obstructing Reggie Miller's defense, thereby creating offensive space for himself. Consequently, the Pacers' previously orderly defense descended into chaos, leaving Foster to confront Castle alone in a daunting predicament. Sprewell, pass the ball now, Castle called out as he cleverly maneuvered from the paint. Without a moment's hesitation, Sprewell delivered the ball. Although Castle's speed had diminished this season, he found it relatively effortless to surpass the slower and clumsier Foster. After receiving the pass, Castle feigned a drive to the right before executing a skillful behind-the-back dribble. Swiftly transitioning to the left for an offensive move, his execution clean and fluid. In an instant, he left Foster far behind. Unfortunately, before the Pacers' help defenders could arrive, his sudden stop for a mid-range jumper veered slightly off course. The ball struck the rim squarely before ricocheting into the center of the court. Due to the Timberwolves' earlier double screen play, only Reggie Miller and Crozier remained in the paint for the Pacers, while Garnett and Serbiak held their ground in the key. Crozier, watch out for Garnett behind you. For heaven's sake, make sure to box out that dog food-fed player. We cannot allow him to secure the rebound. With a mere glance, Feng Jie realized that his opponent would undoubtedly secure the rebound and swiftly initiate a second offensive. Anxiously, he raised his voice, shouting fervently. Simultaneously, he dashed into the paint at an astonishing speed, leaping high to exert force alongside Crozier. Together, they formed a formidable barrier against Garnett, resolutely declaring, "As long as I am here, you shall not easily execute a second attack." Feng Jie successfully secured the rebound and, with fervor, directed a shout towards Garnett. Without a moment's hesitation, he surged forward with the ball, embodying the spirit of a madman. Unreserved in his exertion, he raced towards the opposing half-court with relentless determination, continuing to execute his pursuit strategy. In 2 consecutive possessions, he employed this incredibly taxing approach. Among the Timberwolves, aside from the players who had not participated in the offense, the remaining few noticeably lagged in their defensive recovery. However, in comparison to others, they still appeared relatively swift in their movements. Feng Jie was inherently endowed with the advantages of height and long legs, coupled with his current agility akin to that of Clarkson. He swiftly traversed the opponent's front court with merely 3 long strides. Out of the corner of his eye, he quickly assessed his surroundings, noting the close defensive pressure from Eddie Griffin beside him. Ahead, Spravel stood resolutely in the paint, ready to defend. Meanwhile, behind him, teammates Reggie Miller and James Jones were fervently trailing the counterattack. As the team's second-in-command, Miller was closely followed by Castle, while Jones occupied an impeccable offensive position, free from any defenders. According to the most rational and scientifically sound offensive strategy, passing to Jones at this moment would undoubtedly be the wisest choice. Perhaps influenced by the playmaking skills acquired from Deng, he once again opted to trust his teammate fully, deliberately slowing his pace to create space for Jones to reach the corner three-point line. Subsequently, he delivered the ball with precision. Upon receiving the pass, James Jones exhibited no hesitation or pause, instinctively taking the shot. A silver dime. Although the system's accolades flashed in Feng Jie's mind, he remained deeply skeptical of Jones's shooting touch that day. After all, in the previous game, there had been an awkward moment where he had the accolades yet failed to score. As expected, the basketball cruelly veered away from the hoop. However, fortune favored him. The ball ricocheted and did not stray far, resulting in a short rebound. Feng Jie and Sprewell collided with one another, vying for a more advantageous position. Chapter 76. Yes, this is how it should be played. The basketball descended. Feng Jie, with his legs coiled in readiness, capitalizes on his remarkable height advantage. He extends his arms, striving to grasp the basketball. With a deft flick, he taps the ball back into the air above Sprewell's head. Immediately, he propels himself upward once more, seizing the basketball with a firm embrace. The bronze master of rebounding, Feng Jie chose not to pass the ball to his teammates this time, nor did he pause to meticulously orchestrate an attack. Instead, he effortlessly executed a jump shot, watching as the basketball swished through the net. The 2 points were securely added to the score. Damn it, these 2 points were exceedingly hard-earned. Feng Jie silently cursed in his heart. The performance of his teammates today was utterly abysmal. As if they were under a spell, no shot seemed to find its mark. It appeared that, given the opportunity, he would need to find a way to change the medal. The Odom skill medal from the 02-03 season provided far too meager an enhancement to his teammates. The Timberwolves initiated the game, marking their offensive possession. Garnett firmly established himself near the paint, while the other 4 teammates deftly dispersed along the perimeter, each one intently searching for advantageous openings in the defense. Sprewell, with his back to the basket, controlled the ball on the outside, as his offensive prowess surpassed that of Castle. Thus, he positioned himself directly in front of Garnett. Once Garnett was double-teamed, the ball could be swiftly and effectively redistributed for an attack. Sprewell delivered a high-arching lob pass that landed securely in Garnett's hands. Upon receiving the ball, Garnett executed a series of probing shoulder bumps against Foster. Suddenly, he exerted strength, intensifying his physicality as he relentlessly pressed forward into the paint. Foster stumbled back, allowing Garnett to gain a deeper position within the key, thus securing a significant advantage for his one-on-one play. At that moment, Reggie Miller, who was focused on defending Sprewell, noticed that Foster was clearly struggling against Garnett, permitting him to claim such a comfortable position in the paint. Reluctantly, he abandoned his assignment on Sprewell to assist Foster in executing a double-team strategy against Garnett. Garnett, meanwhile, was acutely aware of the unfolding situation on the court. The instant he spotted Miller approaching for the double team, he decisively and swiftly passed the ball to Sprewell on the perimeter. Although Miller realized he had been outmaneuvered, he had no choice but to continue defending. He quickly spun around like a top to return to his original defensive assignment. Having spent many years in the NBA, Sprewell astutely sensed that the defensive focus had lost its balance due to the double team. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, he unhesitatingly drove towards the paint with a swift, slicing motion. Miller was left far behind in an instant, while Foster, recognizing the impending threat, hurriedly repositioned himself to intercept the attacking route.